Knock, knock. In the dead of night, a tapping sound emanated from the bathroom. Xiao Fan tightly wrapped himself in his blanket. He had just finished watching several chilling ghost videos. Goodness gracious. During the day, it's either beautiful women or long legs. And at night, it's either gourmet food or ghosts. This is toxic, absolutely toxic. Xiao Fan silently lamented, his gaze fixed intently on the bedroom door. After a prolonged silence, he sighed in relief. Those heartless developers, couldn't they make the floor a bit thicker? He surmised that the noise was merely a disturbance from a neighboring household. He was alone in his home. Closing his eyes, Xiao Fan prepared to drift off to sleep. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound from the bathroom returned. Ah! Xiao Fan gasped in fright. This time, the noise was louder. He distinctly heard what seemed to be coming from his own bathroom. What on earth? Xiao Fan's heart raced. He swiftly retrieved his phone, opened a music app, and searched for the words Buddhist scriptures. This will do. Let the music play. He played the Ksittagarbha Sutra, cranking the volume to its maximum. Instantly, he felt a surge of courage. Turning on the lights, Xiao Fan cautiously opened the bedroom door. As he cracked the door open, he peered outside. Everything appeared normal. Scaring myself. There are no ghosts in this world. Xiao Fan muttered to himself as he stepped out of the bedroom and headed toward the bathroom, clutching a baton tightly in his hand. He had purchased it for self-defense. Years ago, his parents had perished in a car accident, leaving him alone in the house. This object provided him with a semblance of bravery. Whoosh! Indeed, it was just noise from a neighbor. Xiao Fan glanced toward the bathroom. Nothing seemed amiss, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Splash! Having just scared himself into a sweat, Xiao Fan turned on the faucet to splash water on his face. Ah! Lifting his head, he was startled and stumbled back. The reflection in the mirror was not his own, but that of his long-missing grandfather. His grandfather had vanished 9 years prior. The family had searched tirelessly, even involving the authorities, but to no avail. My dear grandson, do you not recognize me? The visage of Xiao Fan's grandfather, Xiao Hai, spoke from the mirror. You. Xiao Fan was seized by the urge to flee. Why this cowardice? I am your grandfather, not a ghost. 9 years ago, I traversed realms, honing my skills to become a great general. The emperor is a fool and tyrant recently. I rebelled. Xiao Hai declared with authority. Xiao Fan stood frozen, staring at the reflection of Xiao Hai. His grandfather had been a robust man, a soldier in his youth, who had seen battle and taken lives. In the past, even street thugs would steer clear of him. The figure in the mirror bore a striking resemblance to the grandfather he remembered. Are you truly my grandfather? Xiao Fan spoke with a hint of disbelief. Xiao Hai replied brusquely. Do you think a ghost would jest with you? Call your father over, I have matters to discuss with him. Zhao's expression darkened. My parents passed away in a car accident 5 years ago. Xiao Hai was momentarily taken aback. His eyes gradually filled with tears. The fortune teller once said he would be difficult to raise your grandmother, and I toiled to nurture him. Yet unexpectedly, he left this world before me. Xiao Hai's voice was thick with emotion. Xiao Fan gazed at the reflection of Xiao Hai, gradually beginning to accept that he was indeed his grandfather. The sorrow displayed by Xiao Hai seemed genuine. Grandfather, were you just knocking on the mirror? You frightened me half to death knocking on a mirror at this hour, Xiao Fan remarked, turning off the music on his phone. Xiao Hai wiped his eyes. For now, this is the most convenient method to reach you. My dear grandson, I urgently require your assistance. Xiao Fan inquired. What can I possibly help with? Xiao Hai cleared his throat and said, The emperor is tyrannical and wishes to have me kill. My rebellion has come rather unexpectedly, and I am currently short on food and weapons. Winter is fast approaching, and I still lack clothing for the season. I have 100,000 soldiers to ensure their loyalty. They must be well-fed and warm. Xiao Fan was taken aback. 100,000 soldiers is no small number. He wondered if Xiao Hai was exaggerating. Grandfather, you are in another world. I cannot assist you. Moreover, the meager funds in my bank account would scarcely purchase anything. Xiao Fan expressed his helplessness. Xiao Hai stated, Your grandfather possesses considerable power now and has acquired a formidable treasure known as the Void Mirror. Through it, I can reach you. You can also use the mirror to send items from your side. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible? My dear grandson, assist me in my rebellion, and I shall offer you rewards in return. I will first enhance your constitution. As Xiao Hai spoke, a ray of light emerged from the mirror and entered Xiao Fan's body. Instantly, Xiao Fan felt a warm sensation within him. Why, dear grandson, after a good night's rest, your constitution will be significantly improved. Currently, what I need most is food. Ponder a solution. I shall contact you again in 3 days. As he spoke, Xiao Hai's figure in the mirror grew blurry before vanishing completely. Grandfather is still alive and is rebelling in another world, Xiao Fan murmured to himself. He found it hard to believe this was reality. Xiao Fan pinched himself, feeling the pain. This was no dream. Grandfather is in need of food, yet my bank account holds merely 100,000. Buying inferior rice would only afford me 50,000 pounds. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. 50,000 pounds of rice might last a family a lifetime, yet it was still insufficient. Xiao Hai commanded an army of 100,000 men, each receiving merely half a pound. The meager rations would scarcely suffice for a few meals of porridge. Enough of this, I shall contemplate it again tomorrow, he thought. The reflection in the mirror may not truly represent my grandfather, Xiao Fan mused silently. He had a total of 100,000 yuan and could not afford to squander it carelessly. As he lay in bed, tossing and turning until 2 o'clock, Xiao Fan finally succumbed to slumber. What a foul odor, he exclaimed the following morning, awakening to a tumultuous churn in his stomach that nearly prompted him to retch. What is this? Persian marrow? Upon glancing at his arms, he observed them smeared with a layer of dark oil. Surprise flickered in his eyes. His grandfather's promise to enhance his constitution had not been mere jest. Clenching his fist, Xiao Fan felt an immense surge of strength. Drink! He grasped the baton on his bedside and bent it with sheer force. By the heavens, my strength must have more than doubled. Filled with exhilaration, he declared first a shower. Rushing into the bathroom, he hurriedly washed himself from head to toe. Goodness! After his shower, Xiao Fan scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. He was taken aback. Previously standing at a modest height of 175 centimeters, he had seemingly grown 5 or 6 centimeters overnight, now reaching a height of 180. Furthermore, his appearance and demeanor had significantly improved, exuding an aura akin to that of a campus heartthrob. It seems last night was indeed the work of my grandfather, Xiao Fan reflected inwardly. No one else could bestow such advantages upon him. Ding dong, ding dong. Someone rang the doorbell. Xiao Fan recalled that he had arranged for someone to view the apartment today. With 2 rooms in his possession, he intended to rent one out to earn some income. Incoming, he called as he approached the door. Su Yue. He gasped in surprise upon seeing the visitor. Su Yue was the campus belle of her sophomore year, attending the same university. When she entered as a freshman, her presence had caused a stir, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the campus beauty rankings. Are you the landlord? Su Yue inquired, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion. She had been searching for a rental nearby and, after exhausting her options, found this place appealing based on its photographs, cleanliness, convenient location, and acceptable price. To her astonishment, the owner was a male. Xiao Fan nodded. Hello, I am Xiao Fan, a fellow student in my 3rd year. Su. If you are considering renting this place, it may not be appropriate, he continued. I must occupy one of the rooms myself. Perhaps you should seek another rental. Su Yui's beauty needed no embellishment, as her striking features and charm were evident. After all, she would not have topped the campus beauty list upon her arrival if she were not captivating. The thought of cohabiting with a campus belle was enticing, yet Xiao Fan preferred to avoid any complications. Su Yue had numerous admirers, her limbs delicate and petite. Meanwhile, his grandfather was currently inciting rebellion in another realm, and he merely wished to develop quietly. Su Yue nodded, preparing to take her leave. By the way, Senior Xiao, may I take a look at the room? If there are no better options, I hope Senior Xiao can rent a room to me, Su Yue suddenly mentioned. Initially, she had dismissed this place outright. However, Xiao Fan's immediate refusal reassured Su Yue considerably about his character. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. It was indeed unfeasible for Su Yue to rent here. Yet, given that she was a junior, it seemed unreasonable to deny her even a glimpse of the room. Please come in. Xiao Fan stepped aside. As Su Yue entered, she found the room to be quite tidy, which pleased her immensely. This room. Xiao Fan guided Su Yue to the 2nd bedroom. At first glance, Su Yue was smitten with the space. The room's colors and furnishings were to her liking, and outside the window stood several of her cherished kapok trees, their vibrant red blossoms causing her eyes to sparkle. "Senior Xiao, don't your parents live with you?" Su Yuwei inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head, remaining silent. Since they were not well acquainted, it was unnecessary for Su Yuwei to know that he was an orphan. "Senior Xiao, may I take a few photographs?" "Of course." After snapping a few photos, Su Yuwei departed swiftly. My physique has significantly improved. The person in the mirror must surely be my grandfather. How to acquire ample grain. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. In modern society, it was relatively easy to procure a large amount of grain if one had the money, but unfortunately, he did not. The mere 100,000 on his card was hardly substantial. When his parents died in a car accident, the compensation should have exceeded 1 million, yet the fleeing driver had evaded justice, leaving him without any recompense. Should I sell the house? Such a thought flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. Although it was only a modest 2-bedroom apartment of around 70 to 80 square meters, its proximity to the school could easily fetch him 100,000 upon sale. No. Xiao Fan quickly dismissed this notion. The house was a legacy from his parents, and it held countless memories for him. Very well, I shall seek a warehouse for now. This task proved to be straightforward. Within 2 hours, Xiao Fan managed to rent a suitable warehouse. Though the location was somewhat remote, the price was reasonable. 500 square meters for 8,000 a month. After some negotiation, the landlord finally agreed to monthly payments. Now, I only have about 90,000 left. A decent quality rice costs around 3 yuan per kilogram. I must reserve some for living expenses, which means I can purchase at most 30 tons. Xiao Fan frowned. Let's buy it first. Lacking reliable channels, Xiao Fan approached a large supermarket directly. However, the supermarket did not stock as much low-priced rice as he had hoped. Placing an order was not a daunting task. 30 tons could be arranged with ease. Is it all right for delivery to this location the day after tomorrow? After adding the procurement manager on WeChat, Xiao Fan sent the warehouse's location to him. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, there will be no issues at all, the procurement manager replied with a smile. Someone will contact you before the delivery, he added cheerfully. Xiao Fan remarked, if this collaboration goes smoothly, there may be future needs. If the quantity increases, Manager Su should consider offering some discounts. Absolutely, the procurement manager agreed. Xiao Fan departed, but as he glanced at the 2,000 yuan balance displayed on his card, a frown creased his brow. That room still needed to be rented out otherwise. A mere 2,000 yuan would not last long, and he would face dire straits before he had a chance to prosper. A mirror could be placed in the master bedroom, allowing his grandfather to contact him through it if necessary. Half an hour later, he was nearing home when his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Fan glanced at the screen, surprised to see it was Su Yuwei calling. She had reached out to him yesterday, and he recognized the number. Perhaps she has found a place to rent and is calling to inform me. How considerate, he mused. He answered the call. Xiao Senior, you haven't rented out that room yet, have you? I would like to rent. Su Yuwei's voice seemed slightly off. Xiao Fan replied with curiosity. The house hasn't been rented yet, but Su Jr., it might not be convenient for you to rent for me. You should consider looking for other options. Are you home? Xiao Sr., could you please open the door? Su Yuwei asked, her voice trembling. I am not home yet, but I will be shortly, he replied, ending the call and quickening his pace, sensing her fear. 2 minutes later, he arrived at his doorstep. Su Yuwei was crouched there, hugging her knees, her shoulders slightly shaking. Su Jr., what's the matter? Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled. She quickly stood up, visibly relieved upon seeing him. I just encountered a landlord who seemed untrustworthy and followed me for a while. Please, rent that room to me, she said, her voice tinged with fear. Young lady, speaking ill of others behind their backs is ill-advised. Open the door, both of you, and enter at once, or don't blame me for being rude. A man emerged from the stairwell, wearing a cap and brandishing a knife. Xiao Fan's expression changed dramatically. Su Yuwei turned pale, whispering, Xiao Sr. It's him. She had not anticipated that he would boldly follow her. Both of you, get inside now. Otherwise, he'll come in with a knife and leave with blood on my hands. You will both perish, the man snarled. Xiao Fan fixed his gaze upon the other individual, who exuded a sense of familiarity. Isn't that 500,000? Suddenly, Xiao Fan was struck by a realization. He remembered where he had seen this person before. Just a few days prior, he had come across this fellow's photograph in a class group chat. His name was Lu Kuan, a Class A wanted criminal. Official reports indicated that Lu Kuan had fled to their city, with a bounty of 500,000 attached to his head. The group chat had buzzed with fervent discussion at the time. 500,000 on the line, I wonder if Su Yuwei is a harbinger of disaster or fortune, Xiao Fan mused to himself. Had he encountered Lu Kuan the day before, he would have likely met a grim fate. Yet now, facing 3 or 5 robust men, he felt relatively unconcerned. Through the practice of marrow cleansing, his strength and reflexes had significantly heightened. Brother, please remain calm. There's no need for violence. I shall open the door, and we can converse amicably. Xiao Fan slipped his hand into his pocket. In the next moment, he produced his phone and hurled it forcefully at Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan cried out in agony. With Xiao Fan's newfound strength, being struck by the phone felt akin to a brick hitting his face. Crack! As the phone shattered upon impact, Xiao Fan swiftly advanced and landed a kick squarely on Lu Kuan's chest. Lu Kuan was propelled backward, flying 2 to 3 meters through the air. Several of his bones fractured, and he curled up in excruciating pain. Su Yuwei gazed on in disbelief. She could hardly comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Xiao Fan kicked away Lu Kuan's dagger, exhaling a sigh of relief. Despite his enhanced physique, he was still mortal. Had Lu Kuan managed to stab him with that bloodied blade, he would undoubtedly have met his end there. Xiao Senior, I didn't expect him to follow me, she stammered, her voice laced with trepidation. I apologize, Su Yuwei expressed, visibly shaken. Xiao Fan replied, Su Jr., please go to your room and rest for a moment. I'll call the police. You will likely need to provide a statement. She nodded gently. Soon, she retreated to her room. Xiao Fan picked up his ruined phone, letting out a resigned sigh. The device was utterly useless. Lu Kuan, may I borrow your phone? Is that acceptable? Xiao Fan approached Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan's expression shifted. Xiao Fan had indeed discerned his true identity. Taking Lu Kuan's phone, Xiao Fan dialed a number that felt exceedingly familiar. Hello, who is this? Came a voice on the line. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan responded, Captain Liang, it's me, Xiao Fan. The voice belonged to Captain Liang Wu of the Criminal Investigation Team. He was overseeing the case involving Xiao Fan's parents. Liang Wu sighed softly. Xiao Fan, there are still no new leads in your parents' case. With the current information, it is quite challenging to identify the driver responsible. I understand, Xiao Fan replied. Captain Liang, I know you're doing your utmost. The reason for my call is not regarding that matter. I have dealt with Lu Kuan. The bounty of 500,000 should remain intact, correct? On the other end of the line, Liang Wu abruptly rose to his feet. Xiao Fan, have you seen Lu Kuan? Do not engage with him. He has taken several lives. Where are you? I will bring people over immediately, Liang Wu said urgently. Xiao Fan replied, Captain Liang, I am at home. You know my address. You need to call an ambulance. After hanging up, Liang Wu hurriedly assembled his team and rushed to Xiao Fan's location. Captain Liang, the person is over there. The reward cannot be less than 500,000, Xiao Fan indicated towards Lu Kuan lying on the ground. Lu Kuan's face was ashen. He understood that being apprehended meant he would likely face the death penalty. Liang Wu gazed at Lu Kuan in disbelief. At first glance, he had confirmed Lu Kuan's identity. Yet Lu Kuan, a notorious criminal, had fallen to the hands of a mere college student. Captain Liang, he was following one of my classmates, Xiao Fan explained. Su, my classmate, is inside the room. If you need to take a statement, I can call her out. Liang Wu nodded. A statement was indeed necessary. Su Yuwei soon arrived outside. Upon seeing her, Liang Wu understood why Lu Kuan had been tailing her. Lu Kuan was a vile predator. Xiao Fan, you must also visit the police station, Liang Wu stated. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. An hour later, Xiao Fan and Su Yuwei emerged from the police station. Su, although the person was brought in by you, the reward of 500,000 will not be yours. Treating you to a meal is not a problem, Xiao Fan clarified. Su Yuwei had not recognized Lu Kuan, and Xiao Fan was not foolish enough to share the bounty. Su Yuwei quickly responded, Senior, the reward obviously has nothing to do with me. Besides, you saved me. I should be the one treating you. Xiao Fan regarded Su Yuwei. She was not only beautiful, but also possessed commendable values. That was 500,000, not merely 50. Someone else might have insisted on a share. Then you shall treat me, Su, Xiao Fan said. He was not inclined to dispute with her. With the reward still pending, He had merely 2,000 in his account. Purchasing a phone would cost at least 1,000. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan with pleading eyes. Senior, please let me rent a room from you. I have exhausted all options for reasonably priced housing in the area. Xiao Fan firmly shook his head. He had no intention of renting that room out. In fact, he had only a total of 100,000 in his account, and he needed to rent out a room to avoid financial ruin. Securing Lu Kuan would yield a reward of 500,000. Su, please wait a little longer. Suitable housing will surely become available soon. With a reward of 500,000, I will not rent out my place, Xiao Fan asserted. Su Yue was left feeling helpless. If it were another young man, she would likely be eager to vacate the master bedroom entirely for her stay. Yet here with Xiao Fan, she struggles to even secure a single room. Very well then, Su Yue gently nodded. Senior, I'm not feeling well today. Let's postpone our meal until tomorrow. That works for me, Xiao Fan replied, nodding in agreement. Having been tailed by an 11 fugitive, Su Yue must have been quite frightened today. Sister Wei Wei, Sister Wei Wei. After parting ways with Xiao Fan, Su Yue arrived at an orphanage from which she had once emerged. Although still a freshman in college, she had begun earning money and made it a habit to return each month to visit her younger siblings at the orphanage, bringing them gifts. Wei Wei, your study should take precedence. There's no need for you to come back so often, the kind-hearted headmistress remarked. And you are still a student yourself. It's best to spend your earnings on your own needs. Don't worry, Grandma Headmistress. I've saved enough for myself, Su Yue replied with a sweet smile. This orphanage was her home, and being here brought her immense comfort. Grandma Headmistress, I'm off to play with him now. Go on, the headmistress said with a warm smile. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and Xiao Fan hurriedly rose to wash his underwear. He had dreamt of Su Yue the previous night, but the details of the dream eluded him. Ding ding, ding ding. His phone rang. He had purchased it the previous afternoon. 10 crisp bills had vanished. Just yesterday, his bank account held a staggering 100,000, and now a mere 1,000 remained. Old four, why are you disturbing my peaceful slumber this early? Xiao Fan answered the call with irritation. The call was from his roommate, Shun Shun, with whom he shared a good rapport. Third brother, when did you start mingling with the campus beauty? Shun Shin's astonished voice came through. Xiao Fan's expression shifted. How did Shun Shin know about his interactions with Su Yue? Old four, there's nothing of the sort, he replied. Third brother, there are already photos of you and the campus beauty walking side by side posted on the forum. Xiao Fan logged onto the school's forum. What the hell? His expression darkened swiftly. The photo was taken after he and Su Yue had left the police station. It wasn't particularly clear, but anyone familiar with him would undoubtedly recognize him. Su Yue, on the other hand, was quite distinct in the image. The focus had clearly been on her. Why photograph the beauty and include me? Xiao Fan? He lamented helplessly. As he scrolled through the posts, he found that his personal information had been revealed as well. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Xiao Fan's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that Lu Kuan has accomplices? With a baton in hand, Xiao Fan approached the door and peered through the peephole. What brings you and your entourage here so early, young Master Yang? Xiao Fan remarked coldly as he opened the door. Outside stood 3 individuals, one of whom Xiao Fan recognized as Yang Rong. He was a scion of wealth at the school, frequently arriving in his sports car, exuding an air of ostentation. Chapter 4. Grandfather bestows favor again. Yang Rong coldly remarked, Brat, I have my eyes set on Su Yue. You'd best keep your distance from her. Look at yourself. A destitute wretch. You should take a moment to reflect upon your own worth. Should I catch you with Su Yue again, I will break your legs. A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. Young Master Yang, many pursue Su Yue, yet you are undoubtedly the most foolish among them. Yang Rong's anger surged. Xiao Fan, with a smirk, continued, You are already aware that I am an orphan, devoid of attachments. Do you intend to play with my life? Yang Rong's expression shifted, a chill coursing through him. Are you daring to threaten me? He stammered, his bravado faltering. Xiao Fan replied, still smiling. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Do not engage in underhanded schemes. If anyone troubles me, I will seek you out. Do you even comprehend reason? Yang Rong spat angrily. Xiao Fan scoffed, Reason? You brought your entourage here to discuss reason? I stand here. If you wish to strike, feel free. If you cannot kill me, you shall have to wait. Yang Rong's face contorted with fury. Should Xiao Fan resolutely choose to confront him, he feared he would live in constant trepidation. Xiao Fan, you are like a toad, Do not dream of feasting on swan meat. We are leaving. Yang Rong stormed off, seething with unspent rage. Xiao Fan shook his head, bemused. Is that all it takes to scare you away? I barely had the chance to engage. Yet, perhaps such chances were best avoided. Yang Rong, as a privileged heir, could indeed become a considerable nuisance if provoked. Moreover, despite being an orphan, Xiao Fan valued his own life. What a fool, he mused internally. A mere photograph. And he resorts to seeking trouble. Xiao Fan pondered whether Yang Rong had managed to infiltrate their school through dubious means. Ding ding. Upon returning to his room, his phone chimed. It was Su Yue. Xiao Fan surmised that she had seen the post. Senior, I saw the thread on the school forum. I didn't expect to be photographed. I'll treat you to dinner in a few days, Su Yue said upon answering. At this juncture, if they were captured dining together, who knew what rumors would circulate? It's quite all right if you don't, Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. After a few casual exchanges, he ended the call. Their relationship was tenuous at best. They were not friends, and certainly not landlord and tenant. On the other end of the line, Su Yue stared blankly at her phone. While Xiao Fan brushed off the prior day's events, she felt differently. Being followed by a wanted criminal sent shivers down her spine. Had Xiao Fan not rescued her, she knew her fate would have been dire. By the way, Xiao Senior's phone was broken yesterday. I will work hard to earn some money and buy him a better phone, Su Yue resolved quietly in her heart. Originally, she had over 10,000 yuan on her card. Yesterday, she made a trip to the orphanage and transferred 10,000 to their account, leaving her with little money at hand. Seizing the moment when her dormitory was empty, Su Yue swiftly opened her laptop and began to code, repairing security vulnerabilities for a company. Unbeknownst to many, Su Yue, in addition to her beauty, was a top-notch hacker. However, she never exploited her hacking skills for monetary gain. Every cent she earned was obtained through honest means. Before long, the dormitory door lock clicked. Su Yue quickly switched off her computer screen, letting out a quiet sigh. She needed to find a place to live outside. You and Xiao Fan, are you really? The girl entering the dormitory, Song Jie, gossiped. Su Yue glanced at her. With her keen intellect, she had long realized that Song Jie had been bribed, possibly by more than one person. Su Yue shook her head. How could that be? We just happened to encounter something yesterday and went to the police station to give a statement. Oh, I see. I thought so. Xiao Fan is rather ordinary looking and comes from an average background. He simply cannot be a match for you, Yue. Song Jie chattered. Su Yue's mind conjured an image of Xiao Fan. She found him to be far more handsome in person than in photographs, especially with that kick he delivered yesterday, absolutely stunning. Song Jie, Senior Xia is a really nice person. Please don't speak ill of him, Su Yue said, frowning slightly. Song Jie pouted. Yue, you're just too kind. In this day and age, being a good person is of little use. Can kindness be eaten? Su Yue's expression darkened. Song Jie promptly fell silent. She still wanted to gain favor from Su Yue. Sigh. I need to move out soon, Su Yue thought to herself. However, housing around the school was scarce, and it would be difficult to find a suitable place in the short term. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As midnight approached, Xiao Fan was not in his own room. He was in the rented warehouse. The warehouse was filled with bags of rice, situated in a rather secluded area with few people around. Just as he was scrolling through a few ghost videos, Xiao Fan felt as though there were people everywhere, both inside and outside the warehouse. The 500 square meter warehouse was neither too large nor too small, but being alone in such a place at the dead of night felt somewhat eerie. This account is useless, he muttered. Should I register a new account and watch more beauty videos to build it up? Good grandson, is this all you prepared? A voice suddenly emerged from the large mirror in the warehouse. Xiao Fan quickly turned to look at the mirror. Wasn't that his grandfather, Xiaohai? This is all. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. I only have 100,000 yuan on my card. I spent 8,000 renting this warehouse. And there's a total of 90,000 worth of rice here. Grandfather, do you truly have 100,000 soldiers under your command? Xiaohai let out a sigh. Over the past few days, I have integrated a new team, adding another 20,000, bringing the total to 120,000. My dear grandson, why do you only have 100,000 yuan on your card? Your parents have been gone for several years now. Could it be that the compensation has dwindled to such a meager amount? Xiao Fan's expression darkened. Grandfather, the driver responsible for the accident fled the scene, and there were no surveillance cameras on that stretch of road. We have yet to identify that scoundrel. Xiaohai's countenance also soured. Xiao Fan's parents were his son and daughter-in-law. Years had passed since their demise, and the perpetrator remained at large? This was outrageous. Xiao Fan, as their son, you must bring that scoundrel to justice. Xiao Hai declared, his voice filled with anger. Xiao Fan sighed softly. 5 years had elapsed. Even if there were leads at the time, they had likely vanished by now. How could one easily track down the culprit? Grandfather, how shall I send you the rice? Could you perhaps transmit some gemstones or the like? I could sell them and buy you something nice, Xiao Fan suggested. Gold and similar materials were cumbersome to manage. But a good gemstone could yield a substantial return. Xiao Hai cleared his throat. I currently lack the means to send you tangible goods. While it's easier for you to transmit items here, you can send me the rice through the mirror. Xiao Fan lifted the mirror, allowing it to come into contact with a large pile of rice, which promptly vanished. 5 tons per heap, with 6 heaps in total. The warehouse's 30 tons of rice swiftly disappeared. My dear grandson, you must think of a strategy regarding the food situation. The remaining supplies, combined with what you've sent, won't last long. We cannot wage war on an empty stomach, Xiao Hai lamented. Xiao Fan gazed at Xiao Hai with hopeful anticipation. Grandfather, surely you wouldn't withhold benefits from me, your grandson? Xiao Hai retorted, somewhat exasperated. The void mirror has its limitations, otherwise I would bestow all I could upon you. Xiao Fan coughed lightly. Grandfather, any assistance you can provide would be appreciated. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hai declared. I grant you the ability of X-ray vision. However, your current strength is insufficient, and misuse may deplete your vitality. You may only use it 3 times a day. Remember this. Chapter 5. Acquiring the power of X-ray vision upon finishing. Xiao Hai raised his hands, powerful energy swirling within them. Xiao Fan squinted at the radiant force emanating from his grandfather's palms. Now, suddenly, Xiao Hai bellowed, and a brilliant light surged through the mirror, penetrating Xiao Fan's left eye. With a cough, Xiao Hai spat blood, his complexion turning pale. Grandfather! Xiao Fan exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Hai waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, I will not perish. Altering your constitution is simple, but granting you such a rare ability is far more challenging. You must find a way to leverage this power to earn some money. With 120,000 mouths to feed, even if I were to cook myself, it wouldn't suffice for them to sip the broth. Embarrassed, Xiao Hai patted his mouth. My dear grandson, your grandfather is a man of coarse nature. Do not emulate my crude speech. Xiao Fan replied, Grandfather, speak as you wish. I am already 21. Xiao Hai was momentarily taken aback. He had been away for 9 years, and at that time, Xiao Fan was merely 12. Dear grandson, should I conquer an empire, I will find a way for you to join me, and I shall bequeath the throne to you, making you an emperor as well. Xiao Hai chuckled. Xiao Fan remarked, such a grand vision is too vast for one to digest in a single bite. Grandfather, do not dwell on such lofty thoughts. Focus on living well. He then recalled, I have prepared something special for you. Xiao Fan dashed away and quickly returned with a chest, which, upon contact with the mirror, was instantly transmitted to Xiao Hai's side. Upon opening it, Xiao Hai discovered a collection of military treatises. Excellent, excellent. His eyes sparkled with excitement. These texts would indeed prove invaluable to him. Well done, dear grandson. I will reach out to you again in 5 days after I recover from my injury. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in the mirror shifted, and Xiao Fan saw himself, noting that he appeared unchanged. Is there a process akin to the refining of the marrow? Xiao Fan pondered. Outside was cloaked in darkness, and he had no intention of returning just yet. He reclined once more and eventually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Xiao Fan awoke in a daze. The empty warehouse quickly brought him to full awareness. Last night, he had transferred the rice to his grandfather, and he had also acquired the ability of X-ray vision. However, he still appeared the same. Hastily, he approached the mirror to inspect his eyes, which looked unchanged. Yet, he sensed a difference. He felt that if he concentrated on his left eye, he could see through objects. 3 times a day, shall I attempt it? He thought, gathering an assortment of materials, cardboard, wooden planks, bricks, and iron sheets, stacking them together. Different substances might affect the efficacy of his vision. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on his left eye. The first layer of cardboard became transparent in an instant, followed by the wooden plank. The brick required more effort, and the iron sheet even more so. Nevertheless, he successfully penetrated through all the prepared layers. And Xiao Fan felt a swell of satisfaction. He gazed at the ground, managing to see through about half a meter. At that moment, he sensed a dryness in his left eye and instinctively blinked. Suddenly, everything returned to normal. So, a mere blink consumes one opportunity, he mused. Grandfather is truly remarkable. Even across the distance, he has bestowed upon me the gift of X-ray vision. I wonder just how formidable he truly is, Xiaofan contemplated. Alas, his grandfather could not return. Otherwise, with such a superhuman grandfather, he could navigate life with ease, even locating those who had wronged his parents. Xiaofan exhaled a long breath, his gaze solidifying with determination. He had now undergone a profound transformation, having purified his essence and acquired the ability of clairvoyance. The future brimmed with potential, and the prospect of locating the culprit seemed plausible. The heinous act of fleeing after causing the death of 2 individuals was utterly reprehensible. Had the perpetrator summoned help by calling the police and an ambulance, perhaps his parents would still be alive. You wretched scoundrel, I shall unearth you. Xiaofan's eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve. With the gift of clairvoyance, how could one amass wealth? Xiaofan pondered aloud. His first thought was the lottery. But he quickly dismissed it. His ability was only suitable for scratch-off tickets. Even if he were to unveil an entire stack of tickets, discerning the winning ones would prove arduous. The fleeting moments between his blinks were scant. Moreover, a lottery outlet might not yield a grand prize for years. A trip to Macau would also be futile. Winning a small amount was inconsequential, and winning a substantial sum could invite the house to engage in trickery, rendering his ability ineffective. Xiaofan muttered to himself. With those options eliminated, he recalled a method he had encountered in novels, stone gambling. However, this endeavor required capital. With merely 1,000 yuan, he could only sift through refuse. Within the discarded stones, there might be jade. But 1,000 yuan's worth of unrefined stones was unlikely to yield a valuable piece. He could only attempt this 3 times a day. The prospect of a 500,000 yuan reward was uncertain in its arrival. Xiaofan mused internally. He had submitted his bank account details, and Liang Wu assured him that the reward would be substantial, though its timing remained a mystery. If the reward were delayed, his grandfather would be in grave peril. Man is iron, food is steel. A missed meal brings unease. If the soldiers were to go hungry, they would collapse without needing an enemy's assault. Should he first inspect the raw stones? Today he had 2 more opportunities. He could not afford to squander them. Xiaofan resolved internally. His city boasted a population of 10 million and featured a dedicated street for stone gambling. He summoned a taxi to take him there. Young man, if you're merely here for a casual visit, that's fine, but do not become ensnared in this world. You might end up losing everything, the driver cautioned, his expression tinged with bitterness. Once, he owned 3 properties worth over 10 million and drove a luxury car. Now, he was reduced to driving a taxi. Xiaofan nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the warning, brother. I'm only here to take a look. By the way, which establishment is reputable? Dongji Raw Stones. This shop has been around for over a decade. Their prices are a bit higher, but their stones are genuine. Some places mix ordinary stones into their offerings. Xiaofan expressed his gratitude and paid the fare before alighting. Before long, he arrived at Dongji Raw Stones. The shop was spacious, showcasing a plethora of stones of varying sizes arranged on wooden shelves. Hot sale, 500, 3,000 to 5,000, 5,000 to 10,000. Each shelf is adorned with price tags, and many are drawn to the stones priced at 500 each, as they are merely a few $100s. Enticing those who wish to indulge in the experience. Ordinary individuals seldom venture to touch such expensive raw stones. Is this all you have? Xiaofan inquired, sensing a low probability of uncovering anything remarkable among these stones. It would be a waste to expend his 3 daily opportunities for X-ray vision on them. Dear customer, we have more options on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 2nd floor requires a capital verification of 200,000, while the 3rd floor necessitates $1 million. The polite attendant explained. Xiaofan felt a pang in his heart. He didn't even possess 2,000 in his account. Chapter 6. The Frantic Stones Ding. The notification sound of a text message echoed. Xiaofan retrieved his phone, astonished to find a bank transfer notification. The 50,000 bonus from Lu Kuan had arrived swiftly. He surveyed his surroundings, finding no familiar faces. It seemed implausible. Shouldn't someone be flaunting their wealth and declaring him too impoverished to enter? I wish to access the 2nd floor, Xiaofan asserted, displaying his account balance, and soon, he found himself on the 2nd floor of Dongji Raw Stones. The 2nd floor had only 2 groups of customers. 2 among them were scrutinizing stones under the light, clearly seasoned experts. Xiaofan's gaze swept across the 2nd floor, which contained significantly fewer raw stones, yet collectively there were still around 30 to 50 pieces. It took him 3 to 10 seconds to thoroughly examine a stone based on its size, and using his X-ray ability would leave him squinting after half a minute. If he were to view slightly larger stones, he could only examine 3 to 5 at a time. He contemplated the situation, with only 30 to 50 stones in total. He could inspect merely 1/10 at a time, and even if he utilized both opportunities here, he could only assess 1/5 of them. The likelihood of discovering anything valuable was slim. While traveling, he had checked his phone and found that the odds of success in stone gambling were dismal. 9 out of 10 ventures failed. Thus, even if he could utilize his X-ray vision, it was likely that out of 10 stones, only one might yield profit. Earning money to gather supplies would require time. He needed to make gains today or tomorrow. He couldn't afford to squander opportunities. Xiao Fan began to pay attention to the other two groups of people. They were experts, and their professional acumen would enhance their chances of purchasing quality goods. Manager Shun, this material shows promise and has a good probability of yielding results. However, at 460,000, the price-performance ratio is not very favorable, remarked one elder. He was a stone gambling expert from the Zhou Jewelry Company, which often procures jade from other sources, though they occasionally purchase raw stones themselves, as top-tier resources are not easily obtained. Directly, this material is rather peculiar. It has the potential to produce extraordinary results, but it also carries the risk of yielding nothing at all, another individual whispered. Their voices were deliberately subdued, likely inaudible to others. However, Xiao Fan possessed heightened auditory perception, a result of his rigorous training. As time ticked away, he feigned distraction while attentively absorbing the insights shared by the skilled gamblers among the two groups. He meticulously noted the raw stones they found appealing. Mr. Lee, shall we ascend to the upper floor? Suggested Manager Shin, prompting both groups to make their way upstairs half an hour later. Although they found several stones of interest on the second floor, none were purchased immediately. They preferred to wait a few days in hopes of negotiating better prices. According to their assessments, the potential for appreciation was significant for these 4 stones. However, one stone, priced over 500,000, was promptly dismissed. Thus, they settled on 3 stones, complemented by 2 smaller ones. Xiao Fan focused intently with his left eye as he examined the first stone. A small window had been opened, revealing a vivid green interior. An elderly gentleman claimed its quality reached the ice variety, asserting that a mere inch deeper would guarantee profit, and more depth could yield substantial returns. What nonsense, Xiao Fan thought. Just a superficial layer of green. If I purchase this for over 400,000, I might as well flush my money down the toilet. Surely, the one who opened this stone couldn't possess the same perceptive abilities as he did. Swiftly, he glanced at the adjacent stone. This one appeared slightly better, but the potential loss was still considerable. Although unfamiliar with jadeite's true value, he gathered that purchasing this stone for 350,000 would likely result in a conservative loss of 200,000. What a joke, he mused, hastily moving to the third stone. The exterior of this raw stone was promising, yet it revealed nothing of worth inside. Could these 2 experts be imposters? He wondered, while the service staff observed him with puzzled expressions. In a matter of moments, he approached the 4th stone, which was smaller in size. Suddenly, a jolt of excitement surged through him. Nestled within this stone, he glimpsed a fist-sized chunk of jadeite. Even without expertise, he could discern its exceptional quality. His eyes, now weary, compelled him to shift his gaze to the final raw stone. This last one contained jadeite of average quality, and he estimated that it might just break even, with little chance for profit. "Sir, are you all right?" inquired a young attendant, noting his peculiar behavior as he kept his eyes tightly shut. "I'm fine. Just a bit of dust in my eyes," he replied, waving his hand dismissively. He felt a sharp sting in his eyes. His grandfather had once mentioned that his perceptive abilities could only be utilized 3 times a day, and it was advisable not to use them consecutively, as each instance would necessitate a prolonged rest period. After rubbing his eyes for a considerable duration, Xiao Fan finally reopened them. He realized that, unless in dire need, it would be prudent to refrain from exhausting his abilities completely, lest he risk permanent impairment. Surely, this cannot be all there is, he pondered. Xiao Fan gestured towards the section containing goods, which was priced at 270,000. The attendant shook her head. Xiao Fan replied, 250,000. Please consult your boss. If he agrees, I will proceed with the purchase. Additionally, please assist me in extracting the item. Negotiating further might yield better results. But time is of the essence. Young man, it's yours for 250,000, came the prompt response. The shop owner, having received the news, quickly arrived, recognizing the significance of a 250,000 transaction. Excellent. Xiao Fan nodded, efficiently completing the transfer. Sir, could you kindly assist me in extracting the stone? You should be quite adept in this regard, Xiao Fan remarked. The owner nodded and swiftly issued instructions. The stone was taken to the first floor. As the machinery roared to life, a crowd began to gather. Witnessing the cutting of a stone valued at $250,000 was far more exhilarating than slicing a mere $500 stone. The process, however, seemed a bit sluggish. Bored, Xiao Fan began scrolling through his phone. The allure of the numerous beautiful young women he encountered began to fade. Even after viewing dozens of fair-skinned, attractive ladies, his interest waned. In his eyes, despite the beauty filters, they paled in comparison to Su Yue, who appeared effortlessly elegant without any makeup. It's rising. It's rising. Suddenly, someone shouted. The machine halted, and water surged forth, revealing a striking pure green hue that captivated everyone's attention. Congratulations, a remarkable increase, exclaimed onlookers. High ice variety, just shy of being classified as glass grade. What a pity. Yet, it is still impressive. I'll take it for 500,000. The surrounding crowd began to voice their bids as jewel merchants joined in the fray. Please continue with the extraction. Let us unveil everything, Xiao Fan stated calmly. He was already aware of what lay within, and thus felt no excitement. This demeanor was strikingly different from the crowd's reaction. Purchasing at 250,000 and now reaching 500,000 represented a substantial gain, an achievement that would leave even the wealthy feeling astonished, yet Xiao Fan remained unfazed. The machine whirred to life again. The extraction expert took considerable time and care to carefully unveil the entire jade piece. A significant rise, given the color and quality. This base is worth at least 2 million, exclaimed one observer. Young man, I'll take it for 220,000. The crowd gasped in amazement. This raw stone had undoubtedly soared in value. Firecrackers crackled as the owner signaled the celebration. The noise attracted even more onlookers, including the two groups Xiao Fan had previously encountered, who now displayed regret upon seeing the extracted stone. They had all considered this piece but deemed the price slightly excessive, opting instead to explore other options. Little did they know that Xiao Fan had seized the opportunity first. Handsome, we'll take it for 280,000. Zhou's jewelry will purchase it. It's unlikely anyone will outbid this, Manager Shin declared, her commanding presence sweeping across the crowd. The others fell silent, recognizing that with Zhou's jewelry's influence, this price would yield only a modest profit. In fact, purchasing it could potentially incur a loss. Deal. Xiao Fan observed that no one else was bidding and promptly declared 2,800,000. He was quite content with this price. Along with the remaining 250,000, his funds exceeded 3 million. Chapter 7. Senior, I will move over immediately. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and Xiao Fan departed. With 3 million in his account, he was now eligible to inspect the merchandise on the third floor, yet his eyes felt weary, prompting him to postpone further viewing for the day. Manager Su, this is Xiao Fan. He called the supermarket's purchasing manager, Su Yang, after returning home. I would like to order 300 tons of that rice from a couple of days ago. May I inquire about the pricing you can offer? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Fan had previously purchased 30 tons. He assumed there would be a considerable interval before another order. To his surprise, the request for 300 tons came so soon. At the previous rate, the cost would amount to 900,000. This is a significant order, Mr. Xiao. Given our established relationship as returning customers, I can certainly offer a discount. How does a dime off per pound sound? This is my utmost sincerity. Su Yang quickly deliberated before responding. The quality of the rice was not particularly high, priced at only $1.50 per pound, leaving limited profit margins. However, the volume assured some degree of profitability. Very well. How long will it take? Xiao Fan inquired. 3 days. Su Yang replied with certainty. 300 tons of rice would be challenging to procure in times of famine. However, today, a large truck could carry several tons, making the total of 300 tons feasible within 10 trucks. Understood. I will transfer half of the payment to you now, with the remaining half upon delivery. Xiao Fan promptly transferred 420,000 for the goods. He was not concerned about Su Yang absconding with the funds. 420,000 was not a sum that would compel such actions, especially considering Su Yang, as a manager, earned a salary not much less than that amount annually. Furthermore, absconding with the money would lead to severe consequences if apprehended by the authorities. 300 tons equated to 600,000 pounds. With 12,000 soldiers, each requiring 1 pound of food daily, this would suffice for only 5 days. Xiao Fan calculated briefly, astonished at the staggering consumption rate. Although he currently had just over 3 million in his account, he understood that he could not spend it all at once. To earn more, he needed substantial capital. I shall visit the third floor of Dongji Raw Stones tomorrow. The prices there are higher, and any significant increase would yield a handsome profit, Xiao Fan mused to himself. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was a call from Liang Wu. He felt a tinge of curiosity. What could Liang Wu want? Was Lu Kuan an imposter seeking to reclaim the reward of 500,000? Regardless, Xiao Fan remained unperturbed and answered the call. Team Leader Liang. How curious that you are calling me, Xiao Fan remarked. His parents' car accident had initially been handled by the traffic police. But as the perpetrator fled and could not be located, the case had eventually been transferred to Liang Wu. At first, Liang Wu contacted him daily. But the calls had gradually diminished, leaving Xiao Fan in a state of despair. Liang Wu spoke in a low voice. Xiao Fan, during the interrogation of Lu Kuan, he revealed some additional information. There has been progress in your parents' case. I will continue to investigate. There is hope for the resolution of your parents' case. A glimmer of joy appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes. The compensation for his parents' death no longer mattered to him. He simply wished for the perpetrator to face justice. Had the assailant not fled, it was entirely conceivable that his parents could have survived. At 21 years of age, the impact of their death when he was merely 16 lingered heavily upon him, and he had yet to fully recover even after 5 long years. Team Leader Liang. What kind of clues do we have? Xiao Fan inquired eagerly. Liang Wu replied solemnly. This information cannot be disclosed to you. You have waited too long. Otherwise, I would not have even made this call. In any case, we will do our utmost. With that, Liang Wu ended the call. As he had many pressing matters to attend to each day, Xiao Fan's eyes reddened. At last, there was hope. He had not anticipated that capturing Lu Kuan would bring him such unexpected joy. It seems Su Yue is not a harbinger of disaster, but rather a beacon of fortune. He mused inwardly. Without Su Yue drawing the culprit out, he would never have earned the bounty of 500,000, nor would Liang Wu have discovered new leads. Lu Kuan had been wanted for 2 years. Had he not been apprehended this time, he might have continued to elude justice for several more years, perhaps even longer. Ding dong, ding dong. As evening fell, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Xiao Fan found it peculiar. The houses adjacent to the school had seen frequent transactions. His former neighbors had long since moved away, and in recent years, he had not acquainted himself with any new ones. If it were someone like Yang Rong coming to cause trouble, they certainly would not ring the bell. Lost in thought, Xiao Fan approached the door. He instinctively peered through the peephole, a habit he had developed after his parents had passed. Su classmate, what brings you here? Xiao Fan exclaimed in surprise upon opening the door. Standing outside was none other than Su Yue, who hurriedly stepped inside as soon as the door opened. Senior, quickly close the door. If someone discovers I'm here, it could lead to trouble, she urged. Xiao Fan shut the door, though not completely. I have no intention of renting out this place again, and others are already aware of it. It would not be wise for you to stay here, he stated. He had no intention of moving in with her. The mere suggestion of cohabitation, regardless of the circumstances, would undoubtedly attract attention. I understand, Senior. That day, you broke your phone to save me, so I bought you a new one. Please turn it on and see if it works, Siyue said, pulling out a sleek new phone from her bag. Xiao Fan was taken aback. He was astonished that she remembered such a detail. Su classmate. This phone must cost 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, right? My old phone was only 2,000 and it served me for 3 years. I guess it's a perfect opportunity to upgrade. Xiao Fan raised the new phone in his hand. Siyue, with her keen eyes, immediately recognized that the phone Xiao Fan had just purchased was merely a low-end model. Senior, you have saved my life. This is just a token of my gratitude. And I hope you will accept it, she said as she prepared to leave. To buy this phone, she had rented a small hotel for 3 days, working tirelessly until 3 in the morning to earn 6,000 yuan. As a top-notch hacker, it would not be difficult for her to make easy money, especially if she revealed her online moniker as the Ugly Duckling, which would attract significant contracts. However, accepting jobs under the guise of a newcomer, despite her skills, proved challenging. Why would anyone trust a novice? Consequently, the tasks Su Yue could currently secure were often poorly compensated, as 6,000 yuan worth of work could take others an entire month to complete. Su, have you found a suitable place yet? Xiao Fan inquired. Su Yue shook her head, admitting that she had not searched at all in the past few days. Given the limited time, it was unlikely she would find something satisfactory. If you do not mind, you can stay here for the next few days. I need to be away for a while, Xiao Fan offered. He had to return to his hometown to pay his respects at his parents' graves, discuss the matter of his grandfather's survival, and follow up on leads from Liangwu. Additionally, he needed to procure supplies and winter clothing, as well as visit the raw stone market in other areas. Managing all these tasks would take at least 10 days to half a month. Senior, are you going far? Su Yue asked, surprised. The holidays had not yet begun. Xiao Fan nodded. I expect to be away for half a month. If you are not afraid of rumors, you may stay here. This time will allow you to search for a house. Thank you, Senior. I will move in right away. Su Yue exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 8. Su Yue moved and Xiao Fan quickly stopped her. You can move in tomorrow. I still need to sleep here tonight. Although there were 2 rooms, Su Yue's moving in would cause some inconvenience. Oh, Su Yue said, her face slightly flushed. Xiao Fan retrieved a key from his room. This is the key to the front door. You can move in tomorrow. If anyone asks, you can say you rented this place, giving you half a month to find a new home. After receiving the key, Su Yue left promptly. Early the next morning, before Xiao Fan had even risen, the doorbell rang. Su Yue had arrived, dragging a suitcase. You are here so early, Su? Xiao Fan said, slightly taken aback. It was still barely dawn, and the sun had yet to rise. I thought it would be quieter at this hour. If I waited longer, carrying the suitcase could cause some trouble, Su Yue replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Xiao Fan observed her and nodded in agreement. Indeed, such troubles do exist. The burdens of beauty can be rather overwhelming. Unlike him, who has never encountered such dilemmas throughout his life. Having undergone a transformative journey, his appearance has now reached the level of a campus heartthrob. Yet he still falls short of the ethereal beauty exhibited by Su Yue. Furthermore, a man's poverty can overshadow all other merits, even if he possesses striking looks. They will be disregarded in light of his financial struggles. You can handle it yourself, Su Jr. I shall indulge in a bit more slumber, Xiao Fan yawned. Expressing his intentions, his plan for the day included a visit to Dongji Raw Stones before returning to the countryside, but at this early hour, Dongji Raw Stones had yet to open its doors. Su Yue wheeled her suitcase into the guest room. Xiao Fan promptly returned to his room and swiftly drifted back into a peaceful slumber. He was uncertain whether the transformative process was still ongoing or if the exhaustion from using his X-ray vision was significant. But he felt he needed a full 10 hours of sleep to feel rejuvenated. How delightful, once she had settled her belongings. Su Yue gazed quietly at the kapok flowers outside the window. The morning sunlight illuminated the vibrant red blossoms, creating a breathtaking scene. Having risen early, Su Yue lay down on the bed and soon succumbed to sleep once more. How comforting. 2 hours later, Su Yue awoke, recently plagued by insomnia and restless nights. She found this place surprisingly soothing. Good morning. Xiao Fan had also awakened, emerging from the master bedroom just as he spotted Su Yue, looking refreshed from her slumber. She appeared stunningly beautiful. Good morning, Senior, Su Yue replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. After speaking, she quickly retreated to her own room. If only I could share a home with such a campus beauty, Xiao Fan mused inwardly. Yet, he merely entertained the thought. He harbored no intentions in that regard. His grandfather was still waging a rebellion in another realm, fighting valiantly in battle. With both parents deceased, being an only child, Xiao Hai was his sole remaining relative. Even aside from familial ties, aiding Xiao Hai would surely yield various benefits, paving the way for a promising future. With wealth and power at his disposal, would he ever lack for companionship? Su Jr., make sure to find a new place quickly. Goodbye. After freshening up, Xiao Fan departed swiftly. Su Yue peeked her head out from her room, glancing around, and only when she confirmed Xiao Fan had left did she step out. It was not that she feared any ill intentions from him. Having moved in, she naturally trusted his character. Rather, she felt that in the early morning, unkempt and unwashed, her appearance would not reflect well in his eyes. At Dongji Raw Stones, Xiao Fan's presence did not stir much commotion. The clientele today differed significantly from that of the previous day, and the revelation of over 2 million worth of jade was not particularly extraordinary on this street. After Xiao Fan's departure yesterday, others had unearthed jade valued at 5 million in the remaining shops. However, the counterpart had already invested 3 million in purchasing that rough stone, extracting jadeite valued at 5 million. Thus the profit was roughly equivalent to that of Xiao Fan. Good sir, you've arrived quite early today. The owner of Dongji Rough Stones greeted warmly upon seeing Xiao Fan in the store. Xiao Fan had made a considerable fortune yesterday, and the owner shared in that success. With Xiao Fan's profitable ventures in his shop, many others were motivated to purchase rough stones as well, leading to sales that equaled a week's worth of business in just one day. One must seize the opportunity to profit, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. Boss, May I visit the third floor? Is there a need for a capital verification? The owner shook his head vigorously. You just earned $3 million yesterday. Besides, the goods on the third floor are simply unattainable without funds. Soon, Xiao Fan ascended to the third floor. As he anticipated, the number of rough stones had diminished, with only about 10 remaining. Sir, all the stones on the third floor are in the $1 million range, while the prices are slightly higher. The chances of uncovering valuable pieces are also significantly greater, the owner of Dongji Rough Stones said with a grin, estimating that Xiao Fan's earnings would soon line his own pockets. Fortunes gained by chance will inevitably be lost through skill. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. You carry on with your business. I shall take my time to browse. Very well. The owner departed from the third floor. Xiao Fan scanned the selection of stones, varying in size. The larger pieces were substantial, and utilizing his X-ray vision, it was impossible to assess them all at once. However, he might manage to examine half of them. This piece, valued over $3 million, is dismissed. This large one, priced at around $100,000, is unlikely to yield quality. Thus eliminated. Xiao Fan took a cursory glance at the stones before selecting 5. If none of these 5 contained good material, his visit would be in vain. Miss, what kind of gaze is that? Do you think my skills are lacking? He said, glancing at a service attendant on the third floor, who appeared considerably more attractive than her counterparts on the first and second floors. And no, not at all, the attendant stammered, suppressing a laugh. How could she perceive Xiao Fan's prowess? Xiao Fan gestured toward the window. Miss, why don't you take a moment to admire the view outside? Your gaze makes me quite nervous. The attendant quickly turned her attention to the window, aware that she must not offend a customer capable of accessing the third floor. Xiao Fan focused intently on a rough stone, swiftly employing his X-ray ability. 1, 2, 3. As he neared the 5th stone, he could no longer contain himself and blinked. The first and third stones, he concluded, would yield a loss. The second was small, while the fourth might bring a modest profit. The 5th, however, seemed promising for a gain of $1 to $2 million. Xiao Fan pondered quietly. After returning home yesterday, he had delved into online resources to bolster his knowledge of jadeite. While his assessments could not be deemed infallible, he was confident in his general evaluations. Summon your boss. I intend to acquire this piece for $1 million, Xiao Fan declared, gesturing towards the 5th raw stone, which was priced at $118,000. Such raw stones were not easily disposed of, and Xiao Fan estimated that securing it for $1 million was quite feasible. Esteemed guest, that price is somewhat low. Might you consider increasing it? The proprietor inquired as he quickly ascended the stairs. Xiao Fan shook his head, responding, This stone has likely lingered in your shop for quite some time. $1 million in cash is far more enticing than a mere stone. If you refuse, I shall explore other establishments. However, should you agree, let us proceed to the stone's unveiling immediately. The proprietor's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. A public unveiling of a raw stone valued at $1 million would surely attract considerable attention. If fortune favored Xiao Fan and he unveiled a remarkable jade, it would significantly boost the shop's sales. As for the potential losses from gambling on stones, such occurrences were commonplace and would not bear substantial negative repercussions for the business. Sell, the proprietor decisively declared. Chapter 9. To attain wealth, one must first encounter green. Ah, my friend, you've struck green. You've struck green. A voice exclaimed excitedly near the machine as Xiao Fan idly played with his phone. Xiao Fan glanced over, bemused. In other locales, such declarations could provoke ire. Yet here on Gambling Stone Street, all aspired to encounter that elusive green. You've outdone yourself, my young friend. Yesterday, you saw a surge, and today, another. Someone nearby marveled. As a throng gathered around, some had witnessed Xiao Fan's previous success, and now he was experiencing another boon. Boss, shall we continue cutting? The stone cutter inquired, seeking Xiao Fan's direction. The current unveiling had indeed yielded green, albeit not in vast quantities. Xiao Fan smiled and replied, Let us proceed as we did yesterday. Unveil all of it. What a bold spirit, chuckled the proprietor of Dongji Raw Stones. Continuing the cutting process would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. The popularity of the entire street was being drawn towards Xiao Fan's endeavor. Feel free to film the stones, but do not include me, he cautioned, noticing someone live streaming. Understood. Understood, came the prompt reply. He dared not offend someone who could easily spend millions on raw stones without a hint of anxiety. Amidst the shrill noise of the machine, the stones were gradually unveiled. It was quite deafening, prompting Xiao Fan to retreat upstairs. Why not spend this time watching videos of beautiful women or engaging in a few games? He mused. 2 or 3 hours passed. The clamor of the machine ceased, replaced by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Amidst the cacophony, the sound of firecrackers erupted. Xiao Fan shook his head in disbelief. Was such celebration truly warranted? Having previewed much of the stone, he anticipated a profit of 1 or 2 million. Did one truly need to set off firecrackers for a 1 million purchase yielding a profit of merely 1 or 2 million? My young friend, what a remarkable search. A tremendous search, the proprietor exclaimed as he bounded upstairs. Xiao Fan responded with a calm smile. Do not attempt to deceive me, my friend. If the gains are not 3 to 5 times, it cannot be deemed a significant surge. My young friend, it exceeds 3 to 5 times. The value of the jadeite unearthed is undoubtedly no less than 8 million. The boss exclaimed with a fervent expression, already anticipating a significant surge in sales today. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Has it risen so much? Having studied some knowledge about jadeite, he found such a spike hard to comprehend. Could it be that the small section he had not examined contained a rare gem? Hastily, Xiao Fan made his way downstairs. The jadeite had been completely revealed, with one piece boasting a glass-like quality and an exorbitant value. If he had known it would appreciate so greatly, he would not have showcased it publicly. He mused to himself. An increase of 1 or 2 million might go unnoticed, but a sudden surge of several million would surely incite envy among some. He intended to sell this piece, inviting bids from those interested. His gaze swept over the prominent gem dealers present, who immediately began to place their offers. Some bosses joined in as well. Purchasing jadeite could lead to profits in the tens of millions over time. Ultimately, this piece of jadeite was sold for 8,800,000. Receiving a bank notification, Xiao Fan's heart raced with excitement. His account balance had reached an 8-digit figure, a thought he had never dared to entertain before. He decided he could not return to this street anytime soon. Xiao Fan left in haste. Having experienced 2 substantial price increases, should he return and witness another surge, he would attract too much attention. Noticing something amiss, Xiao Fan keenly observed in the taxi's rearview mirror that a vehicle was tailing him. After 2 significant price hikes, it was likely someone wanted to profit from him. Driver, I need to reach Leishan County in the shortest time possible. If you can get me there quickly, I'll give you 2,000. Xiao Fan said. The taxi driver's eyes lit up instantly. Leishan County was just over 100 kilometers away. Normally, the fare would be around 300. Buckle up, handsome. The driver slammed on the accelerator, determined to earn that 2,000. 5 minutes later, Xiao Fan could no longer see the pursuing vehicle in the mirror. In terms of driving skills and road knowledge, ordinary individuals could not compete with the taxi driver. Nice speed, driver. Here is your 2,000. Upon arriving in Leishan County, Xiao Fan transferred the agreed amount to him. With an 8-digit account balance, 2,000 was now mere pocket change. Thank you, thank you. The driver expressed his gratitude joyfully. To Liuhe Town, please. After purchasing a bus ticket, Xiao Fan took a seat on the coach heading home. The air was unpleasant, with someone vomiting aboard. He thought to himself that he ought to obtain a driver's license and buy a car. After a couple of hours of swaying, Xiao Fan finally reached the town, where he bought some offerings for worship. By the time he arrived at the village, it was already evening. Xiao Fan, why are you back at this hour? You brat. Come have dinner at your aunt's. Your uncle just caught a big grass carp. The villagers are simple-hearted, greeting Xiao Fan as he passes by. He warmly reciprocates their salutations. When his parents passed away, it was the villagers who aided in laying them to rest, a kindness that Xiao Fan has cherished in his heart ever since. After 20 minutes, he arrived at the back mountain of his ancestral home, where his parents rest. Father, mother, I have returned to see you. Lighting incense, Xiao Fan respectfully bowed 3 times. The purpose of this visit was to share 2 pieces of good news, the first being that his grandfather is still alive and has astonishingly traversed to another world. The second, that Captain Liang has found clues, and the scoundrel responsible for your demise will surely be brought to justice, unable to escape the law's severe retribution. As he burned paper money, he spoke softly to his parents. Although a man seldom sheds tears, memories of the past moved Xiao Fan to weep. Fan Gu, my mother sent me to call you back for dinner. As dusk approached, someone came to summon Xiao Fan. Rising, he looked at the newcomer. Who's I? You have 2 months until your midterms. Are you feeling confident? The visitor, Cheng Hu, appeared somewhat downcast as he replied, I do have confidence. But I may not continue my studies. I will likely have to work to earn money. The majority of families in the village are quite impoverished. The cost of high school tuition, accommodation, and living expenses are burdens too heavy for them to bear. Let's head back. I will speak with your parents, Xiao Fan urged. Extinguishing the embers on the ground. Fan Gu, please don't mention it to them. They have it hard enough. and my younger siblings still need to study. I can help the family by working, Chung-Hu quickly interjected. They descended the mountain swiftly, and before long, they returned to the village. Xiao Fan had grown up in this village before his family moved to the city, where they purchased a house, and he began attending school at the age of 15. Just as he entered high school, tragedy struck with the loss of his parents. Fan Zai, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Chung-Hu's mother warmly invited Xiao Fan to join them. He soon took a seat, and as he gazed upon the dishes laid out before him, his eyes glistened with emotion. There were 5 dishes in total: chicken, fish, and cured meat. This chicken was prepared by Uncle Tian and brought over. And this cured meat is from Grandpa Chen's family. Eat well and replenish your strength, Chung-Hu's mother encouraged. Whenever Xiao Fan returned to the village, the families would share dishes, creating a bountiful feast despite their modest means. The village was small, with only 20 to 30 households, most of whom were struggling. Yet the warmth of human connection was palpable, far surpassing that of the city. Uncle, aunt, who still needs to continue his studies. I have recently earned some money, and I will provide 10,000 each year for the village children attending high school, 15,000 for those in secondary universities, and 20,000 for those in primary universities. Xiao Fan declared. On the way down, he had already resolved to give back to his village. Chung-Hu and the others looked at Xiao Fan in astonishment. Fan Zai, have you been bewitched in the mountains? Chung-Hu's mother reached out to touch Xiao Fan's forehead. In Chapter 10, the school bell invites him to dinner. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, Auntie, I speak sincerely. Huzi and the others ought to study more. I currently possess the means to assist them. If the villagers treated him poorly, he would not have such benevolence, regardless of his wealth. However, when his parents passed away, he was unaware of the bank card password and had no money. It was the villagers who contributed both financially and physically to ensure his parents were laid to rest. In the following years, every time he returned to the village, he was always well fed. Chung-Hu's father, Cheng Xinghua, spoke solemnly. Fan, even if you have some money, it is better to save it for your own future and rely on yourself. Xiao Fan responded with a grin. Uncle Cheng, are you underestimating me? With my looks, there are plenty of young ladies chasing after me. Cheng Xinghua and his wife clearly did not believe him. Even Xinghu was skeptical. Uncle, our village is small. Only a handful go to high school or university each year. I calculated that it would amount to no more than 100,000 a year. I can manage that. Xiao Fan smiled. His bank card currently held over 10 million. More importantly, he possessed the ability of X-ray vision, allowing him to earn money faster than robbing a bank. Fan, you must not force this matter, Cheng Xinghua frowned. Xiao Fan shook his head. I am not forcing it. Uncle, I will transfer 100,000 to you shortly. And when I leave tomorrow, you can discuss this with the others. Cheng Xinghua shook his head repeatedly. That won't do. You return to the village every year. It is better to give it directly to those in need. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. The next day, he visited each household in the village. Currently, no one was attending university. There were 3 in high school and 2 about to enter high school. In total, he distributed 50,000. A sum that brought him great satisfaction. Fan, come back with your wife soon. Your parents would be delighted. Cheng Xinghua said as he rode Xiao Fan to the town on his motorcycle. Xiao Fan extended his hand. Cheng Xinghua frowned. 5 years? You are already 21. 5 years is too long. You should marry soon and start a family. Xiao Fan chuckled. Uncle, what I meant was to bring 5 back with me. Stop joking. Be careful on the road. Cheng Xinghua replied, somewhat exasperated. Xiao Fan waved goodbye as he boarded the bus to the county city. As the bus departed, Cheng Xinghua smoked a cigarette, gazing into the distance. Old Xiao Fan has become successful. You and your wife can rest in peace. Grandfather mentioned that the soldiers lacked food and winter clothing. Those 300 tons of grain would sustain them for several days if sent. Now, he needed to consider the clothing issue. Xiao Fan mused that tactical training uniforms would be most suitable, though certainly not military grade. A complete set online cost only a few hundred yuan. If he only needed a few sets, he could easily purchase them online. However, he required at least 120,000 sets, one for each person, without considering changes or laundry. When calculated, it amounted to several tens of millions. Directly visiting factories to procure goods would undoubtedly be more economical and less conspicuous. Should he order such a vast quantity of clothing online, he would surely attract unwanted attention. Upon returning to the city, Xiao Fan swiftly boarded the high-speed train heading south. Within 3 days, he visited 6 factories. Boss, I require a substantial initial batch, with even more to follow. Please provide me with your best price. I would rather not make multiple trips. Xiao Fan stated as he produced several business cards from his pocket. The boss's pupils dilated slightly. All the cards belonged to rival companies, each larger than his own. How many do you need, young man? The boss inquired. Xiao Fan smiled and replied, for the initial order, I need 2,000 sets each of standard, large, and extra-large sizes. If all goes well, the subsequent order could be 10 times that. The boss's breathing quickened. That was indeed a significant quantity. I can offer you 200%, but I cannot go lower without compromising quality. He deliberated for some time. Agreed. I will pay half the deposit up front. How long will it take? Xiao Fan asked. Without hesitating, the boss responded, we have manufactured similar garments before. Our daily output is around 800 pieces, and with overtime, we can exceed 1,000. It will take approximately a week. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. 6,000 pieces in a week meant it would take months to fulfill the order of 120,000 sets. His grandfather could not wait that long. Clearly, he would need to explore other locations. Xiao Fan contemplated this as he visited 2 more factories the following day, placing an order for 6,000 pieces at one of them. He then hurried back to the city. It was already the 5th day. Tonight, his grandfather would contact him regarding the transfer of 300 tons of grain. Mr. Xiao, as you requested. The 300 tons of grain have been unloaded into the warehouse. Regarding the remaining payment. Upon arriving at the rented warehouse, Xiao Fan met manager Su Yang. Before returning, Xiao Fan had informed him of the location of the warehouse key. Su Yang opened the door himself to unload the goods. I'll conduct a random inspection of the cargo. Everything seems in order, Xiao Fan said as he checked 3 random packages. Manager Su, I've transferred the remaining payment to you. Xiao Fan stated promptly. Su Yang sighed with relief and smiled, reminding him, Mr. Xiao, there is a considerable amount of grain in the warehouse now, so it would be wise to have someone monitor it. Xiao Fan nodded. Thank you for the reminder. After Su Yang left, a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in Xiao Fan's eyes. He had no intention of continuing to use that warehouse. Su Yang was quite astute. If he kept purchasing grain from him to be delivered there, he might inadvertently reveal something unusual. Suddenly, a grumble echoed from his stomach. He had eaten a mediocre meal on the train and had barely touched it. Grandfather often reaches out in the dead of night. Perhaps I should indulge in a hearty meal first, thought Xiao Fan to himself. Just then, his phone rang, and he retrieved it from his pocket. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was a call from Su Yuwei. Junior Su, have you found a place to rent? He inquired. Su Yuwei's sweet voice came through. Senior, it's not that easy to find a place so quickly. I search every day, but nothing suitable has come up. I still owe you a meal. When would be convenient for you? Xiao Fan rubbed his stomach, relishing the idea of being treated to a sumptuous feast by the campus belle. How about tonight? Just let me know where to meet. After hanging up, Su Yuwei swiftly made a reservation, which was quite affordable, averaging around 100 yuan per person, albeit somewhat distant from the school. She preferred not to be seen dining with Xiao Fan by acquaintances. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at the designated location, where Su Yuwei had already been waiting for 2 minutes. Senior, over here. Upon spotting him, she stood and waved. Though she wore a mask, her voice attracted the attention of several patrons. Junior Su, I want to refuse your generous invitation to dinner, Xiao Fan said with a smile as he approached. Please, enjoy yourself, Su Yuwei giggled, removing her mask. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Su Yuwei had applied a touch of light makeup, her beauty nearing perfection. Chapter 11. Dining together and being spotted, Su Yuwei had chosen a window-side booth, bathed in the golden glow of the sunset, creating an exquisite ambience. The phrases drowning fish and falling geese, moon concealing and flowers blushing flitted through Xiao Fan's mind. In that instant, his heart raced. Yet, he quickly suppressed this fluttering feeling. This was not the ideal time for romance. With his parents deceased in a car accident and the reckless driver remaining unpunished for 5 years, the situation was dire. Although his grandfather was still alive, the path ahead was perilous. A goddess-like figure such as Su Yuwei certainly had many admirers. Any slight closeness between them would undoubtedly attract attention, and some aspects of his life could not withstand scrutiny, such as the grain stored in the warehouse. If word got out that hundreds of tons of grain had inexplicably vanished, would he be summoned for questioning by certain mysterious entities? Senior, Su Yuwei called. Her cheeks slightly flushed. She sensed something unusual in Xiao Fan's gaze. Ahem, let us order, he said, clearing his throat, and proceeded to order 2 of his favorite dishes without hesitation. Su Yuwei added 2 more dishes to the order. Senior, you've taken a half-month leave. What will you do about the exams? She asked, puzzled. Xiao Fan chuckled. I've already self-studied this semester's material. while I want to boast. I should be able to pass the finals without much trouble. Aware of his reliance on no one but himself, Xiao Fan diligently applied himself. He had already self-studied part of his senior courses. His previous ambition was to complete his studies swiftly, pursue a degree in law, and one day personally deliver the perpetrator to justice. Senior, what have you been up to lately? Su Yue inquired with curiosity. Just busy with nothing significant. Enough about me. Let us talk about you. Have you looked at any apartments recently? Surely, there must be at least one that catches your fancy? Xiao Fan deftly shifted the topic. The matters occupying his time were not something he wished to share with Su Yue. Was it necessary to draw her attention by boasting about his earnings? Absolutely not. Su Yue sighed. I haven't ventured far for viewings, but I've seen 3 nearby. None of them are quite appealing. Your place is still the best. Xiao Fan pondered. Surely, Su Yue doesn't intend to linger in my apartment indefinitely? I promise, Senior. I'll make an effort to find a place soon, she reassured him. A hint of melancholy clouded her expression. Xiao Fan's gaze seemed to suggest he preferred her not to linger too long. There is no rush. I mentioned you could stay for half a month. That should be ample time. Xiao Fan smiled. He was merely returning for a short visit. Planning to stay at the warehouse tonight before departing again tomorrow. Thank you, Senior. Their conversation progressed until the dishes they ordered arrived. With no romantic intentions towards Su Yue, Xiao Fan felt at ease, engaging in light-hearted banter as their meal approached its conclusion. Isn't that Su Yue? Someone remarked as they spotted her dining with a companion. She actually has a boyfriend and came all this way to dine with him. A girl descending from the upper floor caught sight of Su Yue. From her angle, she could only see the back of Xiao Fan and not his face. Pulling out her phone, she swiftly captured 2 photographs. The distance was sufficient that Su Yue remained oblivious. With Xiao Fan facing away, he was even less likely to notice he was being photographed. Shortly after leaving the establishment, the girl eagerly uploaded the images to the campus forum, titled A Flower with an Owner, exposing Su Yue's mysterious boyfriend. Upon seeing the headline, many muttered in annoyance. Another clickbait title. Yet, their fingers still hovered over the mouse, clicking into the post. Wow, it's really Su Yue. Who is that guy? I challenge him to a duel. Within 5 minutes, the post garnered numerous responses. Ding. Su Yue's phone chimed, revealing a call from Song Jia. Senior, I'll take this call. Though she initially contemplated ignoring it, she reconsidered since it was a fellow dorm mate. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yue answered the phone. Hey Yue, what are you up to? I was thinking of visiting your place. Is it convenient? Song Jia asked. Su Yue frowned inwardly. Dining with Xiao Fan was something she preferred to keep under wraps. Bringing Song Jia to the residence for a tour is rather inconvenient. Song Jia, I'm dining out. Let's discuss the tour later. This house may need to be changed, said Su Yue. Song Jia, surprised, exclaimed, dining out with Xiao Fan? The photograph only captured Xiao Fan's silhouette from the shoulders up, and given the distance, it was challenging for an unfamiliar person to ascertain his identity. Song Jia could not be certain it was indeed Xiao Fan. My phone is almost out of battery. I must hang up, she stated. Su Yue quickly ended the call. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. While Su Yue was on the phone, he took out his device to pass the time. A message from Shinshin popped up, featuring a screenshot from a forum, accompanied by a question mark emoji. Su, too many people know you. We've been photographed, Xiao Fan sighed. He showed the message to Su Yue. Her brows knitted together. Song Jia must have seen the post. She deliberately called. If she discovers that I lied, she will surely think there is something unusual between us, Su Yue thought to herself, regretting answering Song Jia's call. I'm sorry, Senior. I never expected to be recognized from such a distance. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, they only captured my silhouette. You can say I was having dinner with a distant cousin or something. Su Yue responded softly, Senior, I am also an orphan. My apologies. Xiao Fan paused, realizing he was unaware of this detail. It's nothing. I'm quite accustomed to it. I grew up in an orphanage. It has always been my home. She replied with a neutral expression. However, Xiao Fan could discern a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Let's refrain from discussing such sorrowful topics, Su. We should leave before someone comes and corners us here, Xiao Fan suggested. Su Yue nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the restaurant, they each hailed a taxi to depart. Third brother, are you there? Give a sign. Shinshin sent another message. Xiao Fan understood that Shinshin and the others from his dorm would surely recognize him. It's me. Don't say anything reckless. There's nothing going on between Su Yue and me, he replied. Oh, came Shinshin's pointed response. Xiao Fan knew that the situation was too complicated for any clear explanation, and he felt disinclined to clarify anything. He trusted that Shinchen and the others would not spread rumors. The buzz surrounding Su Yue was undeniably compelling. Xiao Fan entered the forum to browse. The post had garnered hundreds of replies in merely a few minutes. The background does resemble Xiao Fan, he mused. Suddenly, he came across a comment that made him feel resigned. Indeed, someone had guessed that he was involved. A photograph of him walking with Su Yue a few days prior had resurfaced. Chapter 12. Are conventional weapons useless? It seems unlikely that it could be Xiao Fan. How could Su Yue possibly have an interest in him? I also find it implausible, yet the resemblance to Xiao Fan is indeed striking. The forum has divided into two factions, embroiled in heated debate. Xiao Fan finds himself somewhat exasperated. These individuals possess an abundance of energy. Would it not be more enjoyable to channel it into a game? The master has arrived at this juncture. With a considerable distance remaining to the warehouse, Xiao Fan instructed the taxi to halt, opting to walk the rest of the way. Meanwhile, Su Yue also returned home. She retrieved her computer and swiftly began typing. With her hacking prowess, it took her less than half a minute to ascertain the identity of the individual who posted. Luo Qingling. Su Yue furrowed her brow, recognizing Luo Qingling as another campus belle, albeit ranked beneath her. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yue promptly infiltrated Luo Qingling's phone, hastily examining her recent photo albums. To her relief, there were no frontal photographs of Xiao Fan. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Had anyone discovered his identity? Trouble would surely have ensued for him. An idea struck her. She quickly altered the photos on Luo Qingling's device. Subsequently, Su Yue discreetly replaced the images in the post with her modified versions. From the server's backend, she discovered that 5 individuals had downloaded the photos. After a brief period, she also replaced those images. How amusing. They actually believed it to be Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's hair whirl was on the left, while the individual in the photo had theirs on the right. What poor eyesight they have, Su Yue commented. She also juxtaposed the photos of Xiao Fan with her modified images. Upon closer inspection, it became evident, one left world and one right world, confirming they were not the same person. The others hastily compared the two. The argument ceased abruptly. Su Yue breathed a sigh of relief. What is happening? At that moment, Xiao Fan was perusing the posts himself and was taken aback by Su Yue's response. Could it be that the academic prodigy is also a computer whiz? Did she not study finance? Xiao Fan pondered. The images had undoubtedly been altered, and Su Yue was the most likely culprit. But does she possess such capabilities? Su Yue, what is going on with the post? During dinner, Xiao Fan added Su Yue on WeChat and sent her a message. Senior, I had a friend assist me in modifying the photos. Su Yue quickly replied. I see now. Enlightenment dawned upon Xiao Fan. It is only natural for a goddess-like campus belle like Su Yue to have a broad network. After a long day, it wasn't long before Xiao Fan succumbed to sleep. Thud, thud, thud. In the middle of the night, Xiao Fan was jolted awake, groggily gazing into the upright mirror. Grandfather. What is the matter? The reflection revealed Xiao Hai, his body smeared with blood. Xiao Fan noticed a long scar on his arm. After just finishing a battle, minor injuries could be swiftly mended. Xiao Hai waved his hand dismissively. My dear grandson, is that rice behind you? His eyes glimmered with excitement. In recent days, they had scarcely acquired enough provisions, and their remaining supplies were dwindling. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the brink of starvation, Xiao Fan nodded. Grandfather, you are a cultivator. Aren't the soldiers the same? Do cultivators not require sustenance? Can't they absorb the energy of heaven and earth to sustain themselves? Xiao Hai retorted. How could ordinary soldiers possibly reach the level of fasting? Martial soldiers not only need to eat, but their appetites are also considerably larger than average. Xiao Fan replied. With such an impressive cultivator as you, what use could ordinary soldiers serve? As he passed the food along with a mirror, Xiao Fan inquired further. Xiao Hai explained. The laws of this realm strictly forbid the wanton slaughter of ordinary people. Killing 30 to 50 in a year is manageable, but exceeding that would invite divine retribution. Many cities also restrict formidable cultivators from acting recklessly. Xiao Fan realized the implications. Ordinary soldiers must also practice martial arts, right? Do they still require cotton clothing? Xiao Hai responded, martial training necessitates talent. 80% of soldiers may only grasp basic martial techniques, and among the remaining 20%, perhaps only 30% can withstand the bitter cold. You must prepare ample cotton clothing. The height of the soldiers here is comparable to that of our compatriots in Huagua. Xiao Fan nodded, as he had already begun preparations. Grandson, it seems you have earned quite a fortune. This batch of grain is substantial. It should suffice for 5 or 6 days, Xiao Hai expressed with delight. As long as there was food, he felt secure. In the cold weather, they could endure little, but fighting on an empty stomach was simply untenable. Grandfather, should I devise a way to procure some machine guns or something similar for you? Xiao Fan suggested. Such items were unattainable in Huagua, but he could venture abroad. Acquiring them from other nations should be relatively easy, and he wouldn't bring them back. It posed no significant problem. Xiao Hai frowned. You may attempt it, but it might not yield results. I have tried for a long time to produce gunpowder. But the differences between our worlds may have caused this failure. Wait a moment, grandfather, Xiao Fan said as he rushed to a corner and retrieved a box. Soon, he handed the box to Xiao Hai. Upon opening it, Xiao Hai was surprised to find several strings of firecrackers inside. He waved his hand, and a flame appeared nearby. He tossed one string of firecrackers into the fire, but they did not ignite. Through the mirror, Xiao Fan also noted this discrepancy. It seemed that the elements from the two worlds lost their efficacy on Xiao Hai's side. Firearms were likely unfeasible. If you have the opportunity, you could send some firearms over. If not, do not force it. If it's convenient, procure some cold weapons. The metallurgy here is average. The weapons of the strong are excellent, but those of the soldiers are mediocre, Xiao Hai remarked with a hint of regret. If machine guns were effective, he could sweep across the entire world. All right, Xiao Fan nodded. 300 tons of grain is quite a substantial amount, yet when piled into 10-ton heaps, it merely amounts to 30 stacks. Before long, all 300 tons of grain were transferred to Xiao Hai. Grandfather, do you require the fodder for the war horses? Xiao Hai coughed lightly and replied, that is not an immediate concern. My troops are primarily infantry. There are only a few hundred cavalrymen, most of whom do not possess the ability to ride. Dear grandson, I have sustained some injuries, and I fear I cannot provide you with any benefits this time. Xiao Fan nodded. Even if Xiao Hai were to offer him advantages, he would decline. After the last instance when he granted him the power of clairvoyance, Xiao Hai appeared pale and in poor condition. Grandfather, just ensure your health is all right. I will return to see you in 5 days. With that, Xiao Hai vanished in the blink of an eye. I hope grandfather will be all right, Xiao Fan murmured, concern evident in his eyes. The fact that Xiao Hai was injured indicated that, should the enemy possess greater strength, Xiao Hai's life could be at stake. Wait a moment. His grandfather is merely an ordinary person in this world, yet after 9 years there, he has become a formidable cultivator. Is it due to innate talent or something he consumed? A glimmer of realization sparked in Xiao Fan's eyes. If Xiao Hai's prowess stemmed from something he ingested, he could certainly send some of it back. Even if the effectiveness were significantly diminished, as long as it proved beneficial, Xiao Hai could grow stronger. Chapter 13. Women only hinder my speed in drawing my sword in another realm. Xiao Hai soared through the air, swiftly arriving at the military camp. General, as he landed, numerous individuals emerged from the tents to pay their respects, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed upon Xiao Hai. The emperor's tyrannical and foolish rule had incited their rebellion, and now the morale of the army soared, achieving victory after victory. Yet, the generals were acutely aware of the considerable threats lurking behind the facade of triumph. The issue of food supply loomed as the most pressing concern. Although Xiao Hai had previously promised to devise a solution, the grain he had provided was insufficient for an army of over 100,000. Why the long faces? He scolded. I have assured you that I can procure grain, and I will indeed manage to do so. With a fierce glare, he waved his hand, and instantly, bags of grain materialized. His void mirror, a spatial artifact, allowed him to communicate with Xiao Fan, as well as store items. Hundreds of tons of grain were easily contained within. General, is this the same white rice as before? One general exclaimed with immense joy. The quality of the rice purchased by Xiao Fan was rather mediocre, but for the ordinary soldiers in Xiao Hai's world, it was exceptional sustenance. Having been pushed to revolt, one can only imagine the dire state of food available to the common populace. Many had not eaten anything substantial at all. They subsisted on husks, tree bark, and grass roots, consuming whatever was necessary to survive. For them, white rice porridge was a luxury, let alone pure white rice. Indeed, follow me in conquering this land, and I shall ensure that none of you go hungry, Xiao Hai declared with commanding authority. With the grain in hand, he felt a surge of confidence. Several generals hurriedly approached to open a few bags, their joy palpable. Indeed, it was filled with pristine white rice. This variety of rice surpassed that which is sold in grain stores, where the grains often appeared yellow and contained a fair amount of husk and chaff. Half of the rice was distributed to each camp. Xiao Hai remarked as he carefully stored away the other half. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would have nowhere to lament. After a brief 2-day respite, we set forth towards Silver Moon City, Xiao Hai intoned solemnly. Silver Moon City was not small. Capturing it would not be an easy feat, but once secured, it would provide a commendable stronghold. Indeed, the generals replied in unison, their expressions grave. Before the first wave of the cold front arrived, if they could not enter Silver Moon City, many of the soldiers, still clad in thin attire and nursing injuries, might not endure the harsh conditions. The following day, Xiao Fan awakened. Observing his surroundings, he shook his head in dismay. After all, he possessed a fortune in the hundreds of millions. It was somewhat embarrassing to find himself sleeping in a warehouse instead of enjoying the company of a companion. He opened his phone to check the post from the previous day, which had garnered over 3,000 replies. Fortunately, no one had cast suspicion upon him. Third brother, what on earth? Can the swirl on your head move? A message from Shunshin arrived via WeChat. Fourth, refrain from prying into matters of the world. You cannot grasp them, Xiao Fan replied, eliciting a series of eye-roll emojis from Shinchun. Third brother, is there truly no chance with the school beauty Sue? If you could win her over, that would be something. She knows many attractive junior classmates, haha. Soon, another message from Shinchin appeared. Do you think I stand a chance with her? It seems rather difficult. Shinchin was well aware of Xiao Fan's situation, academically. He had the potential to enter prestigious universities if not hindered by the loss of his parents during high school. However, Xiao Fan lacked financial means. The house they had was an aging structure of over a decade, merely 70 or 80 square meters, and should he marry, he would not have familial support. Several suitors openly pursuing Su Yue were wealthy and influential. Thus, you might as well resign yourself to fate. Xiao Fan shook his head, securing the warehouse before departing. 2 hours later, Xiao Fan arrived at the airport, intending to journey to Ruili, Yunnan. The region was abundant in raw gemstones. This trip, he aimed to achieve a modest financial goal. With over 7 million in capital, achieving a tenfold return was entirely feasible given his ability to perceive hidden opportunities. Uncle Cheng, I wish to request your assistance. While waiting for his flight, Xiao Fan called Cheng Xinghua. Young lad, if you have something to say, just go ahead. Cheng Xinghua replied while laboring in the fields, wiping the sweat from his brow. Uncle Cheng, you must be aware of what my grandfather consumed during his era? Cheng Xinghua furrowed his brow. I am not very familiar with what your grandfather ate as a child, but the village elders might know. You can inquire with them. What is your intention? Xiao Fan said. Uncle Cheng, I wish to request your assistance in gathering all the food items my grandfather may have consumed in the past, including even tree bark and roots. Collecting these items will require some funds, so I will transfer you several thousand yuan in advance. Cheng Xinghua quickly replied, Young Fan, there's no need for you to send money. What good food could your grandfather have eaten when he was poor? I will simply call upon the villagers to assist you in this endeavor. It's a trivial matter. Xiao Fan continued. However, the collected items will require refrigeration, so you will need to purchase a couple of larger refrigeration units. We should aim for a comprehensive collection. After hanging up, Xiao Fan transferred 20,000 yuan to Cheng Xinghua, mindful not to send too much, lest Cheng return the excess immediately. What is this young lad planning? Cheng Xinghua pondered, albeit without lingering on the thought, as he hurried home. Knowing it was Xiao Fan's request, many villagers soon gathered. The elderly reminisced about what they had eaten in the past, while the younger ones rushed to search. With Uncle Cheng leading the collection, Xiao Fan felt assured that the task would proceed smoothly. He mused that while not everything could be gathered, a substantial portion certainly would. A few hours later, Xiao Fan's flight landed at Mongsher Airport. He took a taxi to Ruili. By the time he arrived, it was evening, and he opted to stay in a hotel for the night. A knock sounded at the door. When he opened it, he was greeted by a young woman. Handsome. Would you like some company? She purred, casting a flirtatious glance. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan shut the door. Although the woman's looks were quite commendable, scoring above 80 in attractiveness, his recent encounters with Su Yue had sharpened his standards. Why am I even thinking of Su Yue? I must not entertain any notions about her. Women will only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword, he mused. Senior, someone has been following me. I have reported it to the police, so I should not be followed anymore. No one will know that I am staying in your residence. Su Yue's message popped up as Xiao Fan lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone. Clever girl, Xiao Fan chuckled softly. Su Yue had indeed been followed by Lu Kuan a few days prior. Now, having reported it, the police would certainly take action and identify the stalker. Logging onto the school forum, Xiao Fan discovered related posts confirming the incident. With this unfolding, others harboring similar thoughts would surely be dissuaded. Su Jr., make haste in finding a place to stay, Xiao Fan replied to her message. This fellow. Su Yue rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan's response. I won't be looking anymore, humph. However, despite her words, she was not genuinely deterred. She understood that prolonging her stay at Xiao Fan's place might lead to misunderstandings. In the upcoming days, she needed to work diligently to earn more, so she could have a wider choice of options later. Swiftly, Su Yue resumed her work and took on another assignment, although somewhat cumbersome. Completing this task would earn her 20,000 yuan. Chapter 14. The Stone Tycoon. Tang Zitian, young man, I didn't expect to encounter you here. In the bustling Rueli Jade Market, Dong Hui, the proprietor of Dongji Stones, approached Xiao Fan with a warm smile. Are you here to restock, Mr. Dong? Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of raw stones in the area. With so many options, he felt dizzy, and he preferred to utilize his ability to see through the stones sparingly, maximizing his opportunities. Thanks to you, my stock is running low, so I came to replenish it. Dong Hui chuckled. Xiao Fan's 2 successful deals had significantly enriched him. Mr. Dong, I am not very familiar with this place. Would you allow me to accompany you as you explore? I wish to broaden my horizons, Xiao Fan suggested. With over a decade of experience, Dongji Stones was a well-established shop, and at around 50 or 60 years old, Dong Hui undoubtedly possessed invaluable knowledge that could help Xiao Fan avoid pitfalls. Of course, no problem at all, Dong Hui replied cheerfully. His interest in Xiao Fan was not solely due to the profits he had earned, but also stemmed from a desire to forge a connection with him. Xiao Fan had left a profound impression during his 2 stone-cutting sessions. The first time, he was engrossed in a game, and during the second, he even took time to rest on the second floor. It should be noted that the first stone he cut was valued at 250,000, and the second one he purchased was worth over 1 million. His calm demeanor was remarkable, and one could hardly maintain such composure, even with a net worth of several million. Dong Hui speculated that Xiao Fan might have a substantial background, treating the experience as mere amusement. As time ticked by, Xiao Fan followed Dong Hui through various locations, where Dong Hui made an effort to enlighten him on numerous aspects of the trade, insights that were difficult to acquire online. Young man, this establishment offers quality stones at reasonable prices. I often source from them. Shall we take a look inside? Following Dong Hui, Xiao Fan entered a large raw stone warehouse, where an astonishing array of stones was displayed, leaving him in awe. As a veteran stones dealer, Dong Hui's wealth was likely considerable, yet he was undoubtedly outmatched by the owner of this establishment. Mr. Dong, you arrived rather promptly. My new stock has just arrived. And here you are, remarked a gaunt old man, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards clad in black. The men exuded a fierce aura, deterring most individuals. However, Xiao Fan remained unfazed. Dong Hui discreetly observed Xiao Fan's reaction, reflecting, impressive. He recognized that the bodyguards had seen their share of conflict. Yet the young man exhibited no sign of trepidation. Mr. Tang, arriving late means all the good pieces will be snatched up, Dong Hui greeted with a smile. Xiao Fan, this gentleman is the big boss around here, surnamed Tang. Compared to him, my endeavors are but trivial. Greetings, Mr. Tang, Xiao Fan nodded respectfully. The emaciated elder, Tang Zitian, initially perceived Xiao Fan as merely a subordinate of Dong Hui. However, upon hearing Dong Hui's remarks, his gaze shifted towards Xiao Fan, revealing a hint of surprise. There was something distinctly unusual about Xiao Fan. He exuded an aura uncommon among youths. Greetings, young Xiao, Tang Zitian smiled warmly. Xiao Fan responded with a grin, Boss Tang. I have accompanied Boss Dong to broaden my horizons. If there are any promising raw stones, I might purchase a few to experiment with. Absolutely. Haha, Boss Dong. Young Xiao, feel free to choose. I assure you of fair prices, Tang Zitian replied before attending to other guests who had arrived. Boss, that young man is intriguing. One of Tang Zitian's bodyguards leaned in and whispered. Intriguing? In what way? Tang Zitian inquired. Boss, my instincts tell me that in a fair fight, I might not stand a chance against him. Tang Zitian was taken aback. His bodyguard was a seasoned warrior of exceptional caliber. An interesting young man indeed. I wonder what his background might be, he pondered inwardly, suspecting Xiao Fan hailed from an influential family. He was aware that there existed martial arts families in Huagua, but they remained well concealed from the ordinary populace. Young Xiao, these stones are quite good, but the prices are steep. If luck is on your side, it will be profitable. If not, the losses could be significant, Dong Hui explained while introducing several stones, each exceeding 5 million in price. Such high-end raw stones were beyond Xiao Fan's interest. He knew they might take years to sell. Xiao Fan chuckled, "Boss Dong, let me take a closer look. You seem less than enthusiastic about them, so please, carry on with your business." "Very well." Dong Hui nodded. Once Dong Hui departed, Xiao Fan discreetly activated his ability of clairvoyance. The first stone was worthless. Its outer shell appeared promising, but the interior held no value. The second stone seemed to offer a slight loss. The third was mediocre as well. Upon examining the fourth stone, Xiao Fan's heart leaped with joy. This stone exhibited a rich green core and was of considerable size. It should yield a 3- to 4-fold return. Priced at 680,000, the profit margin exceeded 20 million. "Young Xiao, have you found something appealing? As it is your first visit, I can offer you an 80 discount. Even long-standing clients like Boss Dong only receive a 90. Tang Zaiqian approached Xiao Fan once more. Xiao Fan sensed Tang Zaiqian's interest in him, which reciprocated his own curiosity about the elder. Given that Ruili is near the Myanmar border, it was evident that prominent raw stone merchants wield significant influence, and Tang Zaiqian likely possessed strong connections in Myanmar. "Thank you, Boss Tang. I shall take the stone. And if convenient, I would appreciate your assistance in cutting it," Xiao Fan said with a light laugh. The discounted price of 544,000 was effortlessly settled. "Young Xiao, shall we proceed to view the cutting of the stone?" Tang Zaiqian chuckled, remarking that cutting the stone would take considerable time, and he could further assess Xiao Fan's capabilities. "I can't be bothered to watch." "Boss Tang, please arrange for someone to cut it," Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. He was fully aware of what lay within. The more indifferent he appeared, the more cautious Tang Zaiqian would become, thereby diminishing the likelihood of any underhanded dealings. "Very well. I shall arrange for the finest stone cutter for you, young Master Xiao," Tang Zaiqian responded with a smile, his address to Xiao Fan now noticeably more respectful. The rough stone, purchased for over 5 million, was something Xiao Fan chose not to even examine, a rather unusual stance. As 2 or 3 hours passed, Xiao Fan followed Dong Hui, observing numerous rough stones and listening to Dong Hui's explanations. "Young Master Xiao, congratulations. It has searched." Tang Zaiqian cheerfully approached them. Dong Hui, astonished, inquired, "Boss Tang, has young Master Zhao's stone really appreciated?" Tang Zaiqian nodded. "Indeed, young Master Zhao's stone has been revealed, with an initial valuation of 32 million. With a bit more time, it may even reach 35 million. While speaking, he regarded Xiao Fan, who appeared slightly surprised yet maintained an overall calm demeanor. Such composure must stem from his prominent family. Tang Zaiqian mused inwardly, noticing that Dong Hui displayed greater astonishment than Xiao Fan. "Young Master, let us connect via WeChat. I will send you the video of the stone's unveiling," Tang Zaiqian suggested. Xiao Fan pulled out his phone, prompting Tang Zaiqian and Dong Hui to be taken aback at the sight of his rather modest device priced in the low thousands. "Young Master, you truly are unpretentious," Tang Zaiqian remarked, clearing his throat. Xiao Fan explained that he had simply been too busy recently to purchase a new phone or shop for new clothes. "Young Master Xiao, let us also connect on WeChat," Dong Hui added cheerfully, and soon he and Tang Zaiqian had both added Xiao Fan. Chapter 15. Ordering 10,000 Tang knives. "Young Master, let us take a look at that piece of jade. Boss Dong, your expertise would be invaluable," Tang Zaiqian suggested with a smile. Xiao Fan nodded. And soon the three found themselves in a luxuriously decorated room, where the unveiled jade lay quietly on the table. "An excellent find, young Master Xiao. Your discernment is remarkable. 3 significant surges," Dong Hui exclaimed, closely inspecting the revealed jade. Tang Zaiqian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Had Xiao Fan experienced 2 surges prior? He pondered whether it was merely coincidence. It was rumored that some martial arts families could cultivate inner energy. Could this energy allow them to discern the true nature of the rough stones? Just luck, Tang Zaiqian thought to himself. "Boss Tang, would you be interested in purchasing this piece? If so, I can offer it to you for 30 million, Xiao Fan said with a faint smile. Tang Zaiqian shook his head. "Young Master, your jade has an initial estimated value of 32 million. I cannot take such a substantial advantage of you. Let us proceed this way. I shall procure it for 34 million, and I should be able to sell it for 35 million, thus earning a profit of 1 million. A slight concession for you, young Master Xiao." Dong Hui was momentarily taken aback. Tang Zaiqian's acquisition for 34 million would likely require some time to sell, and a sale at 35 million would yield him little profit. Tang Zaiqian was astute. Young Master Xiao is undoubtedly not an ordinary individual, Dong Hui mused. I am grateful to you, Boss Tang, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. 34 million is indeed a fair price. Tang Zietian appeared to have misunderstood, perhaps wishing to befriend him, but in this scenario, he could not possibly engage in any underhanded dealings. I have taken advantage of you, young Master Xiao. Your account number. Please? Xiao Fan provided his account to Tang Zietian. Boss Tang, kindly transfer 20 million to me. As for the remaining 14 million, I would like to ask you to procure a few items. Dong Hui hastily excused himself to depart. Having already added Xiao Fan's WeChat, he could contact him later. Young Master Xiao, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? Tang Zietian transferred 20 million to Xiao Fan and personally poured him a cup of tea. I wish to order a batch of Tang knives, crafted from superior steel, totaling 10,000 pieces, to be custom-made by a factory in Myanmar. Do you have any connections? Boss Tang? Tang Zietian was taken aback. 10,000 Tang knives? Is such a quantity necessary for martial arts practice? I do have connections in this regard. Though bringing the items in may pose some difficulties, he pondered. The procurement of over 10,000 Tang knives could lead to significant complications if discovered, even with his connections. Xiao Fan chuckled. There is no need to bring them in. Boss Tang, you can arrange for me to go there. And I will utilize other channels to transport the goods. By the way, Boss Tang, do you have any means to procure a few firearms? I intend to use them there, but will not bring them back. Tang Zietian did not harbor suspicions, even if Xiao Fan hailed from a prominent family. It was plausible he had never encountered firearms before. It was quite normal for the youth to possess an interest in them. This is a trivial matter. As long as they are not brought in, it can be arranged, Tang Zietian replied with a smile, as he had a connection with a warlord in Myanmar. Boss Tang, I express my gratitude with tea in place of wine. Consider the 14 million as a deposit. I will settle the balance later. Xiao Fan raised his teacup. Young Master Xiao, you are too courteous. It is merely a small matter. Tang Zietian smiled. This order is rather urgent for me. I would appreciate your prompt assistance. Upon finishing, Xiao Fan stood. We shall communicate via WeChat. Very well. Tang Zietian escorted Xiao Fan to the door. Boss, should we investigate him? One of Tang Zietian's bodyguards inquired as Xiao Fan walked away. No need to investigate. The family he hails from may be beyond our reach. Should we be discovered, it would lead to significant troubles. Tang Zietian shook his head. Understood, boss. Tang Zietian retrieved his mobile phone and swiftly dialed a number. Boss who? Allow me to present a business proposition. 1,000 blades of Tang Dao, crafted from high-quality steel. What is your quotation? A smile graced Tang Zietian's face. On the other end, Boss was taken aback by the enormity of the order. Tang, I must inquire about the market conditions for this. After hanging up, he was not the owner of a knife factory, yet his connections ran deep. Before long, Bosu called back. Tang, for such a substantial quantity, I can offer you 3,500 per blade, but delivery is not included. You will need to arrange transportation yourself. That works. It's urgent. So please expedite the process, Tang Zietian replied before ending the call, promptly transferring a deposit of 14 million. Xiao, the total price is 35 million. He sent a message to Xiao Fan. Upon reading the message, Xiao Fan's lips twitched. He currently had just over 20 million in his account. If I don't earn some money soon, I won't be able to afford it. Old Xiao, fighting in a different world is no easy task. And neither is my role as logistics minister, Xiao Fan mused inwardly. After wandering around for a few hours, Xiao Fan felt his eyes had eased. He had set his sights on several raw stones at another establishment. The lowest priced piece reached 8 million, all of exceptional quality. However, the value of raw stones fluctuated, heavily dependent on luck. Damn it, he cursed inwardly after using his X-ray vision on the stones. Purchasing these would result in a loss. He shook his head, reflecting on how without the ability to see through the stones, he would have been financially ruined. Initially intending to achieve a modest goal this time, it appeared he would have to postpone until his next visit. His ordered clothes were ready, and he needed to return. The batch of grain he ordered was also prepared for collection. After booking a flight, Xiao Fan departed that very night. The following day, he wasted no time in renting a sizable warehouse. Boss Huang, please deliver the 1,000 tons of grain to this address, he instructed over the phone. During his previous visit for clothing, he had arranged for the procurement of 1,000 tons of grain, totaling 3 million. This supply should suffice for Xiao Hai and the others for over half a month. After a day of bustling activity, the clothing and grain finally arrived at the warehouse, and over 2 million was dispersed. His account now held merely 2 million. He pondered the situation with his grandfather, hoping for favorable news that evening. As dusk fell, Xiao Fan had a light meal and checked into a hotel room. He needed to take a shower. Sister Su, have you managed to find a suitable apartment yet? He messaged Su Yaowei. Upon seeing Xiao Fan's message, Su Yaowei felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed he was urging her to hurry. Senior, not yet. Please give me a little more time. Soon, news from Su Yue arrived, accompanied by a pitiful emoji. Hurry up, I'm coming back soon. Oh. She set her phone down and searched online for housing options again, but there were no new listings in the vicinity. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Su Youwei's heart tightened. She stealthily approached the door and peered through the peephole. Third brother, open the door. It was Shunshin calling from outside. Su Yue felt a slight sense of relief, but did not open the door. How strange. Third brother had clearly said he was out, yet the lights were on. Could there be a burglar inside? Shunshin took out his phone to call Xiao Fan, but there was no answer. No ringing echoed from within the room either. Could there really be a burglar? Shunshin's heart raced as he prepared to call the police. Just then, Su Yue hurriedly opened the door. She did not want Shunshin to summon the authorities. Sister-in-law. Shunshin's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Yue was actually living in Xiao Fan's house. What was going on? Chapter 16. Grandfather offers benefits again. Su Yue quickly explained. You must be Xiao Senior's roommate, right? I am temporarily renting one of his rooms. Shunshin's expression was one of skepticism. A goddess-like school beauty like her could safely cohabitate with a boy? Sister-in-law, I'm just a roommate with third brother. I don't know anything, goodbye. Shunshin turned to leave. Su Youwei's face flushed. She hurriedly said, There's nothing between Xiao Senior and me. Don't speak carelessly. I will be moving out in a few days. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm known for being quite strict, Shunshin replied before disappearing around the corner. Su Yue felt somewhat speechless. Shunshin had actually come over and saw her here. Senior, one of your roommates visited just now, and he saw me. After closing the door, Su Yue quickly sent a message to Xiao Fan. While he was in the shower, he did not respond. It seems he misunderstood something. Could you clarify it with him? After waiting for a while without a reply, Su Yue sent Xiao Fan another 2 messages. Third brother, from now on. You are my boss. You actually live with Su School Beauty. Impressive. You've kept it under wraps well. Third brother. Could you have your sister-in-law introduce me to a girlfriend? As long as she's half as pretty as her, haha. Shunshin sent a long string of messages to Xiao Fan. 5 minutes later, Xiao Fan finished his shower. Wow. After reading the messages from Su Yue and Shunshin, he rolled his eyes. What nonsense. Su Yue is merely a tenant. A few days ago, she saw that I was renting out a room. And since I had something to attend to, I short-term rented it to her. Xiao Fan first sent a message to Shunshin. Su Jr. Just find a place and move out soon. Shortly after, Xiao Fan responded to Su Youwei's message. Upon seeing Xiao Fan's reply, Su Yue was at a loss for words and began to seriously doubt her own charm. Did Senior Xiao have a fondness for boys? Such a thought suddenly flickered through Su Youwei's mind. If that were indeed the case, no matter how beautiful a girl might be, she would hold no allure for Xiao Fan. Senior Xiao is quite handsome. It would be a pity if he preferred the company of men. Su Youwei's mind swirled with peculiar thoughts. If Xiao Fan were aware of her musings, he would likely roll his eyes at her. He, Xiao Fan, was male and had an affection for females. Disregarding Su Yue and Shunshin, Xiao Fan retreated to the warehouse to rest. After days of running about, he was thoroughly exhausted. Thud, thud. Once more, in the dead of night, Xiao Fan was roused from his slumber, and indeed, the figure of Xiao Hai appeared in the mirror. Grandfather, why do you never reach out earlier? It is always in the dead of night. Xiao Fan yawned, feeling quite uncomfortable being awake in mid-sleep. Xiao Hai chuckled awkwardly. My dear grandson, it is simply unavoidable. This time is the most convenient for contact. Rising from his slumber, Xiao Fan lifted the mirror and began to transfer grain. Grandfather, I have managed to secure 1,000 tons of grain for you. I trust your empty mirror can accommodate it? As he facilitated the transfer, Xiao Fan continued, Do not worry. The space within the empty mirror is quite ample. 1,000 tons, or even 10,000 tons, would pose no issue. Grandfather, what is the situation on your end? You were injured last time. Are you well now? Rest assured, I am quite well. Just a minor injury healed by the next day. The two engaged in conversation, and before long, the 1,000 tons of grain was successfully transmitted through the mirror. Grandfather, I have prepared 12,000 sets of winter special operations training uniforms for you. While they may not withstand blades, they should provide warmth in the winter. Xiao Fan carried the mirror to the location where the uniforms were stacked. Xiao Hai's eyes gleamed with excitement. They had reached near Silver Moon City, yet its defenses were formidable, making it difficult to breach in a short period, especially with the first wave of the cold front approaching. Excellent, excellent. The transfer of a large quantity of uniforms filled Xiao Hai with enthusiasm. Although the number of uniforms was only a fraction of the soldiers, it would suffice for the injured and those with weaker constitutions, allowing them to endure the initial wave of the cold front. Grandfather, you mentioned that you were besieging the city. Can't powerful cultivators directly bring soldiers inside? How I wish it were that simple. As we approach Silver Moon City, even my strength is significantly suppressed, forcing us to lay siege like in ancient China, Xiao Hai replied, shaking his head. Cultivators like myself are certainly stronger than ordinary soldiers when near formidable cities, yet the suppression we encounter reduces us to the level of merely competent warriors. A city that has withstood the test of time is formidable indeed. Xiao Fan blinked and proposed, Grandfather, what if I were to send you a heavy truck loaded with stones? Could it not break through the city gates? Alternatively, if I were to send a fuel tanker filled with oil charging forth, even if it could not breach the gates, the explosion should surely shatter them. No? Xiao Hai, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, given Grandfather's current cultivation level, such a large object is simply beyond reach. Perhaps once my cultivation improves, I can attempt it. Xiao Fan slapped his forehead in realization. I almost forgot something. With that, he cradled a mirror and made his way to a corner of the warehouse, where two large refrigeration units stood, brimming with an assortment of goods. Back in Rueli, he had arranged for the villagers to transport these items. Grandfather, these are the items I had the villagers collect. You should sample them to see if any might be beneficial to your cultivation. Xiao Fan said as he transferred the two substantial refrigeration units. Scanning the contents with his consciousness, Xiao Hai felt a surge of excitement. With these items, he could savor the flavors of his homeland even in this foreign realm. My dear grandson, allow me to present you with something special. At this, two figures emerged behind Xiao Hai, each placing a hand on his back. With their support, Xiao Hai's aura rapidly intensified. Despite the vast distance between worlds, Xiao Fan could sense the formidable presence emanating from Xiao Hai. Go! Xiao Hai commanded, and a brilliant beam of light surged through the mirror and into Xiao Fan's body. My dear grandson, this time I bestow upon you the ability to manipulate objects. You can control the movement of items with your mental energy. Practice regularly to enhance your powers. I will seek you out in 10 days. With that, Xiao Hai's figure vanished. After exerting himself, Xiao Hai appeared notably weakened. The ability to manipulate objects was indeed impressive. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled. His physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals, even exceeding that of seasoned warriors. Yet, should he encounter an enemy, relying solely on brute force could lead to dire consequences. A single bullet could spell his demise. If his mental energy was sufficiently robust, he could potentially deflect incoming bullets. However, the extent of this newfound ability would only be revealed in due time. Sleep eluded him. After tossing and turning for a while, Xiao Fan decided to secure the warehouse and took a taxi to the hotel, where the plush bed was far more comfortable than the warehouse floor. Following this ordeal, he finally succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, the dawn had already broken. Is this what mental energy feels like? Xiao Fan mused with his eyes closed, sensing the objects within a 2-meter radius with remarkable clarity, perceiving them in a complete 360-degree view. It was as if countless tendrils had emerged around him, each adorned with an eye. Could he penetrate the interior of objects? Focusing intently, he attempted to see through the bedside table and succeeded. Though he found this endeavor quite taxing, his mental energy depleted at an alarming rate. Rise. Xiao Fan attempted to envelop the nearby lamp with his mental energy, but despite his utmost effort, he could only manage to make it wobble without lifting it. Clearly, his mental energy was still too feeble. His gaze then fell upon a ballpoint pen, which he managed to coax into the air, its light weight proving manageable to control. Though still lacking in proficiency, Xiao Fan contemplated the convenience of carrying a box of needles, for controlling a single needle was an effortless task. In the event of a life-threatening crisis, he could direct the needle to strike an enemy's eye. Chapter 17. The Power of Mental Will to Save Lives. Boss Yang, the quality of your garments is satisfactory. I wish to place an additional order of 10,000 sets, with a delivery timeline of 10 days. In the future, I will require more. So please see if you can expand your production capacity, Xiao Fan stated as he made the call. Upon receiving Xiao Fan's call, factory owner Yang Onren felt a surge of joy. While the quality of his products was commendable, increasing volume was essential to maintain competitive pricing against larger factories, making such a substantial order a rare opportunity. Boss Xiao, may I inquire how many you intend to order subsequently? Yang Anren asked eagerly. To ensure quality and quantity, we will need at least 50,000 pieces, with a possibility of up to 100,000, Xiao Fan replied. With over 100,000 soldiers, each requires at least one set, resulting in a considerable demand. Boss Xiao, enhancing production capacity is feasible. There is a nearby factory I can acquire, and the workforce is readily available. Delivering 20,000 pieces within 10 days is entirely manageable, Yang Anren assured him. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, as this arrangement alleviated much of his burden. In that case, I shall order 20,000 pieces. However, the quality cannot be compromised, should there be any issues. I will refuse acceptance, and you will bear the loss. Yang Anren promptly assured him, rest assured, Boss Xiao. I, Yang Anren, pride myself on integrity. The quality of the garments is guaranteed. Very well. As per our usual agreement, I will transfer half of the deposit now. Please expedite the process. Upon ending the call, Xiao Fan promptly transferred 2 million to Yang Anren's account. Although Xiao Fan was relatively young, he was refreshingly straightforward. Yang Anren felt a wave of delight as the funds were received. The deposit was dispatched swiftly, and the payment process was equally efficient, with no delays in settling the account. Soon after, Xiao Fan contacted another clothing factory owner. The latter was cautious and had no plans to expand production. So Xiao Fan placed an order for only 10,000 sets. In 10 days, I will need 30,000 pieces for my grandfather, which should suffice, he mused inwardly. Shanghai's soldiers, many of whom had trained in martial arts, possessed a stronger constitution and greater resistance to cold. Thus, the 30,000 sets of clothing would be prioritized for those with lesser endurance. Acquiring over 100,000 sets of clothing in one go required a deposit exceeding 10 million, and with only around 20 million in total, the slim profit margins made success more elusive. In another realm, Shanghai returned to the military camp with 2 trusted subordinates. Their camp was situated about 10 kilometers from Silver Moon City. At this distance, the influence of the city had significantly waned, allowing for their safe flight. Commander, upon landing, numerous generals in the camp hurried to gather around Shanghai, their expressions filled with anticipation. In recent days, they had not procured much grain, and their previous supplies were dwindling. If Shanghai had failed to secure more provisions, the situation would have been dire. With a wave of his hand, a vast quantity of grain suddenly materialized, forming a small mountain of over 1,000 tons. Commander, is all of this grain? A general, brimming with excitement, spoke fervently. Shanghai grinned, exclaiming, am I to deceive you with mere grains of sand? This supply will sustain us for half a month. Within this time frame, we must seize Silver Moon City. Commander, should we not delay the siege? Another general interjected. With the cold front upon us, many are struggling against the chill. Such weather may cost us dearly in the assault. Shanghai waved his hand once more, and an abundance of garments appeared. Here are a total of 12,000 military uniforms. Distribute them among those most in need. Once donned, they should be shielded from the cold. The special operations training attire was swiftly handed out. Many soldiers, clad in tattered rags, found the new uniforms a significant improvement, providing much-needed warmth. Long live the commander! Long live the commander! The barracks erupted in cheers, a surge of morale evident among the troops. Shanghai's authoritative voice resonated throughout the camp. Everyone, listen. Focus on the battle. You need not worry about provisions or clothing. More supplies are forthcoming. We must capture Silver Moon City within half a month. Do we have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. The thunderous response echoed, reaching the ears of those within Silver Moon City. A glint of determination shone in Shanghai's eyes, with the army's spirit united. He was resolute that they would conquer Silver Moon City. Cities as grand as Silver Moon City were plentiful. If they could not capture it, they might as well abandon their rebellion and resign themselves to fate. On the high-speed train, Xiao Fan closed his eyes, resting. After being away for so long, he needed to return. After all, he was still a student. Even with excellent grades, prolonged absence from class was untenable. Despite his current capabilities rendering the graduation certificate less crucial, he was already in his 3rd year and needed to provide himself an explanation. It would be unseemly to have not graduated from university. How are you doing, sir? Please, step aside. This elderly gentleman seems to be choking, someone suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Fan opened his eyes and turned to see, just 2 rows away, an elderly man whose complexion had turned a deep shade of red, clutching his throat in agony. Momentarily hesitating, Xiao Fan rose to his feet. In the past, he might have shied away from meddling, fearing that any mishap could lead to accusations that would cost him dearly. However, with 17 million in his account, doing a good deed seemed manageable. "Sir, I am a doctor. Allow me to assist you." A girl who had also stood up began to administer aid with professionalism. Yet, after several attempts, the elderly man's condition worsened, his face growing increasingly pallid. With a surge of resolve, Xiao Fan focused his mental energy, penetrating the man's throat, where he discerned a fruit pit lodged firmly. "Let me take over. Your strength may not suffice," Xiao Fan offered. The girl promptly relinquished her efforts to him, and Xiao Fan, employing the same technique, exerted force while simultaneously tugging at the obstructing pit with his mental power. Once, twice, thrice. The old man finally coughed up the fruit pit, and Xiao Fan let out a sigh of relief. The others around them also relaxed. "Young man, young lady, thank you," the elder said, his complexion returning to normal, filled with gratitude. Had it not been for Xiao Fan and his companions, he might have lost his life here. "Where are you from, young man?" "I must express my gratitude properly," he inquired. Xiao Fan smiled gently and replied, "Old sir, I am from the city. So there is no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort." The girl chimed in, "I am also from the city, a forensic doctor. Thanks to this handsome gentleman, otherwise, the fruit pit might not have come out." Xiao Fan was somewhat surprised. The girl was quite beautiful and was indeed a forensic doctor. The elder chuckled, "I now reside in the city as well. It appears we are destined to meet. If you have no one to pick you up, why not join me? I would like to treat you to a meal." After a moment of consideration, Xiao Fan nodded. The girl also agreed. As a forensic doctor, it would be inappropriate for her to accept a gift from the elder, but dining together posed no issue. Half an hour later, the train arrived at the station, and soon they exited. "Two young friends, please get in the car," the elder smiled. Xiao Fan and his companions were astonished to find that the elder's vehicle was a Rolls-Royce. Chapter 18. Unveiling the secrets of the parents' accident, the girl hesitated slightly. But the elder reassured her, "It's just a simple meal. It's the perfect time to eat, and you must let me express my gratitude. Let us go then." "There are quite a few people waiting for taxis," Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. The elder held a significant status, yet Xiao Fan felt no trepidation. With his strong physique, coupled with his abilities of X-ray vision and object manipulation, he too was formidable. Indeed, the girl nodded gently. The elder chuckled, "I'll sit in the front today. You two young people can sit in the back where you have more in common to discuss." The driver looked slightly surprised, but said nothing. Soon, they were all in the car. "Old sir, let us just have a casual meal. I fear my stomach might not handle something too extravagant," Xiao Fan said with a light laugh. Although he had acquired some wealth recently, he had not indulged in fine dining, often resolving his meals casually as he went about his days. The best meal he had enjoyed recently was one hosted by Su Yue. "Let us eat at my home. I've already sent a message. And it's just in time for dinner," the elder replied cheerfully. He was somewhat astonished that, despite sitting in such a luxurious vehicle, Xiao Fan exhibited no signs of nervousness or constraint. "What are your names, dear friends?" the elder inquired. Xiao Fan, Leah, they introduced themselves. The elder smiled and said, "I am Wei. Just call me Old Wei. I am truly grateful to you today. I was about to faint from that pit." Recalling the earlier incident, Old Wei felt a shiver of fear. Should he falter, the entire influence of the Wei family would diminish significantly. "It is merely a trifling matter," remarked Wei Lao. Xiao Fan interjected. Leah nodded in agreement. Xiao Fan turned to Leah and inquired, as a forensic expert, "Are you acquainted with Captain Liang Wu?" Noticing her slight unease, he deliberately sought to engage her in conversation. Leah responded with surprise, "You mean Captain Liang of the criminal investigation team? I am set to transfer there, and soon we shall be colleagues. I have heard he is quite adept at solving cases." "Indeed, Captain Liang is quite formidable," Xiao Fan affirmed. Although the case concerning his parents remained unresolved, Xiao Fan was aware that it was not Liang Wu's fault. "What is your connection with Captain Liang, Xiao?" Wei Lao asked with a smile. Xiao Fan shook his head. "There is no particular relationship. Captain Liang is currently investigating the case of my parents' car accident. I have visited him several times, which has fostered some familiarity." "Xiao, what circumstances surrounded your parents? Perhaps I can be of assistance." Wei Lao's expression shifted slightly. It was evident that the car accident case should not fall under the jurisdiction of the criminal investigation team, leading him to suspect that something had indeed happened to Xiao Fan's parents. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan replied, 5 years ago, my parents were involved in a car accident. The driver fled the scene, and there were no surveillance cameras at the location, so the perpetrator has yet to be identified. However, a while back, Captain Liang called to inform me that there had been some progress. Sympathy flickered in Lia's eyes. Xiao Fan appeared quite cheerful, and it was unexpected to learn of such a tragedy in his life. Xiao Fan, let us exchange WeChat contacts. If there are any developments in your parents' case, I will inform you promptly, provided it does not contravene any regulations. The criminal investigation team is quite busy, and he may not be able to relay information as swiftly. Lia suggested, pulling out her phone. All right, he agreed. They quickly added each other on WeChat. Wei Lao remained silent, yet he committed this matter to memory. After a little over half an hour, the vehicle entered a serene and elegant villa community. Following the meal, Xiao Fan and the others departed swiftly. Wei Lao pondered for a moment before dialing a number. Xiao Chen, do you have someone named Liang Wu under your purview? On the other end, Chen Qinglin, a figure of considerable stature, immediately stood upright upon receiving the call. Wei Lao, is there indeed someone named Liang Wu? What instructions do you have? Chen Qinglin inquired. Somewhat astonished. Liang Wu is merely a small-time captain in the criminal investigation team. How would he come to the attention of someone like Wei Lao? I have a young friend named Xiao Fan, whose parents' case is overseen by Liang Wu. It has remained unsolved for 5 years. I would like Liang Wu to exert more effort in this matter. Chen Qinglin responded gravely. Understood. I shall personally look into it. After ending the call, a sense of gravity settled upon Chen Qinglin. Wei Lao's young friend? He had heard of the case concerning Xiao Fan's parents. A 5-year-old cold case that was indeed difficult to crack. However, with Wei Lao personally reaching out, even the most arduous cases must be resolved. Have Liang Wu come to the headquarters, Chen Qinglin instructed, dialing another number. Although he did not possess Liang Wu's direct contact information, he did have the number of Liang Wu's superior. A little over half an hour later, Liang Wu hurriedly arrived at the headquarters, standing before Chen Qinglin. Director Chen, Liang Wu saluted. Xiao Liang, how is the investigation into the car accident involving Xiao Fan's parents from 5 years ago progressing? Chen Qinglin inquired. Liang Wu furrowed his brow in silence. He had uncovered some hidden truths regarding the accident. And it was curious that Chen Qinglin was inquiring now. Did he have some connection to it? However, recalling some of Chen Qinglin's background, Liang Wu felt reassured about his integrity. Director Chen, there has been recent progress. We have apprehended Lu Kuan, who served time 4 years ago. He mentioned a former inmate, Wang Xiong, who is linked to this case. Wang Xiong is a witness, Liang Wu reported. Chen Qinglin's eyes brightened. Then it should be straightforward to uncover the truth. If he could resolve the matter quickly, it would be a significant achievement. Liang Wu shook his head, his expression serious. The situation is more complicated than it appears. Wang Xiong witnessed someone pushing Xiao Fan's parents into the road, whereupon they were struck by a vehicle and the perpetrator fled. Wang Xiong, terrified, cried out and hastily fled. Fearing retaliation, Chen Qinglin's eyes gleamed with sharpness. If that is the case, this incident transforms from a hit and run into a premeditated murder. Have you located Wang Xiong? Liang Wu shook his head. Chen Qinglin frowned, aware of who it was, questioning why they had not been able to find him. Liang Wu explained. Although he witnessed the event, Wang Xiong refrained from reporting it due to fear of retribution. A year later, he was arrested for telecom fraud and sentenced to 7 years. Shortly after he disclosed information to Lu Kuan, Wang Xiong mysteriously died in prison. Chen Qinglin began pacing, his voice low and serious. If Wang Xiong's death was not an accident, it is possible that the true perpetrator eliminated him to prevent him from testifying. Liang Wu nodded in agreement. I think so as well. Chen Qinglin stated gravely. The nature of this case is extremely severe. You are to take full responsibility for it moving forward. It is imperative that we uncover the truth and provide answers to the deceased and their families. You have my full authority to summon any personnel you require. Liang Wu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Having Chen Qinglin's unwavering support was immensely beneficial. Yes, Director Chen. He saluted once more. Chen Qinglin added, Go ahead. Report any progress or difficulties to me immediately. Understood. Liang Wu turned to leave. Chen Qinglin pondered deeply. His instincts told him this case was anything but simple. Why would someone deliberately murder the parents of an ordinary individual like Xiao Fan? Chen Qinglin mused. Chapter 19. You are Xiao Wei's boyfriend, aren't you? Upon returning home, Xiao Fan noticed a pair of shoes belonging to Su Xiao Wei at the entrance. Has she not yet found a suitable place? He thought, frowning. If Su Xiao Wei stayed here too long, it would surely raise suspicions. Although Shun Chen noticed. As a brother, he would not speak out of turn. If others were to see this, the school forum would instantly become lively. Sister Su, I have returned. Xiao Fan sent a message to Su Yuwei, confident that she would comprehend his intent. He was not reporting to her, but rather informing her that it was inconvenient for her to continue residing there. Beep, beep. Soon, the phone rang. It was Su Yuwei calling. Upon answering, Xiao Fan heard her voice filled with bitterness. Senior, can I stay with you for a few more days? My younger sister is undergoing surgery, and I've already paid for the medical expenses, so I can't temporarily rent another place. I assure you, I will not fall short on the rent. Xiao Fan replied in astonishment. Sister Su, are you not an orphan? I have a sister in the orphanage, she explained. She suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and the orphanage is already struggling. Senior, I beg you, Su Yuwei pleaded. If she were to move to the dormitory, she would lack an environment to work and earn money. The funds she managed to gather barely covered the surgery costs, and she would need to recuperate for a few days afterward. Xiao Fan reflected, moved by Su Yuwei's loyalty. Many who left the orphanage would likely never return. Where are you? He inquired. Su Yuwei provided her location, and Xiao Fan took a taxi to her. He was wary of being easily deceived. What if Su Yuwei were playing him? After half an hour, he arrived at the Provincial People's Hospital and found Su Yuwei outside the operating room, comforting an elderly woman whose eyes were red with tears. Sister Su, what exactly is the situation? Xiao Fan asked as he approached. Su Yuwei looked up at him, her voice catching in her throat. Yaya was fine until this morning when she suddenly collapsed. The county doctor diagnosed it as a cerebral hemorrhage. The headmistress rushed her here. The elderly woman turned to Xiao Fan. You must be Yuwei's boyfriend. She's such a good girl, kind-hearted, and has contributed a lot to the orphanage. If you two marry, we won't ask for her money anymore. She can take care of her own family. Xiao Fan replied, Sister Su, your face has turned crimson. Headmistress, you are mistaken. Xiao Fan is merely my senior and my landlord. The elderly woman looked puzzled. She had noticed some recent changes in Su Yuwei. Sometimes she would stare into space, and at other times, she would suddenly smile foolishly. With her decades of experience, she suspected that Su Yuwei might be in love. Would she call other boys over in such situations? Ah, headmistress, you truly have misunderstood. Su Yuwei and I are not in a romantic relationship. She is the belle of our school, while I am just an ordinary person, unworthy of such dreams. Xiao Fan said with a light cough. Su Yuwei opened her mouth, wanting to say something but feeling too shy to voice it. Just then, the lights in the operating room went out, and the doctor emerged. Su Yuwei and the others stood up, tense with anticipation. The doctor remarked, the surgery was relatively successful, and the child's condition has stabilized. However, considering the child's tender age, they will need to stay in the intensive care unit for several days. The estimated total treatment cost is around 80,000 yuan, so you must prepare accordingly. The expressions of Su Yuwei and the others shifted noticeably. They had only prepared 50,000 yuan, leaving a significant shortfall. Doctor, money is trivial. Just ensure the child's recovery, Xiao Fan interjected. The doctor nodded and departed. Su Yuwei then said, Thank you, Senior, for continuing to rent the apartment to me. This matter does not concern you. You may return home now. Su Yuwei was aware that Xiao Fan had recently received 500,000 yuan. Yet she felt embarrassed to ask him for additional financial help after having just requested to extend her lease. Goodbye, Xiao Fan said as he turned to leave. A flicker of melancholy crossed Su Yuwei's eyes. Although she wished not to trouble Xiao Fan further, his immediate departure left her feeling unsettled. If Xiao Fan were merely an ordinary friend, her feelings would not have been so pronounced. However, he had saved her, distinguishing him from the rest in her heart. Why wait? Do you harbor feelings for the senior? The elderly woman suddenly inquired. Su Yuwei quickly replied, That is not the case. Director Granny, please do not speak so carelessly. The elderly woman continued, Your senior is still a student. Even if he does not lend you money, do not hold it against him. If you have feelings for him, he must possess commendable qualities in other respects as well. With that, the director's grandmother excused herself. Su Yuwei hurried away, pondering whom she might approach for a loan. Borrowing from those who pursued her would be effortless, yet she was reluctant to solicit them. Suddenly, upon checking her phone, Su Yuwei was taken aback to discover that Xiao Fan had transferred 100,000 yuan to her. This is not a loan, Su classmate. It is a donation to the orphanage. You need not repay this, but the rent must still be settled. Su Yuwei grasped her phone tightly, a warm current flowing through her heart. Senior, you need not provide so much. 30,000 would suffice, she quickly messaged Xiao Fan. Are you certain that is enough? The orphanage's upcoming food expenses may not be secured. Just take it. Tears shimmered in Su Yuwei's eyes. Why, what is the matter? Do not put yourself in a position to borrow money. I will make more calls. and it should still be possible to gather 30,000 yuan. The elderly woman approached Su Yue, anxious. Su Yue wiped her tears and replied, Director Granny, you need not make any calls. I just saw the message. My senior transferred 100,000 yuan to me, designating it for the institute. The elderly woman was momentarily stunned. 100,000 yuan is no small sum. Should I accept this donation? Su Yue looked elsewhere and said, if it is donated by my senior, you should accept it. The elderly woman smiled broadly at Su Yue. Had she not held significant affection for Xiao Fan, Su Yue would never have spoken so freely. Very well. Since you have expressed it this way, I shall accept this as a token of betrothal. Director Granny. Su Yue stamped her foot, her face flushing crimson once more. Xiao Fan arrived outside the hospital, unaware of the developments that had transpired. The prospect of securing 100,000 yuan as a dowry to marry Su Yue was enticing enough that countless suitors would vie for such an opportunity. He pondered the status of his parents' case. With a silent resolve, he hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to head to the Southern District Criminal Investigation Team. In less than half an hour, the taxi arrived, and Xiao Fan gazed at the building before him with a myriad of emotions. He had visited the Southern District Criminal Investigation Team numerous times before. Xiao Fan, you're here. Please, have a seat. Liang Wu greeted him with a nod upon his arrival. Team Leader Liang, is there any progress on my parents' case? Xiao Fan stood, inquiring earnestly. Liang Wu pondered for a moment before replying, there is some progress, but it's not prudent to disclose the specifics just yet. Grant me 2 months, and I promise to uncover the truth. He resolved not to reveal the reality to Xiao Fan until the perpetrator was identified. Informing him prematurely could alert the criminal. Furthermore, should the investigation yield no results, it would be easier for Xiao Fan to accept that his parents had fallen victim to a traffic accident. Chapter 20, Senior. Do you have a girlfriend? Xiao Fan looked at Liang Wu in astonishment. Team Leader, are you certain you can resolve this in 2 months? Even with progress? Unraveling a case from 5 years ago is no simple task. Liang Wu smiled. Today, I was specifically assigned to oversee this case without any other distractions. So 2 months should suffice. For Liang Wu, a 2-month time frame was generous. Typically, even for older unsolved cases, such an allowance was rare. Xiao Fan felt a flicker of hope. Was it mere coincidence that a special task force had been established? Team Leader, I appreciate your help, he said as he rose to leave. Liang Wu patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder. It's been 5 years. You ought to start moving on. At your age, you should experience love and enjoy life. I have a niece, quite lovely in appearance. Would you like me to introduce you? Xiao Fan quickly retreated. Team Leader, I'm still young. I'm not ready for romance. He hurriedly made his exit. Liang Wu had had the fortune of meeting his niece once. She stood at 1.6 meters tall and weighed 100 pounds. Xiao Fan seems to be more cheerful and confident lately. Have you noticed? Liang Wu inquired of those nearby. It seems so. Perhaps it has something to do with that lovely girl, Su Yue, if I recall correctly. Team Leader, I fear your niece may not stand a chance, someone remarked. Liang Wu shot a disapproving glance. My niece is inferior to Su Yue? Laughter erupted among the group. They were well aware of Su Yue's striking beauty, which was difficult to rival, while Liang Wu's niece was not easily described as beautiful. Enough chatter. If we fail to crack this case in 2 months, I will face repercussions, and so will all of you, Liang Wu admonished. As Xiao Fan exited the criminal investigation building, a smile graced his face. 2 months? That was a wait he could endure. After waiting for 5 long years, 2 additional months are of little consequence. During this brief period, I shall endeavor to fortify myself, so that when I stand before my parents' graves to light incense, their spirits may find solace. Xiao Fan murmured to himself. At that moment, a gentle drizzle began to fall, prompting Xiao Fan to seek refuge beneath a tree. After waiting for a considerable time without a taxi in sight, he resolved to expedite obtaining his driver's license. He mused that his enhanced physique and mental acuity, coupled with improved reflexes and bodily control, should make the driving test relatively straightforward. Suddenly, a car halted beside him, and the window rolled down to reveal Leah. Get in, I'll give you a ride wherever you're headed, she said with a smile. Xiao Fan promptly opened the door and entered the vehicle. Leah, have you completed your onboarding? He inquired. Yes, today was the orientation, but I officially start tomorrow. Where to? Just to clarify, I'm not offering you a ride because you're handsome. I have a boyfriend, she replied. Xiao Fan chuckled. With your looks and poise, it's hard to believe you're still single. Let us head to a larger mall nearby. I need to purchase a few items. The phone I bought previously isn't satisfactory, and I need to replace it. Clothing and shoes require some attention as well. After all, I am now a person of considerable means, and feigning poverty is unnecessary. Would you like some assistance in selecting? Leah offered playfully. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. I would be most grateful. Dinner is on me tonight. Before long, Leah drove them to a shopping mall. In the fitting room, Xiao Fan emerged clad in an ensemble of commendable quality and style. Upon seeing him, Leah's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire. You look remarkably handsome in that outfit, she praised. Xiao Fan responded with a grin. It's your discerning eye for fashion that has made this possible, Leah. Since we're here, would you mind helping me select a few more outfits? Nodding in agreement, she understood that Xiao Fan had recently received a substantial reward of 500,000, making the purchase of several high-end garments unproblematic. An hour later, their shopping concluded, and although Xiao Fan refrained from suggesting that he buy Leah an outfit, recognizing her relationship, he deemed it inappropriate. Let us go eat, Leah exclaimed. I didn't dare indulge at Old Wei's place. I'm positively starving. Though Wei Lao appeared approachable, Leah felt considerable pressure in his presence, while Xiao Fan remained unfazed. Soon, they entered a restaurant. Isn't that Xiao Fan? Someone exclaimed. The Post's online claim he is single. What a scoundrel. Song Jia, dining within, quickly pulled out her phone and snapped several photos, capturing Xiao Fan in clear detail. Leah, unable to capture his full face from her angle, still looked striking in profile. You see, even those who appear impoverished may not be what they seem. Xiao Fan's home was unremarkable, yet he adorned himself in outfits worth thousands, misleading others. Men are inherently fickle. If that is the case, why not seek out a wealthy partner? Upon settling the bill, Song Jia sent a photograph to Su Yue, followed by a flurry of messages. Inside the house, Su Yue busied herself with cooking. Unsure of how to express her gratitude to Xiao Fan, she decided to prepare a meal for him. After leaving the hospital, she hurried to buy groceries. And now everything was nearly ready. She needed to call her senior to come back for dinner. Su Yue murmured to herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although her culinary skills were commendable, she had never cooked for a man before. Picking up her phone, she opened WeChat, hoping for a message from Xiao Fan. In recent days, she had checked WeChat far more frequently than usual. What mischief was Song Jia up to this time? Su Yue noticed a dozen messages from Song Jia. Soon, she saw the photograph. Xiao Fan was dining with a beautiful girl. She could tell that Xiao Fan had changed his clothes, likely purchased with the girl's company. A knot formed in Su Yue's chest, and the aroma of the braised ribs simmering in the pot faded away. Were her senior and that girl together? A surge of competitive spirit welled up within her. However, she quickly dismissed the notion. If Xiao Fan was indeed with someone else, would she not be intruding as a third party? Song Jia, you are truly tiresome. Su Yue sent a message to Song Jia and then promptly blocked her. While living in the dormitory, she had been courteous, but with Song Jia speaking ill of Xiao Fan, she felt no need to maintain civility. If her senior had a girlfriend, residing here would be inappropriate. Dishing out the enticing braised ribs, Su Yue gazed at the beautifully presented meal but felt little appetite. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? After much contemplation, Su Yue sent a message to Xiao Fan. On his way back in a taxi, Xiao Fan's heart raced upon seeing Su Yue's message. Though he was currently uninterested in romance, it did not diminish his attraction to Su Yue. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered. Senior, please do not misunderstand. I suddenly thought of this question. If you have a girlfriend, it would indeed be inappropriate for me to stay here. I will move out immediately. Moments later, another message from Su Yue arrived. Xiao Fan smirked. Su Yue's message had made his heart flutter. No, you can stay without worry. By the way, I want that phone you bought. How much was it? I will transfer the money to you. Xiao Fan replied. Su Yue's eyes sparkled. Xiao Fan said he had no girlfriend, and she believed him. That phone is worth 2 months' rent. Senior, do you think that is acceptable? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. He had just seen the phone in the mall, and its price exceeded 5,000. The rent is 800 per month, which grants you a 6-month waiver. Chapter 21. Su Yue's culinary skills. Su Yue felt a surge of joy. The prospect of residing here for another 6 months was delightful. She genuinely enjoyed her time at Xiao Fan's place. Thank you, senior, she expressed gratefully. Xiao Fan did not reply. Instead, he closed his eyes, seeking tranquility while contemplating his forthcoming plans. The primary concern, of course, remained the acquisition of funds. He had entrusted Tang Zitian with the order of 10,000 Tang knives, totaling 35 million, of which he had already prepaid 14 million, leaving a balance of 21 million outstanding. On the other hand, Xiao Fan had ordered 30,000 sets of tactical training uniforms from Yang Onren's team, with 3 million still owed. In total, he faced a shortfall of 24 million. This sum did not even account for the expenses required for purchasing food and other necessities. Currently, his bank account held merely around 17 million, insufficient to settle the outstanding payments. Fortunately, his next communication with Xiaohai was scheduled for 10 days later, providing him ample time to generate revenue. With 17 million in his account, he had a reasonable amount of principal available. However, the timeline for delivery of the Tang knives remained uncertain. If they could arrive within 10 days, it would be ideal to present them to his grandfather, yet it appeared unlikely that the items would be ready in time. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. This situation posed a dilemma. The 1,000 sharpened Tang knives could only be dispatched to Myanmar, and transferring 30,000 sets of tactical training uniforms would not be a simple task. While the procedural aspects were manageable, the critical concern lay with the time constraints. Yang Onren's production would undoubtedly take at least 8 to 9 days. If the warehouse were located in the same city, they might manage the delivery. But sending them to Myanmar would be impossible within the given time frame. What if he placed an order directly in Myanmar? The thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind. Although Myanmar's manufacturing capabilities were considerably inferior, driving up costs, it was feasible to order a batch of tactical training uniforms there if he were willing to spend extra. However, if he sought Tang Zitian's assistance, the latter would likely raise questions about why such orders were being placed in Myanmar when numerous factories existed domestically. After much deliberation, Xiao Fan ultimately dismissed this notion. Although Tang Zitian had previously treated him with courtesy, he was certainly not an easy person to deal with. Should Tang Zitian grow suspicious, he might even dispatch individuals to investigate or shadow him. It would be prudent to delay contacting his grandfather for a few more days. Xiao Fan mused to himself. The first and second communications had been merely 3 days apart, indicating that maintaining a slightly shorter interval in correspondence with Xiaohai posed no significant issues. At worst, he could forego any personal benefits during the next contact, thereby minimizing Xiaohai's expenditures. If the Tang knives could be produced in a timely manner, a trip to Myanmar would be necessary within 10 days. In the interim, he needed to diligently practice his control over objects. Lost in thought, Xiao Fan's vehicle had unknowingly arrived near his residence. Click. Upon reaching the doorstep, Xiao Fan retrieved his keys and unlocked the door. Instantly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "Senior, you're back." Su Youwei's melodious voice resonated as she emerged from her room. She was adorned in a rather exquisite outfit, with a touch of subtle makeup enhancing her beauty. Even though Xiao Fan had encountered her several times before, he was still captivated by her charm. "I am unsure how to express my gratitude, so I prepared a meal, though it appears you have already dined," Su Youwei remarked. Xiao Fan glanced at the table, which was set with 4 dishes and a soup. All looked quite appealing, and the aroma wafting through the air was delightful. It was surprising to discover that a goddess-like figure such as Su Youwei possessed considerable culinary skills. At that moment, Xiao Fan felt a stirring in his heart. Having spent a considerable time alone, the sight of prepared meals before him evoked a sense of warmth akin to home. "Su, my dear junior, whoever marries you in the future will surely be fortunate. You excel in both the parlor and the kitchen," Xiao Fan said with a chuckle. Su Youwei glanced at him, her eyes shimmering slightly. "Senior, would you like to taste it? If it does not suit your palate, I can adjust it next time." Xiao Fan picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of braised pork ribs, his eyes lighting up. Su Youwei's cooking was far superior to his own, which he typically relied on the school cafeteria for. "This is truly excellent. Su, your culinary skills are top-notch, akin to that of a professional chef," he praised after trying the other 3 dishes. His compliments were sincere. Su Youwei was indeed quite talented in the kitchen. "I'm glad you like it," Su Youwei responded, patting her stomach. "Unfortunately, I am quite full this evening and cannot eat any more. You haven't had dinner yet, so please enjoy. Leave half for me to have tomorrow. You need not go to the trouble of cooking again to thank me. By the way, how is everything at the hospital?" Su Youwei filled her bowl with rice from the kitchen. "Yaya is in the special care ward. The director's grandmother has returned. I visit Yaya daily." Xiao Fan nodded. "If I were to stay here for half a year, I would inevitably be discovered. Would that affect you?" Xiao Fan replied, "I'll take some belongings to the dormitory. If anyone finds out, you can simply say you rented my room. It is entirely normal for me to rent it out for extra income." Su Youwei looked at Xiao Fan in surprise, having assumed he would reside there as well. "I used to stay in the dormitory often. My bedding is still there, and my 3 roommates are quite amiable. Living in the dormitory is quite pleasant," he added with a smile. Though sharing a residence with a goddess like Su Youwei would be delightful, Xiao Fan knew he was not in a position for a romantic relationship, especially not with someone like her. Senior, you could actually stay here if you wanted, Su Yue timidly suggested. Xiao Fan regarded Su Yue thoughtfully. He was perceptive enough to realize that she likely harbored feelings for him, perhaps ever since he had rescued her. Living in the dormitory is better. It's quite enjoyable playing games with my 3 roommates, he said. You take your time eating. I'll go play a few rounds. With that, he retreated to his master bedroom and locked the door behind him. Su Yue recalled the moments when she dined in the cafeteria where many would steal glances at her. Little did she expect that now, it was just the 2 of them, and Xiao Fan would choose to retreat to his room for gaming, even declining to cohabit with her. Could it be that his parents' misfortunes had affected his mental state? A flurry of peculiar thoughts danced in Su Yue's mind. Inside the room, Xiao Fan manipulated a needle to float before him. Forward, backward. Under the influence of his mental prowess, the needle wobbled in the air. Having only begun his training in object manipulation, he was still somewhat unaccustomed. Half an hour passed, and Xiao Fan was able to maneuver the needle freely within a 2-meter range. He fixed his gaze on a book 2 meters away. In an instant, the needle surged forward, reaching a velocity of approximately 50 meters per second as it pierced deeply into the thick tome. Xiao Fan withdrew the needle, a gleam of excitement sparkling in his eyes. The power of this strike was quite impressive. At close range, should it hit an eye, it could easily penetrate the skull. Achieving such results in merely half an hour made him ponder the potential for doubling the speed with more practice. He mused internally, nearing the initial velocity of a crossbow bolt, capable of penetrating bone. He attempted to control 2 needles simultaneously. The second needle moved, yet the first one fell. Managing 2 needles at once proved to be more complex than he had anticipated. Additional practice was necessary. Chapter 22. Grandchildren, Grandpa is back. 2 hours elapsed. Under Xiao Fan's command, the 2 needles floated about him like small fish. Though not particularly swift, it was a marked improvement. Exhaustion washed over him. His mental energy was nearly depleted. He resolved to wash up and retire for the night. Tomorrow, he would return to the dormitory, and it would be quite enjoyable to play games with Shin and the others during his free time. As for his studies, Xiao Fan felt no anxiety, having already completed his self-study for the semester. With his enhanced mental capacity, he discovered a notable improvement in his memory. Academics would certainly not pose a challenge. In the bathroom, Su Yue pressed her ear against the door, cautiously listening to the sounds outside. Having momentarily lost her focus, she had forgotten to grab her clothes while showering. The towel felt a bit short. Surely he wouldn't come out, she whispered to herself, emerging from the bathroom. It took her only 5 seconds to reach the adjacent bedroom. Xiao Fan had been inside for over 2 hours without a sign of coming out. Striving to avoid any noise, Su Yue gingerly twisted the doorknob, opening it slightly to peer into the master bedroom, finding it eerily quiet. Phew. Su Yue let out a silent sigh of relief. She hurriedly stepped out of the bathroom. Just then, the master bedroom door swung open unexpectedly, and the 2 exchanged startled glances. Su Yue was modestly wrapped in a bath towel that delicately covered her essential parts. However, her snow-white arms, exquisite collarbone, and long, graceful legs were still exposed. Apologies escaped Xiao Fan's lips as he hurriedly closed the door. Su Yue's face flushed a deep crimson as she swiftly retreated to her room, enveloping herself entirely in her blanket. How could this happen? She felt utterly mortified. Senior, I forgot to grab my clothes. Please wait a moment before entering the bathroom. She messaged Xiao Fan in haste, recalling that her discarded garments still lay within the restroom. All right, came his reply. He pondered for a moment whether he should truly move back to the dormitory, realizing that doing so might cause him to miss out on many splendid sights. Dressing quickly, Su Yue darted to the bathroom to retrieve her clothes. Senior, you may come in now, she called out, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment as she entered her room. After a refreshing shower, Xiao Fan soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke around 8, his mental energy thoroughly exhausted from the previous night's sleep. Senior, I've gone to the hospital. Here is your breakfast. He found a note left by Su Yue on the dining table. The handwriting was beautiful, reflecting her character. A woman can indeed influence the speed at which I draw my sword. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Fan tidied up a few things and departed with haste. If he were to cohabit with Su Yue for a few more days, he feared he would become reluctant to leave. There was much he needed to accomplish, leaving little time to deal with various romantic rivals. Having a girl like Su Yue as a girlfriend would be delightful, but not at this moment. She had developed feelings for him, and in the short term, no one could sway her affections. If Su Yue were to easily fall for someone else, It wouldn't be a great loss. Grandchildren, your grandfather has returned, Xiao Fan announced as he pushed open the dormitory door. In response, he was greeted by the synchronized middle fingers of Xinxun and the other two. Third brother, you still dare to come back? We thought you were going to abandon us for good. Third brother, you're impressive. Just recently, there were rumors about you and Su Yue. Xinxun and the others chimed in. In their dormitory, there were 4 of them. The eldest, Kong Su, a robust man from Shandong standing at nearly 6 feet 3, who claimed to be a descendant of Confucius and was known for his generosity. The second, Yi Fei, appeared quite ordinary, yet once, when Xiao Fan was assaulted, Kong Su had not intervened, but Yi Fei single-handedly took down 6 assailants. Xinxun, a wealthy second-generation heir, was rather amusing. Xiao Fan had learned by chance that Xinxun's family assets exceeded 10 billion, yet his demeanor at school starkly contrasted with that of other wealthy students. Xiao Fan had previously surmised that the 3 of them were deliberately placed together, as there were no ordinary students. As for him, he speculated it was simply because of his academic performance that he was included in their ranks. The house has been rented out, and from now on, I will be staying in the dormitory, Xiao Fan remarked as he set down his belongings. Xinxun was taken aback, realizing that the likely tenant was Su Yue. He could hardly believe that Xiao Fan chose to share living quarters with them instead of the campus beauty. If it were him, he would unhesitatingly opt for cohabitation with the school's flower rather than cramming into a dormitory. It's tough for Sangu to earn a little rent. Xinxun mused. Have you noticed that Sangu looks a bit more handsome after being away for some time? Could it be that he visited the cosmic country? Yi Fei pondered aloud, sensing a noticeable change in Xiao Fan. He seemed taller, his aura different, and his presence significantly more commanding. Xinxun remarked wistfully. Perhaps it is the taste of love. After such a long time apart, who knows if some people have been secretly courting girls? Kong Su's eyes lit up. Sangu, could it be that you really have something going on with Su Yue? If so, the 3 of us will wholeheartedly support you. Xiao Fan smirked. Didn't you notice my change of clothes? They say that one's appearance is greatly influenced by attire. I used to dress modestly, which concealed my extraordinary looks. Cut it out. The 3 of them simultaneously flashed a middle finger at him. Yi Fei decided not to dwell on Xiao Fan's transformation. As long as he remained the same person, that sufficed. Brothers, I've recently earned some money. Let us find a place for a feast this afternoon, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Kong Su waved his hand. Sangu, a meal is fine. But it's not your turn to treat. Last time Yi Fei picked up the tab, this time it's Lao C's turn. Xinxun chuckled. Sangu. As brothers, you needn't be polite. Save your earnings for your future bride. I've heard that bride prices are quite substantial these days. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. Xiao Fan felt a surge of gratitude. Ever since they learned about his family situation, Kong Su and the others had been insistent that he not spend money during their gatherings, and over the past 3 years, they had treated him to countless meals. Who pays for Sangu's meals is a trivial matter. Let us have some fun first. With you joining us, we 4 brothers can conquer anything. Kong Su exclaimed with gleaming eyes. Though he was as robust as an ox, his fingers were not as nimble, and he lacked skill in gaming. Yi Fei excelled at games, but with Kong Su lagging behind, they barely managed to keep up. Once Xiao Fan joined in, their fortunes soared. Come on, let us get started. Yi Fei and Xinxun quickly took their seats at the computer, which booted up in less than 10 seconds thanks to its high specifications. All right then, Xiao Fan settled in, his own computer also starting up swiftly. This computer was not actually his, it was borrowed from Kong Su, who claimed it was for his use, but in reality, it had been 2 years since he took it. Awesome. 5 consecutive victories, haha. This game truly benefits from Sangu's participation. After winning 5 matches in a row, Kong Su and the others were all smiles. Especially after their unfortunate luck the previous day. I'll go inform the instructor to cancel my leave. You all decide on a place to eat. I've made quite a bit recently, and would love to treat you to a meal. If you don't let me, I want to join you again. Xiao Fan announced as he stood up. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan found himself standing before a steamed dish restaurant. Must you be so intent on saving me money? With my looks, do I still require a bride price? He approached Kong Su and the others with a hint of irritation. Xinxun chuckled. Third brother. If you forego the bride price, do you expect to receive one instead? Chapter 23. A return to Rueli. Xiao Fan shot Xinxun an exasperated glare. Did the esteemed Xiao require such a crutch? You truly are saving me a fortune, he remarked. I'm not that impoverished, truly. He settled into a chair. Kong Su waved his hand dismissively. It matters not what we eat. The 4 of us are simply gathering. Let us finish quickly so you can tutor Yi Fei. Otherwise, He might very well flunk several subjects this semester. Xiao Fan turned his gaze towards Yi Fei, who wore a distressed expression. He was adept in brawling and exceptionally skilled in gaming, yet his academic performance was mediocre. Each year, with Xiao Fan's assistance, he narrowly passed. Yi Fei had an aura about him that set him apart from the ordinary. Could it be that he practiced some form of internal cultivation? Xiao Fan mused inwardly. His mental acuity was significantly superior to the average person, and his perception was markedly enhanced as well. According to Yi Fei, he had legitimately gained admission. His intelligence was undoubtedly not in question. It was likely that he dedicated most of his time to training. Third brother, I implore you. Yi Fei raised his beer glass. No need for pleasantries. Xiao Fan clinked glasses with him and downed the drink. Helping Yi Fei with his studies was not particularly challenging. It primarily involved highlighting key points. As an academic achiever, Xiao Fan was well aware of what topics might be examined. Have you made any progress with Su Xuanmei? Shinshin inquired with a teasing grin. Having encountered Su Yue at Xiao Fan's residence, Shinshin had kept this to himself, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Kong Su and the others looked on with keen interest. Xiao Fan cleared his throat. She is merely renting my apartment. I am simply her landlord. There is nothing else between us, so refrain from wild speculation. Kong Su and Yi Fei stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Su Yue had actually rented Xiao Fan's apartment? She was renowned for her aloofness, dismissing wealthy second-generation individuals like Yang Rong. That she would choose to rent from Xiao Fan seemed implausible without some underlying connection. Third brother, you know our policy. Be sure to clarify when we return. Sun Tzu remarked, casting a glance at the newcomers entering the establishment, wary of letting them in on this matter. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, the four of them had spent merely a little over 100 yuan. Xiao Fan shook his head inwardly. It was not that he was unwilling to spend money, but rather that Sun Tzu and the others had dissuaded him. He could hardly reveal the balance of his bank account to them. With over 17 million yuan, any explanation would be cumbersome. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shinshin locked the door securely. Sun Tzu and Yi Fei pressed Xiao Fan down onto the bed. Third brother, confess quickly, what is your relationship with Su Yue? Xiao Fan rolled his eyes and replied, what relationship could there be? I merely assisted her with a significant favor, and she bought a phone to express her gratitude. I can't just take her phone for free, can I? Instead, I decided to rent her a room for a while so she could live with you all. Shinshin chuckled. Third brother, you just returned yesterday. Where did you spend the night? Sun Tzu and the others watched Xiao Fan with keen interest. Xiao Fan admitted, at home. I slept in the master bedroom while Su Yue occupied the guest room. Damn it. Sun Tzu and the others were envious. They were all still single. Given their circumstances, finding a girlfriend would be easy, but their standards were exceedingly high, rendering most girls unworthy in their eyes. I'm just a landlord, Xiao Fan protested. Shinshin remarked with a hint of mischief. There's a saying about keeping a beauty in a golden house. Third brother, you are no longer the same as before. I regret not going for seafood just now. Exactly, Sun Tzu and Yi Fei nodded in agreement, though they were merely jesting. Given Xiao Fan's family situation, they felt reluctant to bully him. Second brother, let me outline the recent key points. Xiao Fan shifted the topic, and Sun Tzu and the others did not pursue further inquiries. Though they were playful, they understood boundaries. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Fan resumed his classes like any other student, dedicating 2 to 3 hours daily to hone his mental prowess. He could now barely control 3 needles flying simultaneously. When managing just 2 needles, they could dart rapidly within a 2-meter range. Controlling a single needle allowed him to project it at a speed reaching 150 meters per second, surpassing that of a crossbow. Xiao Fan, are you going to request leave again? Xiao Fan's counselor, Feng Haichuan, expressed some exasperation, having just granted him a half-month leave a few days prior. Yes, Xiao Fan nodded. He had received a message from Tang Zitian the previous night informing him that the knife he ordered was ready. He needed to go to Ruili and then meet with Tang Zitian's associates to head to Myanmar. All my final exams must be outstanding. Despite being strict with leave requests, Feng Haichuan approved Xiao Fan's application, recognizing his consistent achievement of scholarships each semester. Thanks, old Feng, Xiao Fan said, promptly taking the leave slip and making his exit. By afternoon, Xiao Fan arrived in Ruili but did not meet Tang Zitian immediately. His bank balance stood at only 17 million, insufficient to cover the cost of goods. He needed to earn some money first. With his mental strength enhanced, Xiao Fan discovered that his ability to use his X-ray vision had also improved. He could now utilize it twice within an hour without difficulty, allowing for up to 4 uses a day, a significant increase from the previous struggle to manage 3 times, having found a prominent rough stone merchant. It wasn't long before Xiao Fan set his sights on several sizable rough stones, each priced at over 10 million. Such stones attracted numerous onlookers. Yet it was unlikely anyone would purchase them within 6 months. The high prices and substantial risks meant that even individuals worth hundreds of millions would think twice before investing in such stones. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Xiao Fan quickly examined the 4 selected rough stones, all of which exhibited commendable qualities. However, none of them had appreciated in value, while jade was present. The best stone among them was conservatively estimated to incur a loss of 5 million. Anyone purchasing these 4 rough stones would undoubtedly suffer significant financial losses. Ah, how familiar this seems, Xiao Fan mused, recognizing the voice of Yang Rong, who was accompanied by an elderly gentleman, likely a stone gambling expert judging by his attire. Young Master Yang, your presence here does not preclude mine, Xiao Fan replied calmly. He turned to leave, deeming it unnecessary to engage in banter with Yang Rong. Cut it out. You may come, but what do you hope to see among stones of this caliber? Even if you sold your house, you could not afford even a tenth of one of these, Yang Rong sneered, still nursing his pride after being intimidated by Xiao Fan previously. With your wealth, you may purchase them, Xiao Fan retorted, glancing at Yang Rong before resuming his inspection of the remaining stones. He could utilize his X-ray vision twice within an hour, though it required a half-hour interval. Young Master Rong, these rough stones all exhibit promising qualities, but the risk at this price is considerable. The elderly gentleman remarked after examining the stones Xiao Fan had surveyed at Yang Rong's behest. Yang Rong's eyes gleamed with determination. I feel a connection with these stones. I have a strong intuition that they will yield substantial profits today. These are the ones. For this outing to procure rough stones for his family, Yang Rong had access to a budget of 50 million. The total price for the 4 stones Xiao Fan had examined exceeded 48 million. Young Master Rong, should we consider other options? The elderly gentleman cautiously suggested. With 50 million at his disposal, purchasing additional stones could mitigate the risks. Unnecessary, these are the ones. Yang Rong asserted, his eyes sparkling with resolve. He was intent on demonstrating to Xiao Fan that he could acquire what Xiao Fan could not afford. A matter of pride. He sought to reclaim the face he had lost before Xiao Fan. Chapter 24. Exponential gains. Is this truly the purchase made? What a sheer folly, Xiao Fan thought. Watching as Yang Rong completed the transaction, feeling a pang of sympathy for Yang Rong's father. This fool should be dealt with severely. The jade extracted from the 4 rough stones could fetch a maximum of 15 million, resulting in a loss of at least 30 million. Yang Rong had haggled a bit, ultimately spending 45 million to secure the stones. Xiao Fan, did you see that? This is the essence of power. Only with strength can one attain the things they desire. Without it, nothing can be gained. Yang Rong approached Xiao Fan with an air of triumph. He harbored feelings for Su Yue, who had previously been rumored to be involved with Xiao Fan and was later suspected of dining with him, which left him feeling quite displeased. Yang's words dripped with implication. Xiao Fan, feigning indifference, replied languidly. Yang Rong scoffed, asserting that he wished to convey a message. A frog should never aspire to court a swan. Su Yue was beyond Xiao Fan's reach. Xiao Fan chuckled and replied, I appreciate your regard, young Master Yang. With so many suitors vying for Su Yue's affection, it's rather amusing that you have set your sights on me. Yang Rong was momentarily taken aback. Was Xiao Fan insinuating that he was foolish? He dismissed the thought, muttering coldly that Xiao Fan was not worth his attention. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Fan waved him off, uninterested in further engagement. Among the wealthy second-generation elites, Yang Rong was undoubtedly among the most ineffectual. Soon, you shall realize that the profits I earn today will elude you for a lifetime, Yang Rong declared with arrogance. He had purchased raw stones to take home. Yet it was not enough for him. He intended to cut them open first to make some profit before acquiring more stones. How reckless to cut them open on-site. Xiao Fan mused internally. If he sold the raw stones instead, he might still make a profit. However, to cut them open here would be akin to losing everything. Even for a wealthy family like Yang Rong's, losing 30 million would be quite distressing, although there were still several stones of interest in this shop. The distance was a concern. Xiao Fan decisively shifted to another store. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan selected several new raw stones. Focusing intently, he activated his X-ray vision. The first stone was quickly assessed. A loss. The second and third stones yielded similar results. The fourth stone was no different. What a disappointment. Xiao Fan lamented internally. His eyes felt strained, and he could no longer inspect larger stones. Was he to earn nothing? What purpose did these stones serve? Glancing at the ground, he noticed a small stone. Its size was modest, and its exterior was lackluster. To his astonishment, he discovered that most of the material beneath the surface was jade of exceptionally high quality, likely of the glass variety. A piece of jade of this size and quality would be valued at no less than 50 million. Xiao Fan's heart raced with excitement. With his X-ray vision, making a profit was within reach, yet striking it rich also required a stroke of luck. After inspecting 8 stones with only 2 yielding a small profit, the rest were losses. "Boss, how much is this one?" Xiao Fan called out, rubbing his eyes. Upon noticing Xiao Fan standing beside the high-priced raw stone, the shopkeeper hurried over, brimming with enthusiasm. "Which one?" Xiao Fan pointed to the stone on the ground. The boss's expression darkened immediately. He had thought a significant business opportunity had arrived. The stone placed on the ground was there because the floor had been damaged, and he had yet to repair it. He had hastily found a stone to cover the blemish. "This one? Perhaps 100,000, he suggested, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Xiao Fan retorted, "Selling iron beside gold? Can iron be sold as gold?" The boss chuckled slyly, extending a hand. 500? "Done," Xiao Fan stated. The boss's eyes widened. "Who said 500? I meant 50,000. 3,000 is just for a little fun. You can keep the rest for yourself." The boss pondered for a moment. Xiao Fan appeared not to be an expert, and the likelihood of this stone being valuable was exceedingly low. "All right, I'll sell it to you, young brother." He finally conceded. As Xiao Fan turned to leave, the boss quickly added, 3,000 is still money. After transferring 3,000 via scan, Xiao Fan picked up the stone and departed. Cutting stones in the shop? Preposterous. If he were to uncover jade worth millions, the boss would be heartbroken. "Hey, Xiao Fan, you bought raw stone too? How much did you spend?" Yang Rong sneered as he approached, his own uncut stone still in hand. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Yang Rong's repeated provocations ignited a spark of anger in even the most docile of individuals. "Hello, young Master Xiao." Someone called out as they hurried towards him. "Manager Miao." Xiao Fan nodded in recognition. The newcomer was Miao Xiaoyan, a subordinate of Tang Zitian, in her 30s or 40s. She smiled warmly. "Why didn't you inform us in advance, young Master Xiao? We could have come to pick you up. The boss is waiting for you." Xiao Fan nodded. "Then please take me to meet Boss Tang." Yang Rong, eager to create a scene, was ignored. The elderly man beside Yang Rong quickly pulled him aside. "What are you doing, old Zhao?" Yang Rong asked, somewhat discontented. Once Xiao Fan and the others had departed, old Zhao spoke. "Do you have any idea who that woman is?" Yang Rong frowned. "How would I know? This is my first time here." Old Zhao replied solemnly. "She is one of Tang Zitian's people, and Tang is a significant figure here. We cannot afford to offend him." While the Yang family had assets that could rival Tang Zitian's, he was the local powerhouse, whereas the Yang family would certainly struggle against him. "Are you mistaken, old Zhao?" Yang Rong exclaimed incredulously. How could a poor student like Xiao Fan possibly know such a prominent figure? Old Zhao shook his head. "I have been here countless times. I cannot be mistaken. Your classmate is not as simple as he appears." Yang Rong's brows furrowed in disbelief. Xiao Fan's background had been exposed online, a mere orphan with deceased parents, living in an ordinary 70 to 80 square meter apartment. "Young Master Xiao, it has been a while," greeted Tang Zitian as he welcomed Xiao Fan at the entrance of the shop. Onlookers who recognized Tang couldn't help but express their astonishment. Xiao Fan appeared rather ordinary. Yet here was Tang Zitian personally greeting him, and even addressing him as young Master Xiao. "Boss Tang, let us speak inside," Xiao Fan smiled. And soon they found themselves in a private room. "You hold something there," Tang Zitian remarked, gesturing toward the rough stone in Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. "Boss Tang, I appreciate your assistance. I am willing to part with this for 50 million. What say you?" Though Xiao Fan's profits could multiply rapidly, he lacked connections. And Tang Zitian's network, particularly in Myanmar, was invaluable to him. 50 million. Tang Zitian exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Fan nodded in affirmation. Tang Zitian's expression shifted. As 50 million was not an insignificant sum for him. "Then I shall take advantage of this opportunity, young Master Xiao," he said with a grin after a moment's consideration. Even if this 50 million were to be squandered, forming a connection with someone from a martial arts family like Xiao Fan was worth the investment in Tang Zitian's eyes. Moreover, he sensed that Xiao Fan was unlikely to deceive him regarding the 50 million. "This small rough stone can be cut swiftly," Xiao Fan remarked. "Boss Tang, please arrange for someone to cut the stone, but do it discreetly," he added as he set the rough stone down. Tang Zitian promptly transferred 29 million to Xiao Fan, with an additional 21 million as payment for Tang Dao. Xiao Fan felt a wave of satisfaction as his savings soared to 46 million. Young Master Xiao, you acquired this rough stone for a modest price, I presume? Tang Zitian inquired with a smile while pouring tea. Xiao Fan nodded. I bought it for 3,000. Tang Zitian's hand trembled slightly. Goodness, purchased for 3,000 and resold for 50 million. That is an extraordinary markup. Chapter 25, The Astonishment of Tang Zitian. Boss Tang. Please have someone cut this stone, but do not do it in public, Xiao Fan suggested with a smile. Tang Zitian nodded and signaled to a nearby associate to take the stone away. I have a sample of the Tang Dao to show you, young Master Xiao. Would you like to take a look? Bringing in 1,000 swords would be cumbersome, but a single sample was quite manageable. Of course, Xiao Fan replied, his eyes lighting up. As a man, he had a deep appreciation for blades and firearms. Fetch it, Tang Zitian commanded, and one of his bodyguards nodded in acknowledgement. The sword was quickly retrieved. Tang Zitian took the sword and cleared his throat. Young Master Xiao, this sword is priced at 3,500, which primarily covers the blade itself. The scabbard is rather simple. Xiao Fan nodded, unconcerned about the scabbard. Even without one, Xiao Hai and the others could easily craft a simple sheath. With a swift motion, Tang Zitian unsheathed the sword, revealing a blade that gleamed with a chilling brilliance. Though this blade is machine-forged, the materials used are indeed substantial, and its hardness and sharpness are beyond reproach. It may not slice through iron like mud, but cutting through iron wire is effortless. Tang Zitian smiled as he brushed his fingers along the blade. Xiao Fan extended his hand, and Tang Zitian presented the knife to him. The blade measures 75 centimeters in length, the handle 28 centimeters, with a width of 32 and a thickness of 0.7. The dimensions are quite satisfactory, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. Surprise flickered in Tang Zitian's eyes as Xiao Fan effortlessly recited the precise specifications of the blade. How profound is his understanding of weaponry? Little did he know, Xiao Fan measured it with his mental prowess. Not only could he attain accuracy to the millimeter, but even to the micrometer without difficulty. Impressive. Young Master Xiao, Tang Zitian exclaimed in admiration. Is the quality consistent across the rest? Xiao Fan inquired. Tang Zitian assured him, you can rest easy on that front. Young Master Xiao, being machine-forged, the quality will undoubtedly remain uniform. Indeed, Xiao Fan nodded. Boss Tang, please arrange for someone to deliver it to me for inspection. If all is well, I may require more in the future. Tang Zitian couldn't help but marvel inwardly, wasn't 10,000 blades already excessive? At that moment, one of Tang Zitian's more formidable bodyguards let out a muffled groan. Pain crossed his face as beads of sweat began to form. Xiao Fan turned his gaze towards him. Quickly, Yang Jun, sit down. It will be more comfortable, Tang Zitian urged. Yet, Yang Jun remained standing, enduring the pain with a stoic demeanor. What is the matter, boss? Xiao Fan asked, perplexed. Tang Zitian sighed. Yang Jun has previously engaged in combat. A shrapnel fragment is lodged within him, and surgery cannot remove it. He experiences pain several times each month. I am fine, Yang Jun asserted through gritted teeth, sweat pouring down his brow. Where is the fragment located? Xiao Fan inquired. Tang Zitian replied, between the heart and the spine. The position renders surgery exceedingly complicated, as a misstep could damage either the heart or the spine. Xiao Fan's mental energy swiftly penetrated Yang Jun's body. Though he was unable to use X-ray vision at the moment, his mental prowess proved effective. Initially, when he first acquired this ability, he struggled to utilize it, but now it came easily. Soon, he located the shrapnel within Yang Jun. The fragment was no larger than a fingernail, perilously close to the heart, blood vessels, and spine. Attempting to remove it surgically could very well be fatal for Yang Jun. If you trust me, I can help you remove it, Xiao Fan offered. Tang Wanjun looked at Xiao Fan with surprise. Yang Jun had saved his life, and he held this bodyguard in high regard. Young Master Xiao, I trust you, Yang Jun replied, gritting his teeth. A man of elite caliber. His instincts told him that Xiao Fan was not to be underestimated. Tang Zitian quickly stated, Young Master Xiao, whatever you need, just say the word. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. He rose and placed his hand on Yang Jun's back, channeling more of his mental energy into Yang Jun's body. Soon, Xiao Fan discovered a safe path. Out. He commanded softly, and the fragment was swiftly extracted. Xiao Fan's mental power could accelerate a steel needle to over 100 meters per second, making the removal of a bullet from within a person's body a trivial task. Just a little trinket, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile, as the blood-stained fragment hovered in his palm. It had not damaged any major blood vessels or nerves. With a few days of rest, recovery should be imminent. Tang Ziqian and the others gazed in astonishment at the small bullet in Xiao Fan's hand. Newton's coffin lid could no longer contain the truth. Clink. The bullet fell onto the table. Thank you immensely, young Master Xiao. Yang Jun expressed his profound gratitude. The moment the fragment was extracted, he felt a sharp pain, but soon thereafter, a wave of relief washed over him. Young Master Xiao, thank you so much. Tang Ziqian added. Yang Jun had visited over 10 major hospitals, all in vain. He never anticipated that such a simple solution would arise from young Master Xiao. Xiao Fan smiled and said, my methods differ somewhat from those of hospitals. Boss Tang, you must keep this confidential, otherwise we could all find ourselves in a bit of trouble. Tang Ziqian and the others nodded promptly. It turned out that Tang Ziqian had harbored some doubts regarding Xiao Fan's identity, but now those suspicions had evaporated. He believed Xiao Fan must hail from a martial arts family, possessing such capabilities at such a young age, likely as a core member. Yang Jun, tend to your wounds. Rest well. If your condition permits tomorrow, accompany young Master Xiao to Myanmar, Tang Ziqian instructed. Tomorrow? Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled. Tang Ziqian chuckled, it's already this late. Young Master Xiao, you should rest here tonight, and we can enjoy a few drinks together. It was only around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, still relatively early. However, with Tang Ziqian's suggestion, Xiao Fan had no objections. After all, Xiao Hai had earlier mentioned contacting him in 10 days, and today was merely the 7th day. Very well. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. As they sipped tea, half an hour passed gradually. Miao Xiaoyan approached, carefully cradling a wooden box. Boss, the raw stone has been unveiled, she said respectfully. Tang Ziqian opened the box, and astonishment lit up his eyes. Young Master Xiao, I've struck quite the bargain here. No, I cannot take such a great advantage. Tang Ziqian shook his head repeatedly. The jade was of the glass variety, and its estimated value was certainly no less than 68 million. Miao Xiaoyan nodded. She was quite adept in this area, and Tang Ziqian's estimation was accurate. Xiao Fan smiled and remarked, you had the audacity to purchase it for 50 million. Such boldness deserves reward. Tang Ziqian replied, I trust you, young Master Xiao. If it were anyone else presenting such a stone asking for 50 million, I would surely have them thrown out with a beating. Young Master Xiao, I truly cannot take advantage of you. He was still contemplating how to leverage his connection with Xiao Fan. Heaven knows whether Xiao Fan would hold a negative impression of him after he benefited so greatly. As he spoke, Tang Ziqian picked up his phone to prepare a transfer. Xiao Fan quickly interjected, let that money remain with you for now. I will likely need to order a Tang knife later. Very well, Tang Ziqian replied with a smile. Chapter 26. Yang Rong was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. Prices are rising, rising, rising. He shouted with bloodshot eyes, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Xiao Fan was also wandering nearby. After enjoying tea with Tang Ziqian for half an hour, he had ventured out alone, hoping to spot some appealing raw stones that might yield a profit. As the logistics minister, he had a challenging role, with no small targets to aim for and over 100,000 soldiers under Xiao Hai. Bro, what's going on that it's so lively here? Xiao Fan inquired. He stood on the periphery, unable to see Yang Rong within. Heh, a big fool bought 4 high-priced raw stones for tens of millions. And the first 3 yielded less than 10 million in jade, replied a young man with a grin. This last one is probably going to disappoint as well. Xiao Fan realized it was Yang Rong and was astonished that he hadn't tea left yet. It had been nearly 3 hours. After departing from Tang Ziqian, he had been wandering for over 2 hours. It's a bust. The third stone is just like the others. This one has little hope. 3 failures in a row. It's over. As the machine halted, many began to speculate, and several people moved away. Xiao Fan's mind raced. If the first 3 stones yielded less than 10 million, then this last one must be the most valuable, potentially worth 6 to 7 million. That's the one, he thought, moving closer to see the raw stone on the cutting machine. The originally large stone had been divided into 4 pieces. He focused on the smallest of these. He recalled that the jade was almost cut out from this very piece. How could this be? Yang Rong couldn't believe it. He had pleaded with his father for a long time before his father finally agreed to let him make the purchase, and this was the outcome. The raw stone bought for 45 million only yielded 8 to 9 million in jade. He had lost everything. Young Master Yang cut a few more times. There might still be hope, Xiao Fan suggested. After all, they were classmates from the same school. It would be better to resolve their differences than to harbor enmity. However, Yang Rong saw this as a mocking insult. Cut your mother. I'll sell you each piece for 10,000. Will you cut it or not? He retorted, seething. Xiao Fan's well-meaning advice was perceived as derision by Yang Rong. How dare you? You think you have good intentions? If you did, you would buy them yourself. Yang Rong gritted his teeth. All right, I will buy them. For blocks amounting to a total of 40,000, correct? I can indeed muster this sum. Xiao Fan remarked with a cold smile. Beside Yang Rong, old Zhao hastily interjected, Young Master Yang, even if these raw stones are cut poorly, each can easily fetch 50,000. Xiao Fan turned, feigning an intention to leave. Do not depart just yet. You agreed to purchase them at 11,000 each. Would I retract my word? However, I have a stipulation. You must cut the stones. If they appreciate in value, you may resell them. If they do not, you must cut them through completely, Yang Rong sneered. He preferred to incur a slight loss himself rather than allow Xiao Fan to escape unscathed with 40,000. A loss of a mere 10 or 20,000 was trivial to him, but he believed that a loss of 40,000 would cause Xiao Fan considerable distress. Xiao Fan's origins were enigmatic, something Yang Rong could hardly believe. During the stone unveiling process, he had scoured the internet for information on Xiao Fan, finding various details about him exposed in forums. Apart from his commendable academic achievements, Yang Rong considered him rather ordinary. What depth could his connection with Tang Zitian possess? Scan the code, Xiao Fan commanded coldly. Soon, he transferred 40,000 to Yang Rong. Please cut this smaller piece first, just a single incision down the middle, he instructed, pointing to the raw stone containing jade. Though this would diminish its value slightly, by perhaps 10 or 80,000, it was a calculated risk. A sharp sound pierced the air as the machinery whirred to life. A few onlookers gathered, though not as many as before. Minutes passed before the machine ceased. Hiss. It's green. The icy green jade was of considerable size, a substantial increase in value. A fortune has emerged. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Yang Rong gazed at the cut stone, feeling despair. His intention for Xiao Fan to incur significant losses had backfired, and now he stood to gain millions. Had it not been for the many eyes upon him, Yang Rong might have attempted to seize the stone back. Young Master Yang, it seems my fortune surpasses yours, Xiao Fan said with a grin. Yang Rong gritted his teeth. I wish to buy back the remaining 3 uncut raw stones. Name your price. 100,000 each. And I will take them all, he declared, totaling 400,000. 500,000. Before Xiao Fan could respond, several individuals began to outbid each other. Just moments ago, they hesitated to purchase stones at 50,000 each, but now the smallest piece had risen in value. The other 3 stones, being larger, promised even greater returns. A profit was all but assured if even one of them appreciated. 1 million. Give it to me, Yang Rong growled, realizing that if the bidding continued, securing them for 1 million would be uncertain. Very well, young Master Yang. Your decisiveness is commendable, Xiao Fan replied. Manager Miao, may I borrow your account? He turned to Miao Xiaoyan, who had approached. He wished to keep his bank details concealed from Yang Rong. Certainly, young Master Xiao, she promptly provided her bank account information, and Yang Rong transferred the funds to her. Manager Miao, please take this raw stone back for processing, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. It will take time to completely decipher it. Tang Zitian is waiting for me to have dinner. Of course, Miao Xiaoyan nodded. With her influence in this area, it was a trivial matter. Young Master Yang, wishing you good fortune. Xiao Fan waved his hand as he departed, having already spotted Tang Zitian's vehicle. Yang Rong felt a twinge of anxiety. Would the 1 million he had just offered go down the drain? Old Zhao gazed into the distance, observing Xiao Fan getting into Tang Zitian's car. At this hour, they were likely heading out for dinner. The fact that Boss Tang personally invited Xiao Fan for a meal suggested that young Master Yang's companion was far from ordinary. Old Zhao felt a sense of unease. He knew well that Tang Zitian was not to be trifled with. Xiao, it seems you have gained quite a bit, Tang Zitian remarked with a smile as the car started. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Just a modest profit of a few million. It's not worth as much as your vehicle. Boss Tang, do you have an affinity for cars, Xiao? I have quite a few fine ones in my garage. Feel free to select any that you fancy. As an old man, I merely indulge in my collection, Tang Zitian offered. Xiao Fan replied with a hint of resignation. I don't possess a driver's license. Obtaining a license is quite simple, Tang Zitian responded, amused. He mused internally about how strict the martial arts families were. Many children from ordinary families acquired their licenses shortly after high school graduation. Then I thank you, Xiao Fan replied with a light smile. It's just a car. There is no need to be overly polite. Tang Zitian chuckled. Tonight, you shall stay at my place, Xiao. I have ample guest rooms. and you can peruse the vehicles in my garage to see which one you like. After 2 hours, Xiao Fan and his companions returned to Tang Zitian's opulent mansion after dinner. In the spacious and immaculate garage, there were a dozen or so sports cars lined up. And even without a license, Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Beautiful cars and alluring women. What man does not harbor a fondness for such things? Boss Tang, if I were to choose one, how long would it take for you to recover from the loss? Xiao Fan jested. Tang Zitian laughed heartily. Xiao, you jest. Choose whichever you desire. Do not hold back. Xiao Fan's gaze swept across the array of vehicles, and he felt a wave of emotion. The most expensive cars here were worth tens of millions, while the more modest ones still cost several million. An average person would toil their entire life without being able to afford even a single one. He had once been in the same boat. Yet now he stood in a position to choose freely. However, if he were to select the most extravagant one, even if Tang Zitian did not voice it, he would likely feel some discomfort. Excessive greed is rarely favored. Boss Tang, could you provide some introductions? I'm not well versed in these. Xiao Fan smiled. Tang Zitian, still smiling, began to introduce the cars. The most expensive was a Koenigsegg, valued at around 40 to 50 million. The Porsche 918 was merely average among them, while the Lamborghini Aventador sadly ranked at the bottom. Xiao Fan contemplated the situation. The value of these dozen or so vehicles amounted to 2 or 3 modest goals. And yet he had not even saved up for a single one. How impoverished I am, he mused, although he currently possessed 46 million in his bank account, which could be considered a substantial sum. It paled in comparison to the wealth of someone like Tang Zitian. Which car has caught your fancy, young Master Xiao? Once your driver's license is in hand, I will arrange for someone to deliver the vehicle to you, Tang Zitian remarked with a smile. Xiao Fan pointed to a Lamborghini Aventador, declaring, that one. I have always had a penchant for Lamborghinis. I owned one previously. Its design is striking and it accelerates swiftly, though it does consume a fair amount of battery. Tang Zitian chuckled softly. Are you certain, young Master Xiao? You could choose any of these cars, yet this Aventador, to be frank, seems somewhat unworthy of your status. Xiao Fan shook his head. I do not possess any particular status. I am merely an ordinary student. This car is already rather ostentatious. Very well. Just let me know when you have your license in hand, Tang Zitian replied with a grin. He disregarded Xiao Fan's claim of being an ordinary student. How could an ordinary student wield such capabilities? The scene of the fragment levitating in Xiao Fan's hand still astonished Tang Zitian upon reflection. In the otherworldly realm of Silvermoon City, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, heralding an impending storm. The city walls glimmered with lights, yet in the pitch-black night, they illuminated only a limited distance. Outside the city, tranquility reigned, and the patrolling soldiers exhibited a degree of lethargy, their enthusiasm waning. The emperor was tyrannical and cruel, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, while the leader of the besieging rebel army was none other than Xiao Hai, a general renowned throughout the land. For decades, pirates had ruthlessly pillaged the coasts, but under Xiao Hai's command, they faced relentless assaults, resulting in blood-soaked battles that left them quaking in fear. In the past 2 years, piracy had nearly been eradicated. Following the pacification of the pirates, Xiao Hai was reassigned to the northern frontier, where he achieved 7 victories in 7 battles against the invading barbarians, earning widespread acclaim. Why do you suppose General Xiao has turned against us? One soldier mused. His accomplishments have overshadowed the throne, and coupled with his rapid ascension in strength, the emperor likely fears him. General Xiao is a good man. Who would have thought he would become our enemy? Sighed another. In a shadowy corner of the city tower, a group of soldiers whispered among themselves. Despite Xiao Hai's heavy encirclement of Silvermoon City, many common folk and soldiers harbored no animosity towards him. Rather, they held him in great esteem. With pirates ravaging the seas and barbarians frequently breaching the borders, countless civilians had long harbored deep resentment. And it was Xiao Hai who had offered them hope. As the hour approached, Xiao Hai gazed towards Silvermoon City. Within the city, he had already arranged for an insider-to-insider rebellion. With a stroke of luck, they might even manage to open the city gates. His forces would launch an assault from the outside. Beat the drums, Xiao Hai commanded, his voice resonating far and wide. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of the drums reverberated throughout Silvermoon City. Countless torches were ignited, dense and innumerable, in the eastern part of Silvermoon City. The soldiers atop the walls immediately relayed the alarming news. A full frontal assault on the East City? Swiftly, gather the troops to support the East City. The Lord of Silvermoon City, Huang Heian, received the message and spoke sternly. He could not afford to underestimate Xiao Hai. Should Xiao Hai resolve to launch a strong attack, Any hint of laxity on their part could lead to a breach. Halt! Xiao Hai bellowed. The drums fell silent as he advanced atop a formidable lion-tiger beast measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. The soldiers of Silver Moon City listened intently as he proclaimed, "I am Xiao Hai. Tonight, I shall undoubtedly seize Silver Moon City. Will you perish this night, or will you join me in forging a future? Consider your choices carefully." Xiao Hai's commanding voice resonated towards Silver Moon City. Many soldiers atop the wall exchanged glances, admiration flickering in their eyes. Could Silver Moon City truly withstand the might of Xiao Hai? Within Silver Moon City, there were indeed 50,000 defenders. Yet many had arrived from other regions before Xiao Hai's approach. The morale was fragile, and the hearts of the people were uncertain. Even with a fortress like Silver Moon City, resisting a formidable general like Xiao Hai would prove arduous. As time passed, more defenders rallied from various parts of Silver Moon City. "Anyone who dares betray the nation shall be executed on the spot," declared Huang Heian, who had also arrived. His expression icy. With a clatter, the inspection team led by Huang ascended the walls, drawing their weapons in unison. "Lord, Xiao Hai has apparently assembled all his forces here. There are over 10,000 torches, each surrounded by a dozen soldiers," reported one man who approached Huang Heian. "Indeed," Huang Heian nodded, making his way to the edge of the wall to gaze outward. The distance obscured his view, rendering only a vague outline visible. Despite Huang Heian's considerable prowess, the oppressive nature of Silver Moon City hampered his strength. He was acutely aware that without such restrictions, he would not stand a chance against Xiao Hai, and the city would have long since fallen. "Beat the drums," Xiao Hai commanded. The sound of drums resonated once more, this time with heightened urgency. "Kill." Upon hearing the drums, 100,000 soldiers surged forth from the western gate of Silver Moon City. "Kill." Inside the western gate, many rushed wildly towards the gates. "This is dire." Huang Heian's countenance shifted dramatically. He realized he had fallen into Xiao Hai's trap by gathering many soldiers. He had unwittingly diverted his defenses from the true point of attack. A smile crept across Xiao Hai's face as he glanced back. Each soldier holding a torch was surrounded by several scarecrows. Under the cover of night, Huang Heian and his men could not discern the ruse, and under immense pressure, he had inevitably summoned numerous defenders to the wrong front. "Losing the hearts of the people and the trust of the military, if I cannot conquer Silver Moon City, I would have no face to contact my dear grandson," thought Xiao Hai bitterly. Chapter 28. Food that enhances talent. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan set out with Yang Jun. The wound left by the shrapnel was minimal, and Yang Jun paid it no mind. "Brother Yang, how do we get there?" Xiao Fan inquired. Yang Jun chuckled. "Do you think we are sneaking across? That would be illegal. We have permits. With them, we can pass through without issue. The boss has prepared everything for you." Saying this, Yang Jun retrieved 2 documents from the armrest compartment, handing one to Xiao Fan. Inside was a photograph of him. "Is it really that simple?" Xiao Fan expressed his surprise. Yang Jun laughed lightly. "The boss has connections both here and in Myanmar. Rest assured, this is entirely legitimate." "Understood." Xiao Fan nodded. Upon presenting the documents, indeed, their vehicle smoothly entered Myanmar. "How's the security here?" Xiao Fan asked. Yang Jun smiled. "We need not venture into remote areas. It will certainly be safe. However, it will take 4 to 5 hours of driving, so you may feel a bit worn out." Xiao Fan shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm not a pampered young master." As the vehicle continued on, Xiao Fan gazed out the window with great interest. Remarkably, this was his first time traveling abroad. Before they knew it, 4.5 hours had passed, and they arrived safely at a warehouse. The boss had rented this warehouse. The goods had already been delivered inside, and you can inspect them shortly, Yang Jun said as he jumped out of the vehicle. The warehouse was not large, and Yang Jun quickly opened the door. Once inside, he switched on the lights, illuminating the entire space. Inside were hundreds of wooden crates, each containing 100 tang swords and several specially made whetstones, as the special steel used to craft the tang swords required specific stones for sharpening. Yang Jun opened one of the crates, casually pulling out a tang sword, its cold gleam resembling the sample received by Tang Tian. Xiao Fan opened 10 or so crates to thoroughly inspect the goods. These items were intended for Xiao Hai to use on the battlefield, and their quality could not be compromised. "Quite impressive," Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. "These swords are vastly superior to the crafts sold by those streamers." "Let us move these crates aside, Xiao. The boss mentioned you wanted to try some firearms. They have already been delivered to the back," Yang Jun beckoned. As Xiao Fan approached, he cautioned, "Brother Yang, please refrain from lifting. If you exert yourself, your back injury will surely worsen." With that, Xiao Fan directly picked up a crate, moving it aside with both hands. Yang Jun stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment. The box, containing hundreds of tang knives, weighed between 400 to 500 pounds. Even two ordinary adult men would struggle to lift it, yet Xiao Fan managed to do so single-handedly, appearing rather at ease. Indeed, Xiao Xiao possessed profound inner strength, Yang Jun mused. Little did he know that Xiao Fan had no inner strength to speak of. His ability to lift the weight stemmed solely from his robust physique. Soon, without breaking a sweat, Xiao Fan moved several heavy boxes to the side. On the ground lay a somewhat flat metal case. Upon opening it, Xiao Fan was astonished to find an array of firearms, pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, and rifles, including a light machine gun, though there were no sniper or heavy machine guns. Alongside the weapons were numerous varieties of ammunition, each type boasting hundreds of rounds. Xiao Xiao, the boss mentioned that it's fine to play around here, just don't take anything back, Yang Jun remarked with a smile. As he spoke, he retrieved a document from the bottom of the box and handed it to Xiao Fan. Upon inspection, Xiao Fan discovered it was a gun permit. Although gun ownership is prohibited in Myanmar, securing such a permit was not a challenge given Tang Zitian's influence in the area. The boss had indeed planned meticulously. Xiao Fan chuckled, suggesting they find a place to test the firearms. Excellent. Yang Jun nodded in agreement. Before their departure, Tang Zitian had instructed him that as long as Xiao Fan's requests were not excessive, he would do his utmost to accommodate them. Before long, Xiao Fan and his companions arrived at a shooting range with their firearms. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Fan began to experiment with the guns. Yang Jun, observing closely, was astounded, despite recognizing from Xiao Fan's handling that he had never touched a firearm before. He was impressed by Xiao Fan's accuracy after firing just 10 rounds from each type of gun. By the time they finished 100 rounds, Xiao Fan had astonishingly reached the level of a sharpshooter. Yang Jun inwardly marveled. Achieving such proficiency typically required thousands of rounds and considerable time. Yet, Xiao Fan had caught up to him in just a few hours with handguns and rifles. In Yang Jun's view, what Xiao Fan lacked was merely combat experience. As 2 days swiftly passed, Xiao Fan spent most of his time at the shooting range. Initially taken aback, Yang Jun eventually grew accustomed to it. Xiao Fan had even become proficient with the sniper rifle, able to hit an apple from over 1,000 meters away. In pure marksmanship, Yang Jun recognized that he was now outclassed by Xiao Fan. Yang Jun, take a day off. I need to arrange for the transport of the equipment. And it's inconvenient for you to be involved, Xiao Fan said as they returned to the warehouse. Today marked the agreed-upon time, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Hai would contact him that evening. Understood. Xiao Xiao, Yang Jun nodded, no longer concerned for Xiao Fan's safety. Anyone foolish enough to cause trouble for him would be akin to an old man consuming arsenic, simply seeking an end to their own existence. Before long, Yang Jun departed. And as the hours slipped into the deep of night, a knock echoed through the silence. A dull thud echoed, rousing Xiao Fan from his slumber. He immediately turned his gaze towards the mirror beside him. My dear grandson, have you brought anything of interest this time? Xiao Hai inquired with a smile. Yawning, Xiao Fan replied, Grandfather, you seem to be in high spirits. Have you already conquered Silver Moon City? Haha, indeed. If I couldn't even capture a small Silver Moon City, how could I possibly maintain my reputation? Xiao Hai said, somewhat self-satisfied. Just 2 days prior, they had successfully taken Silver Moon City, suffering minimal casualties, and surprisingly, their ranks had swelled by 3,000 soldiers after the conquest. By the way, dear grandson, I've consumed most of the items you sent last time, and I must say, one particular item has proven beneficial for my cultivation. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. What is it? Xiao Hai grinned widely. It's the most ordinary radish. I had no inkling of its value initially. Only yesterday did I discover that it was indeed the radish. Consuming it has doubled my cultivation speed, and even my innate talent for cultivation has begun to subtly increase. If I eat more radishes in the future, I may even become the world's foremost master. Xiao Fan was delighted. His grandfather's rise in strength would ensure greater safety for them both. The stronger Xiao Hai became, the more benefits Xiao Fan would reap. Grandfather, this time I have not brought you food, but rather 10,000 tang knives. Additionally, I have prepared some firearms. See if they can be of use over there. With that, Xiao Fan began to busy himself with the mirror. In just a few minutes, the hundreds of wooden crates in the warehouse vanished without a trace, including those containing firearms. These knives are quite impressive, far superior to the standard weapons of our ordinary soldiers, though a quantity of 10,000 is somewhat lacking. Xiao Hai remarked as he tested the blade. For the common soldiers, the tang knives Xiao Fan had sent were indeed treasures, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. I shall place another order later. Grandfather, do you find yourself in need of food or other supplies? Xiao Fan inquired. Xiao Hai replied. We acquired a substantial amount of provisions when we captured Silver Moon City. For now, our food supply is adequate, and it's not too cold within the city. However, should we venture out for battle, we will require more clothing. Also, my dear grandson, the city is currently short on salt. The price of salt is high, and the populace is dissatisfied. Please procure some when you can. Xiao Fan nodded. Grandfather, when will you be able to contact me again? I will send clothing, salt, radishes, and other supplies. Xiao Hai chuckled. There is no need for haste, my dear grandson. Let me grant you some benefits first. Your activities may attract unwanted attention, and you mustn't put yourself in danger. At this moment, two formidable figures appeared behind Xiao Hai, beginning to channel immense power into him. This time, I will not grant you new abilities. Instead, I will enhance your mental prowess further. A radiant light instantly surged through the mirror and entered Xiao Fan's being. He felt a sudden pressure in his head. The expressions of Xiao Hai and the two others grew noticeably weary. I shall reach out to you again in 7 days. As Xiao Hai finished speaking, the reflection in the mirror promptly vanished. Chapter 29. The taste of murder is unpleasant. Xiao Fan soon fell into a deep slumber, and by the next day, the sensation of swelling had completely dissipated. He was unaware of how much his mental power had increased. In his heart, Xiao Fan mused, closing his eyes and exerting his mental force to the fullest. Instantly, everything within a radius of 3 to 4 meters came within his perception. What a remarkable enhancement! Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Previously, his mental force could only encompass a radius of 2 meters. Now, it appeared to extend to approximately 3.7 meters. Although it seemed that the increase was not even double, such calculations were misleading. His mental force radiated in a planar manner, and the assessment of its improvement was based on area. Thus, his mental force had likely tripled in capacity. His grandfather had previously bestowed upon him the ability to manipulate objects, which should have made enhancing his mental power somewhat easier, leading to a substantial increase in his mental force. Xiao Fan reflected inwardly. Even without acquiring a new ability, he was immensely content with this advancement. Amassing a chaotic array of enhancements was of little use compared to honing a select few. I wonder how quickly I can manipulate a needle now. A steel needle materialized in Xiao Fan's hand. Within the range of his mental force, the needle accelerated rapidly. Whoosh! Once it exited the field of his mental force, its speed became astonishing, piercing deeply into the thick concrete wall of the warehouse in an instant. Its initial velocity was 400 meters per second. Xiao Fan was taken aback. This was comparable to the initial velocity of a bullet fired from a handgun, and some bullets were even slower. Such a significant enhancement was hard to fathom. He pondered carefully. The increase could be attributed to 2 factors. First, his mental power had grown stronger, providing more force per unit of time. Second, the range of his mental force had expanded, allowing for a longer application time. How powerful? Xiao Fan approached, noting that the steel needle had penetrated over 3 inches deep. The concrete was exceptionally sturdy. The area of impact at the front of a bullet is larger. Yet even bullets struggled to penetrate as deeply into such a wall. With such an enhancement in mental force, I will no longer need to rely on steel needles in the future, he thought. While steel needles served as decent concealed weapons, they were cumbersome to carry. The very idea of using them as a weapon reminded him of Dongfang Bubi. Henceforth, I shall utilize this. Xiao Fan retrieved a coin from his pocket. With his enhanced mental force, using a coin as a projectile could yield impressive initial speed, and it was perfectly mundane to carry in his pocket. Go! The coin in Xiao Fan's hand instantly accelerated and flew forth. Bang! The coin struck the concrete wall, embedding itself within, though not as deeply as the needle. Its initial speed was 350 meters per second, not as fast as the needle. But the coin's greater weight likely resulted in higher potential damage upon striking a target. A satisfied expression graced Xiao Fan's face. The phone rang at that moment. It was the device left behind by Yang Jun. Xiao Xiao, when can I come to find you? Upon answering, Yang Jun's voice resonated through the line. You may come over now, Xiao Fan replied. After retrieving the steel needles and coins embedded in the concrete, Xiao Fan locked the warehouse door. In less than half an hour, Yang Jun arrived. Let us go. Someone will handle the items here, Xiao Fan said as he entered the vehicle. Yang Jun nodded, adhering to his principle of not asking unnecessary questions as a bodyguard. Shall we head straight back, Xiao Xiao? Indeed, came the response. Yang Jun pressed the accelerator. and the car surged forward like a ferocious beast. 2 hours later, Yang Jun glanced at the rearview mirror, his brow furrowing. Xiao, it seems we are being followed, he stated in a low voice. The pursuer appeared vigilant, having been spotted 3 times within half an hour, an unusual situation. Xiao Fan turned to look at the rearview mirror as Yang Jun increased their speed. Indeed, we are being followed, Xiao Fan confirmed. Yang Jun, with an apologetic tone, remarked, "This is your first visit to Myanmar. It is likely they are after me. Perhaps, Xiao, you should find a place to disembark. I will deal with them, and then come back for you." Xiao Fan, puzzled, replied, "You are Boss Tang's bodyguard. If they are not targeting him, why would they target you, a mere bodyguard?" After a moment of silence, Yang Jun replied, "In my past as a soldier, I offended a major drug lord. After retiring, I became the boss's bodyguard. When I am by the boss's side, they refrain from acting recklessly. However, with the boss absent, they may see this as an opportune moment to eliminate me." Yang Jun's face betrayed a hint of regret as he continued, "I did not expect that after so many years, they would still not relent. You should get out in the town ahead. The next several kilometers are wilderness. They could strike at any moment." Xiao Fan's heart raced. It was his first encounter with such peril, and although he was anxious, abandoning Yang Jun was not an option he could entertain. "Do not stop. Keep driving," he insisted. "There could be their people in the town," he added, shaking his head. Yang Jun furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility. Dropping Xiao Fan off could indeed put him in greater danger. Xiao, brace yourself," he warned, flooring the accelerator to increase their speed further. Boom, boom. Just as their vehicle sped past the town, the pursuers accelerated, with 4 motorcycles joining the chase. Xiao, do you have any firearms on you?" Yang Jun inquired. Xiao Fan shook his head, having transferred all his weapons and ammunition to Shanghai. Yang Jun's expression darkened. Although he carried a pistol, it was but one against their several, possibly including heavier firepower. Boom. Yang Jun pushed the gas pedal to its limit. The off-road vehicle racing wildly along the dirt road, yet the motorcycles were gaining ground rapidly. Bang, bang. One individual drew a pistol and began firing, the bullets striking the trunk of the vehicle. Xiao, quickly duck," Yang Jun commanded in a low voice, steering with one hand while preparing to retaliate with the other. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan replied, "Focus on driving. I will handle them." The audacity of their assailants to open fire infuriated Xiao Fan. Bang! Another shot rang out. The adversary's motorcycle was nearly parallel to their vehicle, and the bullets were aimed at Xiao Fan. "Vile scoundrel!" Xiao Fan exclaimed, extending his hand to catch a bullet that was aimed at him. As the bullet entered Xiao Fan's mental domain, it began to slow, arriving at his side at a significantly reduced velocity. "Go!" Xiao Fan flicked his wrist, launching the bullet he held, which struck the assailant with precision. Subsequently, he leaned out, releasing 3 coins in a span of 2 seconds. All 3 pursuing motorcycles suffered catastrophic tire blowouts. Boom. The vehicle trailing behind collided with one of the motorcycles, careening out of control and crashing onto the roadside. Yang Jun did not halt. Their vehicle sped away rapidly. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Fan's countenance was not favorable. He was uncertain if the 3 motorcyclists behind them were alive, but the first was undoubtedly dead. The taste of taking a life was not pleasant. Xiao, you acted in self-defense. According to both Myanmar law and our own country's law, you bear no responsibility, Yang Jun reassured, noticing Xiao Fan's troubled expression. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. They had attempted to kill him, and he had no regrets about retaliating. Chapter 30. Yue, who is my rival in love? Are we really just leaving like this, without any further action? Xiao Fan inquired. Yang Jun replied, "They are drug offenders and would not dare to report this. There will be no obvious repercussions, but they may investigate discreetly. I will call the boss to handle it." Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, having accompanied Yang Jun. The adversaries would likely trace it back to him. Xiao, I truly regret this. I never anticipated that my past misdeeds would implicate you," Yang Jun expressed with deep remorse. Xiao Fan shook his head. "Yang Gu, there is no need for you to apologize. Your past grievances with drug lords were to protect ordinary citizens like us, and I hold great respect for individuals like you." Xiao, I will call the boss," Yang Jun stated. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. Soon, Yang Jun dialed Tang Zietian's number. What? Tang Zietian's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the news. In his view, Xiao Fan was from a prestigious martial arts family, and with Yang Jun protecting him, any misfortune that befell Xiao Fan would bring immense trouble to Tang Zietian. "Boss, we are fine," Xiao Xiao eliminated one of them. While the fates of the others remain uncertain, Yang Jun quickly reassured. Tang Zitian exhaled lightly. Yang Jun. Ensure the safety of young Master Xiao. It is imperative that no harm comes to him. I shall send someone to assist you. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zitian was engulfed in fury, and he immediately dialed another number. Sang Wei, you dispatched someone to assassinate my bodyguard? Do you believe that I, Tang Zitian, am dead? He bellowed. If you fail to provide me with an explanation, General Jin's men will thoroughly ravage all your territories within 3 days. On the other end of the line, the notorious drug lord Sang Wei was leisurely smoking a cigar, a blonde beauty nestled in his arms. Is it truly such a matter, Boss Tang? It must be the fault of my subordinates. I shall chastise them appropriately, he chuckled. Tang Zitian retorted, Sang Wei, I am not jesting. If you do not give me an explanation, rest assured, within 3 days, if General Jin's men do not target you, I shall cease to bear the surname Tang. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Sang Wei smiled wryly, feeling a sense of relief. He believed that even if a price were to be paid, the death of Yang Jun would be worth it. Just then, his phone rang again. It was one of his subordinates. Bring back Yang Jun's corpse. He commanded coldly upon answering. Boss, Yang Jun is not dead. We encountered a mishap. The others are all dead. His subordinate Senji lamented from the other end. Sang Wei's expression darkened. What do you mean? Senji recounted the events as they transpired. After hanging up, Sang Wei gazed at the 3 corpses within the vehicle. Filled with dread, the car had been traveling over 150 kilometers per hour. He had survived only because he fastened his seatbelt. Yet even so, he was covered in blood and had fainted for a considerable time. 7 of my men are dead, and you expect me to provide you with an explanation? Sang Wei shouted as he dialed Tang Zitian again. Tang Zitian appeared taken aback. 7 dead. If your men perished, it is their own incompetence. It was your people who instigated this. You must give me an explanation, or we shall see how this unfolds. He spoke sternly before ending the call. Sang Wei's face darkened significantly. Were it not for the strong ties between Tang Zitian and General Jin, he would have eliminated Tang Zitian long ago. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Focus particularly on the individuals surrounding Yang Jun, Sang Wei instructed solemnly. He sensed something was amiss. Was Yang Jun truly that formidable? Apologies, young Master Xiao. I truly did not anticipate such an incident, he continued. Before they had even departed from Myanmar, Xiao Fan and his companions encountered the individuals sent to assist them. Tang Zitian had come personally. Xiao Fan shook his head. It is of no consequence. Just do your best to ensure this does not affect me in the future. By the way, the batch of Tang knives was excellent. I would like to order another 20,000. At 3,500 per piece, that amounts to 70 million. He currently possesses 54 million on his card, and there is an additional 18 million deposit with Tang Zitian. Altogether, that amounts to 70 million. Young Master Xiao, you need not spend a dime on these 20,000 Tang knives, given that Sang Wei has committed such a deed. He cannot hope for reconciliation without several tens of millions. I will procure this sum from him, Tang Zitian stated solemnly. Even if Sang Wei refuses to part with the money, he will ultimately have to produce it himself. Indeed, Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Tang Zitian exhaled in relief. If Xiao Fan were to decline, he feared that the hard-won relationship would come to an abrupt end. After more than an hour, Xiao Fan and his companions returned to Rueli. Instead of visiting Tang Zitian, Xiao Fan chose to stay at a 5-star hotel. He intended to remain there for a couple of days to earn some more money. Yang Jun, please elaborate, Tang Zitian urged upon returning home. However, Yang Jun found it difficult to provide too much detail over the phone, as Tang Zitian had not inquired further during their earlier conversation. Yang Jun recounted everything from beginning to end. Suddenly, Tang Zitian was taken aback. Did you just say that young Master Xiao caught a bullet and then threw it to kill one of the opposing drivers? Yang Jun nodded. Tang Zitian was utterly astonished. He was aware that Xiao Fan possessed considerable inner strength, but he had not anticipated that Xiao Fan could catch a bullet with his bare hands. Even among martial arts families, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Young Master Xiao must undoubtedly be a core member of a martial arts family, perhaps even an heir. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with him. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Tang Zitian's eyes. Senior, are you in the city? Yaya has been discharged from the hospital, and the principal wishes to invite you to a meal as a token of gratitude. Yaya also wants to thank you in person. After a midday nap, Xiao Fan received a message from Su Yuwei. I am not in the city. When I return, let us visit the orphanage together to see Yaya and the others, Xiao Fan replied, his mind conjuring the image of Su Yuwei during the shooting incident. He had thought of her, pondering whether, should he perish, it would be a pity to have never experienced love in this lifetime. With his strength now enhanced, he felt less fear even if certain truths were to be revealed. At school, Suyue gazed absently at her phone. Together? Suyue's gaze shifted slightly. All right, senior. She finally responded, after a considerable pause. You seemed a bit off just now. Have you secretly found a boyfriend? A girl beside her inquired. She had a rather carefree demeanor and shared a decent rapport with Suyue. Of course not, Suyue quickly retorted. The girl stared at Suyue and, after blinking, said, You seem a bit anxious. From what I know of you, even if you haven't found someone, you must have someone you fancy. Quickly tell me. Who is my rival? Suyue retorted, exasperated. There's really nothing. The teacher is about to arrive. Let us focus on the class. The girl merely rolled her eyes in response. I find myself rather disinclined towards Teacher Huang's classes. The gaze he casts upon students is somewhat unsettling. Suyue, wearing an expression of resignation, shares my sentiments. However, having already enrolled, it is not feasible to forego attendance simply due to an aversion to the instructor. Chapter 31. A modest goal achieved. After indulging in a brief afternoon slumber at the hotel, Xiao Fan proceeded to the raw stone market. To his delight, he discovered that with the enhancement of his mental acuity, the frequency with which he could utilize his discerning vision had increased. Within a span of 2 hours, he could now peer into the essence of stones approximately 4 times, and throughout the day, this number could reach 10. This marked a significant improvement compared to his initial capabilities. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Xiao Fan employed his vision nearly 20 times, inspecting around 80 to 90 raw stones and expending 30 million to acquire 5 of them. These 5 stones were promptly delivered to Tang Zitian. Before the stones were cut, Xiao Fan took his leave. Boss, all 5 of young Master Zhao's stones have been cut, and each has appreciated significantly, Miao Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment. She was aware of Xiao Fan's prowess in stone gambling, but had not anticipated such remarkable success. The quintet had all appreciated, yielding profits at a pace swifter than that of a bank heist. What is the projected selling price? Tang Zitian inquired. Knowing that Miao Xiaoyan's estimations typically fell below actual selling prices, after some contemplation, Miao Xiaoyan replied, if we take 2 months to sell, it should reach around 170 million, although holding onto the inventory carries the risk of price fluctuations. Tang Zitian responded calmly, despite the risk of depreciation, there remains the possibility of appreciation. Let us proceed with a valuation of 170 million and transfer the funds to young Master Xiao immediately. Tang Zitian had no intention of profiting at Xiao Fan's expense. Even a modest investment to maintain their relationship was deemed worthwhile. Ding. Upon disembarking from the plane, Xiao Fan opened his phone to find a text from the bank. Your savings account ending in 9312 received a deposit of 170 renminbi, 000 on May 10th at 16:55. Current balance, 19,432, 865, 312 renminbi. Xiao Fan gazed at the message, entranced. His modest goal had indeed been realized, and he was nearing the accomplishment of 2 objectives. Boss Tang, I have landed and received the transfer. You did not incur a loss, I hope? In business, mutual benefit is paramount for longevity, Xiao Fan messaged Tang Zitian. Tang Zitian promptly replied, Rest assured, young Master Xiao, there will be no losses. A slight delay will ensure that selling at this price is without issue. Xiao Fan mused to himself. It was evident that Tang Zitian had offered him a concession. His current evaluations were quite accurate, and he surmised that others would not purchase for more than 160 million. Boss Tang, in the future, please acquire at market price. Otherwise, I will simply sell the raw stones elsewhere, Xiao Fan responded. For him, amassing wealth was no longer a challenge, and he preferred not to owe Tang Zitian any favors in this regard. Mr. Xiao, you have been a long-term valued client. It is not in accordance with market principles to treat you poorly. However, I must ensure a modest profit for myself moving forward, Tang Zitian pondered and replied. Let us proceed accordingly. Xiao Fan stepped out of the station and gazed at the queue of taxis. The crowd was substantial. With nearly 2 small targets on his card, he was still required to wait for a taxi. Who would believe such a tale? Xiao Fan mused to himself. Resolutely, he decided to return and swiftly enroll for a driving license as Tang Zitian's car was still gathering dust. Xiao Fan? As 2 individuals approached him, he nodded and inquired. I am Xiao Fan. May I assist you? One of them produced identification, stating, Mr. Xiao, this is my credential. Our system has detected significant fluctuations in your funds, and we are here to verify the source. If the funds are legitimate, perhaps you might consider converting them into a fixed deposit, the other suggested. Xiao Fan, somewhat perplexed, responded, couldn't you simply call regarding such matters? The other individual cleared his throat and said, Mr. Xiao, given the substantial amount involved, it is more prudent for us to discuss this in person. Did you arrive by car? Xiao Fan inquired, receiving nods in response. Excellent. I shall hitch a ride with you back to the city. Feel free to ask about your vehicle en route. The two exchanged glances, speechless. They were aware that Xiao Fan's account held nearly 200 million, and yet he had no vehicle. Soon, Xiao Fan found himself seated in their car. You should be aware that my initial 50,000 came from a bounty for apprehending a Class A fugitive. The subsequent transactions, you should be able to trace, were profits from gambling stones, Xiao Fan explained. One of the men was driving while the other sat in the back with Xiao Fan. He continued, Mr. Xiao, we need you to clarify the most recent transaction of 70 million. This amount is substantial, and our headquarters has issued an inquiry letter. Xiao Fan replied, that too was earned from gambling stones. I invested 30 million in 5 raw stones, which I sold to Boss Song Zaiqian and Riley for a value of 70 million. If you doubt this, you may verify with Boss Song. There should be no issues with this money, correct? As the bank representative took notes, he remarked, Mr. Xiao, we have noted your recent travel abroad. Should the funds be linked to any illegal activities, we will freeze them. Xiao Fan nodded, if there is an issue, feel free to freeze the account. I shall neither convert the funds into a fixed deposit nor transfer them to another bank, but I have one condition. Please, go ahead. Mr. Xiao, Xiao Fan asserted, increase my transfer limit to 100 million. I have approached you several times. Yet it has taken considerable time for you to raise the daily limit to merely 10 million, which is insufficient for my needs. Tang Zaiqian can transfer substantial sums effortlessly. Yet for him, it is quite the hassle. Mr. Xiao, we will require 2 days to verify the relevant information. If all is in order, we can apply for a daily transfer limit of up to 50 million, though a 100 million limit may not be feasible at this time. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly, recognizing that Tang Zaiqian had effortlessly transferred 170 million. His account balance was likely over 1 billion. Yet, he still felt impoverished. Well then, 50 million it is. Xiao Fan nodded. Even if he intended to purchase raw stones, under normal circumstances, a limit of 50 million would be entirely sufficient. Mr. Xiao, your account may be temporarily frozen for the next couple of days, which might affect your usage. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. Xiao Fan pondered. He would not seek out Yang Onren and the others until 4 days later, at which point he would need to settle the remaining balance. A 2-day account freeze posed no significant issue. All right, he replied with a nod. The 2 bank employees breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Fan was a valued client, and they could not afford to offend him. Mr. Xiao, you might consider allocating a portion of your funds into a fixed deposit. Additionally, we have professional financial advisors available to assist you. Xiao Fan shook his head, closing his eyes and opting not to engage further. Half an hour later, the car arrived in the city center. Pull over, he instructed. Upon disembarking, Xiao Fan hailed a taxi to the school. However, when attempting to pay the fare, he was met with a notification of payment failure. What? Has it been frozen already? Xiao Fan quickly checked his WeChat balance, discovering it was under 5 yuan. Excuse me. Could you wait a moment? He said awkwardly to the driver. Hastily, he called Shinshin. Old 4, I need a favor. Please transfer me 1,000 yuan via WeChat. Without further inquiry, Shinshin hung up and promptly sent Xiao Fan 5,000 instead. Use this for now, and let me know if you need more, he said. A faint smile graced Xiao Fan's face. He could always rely on his 3 roommates. Chapter 32, The Psychopathic Killer in the Dormitory. Shinshin curiously addressed Kong Su and Yi Fei. Boss, second brother, it's unusual for third brother to borrow money from us. What do you think is going on? Kong Su pondered deeply. Could it be that he recently fell in love, and romance requires funds? Yi Fei shook his head. Boss, you still don't know third brother well enough. He has no one to support him at home. So it's unlikely he'd need to borrow money unless something unexpected has occurred. Shinshin's eyes widened. Could it be that Su Yue is pregnant, and he lacks the funds for an abortion? Kong Su and Yi Fei exchanged glances. Shinshin chuckled awkwardly. This is a reasonable suspicion. Third brother might be keeping a secret love, and in the quiet of night, things could easily go awry. Kong Su suggested. If that's the case, shouldn't we remind third brother? An abortion could be harmful to his partner's health. Perhaps they should consider having the child. Yifei nodded in agreement. That's a valid point. We three could play the role of godfathers. Surely we can provide for a child. The trio engaged in animated discussion. Creak. Not long after, Xiao Fan returned to the dormitory. The three of them cast peculiar glances in his direction. What else with the three of you? Constipated? Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled. Shinshin came over and closed the door tightly. Kongsu cleared his throat and asked, Third brother, what stage have you and Su Xiaohua reached? We are all friends here. There's no need for you to hide anything. Yifei added, if you are in need of money, just tell us directly. Shinshin remarked. Third brother, the elder brother and second brother mean that if Su Xiaohua becomes pregnant, it would be better to carry the child to term, as the expenses can be covered by us three godfathers. Xiao Fan nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. What nonsense are you all talking about? Haven't I told you? My relationship with her is merely that of landlord and tenant. You all have such wild imaginations. Why not write a novel? He retorted. Just then, Xiao Fan's phone rang. It was Su Yue calling. Shinshin noticed and blinked. It's Su Yue on the line. Don't say anything foolish. I really have nothing going on with her. Xiao Fan said before answering the call. On the other end, Su Yue asked, Senior, have you returned? You donated 100,000 yuan. And the dean's grandmother sent me the donation receipt. She hesitated before continuing. Shall I go buy some groceries? You can come over for dinner and take the receipt with you. As she spoke, her face flushed slightly. Xiao Fan replied, that receipt is of no use to me. Just put it somewhere. I want to be coming back until tomorrow. Let us visit Yaya and the others together then. Okay, she responded. After hanging up, Yifei said, Third brother, I vaguely heard Su Yue mention your donation of 100,000 yuan. Xiao Fan glanced at Yifei, who seemed to have heard quite clearly. A child from the orphanage where Su Yue works needed money for surgery a few days ago, so I donated some, Xiao Fan explained. Your ears are quite sharp. Second brother. Kongsu frowned slightly, saying, Third brother, if Su Yue has feelings for you, then it's fine to donate. But if she doesn't, we shouldn't be too eager. You should prioritize yourself. Yifei remarked, Su Yue just invited third brother to dinner. We should focus on ourselves. While third brother enjoys a cozy evening with her. Meanwhile, we three remain single. Shinshin gazed at Xiao Fan and asked, Are you going to the orphanage with Su Xiaohua tomorrow? If she doesn't harbor any feelings for you, she surely wouldn't agree to accompany you. Eldest brother, second brother. I'm feeling a bit envious, Xiao Fan replied irritably. Kongsu chuckled. Since Su Yue seems interested in you, that's wonderful. We fully support you in winning her over. If you need money, just let us know. Xiao Fan stated, let matters of the heart unfold naturally. Now, shall we go out for a meal? Let us go. The four of them, arms slung over each other's shoulders, left the dormitory. After consuming 2 bottles of beer, Shinshin suddenly said, Third brother. Did you know a girl died at school recently? Rumor has it she was harmed by someone. She was quite a beautiful junior. Such a pity. Xiao Fan exclaimed in surprise. Is that true? It seems no one has mentioned it on the school forum. Kong Shudo remarked that initially. A post had been made in the forum, but it was swiftly deleted. The instructor had cautioned the class against spreading such rumors. Yifei stated that the university's official report described the incident as an accidental death, yet whispers suggested that a girl named Dong Jie had been murdered, possibly after suffering an assault. If these rumors held any truth, it could indicate the presence of a deranged killer within the school. You must advise Su Shuime to exercise caution. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. If a killer truly lurked about, it was imperative to alert Su Yue, whose beauty might render her a target. I will inquire about the veracity of these claims. Xiao Fan produced his phone and sent a message to Leah, a forensic expert responsible for that area, who would undoubtedly be informed of the situation. Indeed, Dong Jie had been murdered. The assailant had employed a tranquilizer, and the method of killing was swift, suggesting that this was not their first offense. Such incidents had not previously occurred at your school. It is likely the work of an outsider, so there is no need for excessive concern. Leah's response arrived promptly. This information was not confidential and posed no problem to share with Xiao Fan. It is true, Xiao Fan said gravely. Although Liu suggested it might be the work of an outsider, many cases are often perpetrated by acquaintances. Kong Shudao urged, Old 3, you must warn Su Shuime. Indeed. Xiao Fan affirmed, sending a message to Su Yue. 5 minutes elapsed without a reply. Xiao Fan frowned. Su Yue typically responded quickly, within 2 minutes at most. He dialed her number, only to be met with the disheartening message that the phone was turned off. What a time to switch off. Xiao Fan's expression shifted. Sensing the abnormality of the situation, it was only a little past 6 o'clock. Few would turn off their phones at such an hour. Moreover, just earlier, Su Yue had called him from the dormitory. Take your time, everyone, he said to his companions. Su Yue's phone is off. I'll return to check if anything untoward has occurred. Old 3, do you want us to accompany you? If something happens, we can assist, Yifei offered. There is no need. You all continue your meal, Xiao Fan replied. It's merely a phone being off. There is no reason to make a fuss. He shook his head, confident that, even if he encountered the assailant, he could handle it with relative ease given his current capabilities. Call if you need anything. Kong Shudao said, and they did not press further. Xiao Fan departed swiftly. They had dined near the campus, and it was a short distance to his residence. Within 5 minutes of running, he arrived at the base of his building, which comprised 5 stories, with his apartment on the 3rd floor. In the stairwell, he encountered a man wearing a mask and carrying a large suitcase. The man appeared to be handling it effortlessly, as if it were empty. A new tenant? Xiao Fan greeted him. Indeed, the man nodded in response. Xiao Fan, without uttering a word, swiftly surpassed his adversary. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he paused momentarily before ascending to the 4th. The man carrying the suitcase had also arrived at the 3rd floor. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. There were only 3 apartments on this floor. He unleashed his mental prowess and, to his astonishment, observed the man approaching his door. With a click, the man effortlessly opened the door. Brother, do you reside here? This place appears to be rented by a young lady. Xiao Fan retraced his steps to the 3rd floor. The man with the suitcase nodded. She is my daughter, but I have matters to attend to, so I cannot discuss it further. Chapter 33, Senior. Would you please come back? Xiao Fan's expression darkened. Su Yue was an orphan, and he had not sublet his apartment. With such a large suitcase, could something have happened to her? A wave of anxiety washed over him. He immediately employed his mental energy to scrutinize the man, discovering a knife concealed on his person. Damn it! The man was about to push open the door to enter the room when Xiao Fan delivered a powerful kick to his rear. Bang! Ah! The door was abruptly slammed shut, and the man let out a cry. His body collided forcefully with the security door, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. Shut up! Without granting the man a chance to retaliate, Xiao Fan advanced and landed a decisive punch to his forehead, silencing the man's screams as he fell unconscious. Su Yue, you must not be in trouble. Xiao Fan fished out his keys and hurriedly opened the door. He seized the unconscious man's head and dragged him into the room like a rag doll. Phew! Xiao Fan sighed in relief. Su Yue lay on the floor, devoid of blood, her chest rising and falling gently, her complexion flushed. It seemed she had merely fainted. Nearby, Xiao Fan noticed Su Yue's broken phone. Su Yue, wake up. Wake up. He shook her, but there were no signs of her regaining consciousness. Taking out his phone, Xiao Fan swiftly dialed 120. Damn it. He retrieved some heavy-duty tape from the cupboard and bound the unconscious man's hands and feet securely, finally wrapping several layers around his mouth. Team Leader Liang. It's still my place. Bring 2 people over. I may have caught a big fish. Xiao Fan called Liang Wu. Liang Wu was taken aback. Trouble had arisen again at Xiao Fan's place. Was the mastermind attempting to silence him? I'll be right there. Liang Wu hung up and set off immediately. Before long, Xiao Fan heard the sound of an ambulance and promptly carried Su Yue downstairs. Weighing less than 100 pounds, she was easy to lift even before his physical enhancement. She smelled quite pleasant. What perfume is she wearing? It's delightful, Xiao Fan mused. He remained unaware that Su Yue did not wear perfume. What he detected was merely the subtle fragrance of her natural body scent. It was I who made the call. My tenant had fallen unconscious, likely due to a narcotic. As the ambulance came to a halt, Xiao Fan promptly lifted Su Yue into the vehicle. The 2 doctors aboard regarded Xiao Fan with suspicion. Please attend to her first. I have some matters to settle and will return shortly to cover the medical expenses, he stated as he exited the ambulance. Liang Wu and his companions had yet to arrive, and there remained a deranged individual in the room. A foreboding sensation crept over Xiao Fan. He suspected that this man might be the very murderer. Once the ambulance departed, Xiao Fan ascended the stairs and returned to the room. A mere 20 minutes passed before a knock resonated at the door. Liang Wu had arrived with 2 others. Team Leader Liang, the person is inside. Su Yue's phone was unreachable, so I came to check on her. This man had barged into my room, claiming Su Yue was his daughter. Even though she was an orphan, Xiao Fan gestured toward the bound man, who had regained consciousness. Liang Wu glanced at the large box Xiao Fan had brought. Did he bring this? He inquired. Xiao Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Su Yue was unconscious. I just called for an ambulance. Liang Wu's piercing gaze fell upon the restrained man. His instincts warned him that this individual posed a significant threat. The presence of such a large box suggested he intended to conceal Su Yue within it. Hey, team leader. He seems to be a teacher from Da, a young man beside Liang Wu remarked. Da referred to Xiao Fan's school. And this youth had recently reviewed the details of a major murder case involving a teacher, hence his recognition. Xiao Fan was taken aback. If he were indeed a teacher, the likelihood of him being a murderer increased substantially. Team leader, Su Yue collapsed right here. That is her water cup. You should investigate it. I must head to the hospital, Xiao Fan urged. Liang Wu nodded. You go ahead. Apprehending this individual will simplify the case. Soon, Xiao Fan departed. Hailing a taxi to the hospital. In the ward, he found Su Yue awake. Senior, what happened to me? She queried, confusion etched on her face. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Fan resolved to inform her, knowing it might frighten her, yet her beauty warranted a heightened sense of caution. For instance, it would be prudent to ensure her door was locked at home. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's account, Su Yue's complexion turned ashen. She had heard the rumors circulating at school. And given her intelligence, it was not difficult for her to connect the dots. Had Xiao Fan not returned in time to rescue her, the consequences could have been dire. Senior, thank you. You have saved me twice now, Su Yue said, gazing earnestly at Xiao Fan. He smiled gently and replied, you were fortunate as well. I happened to be discussing the situation at school with Shinchen and others when I noticed you hadn't responded to my message, prompting me to call you. As Xiao Fan retrieved Su Yue's phone from his pocket, he remarked, your phone is broken. You should rest for a while. I will take care of the medical expenses, which you will need to repay. With that, Xiao Fan departed, leaving Su Yue to clutch the blanket tightly. Reflecting on the day's events filled her with trepidation. Soon, Xiao Fan returned to the ward after settling the bill, only to find Su Yue's expression fraught with fear. Don't worry too much, Su. The perpetrator has been apprehended and is likely undergoing interrogation. He will not escape a dire fate, Xiao Fan reassured her. Just then, his phone rang, an incoming call from Liang Wu. Xiao Fan, Chiao Yiming has confessed. He previously murdered 3 individuals, and Su Yue was his 4th target. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. There is no bounty on him, but I will apply for a reward for you, Liang Wu conveyed. Xiao Fan chuckled, saying, thank you. Team leader Liang, a reward is always welcome. Even if the amount is modest, a bit of extra income is never unwelcome. Consider it my gratitude for your unearned merit. Liang Wu concluded before ending the call. Recently, he had been specifically assigned to Xiao Fan's case, and any accolades that came his way would not be contested by others. Su Yue gazed at Xiao Fan with wide eyes, and he remarked with a gentle smile, the man's name is Chiao Yiming. He has taken 3 lives, and he is certainly doomed to face the death penalty. You need not worry. Surprised, Su Yue replied, I have a teacher named Chiao Yiming. Then it must be him. Please exercise caution in the future, Xiao Fan advised. Su Yue looked at him with a pitiful expression. Senior, could you stay with me? It feels like such incidents are happening too frequently. I am quite frightened. Xiao Fan hesitated slightly. Had it been before he enhanced his mental fortitude, he would likely have declined, considering that Su Yue's beauty might attract trouble, which he felt ill-equipped to handle. However, after experiencing an attack in Myanmar and having gained strength, his perspective shifted. Senior, I beg you, Su Yue implored with a touch of playfulness. Nodding, Xiao Fan replied, I will stay for a few days while you recover, and then I will return to the dormitory. Thank you, Senior, Su Yue expressed joyfully. Chapter 34. Is this your girlfriend? Su Yue had merely been rendered unconscious, and soon Xiao Fan facilitated her discharge from the hospital. We need to visit team leader Liang. He informed Su Yue, as they were required to provide additional statements. It was still early, and Liang Wu and his team had yet to finish their shift. All right. Su Yue nodded. Hailing a cab, they arrived at the Southern City Criminal Investigation Division shortly thereafter. Oh, Su Yue exclaimed upon spotting a familiar profile. It was Leah. Although she was aware that Xiao Fan likely did not have a girlfriend, she couldn't help but feel concerned about his previous dinner with a beautiful woman whose identity intrigued her. Leah, you haven't gone home yet? Xiao Fan greeted with a smile. Leah turned to them and smiled charmingly, saying, our nemesis has arrived. How can we leave on time with a case at hand? Xiao Fan, is this your girlfriend? She is quite beautiful. Su Yue's face flushed. Xiao Fan shook his head, replying, Sister Leah, please don't say that. This is Su Yue, a friend of mine. We're here to take a statement. Leah rolled her eyes, saying, the girl hasn't even denied it. Why are you so anxious? You know the way to the statement room. Let us head there directly. Before long, they arrived at the statement room. And soon Liang Wu came over. He chuckled, Xiao Fan, impressive. Just recently, you apprehended a notorious criminal and now you've caught a serial killer. Su Yue felt a bit embarrassed. Both criminals had targeted her. With Xiao Fan being the nemesis of criminals, she felt somewhat like a harbinger of disaster. Team leader. How did Xiao Yiming manage to drug Su Yue? Xiao Fan inquired, wanting to clarify this to ensure Su Yue's safety in the future. Liang Wu replied, Xiao Yiming stealthily entered your home and laced the water in your kettle with a sedative. We found traces of the drug in the kettle. The security of your door lock is rather poor. You might want to consider replacing it. Xiao Fan nodded. Given the circumstances, it was certainly necessary to make changes. The case was resolved swiftly, and they soon completed their statements. Team leader, what about my parents' case? Xiao Fan asked. Liang Wu pondered for a moment. There has been some progress, but it's not convenient to disclose details at this time. Please be patient. We will uncover the truth. Xiao Fan nodded in response. Once they exited the criminal investigation unit, Su Yue put on a mask. After being photographed last time post-statement, she was keen to avoid falling into the same trap again. They quickly hailed a taxi. Senior, you don't need to return to the dormitory, do you? Su Yue asked nervously as the taxi approached the school. Xiao Fan considered it and replied, I have clean clothes at home. I want to be going back. The taxi driver glanced at the rearview mirror, reflecting on the joys of youth. Before long, they arrived home, and Su Yue felt her cheeks warm as she returned with Xiao Fan, stirring a peculiar sensation within her. Su classmate, you should shower first. Get some rest afterward. By the way, you were frightened today. Shall we still visit Yaya and the others tomorrow? Xiao Fan inquired. Su Yue nodded. Senior, I'm fine. I've already spoken with the dean's grandmother. Yaya and the others are looking forward to it. Xiao Fan nodded and said nothing further as he entered the master bedroom. The thought of cohabiting with Su Yue in the coming days made him feel a bit anxious. He had always been alone. Su Yue returned to her room, gently patting her chest and exhaling a sigh of relief. She too felt the tension, but it was not out of fear of Xiao Fan's intentions. Tonight, I will not be returning. Xiao Fan sent a message to Shunchen. As Shunchen watched a film, the notification sound drew his attention. Upon glancing at his phone, he found the movie suddenly less appealing. Boss, second brother, and third brother aren't coming back tonight. He is cohabitating with Su, the school beauty, while I am left to share a dwelling with you two older gentlemen. Shunchen lamented. Kong Su and Yi Fei, engrossed in their video game, felt a sudden disinterest in their pastime. Kong Su remarked solemnly when the time comes. We must ensure he pays dearly for this. You are not to spare him any expenses. This is the consequence of his forsaking the organization. Agreed. Both Yi Fei and Shunchen echoed in unison. Yet, despite their fervent declarations, the thought of truly treating Xiao Fan to an extravagant meal at a pricey establishment seemed beyond their resolve. Little did they know, Xiao Fan's bank card was currently nearing 2 substantial targets. Third brother, please exercise caution. Try not to cause any fatalities, Shunchen messaged Xiao Fan. Get lost. Xiao Fan retorted, tossing his phone aside. He then retrieved a few coins from his pocket, skillfully manipulating them as they danced around him. While Xiao Hai could enhance the intensity of his mental energy, the mastery of control required diligent practice, which he dedicated considerable time to each day. In the bathroom, Su Yue hurriedly finished her shower. She gazed at the clothes she had just discarded, pondering. Surely, she would hand-wash her intimate garments. But should the remaining clothes be washed together with Xiao Fan's? Washing a single person's clothes at a time in the machine seemed wasteful. Together it is, then. She murmured to herself, swiftly attending to her delicate items. While hanging her laundry, Su Yue encountered a minor dilemma. The apartment was rather small, and with only one balcony for drying, their clothes would inevitably mingle, including her intimate wear. Living with a male was indeed inconvenient, though with Senior Xiao, it was manageable. She mused, hastily finishing her task. Senior, I'm done. Good night. Su Yue knocked on Xiao Fan's door. Good night, he replied, yet he did not immediately conclude his practice. After Xiao Fan finished his shower, he noticed Su Yue's garments in the washing machine. Shall we wash them together? Very well, he muttered, not dwelling on it too much. However, when he lifted his gaze to see Su Yue's intimate clothing, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. As the night passed, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Exiting his room, Xiao Fan was greeted by a captivating scent. Senior, hurry and freshen up. Breakfast will soon be ready. We're having noodles today. Su Yue's voice echoed from the kitchen. As Xiao Fan entered the living room, he spotted Su Yue busily working in the kitchen and noticed that the clothes on the balcony were already hung out to dry. A gentle warmth surged within Xiao Fan, and the house began to feel like home. He contemplated asking Su Yue if she would consider being his girlfriend, yet ultimately refrained from voicing the question. Perhaps her feelings were merely a fleeting gratitude for his rescue. And posing the question at that moment would seem like an attempt to exploit her appreciation. It was better to let things unfold naturally and address it at a later time, he mused. Senior, what are you looking at? Siyue turned her head. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Though she had initially faced away from Xiao Fan, she could sense his gaze upon her. Ahem, it's nothing. Xiao Fan quickly excused himself and slipped into the bathroom to freshen up. A subtle smile graced Siyue's lips. Perhaps she still possessed some allure. Chapter 35. The bank card is unfrozen. Once he finished washing up, the noodles were ready and served at the table. Siyue had prepared pork noodles, garnished with a touch of vegetables and with ear mushrooms, making the dish visually appetizing. Xiao Fan swallowed hard. He had not finished his meal with Kong Su and the others the previous night, and by now his stomach was growling with hunger. Su Jr., your noodles look far more delicious than the ones I make, Xiao Fan complimented, eagerly picking up his chopsticks for a taste. Instantly, his eyes lit up. The noodles not only looked appealing but also tasted exquisite, surpassing the fare of most noodle shops. Senior, how does it taste? Siyue inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiao Fan. He nodded vigorously, delicious. I haven't had noodles this good in ages. Siyue beamed. Then I shall make them for you more often. Huh? Xiao Fan paused for a moment. Her words sounded somewhat peculiar, realizing her slip. Siyue's face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, you should eat as well, Su Jr. After we finish, we must hurry over. We still need to buy some gifts. Xiao Fan deftly redirected the conversation. Siyue lowered her head, delicately savoring her noodles, exhibiting a grace far superior to Xiao Fan's more vigorous consumption. He devoured his meal, even slurping up the broth, a look of satisfaction on his face. It was indeed a comfort to enjoy such a bowl of noodles when hunger gnawed at him. Su Jr., how about I wash the dishes while you cook? Let us divide the tasks. Once Siyue finished her meal, Xiao Fan promptly gathered the bowls and took them into the kitchen. Senior, perhaps I should take care of it, Siyue suggested. Xiao Fan shook his head. It wouldn't be right for you to cook and wash the dishes. My cooking may not be exceptional, but I can certainly handle washing up. Please prepare yourself. We must depart shortly. With just the two of them. Xiao Fan quickly tidied up the dishes, and they set off. The orphanage was located in the county, and they first arrived at the long-distance bus station. Given Xiao Fan's financial means, taking a taxi would have been no issue. However, with his card frozen, he was left with only a little over 4,000 yuan in WeChat to purchase gifts. Beep, beep. As the engine roared to life, Siyue sat by the windows, her face illuminated by a delightful smile as she gazed outside. In the past, she would return home alone. Now, however, she was accompanied by Xiao Fan. Despite their current status as mere friends, Siyue found immense joy in his company. Xiao Fan couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Her allure was simply unparalleled. As he observed her profile, he found no blemish to mar her exquisite features. Suddenly, a notification shined, breaking his reverie. It was a message confirming the thawing of his bank card. Is it truly unfrozen already? Xiao Fan thought, his eyes brightening. The bank had mentioned a 2-day freeze. It had only been a day since the freeze was initiated, and their efficiency was commendable. Another message arrived, notifying him of an increase in his transfer limit to an astonishing 100 million. Wait a moment, he pondered. Wasn't it supposed to be 50 million yesterday? How did it escalate to 100 million? He decided to message Tang Zitian. Did the bank contact you? Quickly, Tang Zitian replied, indeed, they did. I provided a guarantee. So your limit has significantly increased. Thank you, Xiao Fan thought, having suspected Tang's involvement. While 50 million was sufficient, an increase to 100 million was certainly more advantageous. As for Shinshin, he resolved to wait a bit longer before repaying him. Borrowing money one day and returning it the next would undoubtedly leave Shinshin bewildered. The journey proceeded smoothly, and they soon arrived in the county town. Su, what items do your younger siblings need? Let us purchase some for them. Xiao Fan suggested as they exited the bus station. You've already contributed a substantial 10,000 to the orphanage, which has been incredibly helpful. It's perfectly acceptable for you to return without buying anything, Siyue replied. Xiao Fan shook his head. He sensed a warm regard from Siyue, and the prospect of her becoming his girlfriend seemed promising. It would be inappropriate to visit her family, the orphanage, empty-handed. Then let us buy some books, he proposed. The roof of the library collapsed during the recent torrential rains, damaging many books. Literature has the power to transform lives, Siyue reflected. Recalling how her own fascination with computer literature had led her to become a hacker, a field in which she possessed extraordinary talent, All right. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. Siyue knew them best, and her judgment was undoubtedly reliable. Before long, they arrived at the largest Xinhua bookstore in the county. Making their way to the children's literature section, which boasted thousands of titles. Xiao Fan, let us select around 20 books, Siyue suggested. Given that genuine books were not inexpensive, 20 titles would cost several hundred yuan. Xiao Fan chuckled. Are you trying to save me money? Not long ago. I unexpectedly came into a fortune, and it seems I may receive another windfall soon. You have played a part in this, my senior. Are you implying that I am a harbinger of misfortune? Siyue responded glumly. Xiao Fan, with a cheerful smile, replied, You aggro the monsters, and I will vanquish them. Our cooperation is truly perfect. Siyue. Xiao Fan waved his hand, summoning a nearby shop assistant. Handsome, what books would you like to purchase? Xiao Fan gestured broadly. I would like one of every book in the children's section. Please have them delivered to the county orphanage, and quickly calculate the total cost. The assistant stood in astonishment. Siyue also stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Soon, she regained her composure and quickly exclaimed, Senior Xiao, there are probably over 1,000 titles here. Getting one of each may cost around 20,000 yuan. Xiao Fan nodded. With nearly 2 small targets in his account, 20,000 yuan was no burden for him. Senior Xiao, you need not buy so many. It's not easy for you either, Siyue continued to advise. Xiao Fan smiled gently. This amount of money is not a problem for me. If these books can change even a single child's fate, then this expenditure is worthwhile. Thank you, Siyue whispered softly. The assistant swiftly began to tally up the books. This was no small feat for them. Half an hour later, several assistants had gathered the books into several large boxes. Handsome, the total comes to 20,872. Xiao Fan promptly paid, while Siyue felt a twinge of sympathy for him. In her view, despite his recent financial gains, without parental support, he was entirely reliant on himself. And the days ahead would not be easy. If, hypothetically, I were to be with my senior, I must earn more money in the future, Siyue mused. She was already making a decent income, often 30 to 50,000 a month. Once she gained more recognition and secured better contracts, her earnings would increase further. Chapter 36. Returning to the orphanage with Siyue Sr., we have arrived at our destination, Siyue announced as she and Xiao Fan took a taxi to the orphanage. Stealing a glance at Xiao Fan, Siyue felt a flutter of nerves. The director and the others were like family to her. And this was her first time bringing someone back, especially a male. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement, surveying his surroundings. This was the place where Siyue had spent her childhood. Handsome and beautiful, we have arrived. The taxi driver halted, and Xiao Fan scanned the payment code before stepping out. Sister Weiwei has returned. Hearing the sound of the car, several children rushed out from the orphanage. Xiaohu, imo, shishi. A smile illuminated Siyue's face as she joyfully called out to the children. Director Grandma. Sister Weiwei is back, and she has brought her boyfriend. A 6 or 7-year-old child exclaimed as he dashed into the yard. Siyue felt her cheeks flush. Xiao Fan gazed at Siyue with a warm smile, to which she bashfully replied, The younger students are quite clueless. Do not heed their nonsensical chatter. Please make way. The vehicle has arrived. A small truck drove directly into the orphanage. The headmistress emerged, and soon a multitude of children rushed over. Xiao Fan remarked, Headmistress, Su, my junior, mentioned that many books in the library are damaged, so I have brought some new ones for the children to enjoy. Oh dear. You shouldn't have gone to such expense, the headmistress said, a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, he replied. The truck's back opened, and soon boxes of books were unloaded. Each box contained around 100 volumes, totaling over 1,000 books across 12 boxes. So many? Exclaimed the headmistress. Why didn't you persuade Xiao Fan, Weiwei? This must have cost a fortune. The headmistress chided gently. Please don't blame Su, headmistress. This sum is trivial to me, but it may greatly benefit these children. Xiao Fan, thank you, the children chimed in unison. Quick, everyone, thank Brother Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao Fan, are you and Sister Weiwei in a relationship? Brother Xiao Fan, if you're in love, will there be a baby? Do you have a baby? As the truck driver departed, many children surrounded Xiao Fan and Siyue. Please refrain from such talk, Siyue said, her face flushed from their inquiries. Headmistress, where's the library? I shall carry these books there. Xiao Fan inquired with a smile. The headmistress quickly replied, No need for you to do that, Xiao Fan. Let the children handle it. Instantly, the children sprang into action. Xiao Fan also lifted a box of books and made his way to the library. Although it was called a library, it was merely a dilapidated room, surrounded by several large bookshelves, with an old table in the middle accompanied by two long benches. The only commendable feature of the library was its ample light. Xiaofan, Wei Wei used to love sitting there to read. She was the most avid reader in the entire orphanage. The headmistress reminisced while organizing the books, as Su Yue stayed outside playing games with some younger children. Xiaofan surveyed the room and remarked, "Headmistress, the conditions here are rather harsh." The headmistress chuckled softly. "It's not too bad, really. At least the children have sufficient food and warm clothing. We owe much of our current situation to Wei Wei. She is a wonderful child, just like you. If you two end up together, I would be truly happy for Wei Wei to have a good home." Xiaofan gazed out the window, where he could see Su Yue, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the courtyard. The children quickly moved all the books inside, and Xiaofan joined the headmistress in organizing them. "Headmistress, I shall donate another 1,000,000 to the orphanage. Use this money to renovate the entire orphanage, but please do not disclose that it was donated by me," Xiaofan declared. The matron was momentarily taken aback. "Xiaofan, did you just say 1,000,000? He nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, rest assured, procuring this sum is quite feasible for me. However, it must remain confidential. If I were to be with Su, I would prefer it not to be out of a sense of obligation." The matron gazed at Xiaofan with a hint of disbelief. She had heard from Su Yue that Xiaofan was also an orphan, yet he could so easily produce 1,000,000. "Xiaofan, please refrain from providing the funds for now. Wei Wei is quite perceptive. Any significant changes in the orphanage would surely not escape her notice. Moreover, accepting your money might create undue pressure on her in her relationship with you." The matron pondered for a moment before speaking. Xiaofan was somewhat astonished. 1,000,000 was no trivial amount. The matron looked out the window with a fond smile. "Many children have left the orphanage, but the one with whom I share the deepest bond is certainly Wei Wei. When I found her at the entrance of the orphanage, she was merely a month old. While other children of her age have been adopted, she has remained here all these years. It has been nearly 2 decades. Matron, then I shall heed your advice. Rest assured, regardless of whether she and I end up together, the promised 1,000,000 will not diminish. It is May now, and it will certainly be transferred before the year concludes." The matron chuckled. "It seems you are quite confident about being with Wei Wei by the end of the year." Xiaofan smiled. They were currently living together. If by year end their relationship remained uncertain, it would imply that fate had not favored them. "Xiaofan, why don't you and Wei Wei take some time to play with the children? We will have lunch here," the matron suggested. He nodded and exited the library, noticing that her smile had grown more radiant. Even if Xiaofan were not wealthy, she would still bless Su Yue's choice if she favored him. Now that Xiaofan had considerable means, it would only enhance Su Yue's future prospects. "Children, the monster is coming, quick, hide," Su Yue exclaimed as she spotted Xiaofan approaching. The children hurriedly took refuge behind her as Xiaofan pretended to pounce. Time passed blissfully as they played. Suddenly, a car arrived at the orphanage just before noon. Su Yue furrowed her brow. The door swung open, and a somewhat portly young man in his late 20s stepped out, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Su Yue. "Director Shen, have you given any thought to my proposal? This orphanage is in disrepair. If Su Yue becomes my girlfriend, I would immediately contribute 300,000 for its renovation. If we marry, I would offer 500,000, he declared, directing his gaze towards the matron emerging from the library. The matron, Shenanmei, responded firmly, "Feng Ping, I do not want your filthy money. Who Wei Wei chooses to be with is her own affair, and no one has the right to interfere." Feng Ping turned his attention to Su Yue. "What do you say? You have the means to leave this place, yet you can overlook the dilapidated state of the orphanage? It could collapse at any moment. If you become my girlfriend, a sum of 300,000 will be promptly deposited." Chapter 37. The misfortune of Feng Ping. Su Yue replied coldly, "Feng Ping, do not entertain delusions. I already have a boyfriend." Feng Ping's fierce gaze shifted to Xiaofan. "Is it you? I advise you to know your place. Su Yue is mine. You arrived without a vehicle, and I see you are not a wealthy individual, so be aware of your own limitations." As he spoke, he gestured toward his car. "Do you see that? A brand new BMW. Worth 400,000 to 500,000. It would take you a decade of labor to afford such a vehicle." Xiaofan chuckled. None of the suitors vying for Su Yue were so lacking in stature. Take Yang Rong, for instance. Though not particularly bright, his family possessed considerable assets. After all, how else could he afford to spend 50 million on raw stones and Rueli? "What are you laughing at?" Feng Ping barked, advancing toward Xiaofan and delivering a fierce slap. Smack. Xiaofan raised his hand, meeting Feng Ping's with equal force. "Ah!" Feng Ping cried out in agony, feeling as though his hand had been struck by a steel plate. "Stop your wailing. What if you frighten the children? Xiao Fan frowned, extending his hand to grip Feng Ping's neck. In an instant, he lifted Feng Ping off the ground with one hand. In the astonished gazes of Su Yue and Shen Anmei, Xiao Fan carried Feng Ping outside the orphanage, his grip tightening around Feng Ping's throat until his eyes rolled back in fear. Now, can we converse properly? Xiao Fan set Feng Ping down, speaking in a calm tone. Feng Ping gazed up at Xiao Fan in terror. He weighed over 150 pounds. Yet Xiao Fan had effortlessly lifted him and carried him a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Big brother, I was wrong, Feng Ping mumbled, humbled. Xiao Fan smiled slightly. Where exactly did you err? You made the commendable decision to come to the orphanage with the intention of donating a vehicle, which is indeed a noble act worthy of emulation. Feng Ping was taken aback. Donate a car? But that is my newly purchased vehicle. Hardly driven for half a month. Were you not here to donate a car? If that is the case, we must have a serious discussion. Arriving in a vehicle to intimidate children is inappropriate, Xiao Fan remarked, picking up a piece of scrap rebar about the thickness of a thumb. In Feng Ping's fearful gaze, Xiao Fan bent the rebar with ease. Big brother, who says I am not here to donate a car? I am indeed here for that purpose, Feng Ping quickly asserted. Xiao Fan patted Feng Ping's shoulder, the immense force causing his legs to tremble. Such awareness is commendable. However, the orphanage might not require a vehicle, so it would be more convenient for everyone if you simply converted it to cash. You mentioned a value of 400,000 to 500,000. Let us settle on 450,000. Feng Ping thought to himself. Actually, the car was only worth 350,000. Is there a problem? Xiao Fan inquired with a smile. Feng Ping stammered, brother, no, there is no problem. Contributing funds to be a good Samaritan, such a cause cannot do without my participation. I shall proceed to donate immediately. You see, this opens up a whole new perspective, Xiao Fan remarked, tossing aside the steel bar with a smile. Let us go. Together. Xiao Fan and Feng Ping entered the orphanage. After obtaining the account details, Feng Ping transferred 450,000 yuan via mobile banking. As the funds left his account, he felt a pang in his heart. His family had supported his entrepreneurial endeavors with 1 million yuan, of which he had already spent 350,000 on a car, leaving him with a mere 200,000 after this donation. Senior, will there be any issues? Feng Ping asked, driving away with a sense of trepidation. Su Yue expressed her concern. I'm a bit worried. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, there won't be any problems. Even if Feng Ping had the audacity, I doubt he would report it. And even if he did, what would it matter? This money has not gone into his pocket, but rather to the orphanage. Xiao Fan, about the money. Shen Anmei hesitated. 450,000 was no small sum. Xiao Fan reassured her with a smile. Dear director, you can use this money without worry. Please prioritize the most urgent repairs. There are several areas here that need proper attention. Shen Anmei nodded in agreement. Who was Feng Ping, exactly? Xiao Fan inquired. Su Yue furrowed her brow slightly. His family owns a factory nearby. He saw me during my senior year and has been persistently pursuing me since. They are relatively affluent, probably with assets in the tens of millions. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. While tens of millions are indeed substantial in such a county, that makes one wealthy, however, for him. With close to 2 small targets in mind, that amount seemed trivial. Dear director, it's getting late. We must take our leave. If Feng Ping causes any trouble, just call me, Xiao Fan said, having already provided his contact information to Shen Anmei. Su Yue's phone was broken, and she had yet to buy a new one. Be careful on your way, Shen Anmei advised. Wei, do come back to visit Xiao Fan more often. The children really enjoy his company. Understood, Su Yue replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. If she frequently brought Xiao Fan along, what would that imply about their relationship? Goodbye, Sister Wei. Goodbye, Brother Xiao Fan. The children of the orphanage bid them farewell with a sense of reluctance. For them, Su Yue's visits were the happiest moments. As they stepped out of the orphanage, Su Yue felt a twinge of sadness. Senior, I apologize for causing you trouble. I didn't expect that Feng Ping would show up. And having him donate 450,000, he might very well create issues for you in the future, she said. Xiao Fan smiled reassuringly. It's nothing to fret over. By the way, you mentioned you have a boyfriend. May I inquire who he is? Su Yue's face turned crimson. The senior is ignoring you now. With a stamp of her foot, Su Yue quickened her pace, her heart racing with excitement. Xiao Fan followed closely behind, a smile gracing his features. He could distinctly sense Su Yue's fondness for him. If he were to confess, she would likely acquiesce. However, given the brevity of their acquaintance, there was no need to rush into declarations of affection. As they returned to the city, nightfall enveloped them, and they decided to dine out. Sue, the evening is still young. Shall we catch a movie? Xiao Fan inquired with a grin. Su Youwei's heart fluttered, dining together and watching a film. Could this be considered a date? She responded softly. Before long, Xiao Fan procured the movie tickets and a large bucket of popcorn. The film was neither a romance nor a horror flick, and nothing particularly eventful occurred during the viewing. Yet, for Xiao Fan and Su Youwei, it was a cherished experience. After returning home, showering, and lying on her bed, a sweet smile illuminated Su Youwei's face. This day had been utterly delightful, accompanied back to the orphanage, dining with Xiao Fan, and enjoying a film together. No, I cannot sleep just yet. I must strive to secure more assignments and earn extra money. Though fatigued, Su Youwei summoned the resolve to rise from her bed. In her perspective, even if Xiao Fan captured 2 criminals and earned a reward, it would merely be a stroke of luck. Once he graduated, his salary might not be substantial. As she opened her computer, her demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. An invisible aura emanated from her. In the realm of Chinese hackers, there existed a ranking system. Su Youwei, known by the moniker Ugly Duckling, had achieved 5th place, a feat from 2 years prior, and her skills had since advanced significantly. Chapter 38. I saw nothing after 2 hours of exercising his mental prowess to manipulate a coin. Xiao Fan finally made his way to the bathroom for a shower. The exertion had drained his mental energy, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Suddenly, as cold water cascaded over him, he recalled that the bathroom door had not been locked. Attempting to extend his mental energy to secure the door, he quickly realized that the effort was futile due to his depleted strength. Sue must be asleep by now, he thought as he hastened to shower. Feeling somewhat awkward about being undressed and unable to lock the door, in less than 3 minutes, he was nearly done. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and through the glass partition, Su Youwei caught sight of Xiao Fan. Her face flushed crimson as she instinctively recoiled. Senior, I'm so sorry for not knocking. I saw nothing, she stammered before hastily retreating to her room, her heart racing. Xiao Fan stood in shock within the bathroom. Why was Sue still awake at such an hour, and why did she have to enter just then? Thankfully, a towel hanging on the glass door had shielded him from view. Swiftly drying off and dressing, he awkwardly approached Su Youwei's door. Sue. I forgot to lock the door, he called out. I have stepped out, so you may use the restroom now. With that, Xiao Fan swiftly retreated to his room. After a considerable time, Su Youwei cautiously peeked her head out, first glancing to the left and right before hastily exiting to the bathroom. The senior's physique was quite impressive, seemingly adorned with defined abs. The image from moments ago lingered in Su Youwei's mind. While she did not catch sight of the most private areas, she had a clear view of Xiao Fan's upper body. As night passed, Xiao Fan awoke to a delightful aroma. It was somewhat different from the previous day. Senior, today it's beef noodles. Please hurry and freshen up. I will prepare the noodles right away, he called out. Su Youwei noticed a flicker of shyness in Xiao Fan's gaze. All right, she replied, prompting him to hastily complete his morning routine. Delicious, Xiao Fan exclaimed. The beef noodles differed from yesterday's with ear mushroom and shredded pork noodles. Yet they were equally delightful. Sue, I plan to enroll in a driving school today to learn how to drive. Would you like to join me? Xiao Fan inquired. Su Youwei shook her head, recalling the 2 orders she had taken the previous night. She needed to work hard to earn more money, as those 2 orders would likely consume her an entire week. However, upon completion, she could earn between 20 to 30,000. Given her hacking skills, she could easily make quick money through less than legal means, but she had never desired that path before and was even less inclined now. If she were to be with Xiao Fan, engaging in dubious activities might adversely affect him. Senior, I take on some online tasks to earn money, so I may not have the time, she replied. Xiao Fan nodded, refraining from probing further. Being a student at a prominent university, Su Youwei's academic performance was commendable. It was normal for her to take on online tasks for income, and Xiao Fan believed her sources of money were undoubtedly legitimate. With Su Youwei's striking looks, if she wished to earn quick money, she could easily start a live stream without even needing to enhance her appearance. It would take mere moments for numerous viewers to shower her with gifts. After washing the dishes, Xiao Fan promptly left the house. A driving school was conveniently located near the campus, and having spent over 10,000 yuan, he enrolled himself. Regular students had to wait and typically practiced for only a limited time each day, but he could practice whenever he wished, simply by informing the instructor. Coach, what is the quickest time I can obtain my license? Xiao Fan inquired. The instructor, Mr. Huang, smiled and replied, it depends on the individual. If you learn quickly and expedite the testing process, you could obtain your license in as little as 20 days. If you're eager, you can take the written exam today. Xiao Fan nodded. Then please arrange that for me. Can I practice driving now? Yes, Huang readily agreed. Regular students typically spent 3,000 to 4,000 on lessons, while the average cost was around 7,000 to 8,000. Xiao Fan, having paid over 10,000, was sure to receive some special treatment. Half an hour later, Huang was astonished. Xiao Fan, you really have never driven before? No, Xiao Fan shook his head. Huang watched in disbelief as Xiao Fan executed the maneuvers with remarkable skill. Some students needed a month of practice to achieve what Xiao Fan accomplished in just half an hour. With such proficiency, one could easily attempt the second driving test, and perhaps even the third. Alas, Xiao Fan is constrained by the requirement of driving hours. Otherwise, he might secure his license in just 3 days, Huang Jie lamented. No worries. I am not in a hurry. I will adhere to the stipulated requirements, Xiao Fan replied, enthusiastically practicing his driving. For him, the car is a man's grand toy, and he holds a genuine fondness for it. However, the instructor's vehicle is rather unremarkable. In the afternoon, Xiao Fan sat for the first driving examination, effortlessly achieving a perfect score. After leaving the driving school, he proceeded to rent a warehouse. Boss Yang, how many garments have you completed? I will send you an address. Please dispatch the finished goods, and I shall settle the payment upon arrival. Xiao Fan communicated with Yang Anren, the garment maker. Previously, he had ordered 20,000 sets, followed by an additional 20,000. Boss Xiao, we have completed over 28,000 sets. Shall we expedite the remaining to reach a total of 30,000 for shipment? Yang Anren promptly responded. That would be acceptable. But the goods must arrive at the warehouse by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. As per our usual arrangement, unloading will be on us. I am in the city, so your shipment should arrive within half a day, Xiao Fan asserted. No problem, Yang Anren mused, considering that with 2 factories producing over 2,000 sets daily, it would take less than a day to gather the required 30,000. After ending the call, Xiao Fan contacted another factory owner. He had initially ordered 10,000 sets and later increased it by another 10,000, which could yield 15,000 sets for dispatch. In total, that makes 45,000 sets. Those with weaker constitutions at Grandpa's side can switch to these, he contemplated. The procurement of 2,000 tank swords would take longer. He needed to order more provisions. With ample funds available, ordering supplies became significantly easier. Securing inexpensive provisions is challenging, and he must negotiate personally. However, with sufficient capital, he need not appear in person. Online orders can be delivered directly to the warehouse. An hour passed as Xiao Fan made dozens of calls, placing orders in several nearby cities, seeking 2 or 3 suppliers in each providing around 100 tons. Such quantities would hardly attract attention, even if someone were to discover the transactions and cause trouble. Xiao Fan felt unfazed. After enhancing his mental prowess, his strength had significantly increased compared to before. Spending money on goods is not illegal. Grandpa also requires radishes, which do not necessitate ordering. He can simply procure some at the market the day after tomorrow. Xiao Fan mused internally. The radishes are solely for Xiaohai's consumption. Even if others were to partake, it would be beneficial. However, Xiaohai currently refrains from allowing others to eat them, as leaks of information could lead to substantial complications. Senior, how long until your return? Siyue messaged as night had fallen, and she felt a bit frightened. I will be back shortly. Xiao Fan replied with a gentle smile. Although he had yet to dine, Siyue had already prepared a meal at home. Chapter 39. Xiaohai encounters a crisis. 2 days swiftly passed, and the vast warehouse rented by Xiao Fan was filled with an abundance of supplies. Among them were 1,500 tons of rice, several hundred tons of salt, 45,000 sets of winter clothing, and an assortment of radishes. Additionally, Xiao Fan had procured a dozen drones, solar charging panels, and high-magnification telescopes. Due to the suppression of cultivation levels surrounding the city, Xiaohai was unable to soar above and survey the situation within. However, the drones could serve well for reconnaissance, and the telescopes would undoubtedly prove useful under such constraints. As night descended, Xiao Fan remained vigilant within the warehouse. Gradually, the hours slipped into the depths of the night. He had not succumbed to sleep, having completed his mental exercises, and the clock had already passed 11. In the past, Xiaohai would typically contact him around midnight. What could be amiss? After indulging in 2 rounds of gaming, the time crept past midnight, yet the large mirror within the warehouse remained unresponsive. What is happening with grandfather? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Fan endured another hour of anxious waiting, yet Xiaohai still made no contact. Their agreement was for today. Lu, are you certain this warehouse contains valuable items? Nearby, two individuals cautiously approached. Of course, I observed numerous vehicles transporting goods to this warehouse today, and there should only be one person guarding it. Lu, if there is hardly anyone watching, it's likely the items are worthless. How much can we carry away? Lu paused, considering. You make a fair point. If there were truly valuable items, there would likely be more guards. What a stroke of misfortune. I thought we could make a fortune. Then should we proceed? Enter? For a handful of insignificant items, it's not worth the risk. Silently, the two retreated. They kept their voices low, remaining unaware that Xiao Fan inside the warehouse had not sensed their approach. As time ticked away, sleep eluded Xiao Fan entirely. The worst outcome would be the death of Xiao Hai. Grandfather, you must not come to harm, he silently prayed. Orphaned, he now had only Xiao Hai's family. In another realm, Silver Moon City echoed with cries of battle. Kill. The air was thick with the sounds of slaughter as Xiao Hai's elite soldiers wielding tang swords relentlessly struck down their foes. The enemy, equally elite, even surpassed Xiao Hai's troops in average skill, yet they began to falter. Their weapons were inferior. The tang swords wielded by Xiao Hai's soldiers were remarkably sharp, easily slicing through the enemy's leather armor, while the adversaries struggled to inflict fatal blows. When their weapons clashed with force, the enemy's swords frequently shattered. Annihilate them. Leave no one alive, roared Xiao Hai, swiftly dispatching foes surrounding him. Gradually, the cries of battle subsided. The enemy's 3,000 elite soldiers have all been annihilated, and the vicinity of the Lord's mansion is strewn with corpses. Attend to the wounded and tally the casualties. Ensure all enemies are dealt with. Search every conceivable hiding place. Such occurrences must not be repeated. Xiao Hai spoke sternly. They were still within Silver Moon City, where the enemy's 3,000 elite had been concealed in the subterranean chambers near the Lord's mansion, emerging suddenly from below. Initially, only 1,000 men were present by the Lord's mansion. Had it not been for the sharp tang swords provided by Xiao Fan, their forces might have faltered. Even with Xiao Hai's formidable prowess, he could have fallen victim. Within the city, Xiao Hai's abilities were restrained, allowing him to face but 100 foes. Yes, General, responded several commanders in unison. You too, accompany me outside the city. Xiao Hai summoned his two trusted aides, and upon reaching the outskirts, over 10 miles from the city, their powers were no longer constrained. Good grandson. Around 4 in the morning, Xiao Hai's voice finally reached Xiao Fan's ears. Grandfather. Xiao Fan, still awake, immediately turned towards the sound. Clad in armor stained with blood, Xiao Hai appeared before him. Grandfather, are you injured? Xiao Fan's expression changed with concern. Xiao Hai grinned. No. It's merely the blood of our enemies. Fortunately, thanks to the 10,000 tang swords you sent, I underestimated those scoundrels. They had concealed their 3,000 elite within the city's depths, lying in wait for several days before launching their surprise attack. Xiao Fan was alarmed. With their absence for days, Xiao Hai must have relaxed his vigilance. It was entirely possible for the 3,000 to have claimed his life. Grandfather, you must be more cautious in the future. Never underestimate any adversary, Xiao Fan warned earnestly. Xiao Hai nodded. This incident was indeed a lesson for him. Grandfather, I have prepared 1,500 tons of grain, 500 tons of salt, and 45,000 sets of clothing for you. As Xiao Fan spoke, he lifted a large mirror, swiftly transmitting piles of supplies away. Good grandson, what have you sent over? Xiao Hai inquired. Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Grandfather, there are 10 drones, some solar charging panels, and several boxes containing binoculars. The drones may not be useful. The firearms you previously sent are unusable. Such a pity. Xiao Hai lamented. If the guns were functional, explosives would undoubtedly be as well, greatly facilitating his rebellion. Grandfather, you might want to try them first. The firearms may be inoperable due to the powder, but the drones do not rely on gunpowder. By the way, since the guns are ineffective, shall I procure some compound bows or crossbows for you? Such weaponry can be quite formidable. Xiao Fan had seen videos online showcasing how a single arrow from a compound bow could pierce through a black bear. Xiao Hai shook his head and replied, there is no need for that. Here, we have a type of wood that is exceptionally suitable for making bows, possessing remarkable elasticity. You only need to procure some bowstrings later. The restriction on the number of bows and arrows is dictated by the quality of the bowstrings. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. Bows and crossbows are not readily available for purchase, but acquiring some bowstrings should be manageable. Grandfather, had you mentioned it sooner, I would have sent them to you already. Xiao Hai responded with a hint of annoyance. If firearms were effective, we wouldn't be resorting to this. It has already been established that guns are ineffective. Hasn't he it? After enhancing your mental strength last time, it would be best to wait a while before further upgrades. Let us grant you a new ability. Xiao Fan gazed at Xiao Hai, who appeared somewhat haggard. Grandfather, you've just emerged from a fierce battle. Perhaps we should postpone this until next time. Xiao Hai shook his head dismissively. It's nothing. Although I fought for several hours, it was within the city, and I did not expend much energy. Besides, they were there to assist. Xiao Fan nodded, recognizing that if Xiao Hai felt no adverse effects, he would certainly accept the benefit. This time, I will bestow upon you the ability of invisibility. Should you encounter danger, you can vanish and escape. Survival is paramount, Xiao Hai stated solemnly. He had come perilously close to trouble today, and he hoped for Xiao Fan's safety. Soon, a brilliant light surged through the mirror and enveloped Xiao Fan. My dear grandson, I shall seek you again in 10 days, Xiao Hai declared before vanishing, leaving the mirror to revert to its normal state. Chapter 40. A thief in the warehouse. Xiao Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. He had exceeded their agreed-upon time by several hours and was genuinely worried. Thankfully, Xiao Hai was unharmed. At his age, he still requires me, his grandson, to fret over him, Xiao Fan mused, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Had it not been for Xiao Hai's somewhat disheveled appearance, he might have openly teased him. It was the acquisition of that batch of Tang swords that had enabled his grandfather to weather this crisis. Clearly, the effectiveness of the Tang swords was commendable. And in 10 days, the new batch of 20,000 should be ready. Xiao Fan silently resolved to make another trip to Myanmar, realizing it was nearly 4:30. He glanced at the time and quickly lay down to sleep. The nightly exercise of honing his mental strength was exhausting, and he needed a good rest to recuperate. He slept soundly until dawn, waking just after 9. Can I truly become invisible? He wondered. I hope it's not just my body that becomes invisible while my clothes remain visible. Approaching the mirror, Xiao Fan extended one hand. To his astonishment, his hand gradually became transparent and disappeared, yet he could distinctly feel its presence despite its invisibility. Half a minute passed, and soon his entire being, including his attire, had become transparent. Xiao Fan eagerly began testing other objects. Before long, he discovered he could freely choose whether items in contact with him would become invisible. The larger the volume and mass of the object, the greater the energy expenditure. Additionally, remaining still significantly reduced consumption, the energy used during motion was approximately tenfold greater. With the acquisition of invisibility, safety has been significantly enhanced. Quite commendable. Xiao Fan deactivated his invisibility, a smile gracing his lips. In terms of offensive capabilities, an enhancement of his mental prowess suffices. For him, the art of invisibility holds greater significance than merely possessing an additional means of attack. Crack. Xiao Fan arrived outside the warehouse, securing the door behind him. The warehouse was rather spacious. He had rented it for a year at the cost of 500,000. Brother Liu, the guards at the warehouse we observed last night have all departed. A nearby young man sent a message upon witnessing Xiao Fan's departure. Before long, Brother Liu arrived. Such a large warehouse, and not a single soul remains inside. Brother Liu remarked, puzzled. The young man, filled with eagerness, suggested, Brother Liu, why don't we take a look? After all, there's no one inside. If we cover our faces, how could they possibly identify us? If there's nothing of value, we can simply leave empty-handed. Brother Liu pondered. The absence of guards indeed reduced the risk considerably. Let us reassess in the evening. If no one is present by then, we shall return. Keep a close watch. Brother Liu was known for his cautious nature. Xiao Fan made a brief visit to school and then headed to the driving school for practice. As time slipped by, night fell. With nothing left in the warehouse, Xiao Fan naturally had no reason to return. How is it, Gongzi? Brother Liu, also known as Lu Ming, quietly inquired upon arriving back at the warehouse. Brother Liu, nothing to report. No one has come all day. Had I known, I might as well have spent my time at an internet CAF, Gongzi complained. Lu Ming shot him a disapproving glance. In matters such as these, caution is paramount. If you had gone online and then ventured inside, you might have encountered several security guards waiting for you. Gongzi chuckled sheepishly. Brother Liu, I was merely jesting. I assure you there is absolutely no one inside. But given the lack of guards, we may be in for a disappointment. Put on your hats and masks, Lu Ming instructed. They cautiously approached the entrance of the warehouse. The door was locked, with multiple locks in place. However, this posed no obstacle for Lu Ming. In less than 3 minutes, both locks were undone, and the pair swiftly entered the warehouse. What is going on? Where is everything? Lu Ming questioned, bewildered, as they discovered the vast warehouse eerily empty, save for a solitary mirror in the corner. This is absurd. We clearly observed numerous items being placed in the warehouse yesterday, and there were no shipments during the night or day. How could everything have vanished? Gongzi trembled, feeling a chill in the now vacant warehouse as darkness enveloped the exterior. Ding dong. At that moment, while dining with Su Yue, Xiao Fan received a notification. His expression shifted as he read the message, which was sent by the surveillance system discreetly set up at the warehouse. It alerted him immediately upon anyone entering the premises. Sister Su, I have a matter to attend to. Xiao Fan rose and entered the master bedroom. Shortly thereafter, he activated the surveillance footage. Lu Ming and his companions had turned on the warehouse lights, revealing two individuals entering the premises. However, they were clad in hoodies, their faces obscured by large hoods and masks, rendering their identities untraceable through the camera. The warehouse had been vacant for several days, and these intruders chose this very moment to infiltrate. It was likely they had noticed a considerable influx of goods the previous day. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. These two would undoubtedly question the whereabouts of the merchandise. Brother Lu, there's a mirror over there. With so many items vanished, leaving only this mirror behind. Could it be that something sinister lurks within, dragging the warehouse's contents away? Gongzi's face paled as he spoke, his voice trembling. Stop with the nonsense and don't call my name. Lu Ming snapped, skeptical of supernatural claims. Yet, the disappearance of the warehouse's inventory was undeniably peculiar, stirring unease within him. The surveillance audio captured the two thieves' conversation. Those two scoundrels will not dare to report this, Xiao Fan mused, feeling a slight relief. They had entered to steal and would likely refrain from spreading the news. However, given the circumstances, this warehouse, which cost 500,000 to rent, would be rendered unusable for the time being. Should we investigate who rented the warehouse? With so much gone, if it's not supernatural, we might as well have encountered extraterrestrials, Gongzi suggested in a hushed tone. Lu Ming retorted, the most plausible explanation is that the goods were transferred out last night, and we failed to monitor it afterward. Stop being so paranoid. We seek profit, not ghosts. Let us just leave. The two swiftly vacated the premises, locking the warehouse door behind them. Xiao Fan's brow remained furrowed. The one-way access to the warehouse would inevitably raise suspicions. Being summoned for a discussion would pose a significant inconvenience. He needed a more ingenious plan. What if he purchased a cargo ship to transfer the goods aboard and subsequently deliver them to his grandfather? This notion flickered in his mind, yet he quickly dismissed it, recognizing the complications. Operating a ship is no simple task, and entrusting someone else with the vessel posed risks of information leaks. Establishing a company to obscure the operations would facilitate the movement of goods without arousing suspicion, yet internal employees would inevitably uncover discrepancies. Xiao Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. To resolve one issue only to encounter a myriad of others seemed futile. Chapter 41. Song Jia pays a visit after much contemplation. Xiao Fan realized he could procure grain from Myanmar. As a grain exporting nation, Myanmar offers quality produce at reasonable prices. With nearly 200 million in his account, he could easily acquire tens of thousands of tons in one go. Calculating at 5,000 per ton, 10,000 tons would amount to 50 million. The ample supply of grain was sufficient to sustain the soldiers under Xiao Hai's command for half a year, rendering the need to procure more from the homeland unnecessary. In 10 days, the 20,000 tang knives would be ready. He could purchase the grain in Myanmar and simultaneously relay the knives to Xiao Hai. As for the foreign exchange required for purchases there, Tang Ziqian would undoubtedly manage it. Senior, is there a problem? Su Yue inquired as Xiao Fan stepped outside. It's nothing. Just a minor business issue that I can handle, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Not yet finished with his meal, Xiao Fan resumed eating. Su Yue's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Were it not for his currently vigorous constitution and rapid metabolism, he would surely have gained weight. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Xiao Fan and Su Yue exchanged glances, both apprehensive. Who could it be? If it's Shin Shin and the others, it would be manageable, but if others discover that we are living together and dining in the evenings, news would spread like wildfire. It shouldn't be the fourth and his crew, Xiao Fan mused, frowning slightly. He had just checked his phone and found no messages from them. Now that they were aware of Su Yue's residence, they would surely call before coming over. Otherwise, it would just be Su Yue alone at home. Knock, knock. The knocking persisted, unanswered. Yue, it's me. I know you're inside. The lights are on. We've had some misunderstandings, and I came to clarify. Please open the door so we can talk, came the voice of Song Jia from outside. Su Yue's brow furrowed. She had previously blocked Song Jia, and although Song Jia had attempted to reconnect, she had not accepted. Now, she had come uninvited. Leave. There is nothing to discuss between us, Su Yue replied coldly. She understood that Song Jie's visit was not to mend their so-called friendship, which had never truly existed. It was likely that Song Jie was in need of money previously. When she lived in the dormitory, she had revealed certain secrets to gain funds from Yang Rong and others. Now that she had moved out and blocked Song Jie, the latter had lost a source of information and funds. Yue, just open the door. We are classmates after all. You needn't be so heartless. Sharing a bit of news with Yang and the others is for your own good. You are beautiful and have the potential to attract a wealthy partner. If you fall for a penniless fellow, you will be the one regretting it later, Song Jie implored from outside. Yue glanced at Xiao Fan, then coldly addressed the door. Did you follow me here? Yue, please don't speak so harshly. I happened to see you this afternoon and didn't have time then. I came now to have a proper chat, Song Jie responded. Feeling slightly relieved, Su Yue realized that Song Jie likely did not know that Xiao Fan also resided there. Nor did she recognize that this was Xiao Fan's abode. Living together with Xiao Fan did not particularly concern Su Yue. Yet she worried about the potential repercussions it might have on him, fearing that others might cause him trouble. Song Jie, please leave. There is nothing more to discuss. I will not pursue past matters, but should you wish to exploit me for profit in the future, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Su Yue stated coldly. Outside the door, Song Jie, in a fit of frustration, retorted, I merely sought to earn a little on the side. Su Yue, you are like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person. I am doing this for your benefit. Do you doubt that I could expose your living arrangements here? Why do you choose to live outside when you have a perfectly good dormitory? Surely, you aren't hiding a man in there? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. Su Yue's roommate was quite different from Shinshin and the others. Song Jie, you must be aware of the Chiu Yiming case. If you reveal my living situation, any trouble I encounter thereafter will be your responsibility, Su Yue warned. Outside. Song Jie's expression shifted. The Chiu Yiming case had become quite the topic of discussion at school. While others might be unaware of his drugging Su Yue, they all knew that he was responsible for the death of a girl at the school a while back. That unfortunate girl was far less attractive than Su Yue. Yue, I truly mean well. Calm down, and I shall visit you again in a few days. After all, we are classmates, Song Jie said before finally departing downstairs. Xiao Fan spoke up. Su, I think it would be better for me to stay in the dormitory. I am unafraid of others discovering our living arrangement. But it would affect you significantly. Senior, I am not afraid, Su Yue quickly responded. But senior, if the news leaks, will you really not be concerned? Xiao Fan shook his head. With people like Yang Rong, I could take on 8 of them alone. In a lawful society, they cannot use weapons against me. Su Yue recalled how Xiao Fan had subdued 2 assailants and effortlessly lifted Feng Ping, realizing that his claim of being able to take on 8 might not have been a jest. Senior, in that case, you may continue staying here. I still feel a bit frightened, she said, gazing at him with a hint of vulnerability. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Was that your roommate just now? What is her story? Su Yue replied sullenly. Initially, I thought Song Jie was merely kind-hearted. However, I later discovered that Yang Rong had been paying her. I became cautious and found that it wasn't just him. She earns thousands a month through gossip. Xiao Fan shook his head, and she hasn't even graduated yet. She could pursue this path further after finishing her studies. Su Yue chuckled softly. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. Her laughter had a remarkable charm. Senior, I must return to my room to work now, Su Yue said, her cheeks flushing slightly, feeling shy under his gaze. All right, he replied, having finished eating. Xiao Fan stood to collect the bowls, as washing dishes was his responsibility. Su Yue, keep going. Su Yue silently encouraged herself as she swiftly began her work upon opening her computer. The orphanage had recently received a substantial sum of 450,000, which alleviated her immediate concerns. Xiao Fan was learning to drive, and she aspired to earn enough to gift him a car in the future. Having spent more time here, she believed with diligence she could earn around 60,000 to 70,000 a month, accumulating over 200,000 in 3 months, sufficient to purchase a decent vehicle. With Xiao Fan possessing a house, acquiring a car would mean they had both a home and a vehicle. Although it couldn't compare to the luxurious mansions and cars of the affluent, Su Yue felt content with her aspirations. Chapter 42. Yang Rong reports to Tang Zitian Yunnan. Rueli. Young man, you wish to meet me. What is the matter? Tang Zitian spoke in a calm tone while puffing on his cigar. Before him stood Yang Rong, appearing somewhat anxious. The Yang family possessed considerable wealth, yet Yang Rong felt somewhat inexperienced in the presence of a seasoned figure like Tang Zhaitian, who held significant influence in this region and was well established in Myanmar. Boss Tang, I am Yang Guangyao's son, Yang Rong began. Tang Zhaitian nodded slightly, acknowledging. Your introduction was quite clear. Without a prominent father, Yang Rong would have lacked the standing to request this meeting. Boss Tang, I wish to discuss Xiao Fan. Having incurred significant losses of nearly 50 million, Yang Rong understood that without making a mark, he would be sidelined from the family business, leaving him without means. The meager allowance from his family was insufficient for his indulgences. Xiao Fan? Tang Zhaitian's interest was piqued. Although he had not actively investigated Xiao Fan, he was open to learning more given Yang Rong's approach. Yang Rong's eyes brightened. He aimed to forge a connection with Tang Zhaitian through Xiao Fan. If he could gain the favor of Tang Zhaitian, he could absorb the loss of 50 million, as his family would continue to support him financially. Boss Tang. Xiao Fan left with you in the same vehicle. You seem to have a good relationship? Yang Rong inquired. Tang Zhaitian nodded slightly. Indeed, we have a decent rapport. Yang Rong continued earnestly. Boss Tang, though I am uncertain of the means he employed, he may have deceived you. He is merely an orphan, bereft of parents. His family lacks financial resources. How could someone of his background possibly associate with someone like you? Tang Zhaitian narrowed his eyes. How do you know this? Yang Rong, brimming with confidence, replied, Boss Tang, I assure you, my words are true. We are alumni, both from the same prestigious school. His information is readily available on the school forum. With that, Yang Rong pulled out his phone, illuminating the screen and presenting it to Tang Zhaitian. Boss Tang, see for yourself. There are his photographs and all pertinent details. Tang Zhaitian scrutinized the information closely. From the data, Xiao Fan appeared utterly ordinary, an orphan from a modest background, with decent academic performance but little else of note. How well concealed. Tang Zhaitian mused inwardly. He was not naive enough to genuinely believe Xiao Fan was ordinary. In his presence, Xiao Fan effortlessly extracted the bullet fragment from Yang Jun's body, a scene vividly etched in his memory, when they were being pursued. Xiao Fan had even caught a bullet with his bare hands. Even without these feats, every raw stone Xiao Fan chose had significantly appreciated in value. Is this a capability possessed by the average person? What do you mean by this, young man? Tang Zhaitian inquired with an indifferent expression. Yang Rong promptly responded, Boss Tang, I merely wish to prevent you from being deceived and thought to offer a word of caution. Xiao Fan possesses a high intellect. His skills in deception should be equally impressive. I will investigate further. One should rest early in old age. Please take your leave, Tang Zhaitian replied calmly, knowing full well that he would not directly confront Yang Rong, a younger generation. Understood, Boss Tang. Here is my contact information, Yang Rong said, releasing a business card before swiftly departing. Yang Jun, take a look at this, Tang Zhaitian remarked as he reviewed the information he had just seen, urging Yang Jun to do the same. Boss, Xiao Xiao's prowess is beyond doubt. There are two possibilities. One, his overt identity is merely a fade, concealing another identity. The other, his identity is genuine, and he is backed not by a powerful family but by a sect. A sect with a long-standing heritage may possess greater strength than a family, Yang Jun contemplated. Tang Zhaitian nodded slightly. Is it possible that Xiao Xiao acquired some secret techniques and achieved self-cultivation? Yang Jun shook his head. Boss, I believe the likelihood of that is extremely low. Those of humble means often excel in martial prowess. Without formidable support from a powerful faction, it is improbable that he could be so strong at such a young age. It would be best if we refrain from harboring any antagonistic thoughts towards Xiao Xiao. Yang Jun used we. But the true implication was that Tang Zhaitian should not entertain such notions. Even if Tang Zhaitian were inclined to pursue such actions, he would not do so. Xiao Fan had extracted the bullet fragment to alleviate Yang Jun's suffering. Upon returning from Myanmar, it should have been Yang Jun protecting Xiao Fan. Yet it was Xiao Fan who saved him, leaving him indebted to Xiao Fan. Tang Zhaitian smiled faintly. Rest assured, how could I harbor such thoughts? Even if he lacks a powerful backing, forming a connection with Xiao Xiao would be quite advantageous. At this, Tang Zhaitian took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Fan. Yang Rong reported to Tang Zhaitian. Xiao Fan soon saw the message sent by Tang Zhaitian. This fellow, with his 50 million, likely felt he had lost everything. Was he unwilling to accept this? A cold smile crept across Xiao Fan's face as he could roughly deduce Yang Rong's thoughts. One could say the intention was commendable. If he could forge a relationship with Tang Zhaitian, that would be beneficial, but unfortunately, Yang Rong had greatly underestimated him. It was Tang Zitian who sought to cultivate ties with him. Ding ding. Xiao Fan called Tang Zitian. Xiao Xiao, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Tang Zitian cheerfully answered the call. Boss Tang, you're merely reminding me. There's no disturbance at all. Yang Rong spoke the truth about me. My humble background might have made you chuckle, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. I wish to purchase 10,000 tons of rice in Myanmar, of average quality. I wonder if Boss Tang could assist? Tang Zitian was taken aback by the sheer quantity, 10,000 tons of rice? Even if used for feeding pigs, it would sustain a significant number. Naturally, Xiao Xiao had no objections. Should we find a warehouse to store it? Tang Zitian hastily replied. Xiao Fan smiled and said, yes. Let us locate a somewhat secluded warehouse. We could also store those 20,000 Tang knives there if they are ready. Furthermore, I require an additional 5,000 tons of salt and 5,000 tons of sugar. Both salt and sugar are strategic commodities. Previously, he had provided Xiao Hai with several hundred tons of salt, which should suffice to stabilize the salt prices in Silver Moon City, but additional supplies will undoubtedly be needed. So it is prudent to procure more at once. A single effort now will ease the burden later. So much, Tang Zitian exclaimed. It is not common for an ordinary person to stockpile such quantities. Even a single bag of salt could last quite a while. Is there an issue with Boss Tang's request being somewhat excessive? Xiao Fan inquired. Tang Zitian chuckled. It is merely rice, salt, and sugar, common items that can be easily procured with sufficient funds. I shall arrange for my people to handle the purchases directly. As for the exact expenditure, Xiao Fan, you can inform me later. By the way, I also require some strong lines, tennis strings, Kevlar fibers, and high tensile lines. Let us prepare 1 ton of each. A single roll of line is quite lengthy and can yield numerous bowstrings. 1 ton of each will be entirely sufficient. Tang Zitian felt somewhat puzzled. What is this for? Nonetheless, since Xiao Fan requested it, he noted it down for future arrangements, which would be straightforward. Xiao Xiao, I will arrange for the procurement immediately. Should I send someone to warn Yang Rong? Tang Zitian asked. Xiao Fan replied softly. He is merely a petty clown. There is no need to pay him any mind. Thank you, Boss Tang. Whenever you come to the city, I shall treat you to a drink. Oh, that sounds wonderful, Tang Zitian responded with a smile. After hanging up, Tang Zitian spoke briefly with Yang Jun. What are your thoughts? Yang Jun pondered for a moment and said, such a vast quantity of grain, salt, and sugar is beyond what a few individuals could consume. Managing livestock is also no small feat. Xiao Xiao likely has a hidden sect behind him, with quite a number of people involved. Tang Zitian nodded slightly, sharing a similar sentiment. The abundance of grain, salt, sugar, and several thousand knives clearly indicated that this was not intended for a select few. Chapter 43. The peculiar bank heist. 6 days passed swiftly, during which Xiao Fan dedicated most of his time to driving practice. Although he was competent enough to drive on the road, obtaining a driver's license necessitated completing all required hours, and he saw no need to spend extra money to take shortcuts. After the exam concluded, he received passing marks. With a broad smile, Xiao Fan emerged from the driving school. He had finally completed the second segment of the test. It was the 8th day, and preparations were underway to head to Myanmar. Xiao Fan mused. Tang Zitian had called him that morning to inform him that the batch of Tang knives was nearly ready, and the remaining items had also been procured satisfactorily. Beep. The phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Kong Su. Boss, is there a gathering for lunch? Xiao Fan answered the call with a smile. It was nearly noon, and he knew Kong Su and the others would not forget him during their gathering. However, a grave voice came through the line. Third brother, you need to hurry back. Fourth brother is in serious trouble. He encountered robbers while trying to withdraw money from the bank and is now trapped inside. Xiao Fan's expression changed. If it were Yifei trapped inside, he wouldn't be particularly worried. With Yifei's skills, he could potentially handle the assailants. But Shinchin was different. He was somewhat overweight, lacking the agility of a normal person, and his well-off family background meant he was likely wearing expensive brand-name clothes that could attract the robbers' attention. I'm heading back immediately. The driving school was near the school, and within 10 minutes, Xiao Fan returned to the dormitory. What is going on, boss? As he entered the dorm, Xiao Fan quickly inquired. Kong Su, with a serious demeanor, responded. Fourth brother sent me a message saying he encountered bank robbers. Xiao Fan, puzzled, replied. I just passed by the bank near the school and saw nothing unusual. Kong Su gave a bitter smile. He wasn't trapped there. He's been frequently going out these past few days, and he left early this morning. Who would have thought he would run into such a situation? Yifei spoke in a low voice. Let's take a taxi there. Xiaofan nodded. Soon, the three of them exited the school and hailed a taxi. 20 minutes later, they approached the destination, which was surrounded by numerous police cars and cordoned off with police tape. A crowd had gathered to watch. Xiaofan felt a sense of helplessness. Who would be interested in watching a bank robbery, oblivious to the risk of the robbers firing out at the crowd? Kongsu remarked, given the situation. It seems unnecessary for me to call anyone. So many people are already here. Third brother, you're quite clever. Do you have a good plan? At that moment, Xiaofan spotted a familiar face, Liang Wu. I'll go ask him for details, he said, moving towards Liang Wu. Xiaofan, what are you doing here? Liang Wu inquired upon seeing him. Team leader, my brother is inside. What is the situation in there? Xiaofan asked. Liang Wu frowned and replied, there are 3 robbers, armed with guns. There are about 20 hostages inside. The bank employees triggered a silent alarm, and the police arrived before the robbers could escape. I was originally only handling your parents' case, but I came to provide support for this unexpected incident. Xiaofan nodded. Such emergencies required significant police presence. So Liang Wu's arrival to assist was entirely reasonable. Step back. All officers, retreat, or else don't blame me for being impolite. A voice shouted from inside the bank. Naturally, the police outside did not comply with the order to retreat. If the robbers commanded them to withdraw, why would they even be there in the first place? This is bad. Xiaofan noticed a dark barrel of a gun, aimed directly at Liang Wu. Bang! The robber targeting Liang Wu fired his weapon. In a split second, Xiaofan swiftly pushed Liang Wu aside. The bullet grazed past their bodies. Watch out! The remaining officers swiftly concealed themselves, while many onlookers hurriedly fled the scene. Damn it! That little brat, you think you can escape? You step inside, or I swear, I'll kill someone every minute. I always keep my word. A fierce voice echoed from within the bank. Liang Wu's heart burned with anger. These robbers were so audacious as to open fire at him. Had it not been for Xiaofan pushing him aside, he might have met his end there today. Third brother, Kongsu exclaimed. Hiding behind a police car alongside Yifei, fear etched across their faces. It was undoubtedly commendable that Xiaofan had saved someone. Yet the robbers' demand for him to enter the bank felt akin to leading a lamb into a den of wolves. The fact that the robbers dared to kill police officers indicated their willingness to commit murder. Xiaofan, you cannot go in there, Liang Wu urged urgently. Inside the bank. The robber who had just spoken growled menacingly. You should be able to hear my words, brat. You have 50 seconds. If you do not come in, I will kill someone immediately. A cold smirk crossed Xiaofan's mind. Entering was precisely what he desired. Even with the robbers armed, he felt no fear. After days of training, his mental fortitude had strengthened considerably, and he wielded it with greater finesse. Outside, he found it challenging to deal with the robbers, but once inside, he could easily handle them. Captain Liang, I must go in. They truly dare to kill, he insisted. Have you forgotten my nickname? Xiaofan whispered. Rising to his feet and raising his hands, Liang Wu furrowed his brow deeply and declared loudly, let me replace him as your hostage. The robber leader's eyes glinted with malice. His scheme was to lure Liang Wu into the open to kill him blatantly. While it would be easy to eliminate Liang Wu if he were to go in, it would also raise suspicions. After all, having someone like Liang Wu enter significantly increased the risk. I want that little brat inside. 30 seconds left, the robber chief barked. Xiaofan stepped steadily toward the bank entrance, while Kongsu and Yifei looked grim, with Shen Chen trapped inside. It was now clear that Xiaofan was also being forced to enter. Wait, I will replace him, Kongsu announced, stepping forward with gritted teeth. My father and grandfather are both officials, and of high rank. Having me as a hostage would be beneficial for you. He couldn't bear to watch Xiaofan go in like this. He's lying. My family has officials too. Let me take his place. Yifei interjected. Pushing ahead of Kongsu. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the robber leader sneered. Do you think I'm a fool? You all are just pretending to want to come in and stir up trouble. Behave yourselves, or I won't hesitate to show no mercy. That little brat has 15 seconds left. Xiaofan glanced back at Kongsu and the others. The bullet had struck just in front of them. I'm here now. Open the door, he said, deliberately feigning anxiety. With a crash, the door opened. The bank's rolling shutter opened slightly, allowing Xiaofan to enter, only for the shutter to be swiftly pulled down again. Damn it! Liang Wu slammed his fist heavily against the car door, his expression grim. Xiaofan was merely an ordinary citizen, and he truly did not wish for him to be embroiled in this situation. Inside the bank, Xiaofan cast a glance around. Spotting around 20 hostages huddled together, their hands bound with makeshift zip ties. Little brat, You've got some nerve. Let's see how tough you are now. Sneered one of the armed robbers, brandishing a gun in his left hand while his right hand swung menacingly towards Xiao Fan. Chapter 44. Displaying astonishing marksmanship, Xiao Fan blocked with his left hand and delivered a powerful punch to the robber's abdomen with his right. Instantly, the thug gasped in pain, feeling as if his internal organs were being twisted together. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan seized the weapon from the robber's grasp. The safety was disengaged, revealing a chamber with 6 bullets, information Xiao Fan had already gleaned through his mental prowess. This is bad. The leader of the robbers and another thug's expressions changed drastically as they quickly aimed their guns at Xiao Fan. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Xiao Fan had fired first. The leader and his accomplice howled in agony as bullets struck their right hands, severing their tendons and causing their firearms to clatter helplessly to the ground. You wretched scoundrel! The leader, despite the excruciating pain, crouched down in an attempt to retrieve his gun with his left hand. Bang! Xiao Fan calmly fired again, the bullet piercing through the leader's left hand. Try picking it up, Xiao Fan taunted as he stepped toward the remaining robber, who hesitated, his hand instinctively retracting from the weapon at the sight of Xiao Fan's gun aimed at him. Thinking of capturing me alive? Dream on. At that moment, the leader violently slammed into a nearby pillar, causing his head to bleed profusely as he fell unconscious. Xiao Fan paid no mind to the fallen leader. Instead, he kicked the other robber's gun away. You're all safe now, do not worry, Xiao Fan reassured the frightened hostages. Among them, Shinshin stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how 3 fierce armed robbers had been subdued in mere seconds. Team leader Liang, you may come in now, Xiao Fan called out loudly towards the outside. Though the scene inside was hidden from view, Liang Wu and his team could hear the commotion. The previous gunshots had startled them considerably. Liang Wu recognized Xiao Fan's voice and rushed forward, quickly becoming the first to enter the bank. He beheld the 3 robbers sprawled on the ground. The one who had not been shot was still recovering from Xiao Fan's formidable punch. Team leader, you handle the situation from here. I will take my leave, Xiao Fan said, handing the gun to Liang Wu, nodding at Shinshin before making his exit. He only needed to slow down a bit, and the reporters would soon swarm around. Was the 3rd brother a hidden master of special operations? Shinshin's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, feeling overwhelmed. When had Xiao Fan become so formidable? Impressive indeed. Liang Wu swiftly assessed the condition of the 3 assailants. Only 2 of them had been shot, with 3 bullets striking precisely at the center of their wrists. During routine training, Liang Wu could achieve such accuracy at close range. However, faced with 3 armed criminals, he could not guarantee a similar performance. If he were to take action, his primary aim would be to eliminate the threat. Capturing them alive would certainly be preferable, as there might be others orchestrating from behind the scenes. The assailants had been subdued, leaving everyone shocked. It was time for everyone to return and rest. The remaining officers entered the scene, and Shinshin along with the hostages were escorted out of the bank. By this point, about 10 reporters had gathered and rushed forward. Excuse me, sir, could you tell us what just happened inside? Inquired a beautiful reporter. An undercover officer entered and knocked out 1 robber with a single punch, then shot the wrists of the other 2 who were all armed, exclaimed one of the interviewees, his eyes gleaming with excitement. From a distance, Xiao Fan silently shook his head, grateful he had escaped quickly. Otherwise, he would have certainly been surrounded. What is going on, 3rd brother? Kong Su and Yi Fei closely followed Xiao Fan as they left, with Kong Su asking. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Everything is sorted, 4th brother is fine. However, I suspect this incident has frightened him quite a bit. He looked as though he might wet his pants. Yi Fei retorted. 3rd brother, stop dodging the subject. We are well aware of your skills. How did you manage to take down 3 robbers in such a short time? Xiao Fan's expression grew serious. Kong Su and Yi Fei fixed their gaze on him, awaiting his revelation. In moments of peril, I can transform into a superhuman, Xiao Fan stated solemnly. This secret is known only to you, and you must keep it confidential. Kong Su and Yi Fei exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Come on, they both responded, giving Xiao Fan the finger. Ding ding. Shin Chun called Xiao Fan, who answered, informing him of his current location. Before long, Shin Chun arrived, his face alight with excitement. Boss, 2nd brother, you have no idea. 3rd brother was incredible just now. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. You're the one who is incredible. Shin Chun chuckled awkwardly. 3rd brother, I was merely describing how impressive you were. How come your marksmanship is so exceptional? I've never heard you mention it before. Xiao Fan replied curtly. Why would I bring that up casually? All right, let us hurry and grab a bite. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Later that afternoon, at the Criminal Investigation Unit, Xiao Fan arrived. Given Liang Wu's familiarity with Xiao Fan and the fact that Liang Wu had nearly been shot, the case had been transferred to him, necessitating Xiao Fan's presence for a formal statement. In the familiar interrogation room, Liang Wu personally inquired. Xiao Fan answered each question in detail. Liang Wu asked, "For my final question, Xiao Fan, how is it that your marksmanship is so exceptional? Capturing 2 criminals suggests considerable skill, yet your shooting prowess is astonishing." Liang Wu prided himself on knowing Xiao Fan well. Yet he was completely unaware of Xiao Fan's remarkable shooting ability. Xiao Fan replied with a smile, "A few days ago, I visited Myanmar, where there are professional shooting ranges. I practiced for merely half an hour and managed to hit the tin ring consistently at 100 meters. Liang Wu swallowed hard. What kind of talent is this? Even he could not achieve such precision at 100 meters. With 5 bullets, a professional soldier would be considered outstanding if they scored 80 rings. "Let me see your hands," Liang Wu requested. Xiao Fan extended his hand, revealing that there were no calluses from shooting. "How were you able to calmly shoot and hit their wrists?" Liang Wu inquired. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow and replied, "I didn't think about it much. Perhaps subconsciously I didn't want to kill them, combined with my confidence in my shooting, which is why I didn't take their lives." "Did the officer who collided with the wall survive?" Liang Wu shook his head. "No, he was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. He suffered a head injury and is currently in a coma. Whether he will awaken remains uncertain." "Is there any problem with me regarding Officer Liang?" Xiao Fan asked with concern. Liang Wu shook his head. "They are criminals, and you only shot their wrists. There should be no issue." "Xiao Fan, would you be interested in joining the police force in the future?" Xiao Fan shook his head. "Are you joking? I'm a billionaire. Isn't enjoying life better? Are you truly unwilling?" Liang Wu lamented, "With your shooting skills, it would be a pity not to join the police." Chapter 45. The exorbitant consulting fee. Upon exiting the criminal investigation team, Xiao Fan spotted Su Yue standing outside, looking quite lovely. As he approached, he noticed her eyes were a bit red. She had seen the news of the bank robbery on the school forum. When he left the bank, Xiao Fan had worn a mask and deliberately obscured his face, making it hard for most to recognize him. However, Su Yue could easily identify him. "Senior, how could you risk entering the bank? What would have happened if the robbers had shot you?" Su Yue exclaimed in distress. Xiao Fan sighed. "That rascal Shinshin was inside. I merely went to inquire with Officer Liang about the situation. I didn't expect the robbers to be so ruthless as to fire at Officer Liang. Upon seeing the gun, I instinctively pushed him out of the way. They forced me inside, and I had no alternative. Don't worry, my reputation as a nemesis of criminals isn't just for show." Su Yue gazed intently at Xiao Fan. "Senior, please try to avoid such risks in the future, all right?" "Sure." At this moment, Xiao Fan suggested, "Let us go out for dinner tonight. Is there a restaurant you've been wanting to try? Who knows, perhaps there's another bonus in this for us. Let us find a nice place to celebrate." "Sounds good," Su Yue nodded. In her eyes, Xiao Fan had taken a significant risk today, and having narrowly escaped danger, it was essential to celebrate. "Senior, allow me to treat you today to commemorate your safe return," she declared. "That sounds good," Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Although he was not entirely aware of Su Yue's specific income, it was likely substantial. The orphanage did not require her assistance at the moment, so indulging in a nice meal posed no financial burden for her. After half an hour, they arrived at a lakeside restaurant. The ambience was refined, frequented primarily by couples. "Senior, I've heard wonderful things about this place and have always wanted to try it," Su Yue said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiao Fan gazed at her with a cheerful expression, causing her to blush even deeper. "If you find it unsatisfactory, we can always choose another place," she offered. "No, I find this place quite appealing. Let's stay here," he decided. Once inside, the waiter escorted them to a cozy window-side booth, separated by a partition of considerable height and adorned with beaded curtains at the entrance. "Sir, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. May I take your order?" the waitress complimented. Hearing this, Su Yue's lips curled into a faint smile. "Let us scan the QR code on the table and order ourselves," Xiao Fan suggested, pointing to the ordering QR code affixed to the table. "All right," the waitress agreed before stepping away, leaving Xiao Fan and Su Yue in their little haven. In the past, such intimacy would have made Su Yue quite shy. However, she had grown accustomed to it after several days of cohabitation. "Since you expressed a desire to come here, why don't you choose the dishes?" Xiao Fan encouraged. Su Yue nodded gently, scanning the QR code with her phone. In no time, she had selected the dishes. well aware of Xiao Fan's preferences. Junior, I have to go on a business trip tomorrow, which may last 3 to 5 days, Xiao Fan informed her. He had made arrangements with Xiao Hai for 10 days, and tomorrow marked the 9th. His itinerary involved first heading to Rueli, then driving to Myanmar, leaving little time for delays. Rest assured during your trip, senior. I'm not as frightened as I used to be, but do take care while you're away. Su Yue replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice, though she refrained from insisting he stay. They were not yet in a formal relationship, and even if they were, Xiao Fan's ambition was something she could not impede. How did you learn about today's events? Xiao Fan inquired, puzzled. As Su Yue did not have contact with Xinshun and his group. From the school forum, there are photos, but in them, you're wearing a mask and looking down to cover your forehead, so someone unfamiliar with you likely wouldn't recognize you, Su Yue explained. Xiao Fan took out his phone to log into the school forum and found the news trending, with the photos indeed making it difficult to identify him. This revelation brought him a sigh of relief. If his identity were to become known, it might attract numerous reporters to his home, given that Su Yue lived there. Their cohabitation could be exposed in an instant, a far more sensational piece of news for their fellow students. Handsome, beautiful, please enjoy. Soon, the dishes for Xiao Fan and his companions were served. Su, look, this drink only comes in one bottle, Xiao Fan said, observing the charmingly heart-shaped bottle with a single straw that splits into two, an unmistakable couple's drink. Su Yue's gaze flickered as she remarked, Senior, I noticed it says this is their popular item, so I ordered it. Since it's already here, let us make do with it. All right. Xiao Fan replied with a smile, at home we also share from the same pot. Su Yue rolled her eyes playfully at Xiao Fan. How can it be the same? Silly, foolish. As they finished their meal and made their way back, Su Yue found herself pondering. In such a setting, she had expected Xiao Fan to say something meaningful. Yet he remained silent. She sensed that Xiao Fan must still have feelings for her, but why didn't he confess? Was he perhaps afraid that she might decline? The next morning, Xiao Fan set out. By the time he arrived in Rueli to meet Tang Zitian, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Xiao, I have several intriguing raw stones I'm uncertain about. Could you take a look? Tang Zitian asked with a smile. I'll offer you a consulting fee of 10 million for each stone. What do you think? Sounds good, Xiao Fan nodded. Tang Zitian had already assisted him significantly, and it was only fitting to reciprocate, ensuring their relationship remained strong. Before long, Tang Zitian led Xiao Fan to his private warehouse. There were only about 10 raw stones, each sizable. If sold, none would fetch less than 50 million. Tang Zitian stated, Xiao, there are 11 raw stones here. If you examine all of them, that would amount to a consulting fee of 110 million. In a short time, how many can you assess? He understood that even if Xiao Fan could use his inner strength to probe the jade within, the stones' eyes made it challenging for him to inspect them all at once. All right, Xiao Fan replied with a slight nod. Which of these stones do you hold in the highest regard? Tang Zitian walked over to a particularly promising raw stone. This one. If sold outright, it should fetch around 150 million. I've been torn about whether to cut it myself. The others are also promising. These were stones I had been saving to cut myself. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. It was normal for someone like Tang Zitian, who had spent most of his life in the raw stone business, to desire to cut certain stones himself. However, the risks involved in cutting them were substantial, with many bosses having faced losses in this endeavor. I'll take a look, Xiao Fan said, placing his hand on the raw stone and activating his X-ray ability. His mental force was not ideally suited for examining raw stones. Even at full strength, it could only penetrate about half a meter. Seconds ticked away. Due to the stone's size, it took Xiao Fan nearly half a minute to complete his inspection. Then Xiao Fan immediately approached a nearby piece of rough stone, placing his hand upon it. After approximately 50 seconds, he closed his eyes. His unblinking gaze had begun to feel slightly dry, yet given Xiao Fan's current condition, utilizing his X-ray vision twice more in quick succession posed no significant challenge. Within a single day, he could thoroughly examine all 11 pieces of rough stone. With remarkable speed, Xiao Fan scrutinized another 4 stones, employing his vision 3 times in total. His eyes now felt quite strained, rendering further use of his extraordinary ability unwise. Let us first focus on these 6 pieces, Xiao Fan exhaled. Tang Zitian promptly replied, no problem, even if they all turn out to be worthless. The consulting fee of 6,000 remains unchanged. Xiao Fan gestured toward the piece that Tang Zitian favored most, saying, Boss Tang, I advise against cutting this one yourself. Its exterior may appear splendid, but the true quality lies beneath. The jade extracted from it is estimated to be worth around 30 million. Tang Zitian inhaled sharply. Realizing that this rough stone could potentially sell for 150 million, yet contained only 30 million worth of jade. Should he attempt to cut it himself? He would incur a loss of 12 million. Young Master Xiao, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Your insight has already proven invaluable. Surpassing a worth of 110 million, Tang Zitian chuckled. Xiao Fan responded with a light laugh. I too benefit from this arrangement, as I need not search for rough stones myself. He then pointed to another piece of rough stone, stating, Boss Tang, you may cut this one. It likely contains jade worth 200 million. Tang Zitian was elated. This piece could only fetch around 60 million. Yet it held the promise of jade valued at over 200 million, guaranteeing him a substantial profit of over 100 million. Young Master Xiao, I am truly reaping the benefits here. It feels almost unjust, he remarked. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. I earn what I deserve, and you earn what you ought to. There is nothing amiss. In just a few minutes, we're discussing tens of millions, far quicker than robbing a bank. Among them are those that may surge in value. That's merely your fortune. The other 4 stones exhibit minor fluctuations and merit no further discussion. Tang Zitian nodded. Thank you for your efforts, young Master Xiao. Xiao Fan inquired, how much did we spend on the grains, salt, and sugar? Tang Zitian replied, according to your specifications, we procured 10,000 tons of grains and 5,000 tons each of salt and sugar. The grains cost 50 million, the salt 440,000, and the sugar 2,860,000, totaling 83 million. Xiao Fan nodded. Boss Tang, have the lines I requested been purchased? Tang Zitian smiled. Those were minor expenses and not included, having reviewed everything. The total is 110 million, and I still owe you 27 million. Xiao Fan also smiled. Initially, he had anticipated spending over 80 million, with only slightly more than 100 million in his account. Now, he had gained an additional 27 million, officially surpassing his 2 small financial goals. Chapter 46. An attack at night. Xiao Fan poisoned after dinner. Xiao Fan utilized his X-ray vision twice more, examining the remaining 5 pieces of rough stone. Among them, 1 piece could yield a profit of approximately 100 million. Additionally, among the 4 blocks, 2 suffered significant losses while 1 yielded a modest profit. Young Master Xiao, may I kindly request your insight? It appears that a substantial fortune is at hand. In the realm of Tang Zitian, after examining the 11 raw stones, Xiao Fan confidently surmised that he could securely slice 2 of them, potentially earning around 250 million. The remaining stones could still be sold at a reasonable price. After deducting the 110 million owed to Xiao Fan, he would still stand to gain 140 million. Should Tang Zitian merely cut the finest stone, he would incur a loss exceeding 100 million. Boss Tang, you may indeed reap great rewards, but I certainly shall not suffer, Xiao Fan remarked with a jovial grin. Haha, indeed. We cannot allow young Master Xiao to incur any losses, Tang Zitian chuckled, both parties expressing satisfaction with their collaboration. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan and Yang Jun set off. With the necessary clearance documents, they effortlessly crossed into the territory of Myanmar. Shortly thereafter, news of their entry reached the ears of the drug lord, Sang Wei. Recently, Sang had been under considerable distress, having compensated 50 million under the pressure exerted by Tang Zitian. The actual cost for the 20,000 Tang knives amounted to 70 million, with Tang Zitian discreetly supplementing an additional 20 million. Boss, shall we initiate our actions? Inquired a confidant of Sang Wei, who was accompanied by the young student, easily identifiable as lacking any formidable background. The confidant, known as the Smiling Tiger, appeared amiable but was, in truth, ruthless, having claimed more than a dozen lives. With commendable marksmanship and skill, Sang Wei responded gravely, I cannot simply swallow my pride after the previous incident, yet Tang Zitian shares a profound friendship with General Jin, making a direct confrontation unfeasible. The Smiling Tiger suggested, Boss, I will accompany Scorpion on a visit. I will lead Yang Jun away, and Scorpion should find it easy to handle that young student. Sang Wei nodded slightly. Proceed swiftly, and also investigate why Tang Zitian values Xiao Fan. This individual is a cunning fox and does not show kindness without reason. Soon, the Smiling Tiger departed. Hours passed, and Xiao Fan and Yang Jun's vehicle approached a dock capable of accommodating ships of 1,000-ton capacity, surrounded by numerous warehouses, many of which were overgrown with weeds. Young Master Xiao, this dock is nearly abandoned, and most of the warehouses are essentially vacant. We managed to rent a large warehouse for a minimal fee, Everything is within," reported Yang Jun as their vehicle drew near to a massive warehouse. Brother Jun. Brother Jun. Two individuals dispatched by Tang Zitian arrived to procure supplies. Greeting Yang Jun with great courtesy. "Open the door," Yang Jun commanded, prompting one of them to swiftly unlock the massive warehouse entrance. Good heavens, Xiao Fan thought, swallowing nervously. The expansive warehouse was nearly filled to capacity, with 10,000 tons of rice, along with 5,000 tons each of salt and sugar. The total amounted to an impressive 20,000 tons. Additionally, the 20,000 tang knives were packed into 200 crates. Even if my grandfather can endure, I shall still be thoroughly exhausted, Xiao Fan pondered to himself. Considering the immense effort it must have taken to transport such a large quantity of supplies to Xiaohai's location. With a swift motion, he sliced open a bag of rice, revealing plump grains far superior to those he had previously sent to Xiaohai, both in quality and price. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Military brother, why procure so much grain? One of them inquired with a hint of confusion. Yang Jun frowned and replied, "Some questions are best left unasked. The boss has his own intentions." The two fell silent. As time ticked away, Xiaohai meticulously inspected the goods, finding no discrepancies. "Brother Yang, I require several large mirrors, preferably as large as a door," Xiao Fan stated. Yang Jun nodded, refraining from questioning Xiao Fan's motives, and promptly arranged for the mirrors to be delivered. After exiting the warehouse, they secured the large doors once more. In the distance, the subordinates of Sang Wei, the Smiling Tiger and the Scorpion, had arrived. Despite her fearsome moniker, the Scorpion was, in fact, a striking blonde beauty skilled in the use of toxins. "We must infiltrate that warehouse," declared the Scorpion, lowering her binoculars. "Indeed," Smiling Tiger agreed, shifting his gaze away from the sniper rifle scope. "We shall wait until nightfall. It would be too conspicuous to act now. There are only 2 guards outside, but we cannot ascertain how many are inside the warehouse or if anyone is lurking nearby." Agreed, the Scorpion nodded. Though adept in the art of poison, she was not one for brute force. By 4 in the afternoon, Xiao Fan and Yang Jun had satisfied their appetites, and the large mirrors had been delivered to the warehouse. Xiao Fan intended to retire early to conserve his energy. Tonight, there would be much to attend to. "Brother Yang, the personnel here have all withdrawn. You may take your leave as well. I will contact you regarding our return. Perhaps tomorrow or possibly after a few days," Xiao Fan informed Yang Jun. "Understood, young Master Xiao," Yang Jun responded before departing promptly. "What is unfolding?" The Smiling Tiger, monitoring the scene from afar, was perplexed. Yang Jun had left, and the 2 guards had also vacated, leaving only Xiao Fan within the warehouse. Their initial plan involved drawing Yang Jun away with Smiling Tiger's sniper fire, followed by the Scorpion targeting Xiao Fan. But now they could bypass the step of luring Yang Jun. "What shall we do?" the Scorpion asked. Smiling Tiger contemplated. "I will keep a discreet watch on Yang Jun to verify whether he has truly departed. If so, we will disregard him. Our primary target this time is Xiao Fan." Hours slipped by, and darkness enveloped the landscape as Smiling Tiger returned. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "The warehouse doors have remained closed. It is uncertain whether Xiao Fan is still inside. If there is a hidden passage, he may have already exited via that route," the Scorpion replied. A glint of determination flickered in Smiling Tiger's eyes. "Even if this warehouse is a den of peril, we must investigate. And how shall we proceed?" the Scorpion asked. The warehouse where Xiao Fan resided was vast, its walls constructed of sturdy concrete, and the entrance was fortified, making it quite challenging to unlock from the outside once secured. The Smiling Tiger furrowed his brow, realizing that attempting to unlock it technically from the outside posed significant difficulties. "Let us resort to brute force," he declared after a period of contemplation without arriving at a viable solution. The Scorpion nodded in agreement. A forceful entry was indeed straightforward. The noise from explosives would be substantial, and they could procure a truck to ram through the warehouse's entrance. Before long, the Smiling Tiger had gathered the necessary personnel. As long as the funds were sufficient, finding someone to smash open the warehouse door was hardly a challenge. Suddenly, a tremendous crash jolted Xiao Fan awake from his slumber. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, witnessing a truck had crashed through the warehouse's entrance, its front colliding with a pile of rice. He swiftly approached the scene. A middle-aged man emerged from the driver's seat, repeatedly apologizing in Burmese, a language Xiao Fan did not comprehend. "Why now? Of all times to crash." Xiao Fan's expression darkened as he noticed the man's eyes flickering with a hint of deceit. This was no mere accident. Brother Yang is in trouble. Someone has rammed the warehouse door. You speak Burmese, right? Tell him to leave, Xiao Fan instructed as he dialed Yang Jun's number. The middle-aged man had likely been paid to crash the truck, and there was no need for him to linger. I will, Yang Jun replied, placing the call on speaker. He immediately instructed the man to depart in Burmese. Thank you, the man said, quickly reversing the truck and driving away. Xiao, you must exercise caution. It is highly probable that it's someone from Sang Wei's faction, likely an expert, Yang Jun warned gravely. Understood. Xiao Fan replied before hanging up and turning off the warehouse lights. Within 2 minutes, the smiling tiger and scorpion approached, guns drawn, covering each other as they neared the warehouse entrance. Upon reaching the door, they did not immediately enter. Xiao Fan, attuned to their presence, noticed they were armed with grenade-like devices, poised to throw them inside the warehouse. Bastards, he thought, launching 4 coins that accelerated through the air, each piercing the wrists of the smiling tiger and scorpion, severing them partially. The smiling tiger screamed, while the scorpion fainted from the pain. Xiao Fan stepped outside and struck the smiling tiger on the forehead, rendering him unconscious instantly. 2 useless fools. He cursed inwardly as he dragged both the smiling tiger and scorpion into the warehouse like lifeless dogs. Soon, Xiao Fan disarmed them and bound their feet. Quite handsome. Yet you choose to engage in such mischief, he remarked, slapping the scorpion's face, waking him with a jolt of agony. Do you understand? You are bleeding. If you do not stop it, you will soon perish, Xiao Fan spoke coldly. The scorpion glanced at her wrist. Both of her hands were incapacitated. Yet she still yearned to survive. I understand, she replied in an oddly accented Mandarin. You have been poisoned. Without an antidote, you are doomed. Chapter 47. The demise of the smiling tiger and the scorpion. Xiao Fan immediately distanced himself from the scorpion. It's futile, she cackled, the moment you took something from me. You were already poisoned. If you staunch our bleeding and allow us to leave, you may yet live. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow in silence, realizing the treachery of these scoundrels. He feared a counterattack from the smiling tiger and his men, but had not anticipated falling into their trap. You must be feeling a bit dizzy now. In 2 minutes, your limbs will grow numb, and in 5, without the antidote, you shall succumb to the poison. The scorpion declared ominously. Xiao Fan touched his head. Dizzy? He felt nothing of the sort. You wish for me to perish from the poison? Let us meet our fate together. He wrapped his hand in a plastic bag and smeared some of the substances he had extracted from the scorpion onto her wounds, as well as on her face. Even if you were skilled in toxins, can you withstand their effects? Xiao Fan provocatively stepped back, maintaining a distance from the scorpion while holding a sack of rice. The scorpion's expression soured. The substances he had applied were indeed laced with poison. She was not immune to toxins, and without an antidote, her fate was sealed. Reveal the antidote, and you may have a chance at survival. As for your freedom, do not entertain such dreams. You are injured. Let us see who can endure longer, Xiao Fan said menacingly. The scorpion fell silent, internally counting the seconds. 1.5 minutes had passed. She surmised that Xiao Fan's limbs must be numb by now, making it difficult for him to approach her. Struggling to raise her hand, the scorpion braced herself with her elbow and bit down on a small vial. I. Xiao Fan feigned difficulty in speaking. He attempted to move closer to the scorpion but barely lifted his left foot. You are finished. Finished, the scorpion hissed, laboriously opening the vial, revealing 7 capsules of various hues, some containing poison, others an antidote. The vial toppled, scattering the colorful capsules across the ground, and the scorpion slowly reached for one. Give it to me, Xiao Fan exclaimed, feigning urgency as he collapsed to the ground, his head turned away from the scorpion. She felt a wave of relief wash over her as she reached for another colored capsule. Inwardly, Xiao Fan cursed, knowing well that he had purposefully fallen and deliberately avoided looking at the scorpion. In truth, his mental acuity was sharply focused. Just as the capsule was mere centimeters from her lips, it suddenly flew away under Xiao Fan's control, landing squarely in his hand. He turned around with a smile, gazing at the scorpion. You. The scorpion was incredulous. Xiao Fan was unharmed and could even retrieve objects from a distance. This must be the antidote. Do you have any left? Will you take it? I can certainly endure longer than you, Xiao Fan stated as he stood up. The scorpion struggled to bite into another capsule of the same color. After swallowing it, she felt a slight alleviation of her condition. Only then did Xiao Fan consume the capsule in his hand, the numbness gradually dissipating. Now, tell me who you work for and why they sent you to kill me. If you can frighten me, perhaps you may live, Xiao Fan declared. The scorpion glanced at her bloodied hands. The bleeding persisted, and without stopping it, she would surely perish. Our leader is Sang Wei. You killed our previous leader, which has left him displeased. Furthermore, Tang Zitian is quite interested in your leader. The voice of the smiling tiger emerged as he regained consciousness. Our leader knows of you. If we die here, he will undoubtedly seek revenge, putting you and your family in grave danger. It would be best for you to allow us to leave alive, the scorpion added. Xiao Fan remarked nonchalantly. You haven't done your homework. I am an orphan. The smiling tiger interjected. Even if you are an orphan, you must have others you care about. Killing us would endanger them unnecessarily. Moreover, murder is a crime. The smiling tiger endeavored to persuade him. Xiao Fan, uninterested in further discourse, grabbed 2 bags of rice and placed them at the entrance. Before long, he had blocked the dilapidated warehouse door with the rice. The expressions of the smiling tiger and the scorpion turned grim. Xiao Fan's actions indicated he had no intention of allowing them to leave. Xiao Fan. General Sang Wei is a notorious drug lord with many ruthless subordinates. It is unwise to engage in conflict with him. I advise you to reconsider. The smiling tiger said through gritted teeth. Suddenly, with a swift motion under Xiao Fan's control, 2 coins pierced through the heads of the smiling tiger and the scorpion. Initially, Xiao Fan refrained from killing them due to uncertainty about their identities, but now that he was aware they were drug lords, he felt little moral burden in their demise. Sang Wei would hardly report him to the authorities. As for any potential retaliation from Sang Wei, he would deal with that if he managed to survive. How unfortunate, he thought to himself, glancing at the 2 corpses nearby. Sleep would elude him now. Fortunately, no one else approached in the ensuing hours, and time gradually crept into the midnight hour. Dear grandson, have you thought of your grandfather? A figure of Xiao Hai appeared in the mirror, looking rather pleased. Xiao Fan lifted the mirror before the bodies of the smiling tiger and the scorpion. Grandfather, I encountered a minor incident. They attempted to kill me, but I turned the tables on them. Is there an issue with sending the bodies? Xiao Fan inquired. Xiao Hai promptly replied, No problem, dear grandson. Since they wish to take your life, it is entirely reasonable for you to eliminate them without any emotional burden. Do you understand? The 2 corpses were swiftly transported away, and even the blood seeping into the ground vanished without a trace. Grandfather, this warehouse contains a total of 10,000 tons of grain, with 5,000 tons each of salt and sugar. Can you accept all of it? If not, how many trips will it require? Xiao Fan inquired. As he spoke, he carried the mirror to the wooden boxes storing the tang knives, and the boxes were quickly sent away, this transfer being rather efficient. Xiao Hai couldn't help but marvel at the impressive haul of 20,000 tons of supplies. Xiao Fan was truly formidable. The spatial treasure can accommodate it, but it may not be possible to transfer it all at once. It will have to be done in 2 trips. I will contact you again in 2 days, Xiao Hai contemplated. All right, Xiao Fan nodded. After sending the tang knives and the line, Xiao Fan moved to the back half of the warehouse, where the rice was continuously being transported away at a rate of approximately 2 tons per second. Meanwhile, Xiao Hai, with the assistance of 2 powerful allies providing him strength, found himself exhausted after more than an hour. 8,000 tons of rice, along with 2,000 tons of salt and sugar, were transferred first. Dear grandson, let us pause here. I have exhausted too much strength, and I can't continue. I will contact you again in 2 days. Xiao Hai's complexion turned pale, and as soon as he finished speaking, the figure in the mirror vanished. Chapter 48, 1,000 Miles Rush. The death of Sang Wei. Xiao Fan released a long sigh of relief as he set down the mirror. His physique had improved considerably. Yet moving the large mirror back and forth was no trivial task. With the bodies gone, he quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, he called Yang Jun. Brother Yang, the warehouse door was damaged by a vehicle last night. Could you send someone over to replace it, and please come yourself? Sure, young Master Xiao, Yang Jun replied. After hanging up, he found it curious that the door had been broken while moving things out. Not long after Xiao Fan's call, a repair truck arrived. Is this the door, Boss Xiao? Young boss has already paid. Shall we begin? One of the workers, fluent in Mandarin, asked. Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, that's the door. Please replace it swiftly. The workers quickly got to work, and within 2 hours, they efficiently removed the old door and installed the new one. Just 5 minutes after the workers left, Yang Jun arrived. Xiao Fan regarded Yang Jun with a deep gaze. He must have been nearby but chose to wait until the door was repaired before approaching, which was commendable. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some food. Yang Jun said with a smile, pulling a still-warm pizza from his vehicle. Thank you, Xiao Fan replied. Xiao Fan nodded. Brother Yang, Do you know where Sang Wei resides? Yang Jun was taken aback. Why was Xiao Fan inquiring about this? Sang Wei was a formidable drug lord, not someone to be trifled with. He was aware that Sang Wei primarily lived in a villa, which boasted stringent security and was surrounded by numerous informants, making it nearly impossible to approach. The villa also had various escape routes underground. Any sign of trouble would prompt his immediate departure. Yang Jun furrowed his brow, recalling his past dealings with Sang Wei. Is it really that far? He asked. It's about a 5 to 6 hour drive from here. Why do you ask, young Master Xiao? Xiao Fan, with a worried expression, replied, last night, a vehicle crashed through the warehouse door, and Sang Wei's 2 subordinates came looking for trouble. I dealt with them, and I suspect Sang Wei will retaliate. It would be wise for me to take the initiative. He noted that it would be 2 days before Xiao Hao would contact him. He had time to address the situation with Sang Wei. Yang Jun mused that something indeed went awry last night. Young master, someone like Sang Wei, a major drug lord, is extremely cautious about his safety. He is rarely seen outside, surrounded by numerous bodyguards, making it very difficult to kill him. If he seeks trouble, that could exert pressure on the boss. After some contemplation, Yang Jun said, Xiao Fan, I have a detailed map of Myanmar. He pulled out the map and remarked, if the situation becomes unmanageable, I won't press you. All right, Yang Jun nodded, swiftly marking a spot on the map. This is his stronghold. He seldom leaves this area. There are many informants within a 10-kilometer radius, and any unfamiliar faces entering this zone will be monitored. Xiao Fan pointed to a nearby location. Isn't this mountainous terrain? Are there informants there as well? Yang Jun replied, there aren't many informants over there, but the area is riddled with landmines and traps. It would be nearly impossible to pass through safely. A glimmer of determination shone in Xiao Fan's eyes. He had formulated a plan. Such hazards did not intimidate him. Under the influence of his mental prowess, those traps could not evade his perception. Xiao Fan, you should refrain from taking risks. The danger is too great, Yang Jun advised. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I will assess the situation. Please refrain from reporting this over the phone, as it may be monitored. I prefer to keep this operation discreet. Yang Jun acknowledged, young master, you have remained here at the warehouse. Xiao Fan nodded, I will leave my phone in the warehouse, Yang Jun. You must not enter the warehouse. Understood, young master, Yang Jun replied, producing a stack of Myanmar currency from his pocket. Here, take this. It amounts to approximately 2 million chot, equivalent to around 10,000 yuan. Xiao Fan accepted the money. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan purchased a second-hand off-road motorcycle. Unfamiliar with the route, he rode until dusk, finally finding himself just 20 kilometers from his destination, near a small city with a population of several tens of thousands. He refrained from eating anything there and simply nibbled on some biscuits for dinner. The night swiftly enveloped the surroundings in darkness. A thunderous boom echoed, followed by a torrential downpour. What splendid weather! A smile graced Xiao Fan's face, for such conditions greatly facilitated his movements. The rain would obscure the vision of others and obliterate any traces he left behind. Without a motorcycle, Xiao Fan soon melded into the shadows. The deluge fell relentlessly, rendering it arduous for anyone else to progress, even with flashlights in hand. Yet Xiao Fan traversed the terrain with remarkable speed, faster than most could manage even in daylight. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. His formidable physique allowed him to maintain this pace, and within an hour, he found himself mere miles from Sang Wei's estate. Ahead lay the rear mountains of the estate, an area designated as a minefield. There were indeed numerous buried explosives, Xiao Fan mused, as he slowed his advance. The final 2 kilometers took him nearly 2 hours, and it was now deep into the night. The guards were indeed vigilant, he thought. The defenses were somewhat weaker on this side of the rear mountains, yet imposing searchlights swept back and forth, and a barbed wire fence towering 3 to 4 meters barred his path. Faintly, he could hear the barking of dogs. With a surge of mental energy directed towards the ground, he leapt effortlessly over the barbed wire. The dogs barked towards the rear mountains, but Xiao Fan immediately concealed himself. Several searchlights swept in his direction, yet none detected anything amiss. Stop barking, you fools, someone scolded in Burmese, for they could scarcely fathom that anyone could traverse the minefield so silently. Progressing in stealth, Xiao Fan soon infiltrated the estate. Sang Wei had yet to retire for the night. Faintly, Xiao Fan could hear Sang Wei's voice raised in anger. The absence of the smiling tiger and the venomous scorpion throughout the day had left Sang Wei feeling uneasy. Cloaked in invisibility, Xiao Fan deftly navigated through layers of surveillance. Enough. All of you, get out, Sang Wei exclaimed irritably. Several despondent subordinates emerged from his chamber, discontent after receiving an earful in the dead of night. Xiao Fan remained concealed nearby. Utilizing his mental prowess, he discerned Sang Wei's appearance, something he was well aware of by now. Suddenly, with a swift command, a metal nail shot forth, piercing Sang Wei's skull. His eyes widened in shock. He attempted to utter something, but the opportunity had vanished. Silently, Xiao Fan retreated. And before long, someone discovered Sang Wei's lifeless body. Chaos erupted throughout the estate. With Sang Wei's demise, his subordinates would undoubtedly clash fiercely, each vying for their own interests. Chapter 49. Sang Wei's subordinates arrive. Beep, beep. In the dead of night, Yang Jun's phone rang, jolting him awake from his slumber in the vehicle. "Boss, what is it?" He answered the call, surprise flickering in his eyes. It was Tang Zitian calling him at this hour. Could it be that Xiao Fan had indeed succeeded in eliminating Sang Wei? On the other end of the phone, Tang Zitian remarked, "I have just received news that Sang Wei has died. You and young Master Xiao must ensure your safety. Do not allow him to encounter any more danger." "Understood, boss." "Young Master Xiao is currently asleep. Should I wake him to answer the call?" Yang Jun inquired. Tang Zitian replied, "That is unnecessary. It suffices for you to be aware of this matter." "Understood, boss." After hanging up, Yang Jun was overwhelmed with shock. The timing of Sang Wei's death suggested that Xiao Fan was responsible. How could he have killed Sang Wei under such heavy protection? Time passed slowly. The following morning, Yang Jun awoke to find Xiao Fan approaching with breakfast in hand. Beaming, Xiao Fan said, "Brother Yang, I brought some buns and youtiao." Yang Jun swallowed hard. Astonished that Xiao Fan had returned overnight after such a long journey to assassinate Sang Wei. Was his body made of iron? "Young Master Xiao, the boss called last night and informed me that Sang Wei is dead," Yang Jun stated solemnly. Xiao Fan appeared genuinely surprised. "Sang Wei is dead? That's excellent news. A major drug lord's demise benefits many families. It is a great virtue." "Indeed," Yang Jun nodded, comprehending Xiao Fan's perspective that this matter was entirely unrelated to them. "I will make a call to the boss. Young Master Xiao, could you speak with him?" Yang Jun suggested. Following Sang Wei's incident, the area had quickly been secured, and Xiao Fan could use this call to provide an alibi for his whereabouts the previous night. The call was quickly connected. After exchanging a few words, Yang Jun handed the phone to Xiao Fan. With a cheerful tone, Xiao Fan said, "Boss Tang, it was fortunate you did not wake me last night. Otherwise, I fear I would have been unable to sleep upon hearing such wonderful news. Young Master Xiao, while this is indeed good news, you must exercise caution. Once matters are concluded, return home promptly. There will likely be some unrest there soon," Tang Zitian advised. After a brief conversation with Tang Zitian, Xiao Fan ended the call. If anyone were to investigate later, they would find the call records indicating he was thousands of miles away, making it impossible for him to have killed Sang Wei. "Brother Yang, I believe it would be wise to install surveillance outside the warehouse. Can we arrange for someone to do that?" Xiao Fan suggested. "Having a camera would be beneficial. I will make the arrangements immediately." Yang Jun quickly made a call, and within half an hour, someone arrived by car. The call left a record, and the technician who installed the surveillance would serve as a witness. No one could suspect Xiao Fan of the murder. "Let's install 2 cameras. Preferably high definition," Xiao Fan instructed, munching on a bun. Among the technicians was one who spoke Mandarin. "Rest assured, boss," the technician assured him. Xiao Fan observed them working for a while before entering the warehouse. Notably, when he had left earlier, he had used his mental power to place a small stick behind the warehouse door, and upon his return, the stick remained standing. Yang Jun did not enter the warehouse. Soon, Xiao Fan fell into a deep slumber, awakening only by midday, his mental faculties rejuvenated. Suddenly, he heard the sound of approaching vehicles. Several cars were heading their way. As he opened the door and stepped out from the warehouse, he noticed a group of over 10 individuals disembarking, their waistlines conspicuously bulging, revealing their possession of weapons without the need for any mental insight. "Who are you?" Yang Jun inquired in a low voice. One figure among the group, with a grim expression, replied, "Yang Jun, our leader was killed last night. Before his demise, he dispatched the Smiling Tiger and the Scorpion to this location." "Where are they?" Yang Jun furrowed his brow. "The Smiling Tiger and the Scorpion came here? Were they attempting to assassinate me or young Master Xiao?" The leader's voice was cold as he responded, "We do not know their exact intentions, but our leader sent the Smiling Tiger and his accomplices here, only for them to meet their end last night. Was it you who orchestrated this?" The death of Sang Wei would undoubtedly incite his subordinates to vie for power. Whoever could uncover the identity of Sang Wei's murderer would gain significant leverage, potentially reaping substantial rewards. Yang Jun let out a derisive laugh. Sang Wei died in his own stronghold, over 1,000 miles from here. Are you suggesting that we traveled all that distance to kill him and then returned? Keep your distance. He continued. When Sang Wei was alive, he treated my boss with utmost respect. Now that he is dead, do you believe your strength has increased? As he spoke, Yang Jun retrieved his phone from his pocket. Clatter. Several handguns were aimed at him. Unfazed, he dialed Tang Zitian's number, maintaining his composure. Boss. Sang Wei's subordinates have arrived, suspecting that his death is linked to us. They are all armed. Tang Zitian's voice came through, low and resolute. Put it on speaker. Yang Jun activated the speakerphone, and Tang Zitian's icy tone resonated from the other end. Get the hell out of here within a minute, or I will have General Jin annihilate you. The faces of several who understood Mandarin shifted dramatically. Young Master Xiao, are you unharmed? Tang Zitian's tone softened considerably. Xiao Fan replied, Boss Tang, we were unaware of the Smiling Tiger and Scorpion's visit until they approached us. They must provide an explanation regarding this matter. Tang Zitian assuredly responded, Rest easy, young Master Xiao. Sang Wei previously lost 50 million, and he still sent people here. I, Tang Zitian, am not to be trifled with. I will contact General Jin immediately. The leader of the newcomers hastily interjected, Boss Tang, it's all a misunderstanding. The Smiling Tiger and his associates did not come here to cause trouble for Yang Jun and his group. They had other assignments. We shall take our leave at once. Quickly, the group retreated to their vehicles. However, they did not stray too far, seeking information from others. Before long, they made a breakthrough. Xiao Fan had been out for breakfast that morning, and Yang Jun had summoned someone to install surveillance. The Death Wolf, the boss's demise should not be connected to them. The timing does not align, one of them remarked. Indeed, the leader of the venomous wolf nodded, pondering whether the Smiling Tiger and the Scorpion might meet their demise at their hands. It was indeed a possibility, yet did we truly need to avenge them? Tang Zitian was not to be trifled with. It was unnecessary for us to offend him on their account. The venomous wolf remained silent for a while before stating, Let us depart and return. As the day faded, Yang Jun was dismissed by Xiao Fan, and the time gradually slipped into the depths of night. Dear grandson, you have worked hard, remarked Xiao Hai. After more than an hour, Xiao Fan successfully transferred all the supplies from the warehouse to Xiao Hai. Grandfather, how are things on your end? Xiao Fan inquired. Xiao Hai chuckled. With your second batch of Tang knives, the strength of my subordinates has significantly increased. Additionally, we have recently recruited a few more people, totaling 15,000. Xiao Fan nodded. Even with 15,000 men, the 10,000 tons of grain he had sent would suffice for a considerable time. My dear grandson, today I cannot provide you with any benefits. I shall contact you again in a couple of days to offer you something good. Xiao Hai concluded before vanishing, having exhausted much energy in sustaining himself for this long. Chapter 50. Shinshin bestows a great gift in Yunan's Rueli. Xiao Fan and Yang Jun returned smoothly. The warehouse was devoid of people. Yet they had rented it for a year. Even if others entered, it posed little issue. Numerous vehicles were bustling in and out, and none could discern whether they were delivering goods in or out. Only Yang Jun and Tang Zitian were privy to that information. Xiao, your driver's license should be ready soon, correct? Tang Zitian remarked with a smile. Xiao Fan had come to dine with Tang Zitian, having passed the second driving test. The third would still require about 10 days. Tang Zitian said, That will be soon. Xiao, send me an address when the time comes, and I will arrange for a vehicle to tow your prized car to your designated location. Are you certain you do not desire a better one? You may select any of the most expensive cars at your leisure. Xiao Fan had already cut the 2 raw stones Tang Zitian had provided, and both had yielded substantial profits. One stone could net approximately 170 million, while the other could yield another 100 million. After deducting the 110 million consultant fee owed to Xiao Fan, Tang Zitian would still profit 160 million. The costliest vehicles in his possession were only priced between 50 to 60 million. Even without Xiao Fan's formidable background, the profit from him was considerable. And as long as their relationship was maintained, Tang Zitian understood that he could earn even more through Xiao Fan. I am but a student. That car is already quite conspicuous, Xiao Fan declined, saying, Boss Tang, I have been out for several days. I should not delay any longer and must return. Very well. I shall have Yang Jun take you to the airport, Tang Zitian replied. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. I am not so particular. I can simply take a taxi. Yang Gu is your bodyguard and should remain by your side. Soon, Xiao Fan departed. Tang Zitian summoned Yang Jun into his study, inquiring, Yang Jun, during your trip with Xiao, Did anything unusual occur? After the last incident where Xiao Fan caught a bullet, Tang Zitian wished to know if anything similar had transpired again. Yang Jun powered down his phone, prompting Tang Zitian to do the same. Aware that Yang Jun's actions signified the gravity of the situation at hand. I have some news from boss. I consulted with young Master Xiao and can share it with you, Yang Jun stated. Tang Zitian's eyes gleamed with curiosity. What news? Taking a deep breath, Yang Jun replied. Sang Wei dispatched the Smiling Tiger and his crew to eliminate young Master Xiao, but they were met with a counterattack, resulting in Sang Wei's demise at the hands of young Master Xiao. He was quite furious and took care of Sang Wei himself. Tang Zitian was taken aback. Yang Jun's words, though succinct, carried explosive implications. Sang Wei was a notorious drug lord from Myanmar, commanding a formidable army. While he could exert pressure on Sang Wei, orchestrating his demise seemed nearly impossible. Even General Jean would find it challenging to take down Sang Wei. Young Master Xiao killed Sang Wei? Tang Zitian asked incredulously. Yang Jun nodded. It appears so. Young Master Xiao didn't elaborate, but he requested Sang Wei's address, and that very night, Sang Wei met his end. Tang Zitian swallowed hard, realizing he had underestimated Xiao Fan. Previously, Xiao Fan's ability to catch bullets had astonished him. He had thought that was the extent of his capabilities. However, merely possessing such a skill did not equate to defeating Sang Wei. While catching bullets showcased a remarkable talent, the potency of bullets varied significantly. Rifle rounds were far more lethal than handgun projectiles, and if multiple adversaries were involved, it could spell disaster. Boss, we cannot let this information leak, Tang Zitian urged. Naturally, this news must remain confidential, Yang Jun agreed. In fact, you probably shouldn't have been informed at all. I thought it prudent, Yang Jun explained, to ensure that you grasp young Master Zhao's strength, as some decisions may hinge on that understanding. Tang Zitian nodded slightly, recognizing the elevated stature Xiao Fan now held in his mind. As evening fell, the plane landed at the city airport. This time, no representatives from the bank arrived to seek him out, nor were there rides available. Despite having more than enough funds, Xiao Fan found himself taking a taxi. He contemplated the necessity of purchasing a property in the coming days, mindful of the low probability of Sang Wei's underlings seeking him out, yet remaining vigilant nonetheless. Moreover, his current neighborhood was aging, with scarce parking spaces. Su Shuime, I'm back, he texted, intending to grab a late-night snack with Shinchin and the others before returning. Okay, senior, Su Yue replied instantly, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Having felt a sense of emptiness during Xiao Fan's absence, she now felt rejuvenated. Let us head to the usual barbecue spot. He messaged the small group chat with Shinchin and the others. In their dormitory, Shinchin was the first to see the message. Boss, the second and third brothers just messaged about going to the usual barbecue spot, he announced. Let us finish this round first, Kong Su suggested. A few minutes passed, and Kong Su and his companions lost that round. Without Xiao Fan's participation, their victories were scarce. They would lose at least 7 out of 10 matches. Eldest brother, second brother, I have something to discuss with you, he began. My family is involved in real estate. Recently, I spoke with my father about the bank robbery incident, and he mentioned gifting third brother a house as a token of appreciation. With that, Shinchin pulled a set of house keys from his pocket. Kong Su chuckled. Fourth, you don't want us to overthink this, do you? Even if your family were to gift 10 houses, I wouldn't feel envious. Yufei nodded in agreement. Their families were certainly not impoverished. Perhaps not as affluent as Shinchin's, but they would never lack for housing. Shinchin rolled his eyes and said, I know you all too well. You won't be envious. What I mean is, I hope you can help persuade third brother later. I'm concerned he might refuse the offer. Kong Su pondered for a moment. That is indeed a concern. Old third can be quite stubborn. Being brothers, he might believe that saving you is a duty and refuse the gesture entirely. Yufei added. Third brother's current house is quite old. When he gets married, he might need a new place. If you can take this opportunity to gift him a house, that would be wonderful. We will assist you in convincing him. Shinchin nodded, knowing that with Kong Su and the others advocating for him, the chances of success were significantly increased. Shortly after, they arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Xiao Fan had already placed the order, but the food was not served promptly. Third brother, this is for you, Shinchin said, placing a set of keys in front of Xiao Fan. What is this? Xiao Fan asked, puzzled. Shinchin grinned and replied, Third brother, you know the Zijin community east of the school, right? That community is owned by my family. This house is my father's way of thanking you. It boasts 188 square meters with 4 bedrooms. You and Sue, the school beauty, Can have your own rooms when you eventually have children. The house is fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in surprise. The Zijin community belongs to your family? On the way there, he had considered buying a house and had even checked the prices in that community. It was only 2 or 3 miles from their school, making it an easy walk. Just a small family business, Shinshin said. Third brother, please don't decline. You risked your life to save me. A house is not a significant expense for my family, as I am the sole heir of the Shin family. Shinshin glanced at Kong Su and the others, signaling them to support his case. Ahem. Kong Su coughed lightly. Old third, don't rush to refuse. You put your life on the line to save someone. Your family is well off, so a house is no burden for them. Yi Fei chimed in, Old third. You've earned this through your bravery. Those 3 in the bank were ruthless criminals. If the police had stormed in, lives could have been lost. Shinshin nodded vigorously in agreement. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. How do you know I won't accept? Fourth, I also need 2 well-located parking spaces. Make sure everything is arranged properly. If it weren't for the lack of money and capability, Xiao Fan would never have accepted this house. The emotional weight was too great to bear. Now, Xiao Fan possesses ample confidence, believing he can assist Shinshin should he encounter difficulties in the future. Chapter 51. Su Youwei's tears. Shinshin gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment, sensing a genuine transformation in him. In the past, Xiao Fan would have never accepted even a trivial gift, let alone a house. Third brother, I will certainly arrange 2 parking spaces for you. One for your car and one for Su, the school beauty, Shinshin chuckled, genuinely appreciating Xiao Fan's change. After 3 years of brotherhood, Xiao Fan had risked his life to save him. It would have displeased him had he remained distant and refused the offer. Just accept it. Third, Yi Fei chimed in. I can't believe Fourth's family is involved in such lucrative business. What a wealthy individual. Don't miss the chance to seize wealth. How disheartening, Kong Su interjected, shaking his head. Third, this is not right. I once offered you a broken computer, and you stubbornly refused, only agreeing to use it when I said it was a loan. How is it that you readily accept a house from Fourth? Xiao Fan glanced at Kong Su and replied, I'm not foolish. A house is not that much more expensive than a computer, is it? Laughter erupted from Yi Fei and Shinshin. Shinshin teased, Boss, why not give Third a supercar to balance things out? What do you think of a Porsche 918? Kong Su rolled his eyes. Do you think my family is as affluent as yours? Even after graduation, it's unlikely they would buy me a supercar, let alone you. With a long sigh, Shinshin admitted, graduation is not that swift. My father stated that if I achieve certain success in the future, I can purchase my own. He added, asking him for a supercar is as likely as the sun rising from the west. Your father has been quite generous with Third. When I mentioned it, he immediately offered a house, and the next day he handed me the keys. 2 hours passed, and Xiao Fan and the others finished their barbecue. They playfully headed to the new house Shinshin had gifted. As expected, all furniture and appliances were present, ready for immediate occupancy. Third, this house has been fully renovated for 6 months. The formaldehyde has dissipated significantly. You can move in any time, Shinshin informed. Indeed, Xiao Fan nodded. Kong Su inquired with a grin. So, third, what is the status with Su? Among us 4, I reckon you will be the first to find a partner. I have little faith in Fourth. Shinshin rolled his eyes. With my charm, I can surely win her over. At that moment, Shinshin's phone rang. Xiao Fan glanced over and noticed the caller ID read Little Treasure. We have no chance, Shinshin. I already have a boyfriend. Please do not seek me out again. Goodbye. The room fell silent, and Xiao Fan and the others clearly heard the voice from the other end. Beep. Before Shinshin could respond, the call was abruptly ended. Damn. Shinshin's expression darkened. At that moment, Xiao Fan's phone rang. It was Su Youwei calling. Senior, when are you coming back? I've bought you a few pieces of clothing for you to try on. Su Youwei's voice came through clearly. After a brief exchange, Xiao Fan ended the call, and Shinshin wore a forlorn expression. Alas. Kong Su glanced at Shinshin and let out a long sigh. Take care. Yi Fei patted Shinshin on the shoulder. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Old 4, if the other party didn't find you appealing, that is their loss. If someone truly after your wealth were to take an interest in you, you would regret it. Shinshin gazed longingly at Xiao Fan. Third brother, my happiness still relies on you. Birds of a feather flock together. You must introduce me to a good match later. I'm still not officially with Su Youwei. Xiao Fan retorted, somewhat exasperated. Shinshin rolled his eyes. You like her, and she likes you. What are you hesitating for? Just tell her, and who knows? You might end up spending the night together. You know nothing. I'm leaving, Shinshin said, departing with his companions to the internet CAF. Xiao Fan sprinted home. reaching his old residence from the new one in less than 10 minutes. Senior. Upon returning, Xiao Fan heard some noise, and Su Yue emerged from her room. Clad in a camisole nightgown. You're finally back. I felt a bit scared being alone at home. I bought a few clothes for you yesterday. They're on the sofa. Try them on to see if they fit. After speaking, she quickly retreated to her room. Her nightgown was quite form-fitting, making Xiao Fan's gaze linger somewhat. He sat on the sofa and examined the clothes. The weather had turned warm, and Su Yue had chosen shorts and short-sleeved tops. All of good quality and presumably not cheap. She might not even indulge herself in such fine items. Having taken the clothes, Xiao Fan quickly returned to his room to try them on. Su, your clothes fit quite well. Is this nightgown new? It looks lovely. He knocked on Su Yue's door. Her face flushed instantly, and she buried her head under the covers. Will Senior think my nightgown is too revealing? If I had known, I wouldn't have bought it. She regretted softly. The next day arrived, and without a doubt, Su Yue had prepared a delightful breakfast. Senior, was that nightgown I wore yesterday inappropriate? Perhaps I should refrain from wearing it in the future, she said timidly, genuinely concerned that Xiao Fan might perceive her as shameless. It had been an impulsive purchase. Xiao Fan cleared his throat and replied, Su, that nightgown I sent suitable for school. It might get photographed and end up online. At home, however, it's perfectly fine. Rest assured, I will only look and absolutely won't take any pictures. Su Yue blushed and shot him an exasperated glance. After breakfast, I'll take you somewhere. Xiao Fan added. As Su Yue's eyes sparkled with surprise, it marked the first time that Xiao Fan had taken the initiative to invite her out. They quickly finished their meal, and half an hour later, Xiao Fan escorted Su Yue to the house gifted by Shenqin. This residence was a present from Shenqin's father, and although I would eventually repay this kindness, I accepted it for now. How about moving here, Su? It's much safer, Xiao Fan suggested. At present, the security personnel in the neighborhood comprised 3 guards, all of whom were over 200 years old. While the Zijin community boasted a high standard of living with 24-hour security patrols, Su Yue, perplexed, asked, Are you implying that I should move here without you? Yes. Xiao Fan nodded affirmatively. A veil of mist quickly clouded Su Yue's eyes. Do you dislike me, Senior? Is it because of that nightgown from last night? Xiao Fan, alarmed, reassured her, Su, please don't cry. Who said I disliked you? That is simply not true. It would be better if you moved in while things are still discreet. Tears streamed down Su Yue's cheeks. Xiao Fan grasped her hand and guided her to sit on the sofa. Su, let us set a 3-month period. If, at that time, you still harbor feelings for me, I will pursue you. With tear-filled eyes, Su Yue questioned, Why 3 months? Xiao Fan explained. I have saved you twice and even donated to the orphanage. I don't want your affection to stem from a sense of gratitude. Our acquaintance has not been long. But I don't feel that way, Su Yue replied, gazing at him. Xiao Fan shook his head. Before I rescued Shenqin and the others, did you know that I was quite skilled with a gun? Su Yue was taken aback. While she was aware of some aspects of Xiao Fan's life, there remained much that she did not know. 3 months will pass swiftly. If you still feel the same, I will certainly court you to be my girlfriend. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Su Yue's tears transformed into laughter. In Chapter 52, the new home was opened. Senior, let us make a pact. No changing. If you do, you'll become a little dog, Su Yue declared, extending her delicate finger. All right, if I change, I will indeed be a little dog, Xiao Fan responded, intertwining his finger with hers. Su Yue continued, Senior, I think I will stay at my current place. If you want to enjoy my cooking, it would be more convenient to go there. Xiao Fan shook his head. You should reside here. The security is stringent. And the school is not far, just 2 bus stops away. Even if you walk, the route is well lit at night. But such a wonderful house, should I live here alone? It's still a new place, and you haven't even stayed here yet. The rent I'm giving you isn't substantial, she protested. Xiao Fan chuckled. If we end up together, you will be the lady of the house. For now, why not occupy this place? Is there any issue with that? Su Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Feel free to decorate as you like, and don't feel burdened. Even if we don't end up together, I can always sell the house. Su Yue said in a soft voice, I see that the furniture and appliances in this house are in excellent condition. Selling it to buy another would certainly incur significant losses. I won't give you the chance to exchange it, humph. Xiao Fan smiled. He preferred not to change the house as he found it quite satisfactory. With his financial capability, purchasing a villa posed no challenge. Yet a villa could feel empty and insecure without enough inhabitants. Sister Su, let us confirm this arrangement. Now, I will help you move your belongings, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Su Yue shook her head. Senior, you don't need to go out of your way to help me move. I don't have much, just one suitcase to bring over. Let us buy some groceries and cook lunch here. Xiao Fan contemplated for a moment and replied, having lunch here is perfectly fine. You can handle the grocery shopping alone while I attend driving school for half a day. I want to obtain my driving license as soon as possible. Yue nodded. All right, then we shall do as you say, Senior. You must come for lunch. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed to noon. After practicing for half a day outside, Xiao Fan felt confident that if not for his lack of a driving license, he could easily take to the road. Beep. He called Tang Zitian. A hearty laugh came through the line. Young Master Xiao, it's rare to receive a call from you. Please, go ahead and share what you need. Regarding the death of Sang Wei, Tang Zitian was privy to more information. Sang Wei had perished in his own residence. And due to the inability to contact the Smiling Tiger, security had been tightened even more than usual. Nevertheless, Sang Wei had been slain by Xiao Fan without leaving a trace. Boss Tang, would you consider parting with one of your cars? A brother gifted me a house, and he has a penchant for cars, so I'd like to return the favor with one of my own. How about that Porsche 918? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Tang Zitian's eyes brightened. He was no longer intimidated by Xiao Fan's requests. Rather, he feared the young man's indifference. Young Master Xiao, it's merely a car. Selling it would be akin to slapping my own face. I'll give it to you outright, he replied eagerly. I'll send it along with your other vehicle in a few days. By the way, young Master Xiao, are you certain you want that Lamborghini? Though it's a high-spec model, it's only around 9 million. The Porsche 918 exceeds 14 million, significantly more expensive than the Lamborghini. Xiao Fan chuckled. As an ordinary student, driving a Lamborghini would be quite conspicuous. My brother is, after all, a rich second-generation heir. A more expensive car suits him well. Tang Zitian mused to himself, an ordinary student? Earning 2 billion in a month and effortlessly eliminating a notorious drug lord like Sang Wei. An ordinary student who can catch bullets with his bare hands. Since you have no reservations, I will arrange for those 2 vehicles to be sent. If you desire something even better in the future, feel free to let me know, Tang Zitian said with a smile. Thank you, Boss Tang. Xiao Fan replied before ending the call. Tang Zitian wore a beaming smile. In his perspective, a simple thank you from Xiao Fan far surpasses the worth of a Porsche 918. At his level, as long as one is not excessively extravagant, money becomes an inexhaustible resource. However, certain things are unattainable regardless of wealth, such as life itself. He has amassed considerable wealth and has attracted many who wish him harm. Yet he continues to thrive, largely due to the protection of General Jin from Myanmar. However, as his fortune grows, Tang Zitian feels an unsettling anxiety. The general's capacity for intimidation may not suffice in the future. There exists even the possibility that General Jin might turn against him, although he once saved the general's life. The passage of time raises doubts about whether that gratitude still holds weight. Thus, Xiao Fan emerges as his second option. By maintaining a good rapport with Xiao Fan, whose influence is formidable, Tang Zitian can ensure that even General Jin would exercise caution, thereby securing his own safety. Ding. Xiao Fan sent a location. Boss Tang's vehicle is to be dispatched here, but it must not arrive in an ostentatious manner. Tang Zitian opened the map. Zijin Community? He looked into the details of Zijin Community. While it is an upscale neighborhood, he felt it did not quite align with Xiao Fan's stature. Sister Su, it smells delightful. What have you cooked? Upon opening the door, Xiao Fan was greeted by an alluring aroma. You'll see once you take a look, Senior. Came Su Yue's voice from the kitchen. Xiao Fan changed his shoes, noticing that Su Yue had already bought slippers for him. Such an array of dishes? Xiao Fan exclaimed, astonished to see that Su Yue had prepared over 10 dishes. Since today is your first time cooking, I made a bit extra, she said, bringing out another dish. A fine sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, a testament to the effort required to prepare such a grand feast. We can't possibly finish all this. I'll call Xinchun and the others over. You should get to know them as well, Xiao Fan suggested. A glint of mischief flashed in Su Yue's eyes. Of course. That's no problem. Xiao Fan replied with a smirk, Sister Su. I can't shake the feeling that you purposely made so much food so that you can meet Xinchen and the others. With a playful laugh, Su Yue retorted, Senior. Didn't you say I don't know enough about you? To understand you, I should start by getting to know your friends. Xiao Fan picked up his phone and called Xinchen, knowing it was only 11:30 and that they likely hadn't eaten yet. Old 4. Hurry over to the new house. Sister Su is cooking. Let us have a meal together. Xinchen quickly hung up, exclaiming, Boss, second brother. We've definitely lost this round. Sister Sue has already prepared a feast at the new house, waiting for us to dig in. Upon hearing this, Kong Su and Yufei swiftly powered down their devices. In just 15 minutes, the three of them arrived at Xiao Fan's new residence. Awestruck by the lavish spread laid before them, "Brother, I am filled with envy and jealousy. How come I cannot find a girlfriend like your sister-in-law?" Shinshin lamented. Su Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Xiao Fan glanced at Shinshin and remarked, "The reason is rather simple. You are not handsome." Chapter 53. The arrival of the queen. Shinshin clutched his chest. "Brother, that was a bit too harsh. While I may not possess your charm, I am certainly not unattractive. Sister-in-law, please speak a word of fairness." Su Yue remained silent, as she and Xiao Fan had not yet defined their relationship. Kong Su looked at Su Yue and said, "Su, we haven't brought any gifts, but once you and the third brother are together, we shall make it up to you." "I concur with the elder brother's opinion," Yifei added with a smile. Xiao Fan continued, "Allow me to formally introduce you. This is our dormitory's leader, the valiant Kong Su from Shandong. When he is around, be sure to cook extra food as he is quite the glutton. This is Yifei. Do not be deceived by his lack of stature, for he can easily take on 10 men. Once, when I was surrounded, he charged in and single-handedly took down 7 or 8 of them. And this is Shinshin, whom you have met. You can call him Fatty. He is undoubtedly wealthy, hailing from a family with considerable resources. If he were to wield his financial prowess, a girlfriend would be guaranteed." Su Yue smiled and said, "Kong Su, Yifei. Shinshin, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Su Yue." Xiao Fan declared, "Now that the introductions are complete, let us take a seat. Today brings you good fortune, my friends, for Su's culinary skills are truly of a master chef's caliber." Kong Su and the others quickly settled down. Su Yue retrieved several bottles of chilled beer from the refrigerator. "It seems we do not have a bottle opener," she said softly. Xiao Fan chuckled. "No need for such a tool. We have a human bottle opener among us." He handed a bottle of beer to Yifei, who effortlessly twisted off the cap with a flick of his hand. Xiao Fan then passed the remaining beers to Yifei. Although he could easily open the bottles using his mental prowess, he saw no need to show off with Yifei performing the task. Before long, they all filled their glasses with beer. "Senior, could you pour me a glass?" Su Yue requested. Xiao Fan obliged, pouring her a drink from his bottle. Kong Su remarked, "Third brother, as you are inaugurating your new home, we shall refrain from offering traditional blessings. You are an academic prodigy, so let us keep it simple. All within our glasses. Cheers. Cheers." They all echoed, raising their glasses. The 4 of them downed their drinks in one go, while Su Yue took a sip, her delicate brows knitting together at the unusual taste of the beer. "How can anyone enjoy this?" "Su, if you cannot drink it, do not force yourself," Xiao Fan advised. "I am fine, senior. I will only have this one glass," Su Yue responded. Kong Su frowned and said, "Third brother, why do you still call her Su Jr.? I believe your title ought to change. Calling her Su Jr. feels a bit distant. It would be more affectionate to refer to her as Yue. Don't you think?" Yufei and Shinshin nodded in agreement. As Su Yue's eyes sparkled with delight, she realized that the meal had not been in vain. "You may call me Yue from now on, or even Wei Wei if you prefer," she whispered softly. "Yue," Xiao Fan called, finding the address fitting given their current rapport. "Indeed." Su Yue replied, her cheeks flushing slightly with bashfulness. "Let us begin," Kong Su urged, as they all eagerly dug into the food. Their expressions transformed into astonishment upon tasting the dishes. Su Yue's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. "Oh no, my standards for a girlfriend have just risen. I fear I shall remain single for life," Shinshin lamented. Kong Su interjected, "Su, if you have any close friends, please introduce them to me. I assure you, I will never lack for companionship, but Yufei's new girlfriend is affecting his training." "Get lost," both Yufei and Shinshin retorted in unison. The meal concluded amidst laughter and chatter, and Kong Su and the others hastily departed. "Your 3 roommates are truly wonderful. It's apparent they genuinely care for you," Su Yue remarked with a hint of envy. Her own roommates were a different story. Song Jie used to be closer to her, but with ulterior motives, while the other 2 maintained a distant relationship, not keen on getting too close to Su Yue. Although her character was impeccable, her striking beauty often overshadowed her companions, leaving those with lesser looks feeling pressured. "They are indeed quite good. Due to family circumstances, I was reserved when I first arrived at university. But they took the initiative to befriend me. Over the years, they have insisted on treating me when dining out," Xiao Fan explained as he tidied up the dishes. Su Yue said, "Senior, I actually have a very close friend whom I could introduce to them. I just wonder if there might be a spark between one of them." "A close friend? How come I have never met her?" Xiao Fan questioned, puzzled, considering they had been living together for over half a month. She is my high school classmate, studying in the capital. We shared an extremely strong bond in high school, and we often chat even after entering university, Su Yue clarified. Xiao Fan nodded, appreciating that Su Yue had such a good friend. Yue, why don't you take a nap? It must be tiring to prepare so many dishes. I will finish cleaning up and then head out. I plan to practice driving this afternoon, aiming to obtain my license within the week. All right. Su Yue replied obediently as she made her way to her room. Yue, wait a moment. Did you choose the smaller bedroom? Move your belongings to the master bedroom. It would be more suitable for you. The master has a private bathroom, making it more convenient, Xiao Fan suggested. Su Yue turned back and asked, Senior, is it appropriate for me to stay in the master bedroom? Xiao Fan smiled. If you feel it is appropriate, then it is. If not, you may remain in the smaller room. I will stay in the master bedroom, Su Yue declared, quickly relocating her belongings to the larger room. Reclining on the grand bed in the master bedroom, Su Yue's face blossomed with a sweet smile. Yet, she chastised herself. No, I cannot indulge in an afternoon nap. I must seize the moment to earn some extra money. Swiftly, Su Yue rose and powered on her computer. Habitually, she began by perusing the Alliance of the Divine. This platform, established by a former hacker extraordinaire, requires exceptionally high hacking prowess for entry. Every member here is a figure of great renown. Within the Alliance, distinctions are keenly observed. Su Yue, known by the moniker Ugly Duckling, is referred to as Queen by her peers, who are aware of her gender. 2 years prior, Su Yue had stormed the hacker rankings, swiftly ascending to the 5th position. The top 5 rankings have remained unchanged since then. As her competitors realized that to claim a higher spot, they must first surpass her, a feat no one has managed to accomplish over the past 2 years. Many hackers speculate that Su Yue's skills are undoubtedly among the top 3. A slight furrow appeared on Su Yue's brow as she encountered a message announcing an impending cyber assault on the networks of Huagua by foreign hackers. These rascals are relentless. She scoffed, having participated in several such cyber battles before. Under the alias Ugly Duckling, she left a note in the battle thread of the Alliance. Attention, attention. The Queen has logged in. Long live the Queen, unifying the realm for all eternity. With the Queen's intervention, we can rest easy. A flurry of messages erupted on the bulletin board. Although she was ranked 5th, Su Yue's influence within the Alliance is undeniably among the top 3. Queen, you possess sufficient strength to elevate your ranking. Why not give it a try? A shift in rankings would inspire us all to hone our skills. A message appeared in bold red letters. Such font is a privilege reserved for rankings 4 through 10, while the top 3 enjoy golden lettering, even more striking. Indeed, Queen. Please make a move, another red font message chimed in, originating from another notable figure. Very well, Su Yue contemplated for a moment before responding. Instantly, the bulletin board erupted with excitement as other top hackers swiftly gathered to witness the unfolding events. Su Yue had only attempted to ascend the Divine Tower once 2 years ago, achieving the 5th position. Anticipation ran high for her second attempt. Oh no. The 3rd position is at risk. A message in golden font indicated the concern of the 3rd-ranked hacker, the Recluse, a seasoned expert who gained fame a decade ago. I will challenge the Divine Tower in half an hour, Su Yue typed. Xiao Fan was still washing dishes, unaware that she might soon be interrupted. Black Emperor, Phoenix. The Queen will assault the Divine Tower in half an hour. Log on quickly. The Recluse managed to connect with the top 2 hackers and promptly dispatched a message. Before long, the leading hacker, Black Emperor, and the 2nd-ranked, Phoenix, came online. Within a heavily guarded base, several individuals stood behind Phoenix. Phoenix, do you think the Queen can make it to the top 3? Inquired a middle-aged man clad in uniform, a prominent figure in cybersecurity from Huagua. Phoenix shook her head. She cannot make it to the top 3. The man responded, puzzled. Phoenix elaborated. What I mean is that you underestimate the Queen. If she had made a few more attempts 2 years ago, she would undoubtedly have secured at least the 4th position, if not the top 3. Analyzing her statements, it is evident that she is quite young and is in a phase of rapid technical advancement. I am likely no match for her. The man felt a jolt of surprise. After all, Phoenix is the foremost hacker under Huagua's official control, and if she cannot contend with the Queen, it signifies the emergence of an uncontrollable entity within the hacker realm of Huagua. Rest assured, the Queen has never acted recklessly. She seems to be a technical savant. Solely focused on enhancing her skills, Phoenix assessed. The man nodded slightly. According to their data, the Queen surpassed Black Emperor significantly, who, despite his top rank, occasionally exhibited unruly behavior. Xiao Fan quickly finished washing the dishes. Assuming Su Yue might be napping, he chose not to disturb her and quietly left the room. Inside, Su Yue heard the sounds of his departure. She emerged to pour herself a glass of water, as she needed to prepare for the impending challenge of the Divine Tower and would have little time later. Soon, the half-hour they had agreed upon passed. So many people? Su Yue mused to herself. The real-time statistics from the Divine Alliance displayed over 1,300 individuals online. These were all formidable hackers, whereas the usual count was merely 30 to 40. With a resounding roar, a magnificent tower appeared on Su Yue's computer screen. The tower soared 10 stories high, surrounded by ethereal dragon shadows. This was the Divine Tower. Each level represented one of the top 10 super hackers, who could employ various methods to defend their territory. Being breached signified defeat. Ever since Su Yue claimed the 5th position, no one had been able to surpass her in 2 years. "My queen, please be gentle," remarked the hacker ranked 4th, leaving a message. Su Yue did not respond. Instead, her fingers danced across the keyboard as she launched a sudden attack. With several supercomputers under her covert command swiftly providing support, all of which were stationed abroad. In less than 10 minutes, the lights on the 4th level of the Divine Tower extinguished. In a villa elsewhere, the 4th-ranked magnate, Jin Wu, erupted in a fit of expletives. Despite holding the 4th position, he had failed to withstand the assault for even 10 minutes. The queen's technical prowess was indeed formidable. Jin Wu was utterly astonished, realizing that he was indeed inferior. Yet he never anticipated his defeat would come so swiftly. It is worth noting that the queen had not previously attacked his fortress. The queen had indeed secured the 4th position. Her prowess was formidable, showcasing exceptional skill. The top 3 contenders were undoubtedly formidable, and the hermit was in grave danger. The message board was inundated with enthusiastic comments, with the online count for the Divine Alliance reaching 1,500. And considering that the total membership is only 1,006, aside from a few who were asleep, the rest were likely all present. Such strength within a major corporation. The hermit wore a grave expression, bracing himself for the impending onslaught. It came swiftly. The hermit soon detected a powerful attack. Data surged forth like a deluge, overwhelming the firewalls and traps he had meticulously set, though Su Yue's pace in breaching them was somewhat slower. The hermit's strength surpassed that of Jin Wu, who ranked 4th, by a considerable margin. 20 minutes elapsed. All was resolved. A faint smile graced Su Yue's face as the lights on the 3rd level of the Divine Tower extinguished, signifying the defeat of the hermit, ranked 3rd. Goodness gracious. In just half an hour, she had dispatched both the formidable Jin Wu and the esteemed hermit. The queen's prowess was undeniably among the top 3. Many were exhilarated. After a brief respite, Su Yue resumed her assault, with the 2nd-ranked Phoenix mounting a vigorous defense. As the foremost hacker under the auspices of the Chinese government, she commanded formidable resources, presenting Su Yue with resistance several times stronger than that encountered against the 2nd-ranked hermit. Insufficient strength, Su Yue murmured to herself, swiftly mobilizing several supercomputers under her covert control. The Phoenix soon felt the pressure intensify significantly. 2 hours passed, and the Phoenix shook her head in resignation. The lights on the 2nd level of the Divine Tower dimmed before her, indicating her defeat at Su Yue's hands. "Queen, you are truly remarkable," she remarked. "Your strength must be comparable to that of the Black Emperor. Do see if you can best that arrogant fellow." "I shall give it a try," Su Yue replied, promptly continuing her offensive. "Phoenix, do you believe the queen can prevail? Is her might truly superior to yours?" inquired a middle-aged man behind her. With a sigh, the Phoenix responded, "Is it not evident that her strength surpasses mine? Those excelling in this domain are often prodigies. Yet she is a prodigy among prodigies. Her skills have improved markedly compared to 2 years ago. Presently, if compared with the Black Emperor, I'd say it's a 40-60 split in her favor. If she attacks weakly, within 3 months, she should be evenly matched with him. By next year, the Black Emperor will surely lag behind her." The middle-aged man, intrigued, remarked, "How splendid it would be if we could ally with the queen. Phoenix, do endeavor to see if you can succeed." The Phoenix scoffed, "If success were so easily attained, I would not have come here had I not been discovered by you. Wealth is valuable, but freedom is worth far more." The middle-aged man feigned ignorance. "Do try to make contact shortly." As time passed by, Su Yue and the Black Emperor engaged in a fierce battle for 3 to 4 hours. She came close to victory several times. Yet the Black Emperor resolutely thwarted her efforts. "So be it. I cannot defeat the Black Emperor for now." Su Yue ceased her assault and commented on the message board. "Your skills are no less than mine. Queen, it is merely my experience that surpasses yours. Give yourself another year, and I assure you, I shall not retain my top position. The Black Emperor replied. Phoenix swiftly tapped on the keyboard. Congratulations, Queen, for advancing to second place. I would like to have a private discussion with you. Very well, Su Yue responded, harboring a certain admiration for Phoenix's skills. Soon, the two entered a private chat channel. To be candid, Queen, I have been recruited by the state. Would you be interested in serving the nation? The remuneration is substantial, with a considerable income. Phoenix quickly stated. Chapter 55. Xiaohai's speculations on the future. A look of surprise crossed Su Yue's face. Phoenix had indeed been recruited by the state. Phoenix, I am willing to contribute to the nation, but I can only do so discreetly, Su Yue replied. Phoenix's words stirred something within Su Yue. Yet she knew that should the state discover her, her current freedom would be compromised. Queen, are you truly not considering it further? My annual salary is now 10 million. If you join, yours would surely exceed mine. Please contemplate it. Phoenix urged once more, spurred on by her boss. Su Yue's heart raced slightly. Despite her exceptional skills, her concealed abilities and identity allowed her to accept only a few contracts, yielding a mere few tens of thousands each month, a stark contrast to the millions. I apologize, Phoenix, but I prefer solitude. It is getting late. Farewell. Su Yue quickly logged off, ensuring she left no trace, and shut down her computer. Boss, it is futile to argue. The Queen's skill level exceeds mine. If she wishes to reveal her identity, securing a salary of 30 to 50 million at a major company would be no issue. Phoenix remarked with a hint of disdain. She herself would not desire such a salary if given the option. In the past, she had earned less but enjoyed her freedom. Now, much of her time was spent confined to this place. Phoenix, you should communicate more with the Queen. The conditions here are not as dire as you think. You still have 2 days off each week, do you not? Her boss interjected with a light cough. Phoenix replied sullenly, they say 2 days off, but if something arises, I am summoned with a mere phone call. Have I genuinely had a proper 2-day break in the last 6 months? Her boss, slightly embarrassed, responded. Those who can do more must work harder. With the increasing variety of cyber attacks, I have no choice. I promise to compensate you with time off when I can. By the way, if you can bring the Queen on board, regular time off would certainly be feasible. Phoenix blinked. Boss, your point is indeed valid. If the Queen were stationed here, I could probably enjoy 3 days off each week without issue. The boss smiled and said thus, you must endeavor to persuade the Queen to join us. From her words and actions, it is evident that she possesses a strong sense of patriotism, making it entirely feasible to win her over. I shall do my utmost. However, I can only persuade her through words. I cannot resort to underhanded tactics to locate her address. On one hand, I lack the ability, and on the other, such actions would only provoke her ire. Replied Phoenix thoughtfully. That is acceptable, the boss nodded. Phoenix pondered for a moment, recognizing that if she took action alongside others, there might be a chance to discover the Queen's whereabouts. Yet, there was a greater risk of the Queen becoming aware, which could irreparably damage relations. It's time to clock out. Please refrain from calling me this evening. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Rising to gather her belongings, Phoenix departed, leaving her colleagues enviously watching her leave. Unlike Phoenix, they were unable to leave work. Stop dawdling and get to work, the boss instructed. Phoenix may have minor issues, but your problems are far more significant. While you may lack freedom now, a few years of diligent work can yield substantial rewards. Understood, boss, the group replied, invigorated. Working here is certainly preferable to laboring in a prison, where one might even have to pick up soap. What kind of delightful treasures will grandfather provide? Xiao Fan murmured to himself. After completing his mental exercises, it was already 11 o'clock, and the 2-day period agreed upon with Xiaohai was drawing near. Knock, knock. After taking a shower and playing a couple of games, a tapping sound emanated from the bathroom. Grandfather, Xiao Fan called, entering with a basket of fresh radishes. I didn't prepare anything else. These radishes were just bought from the market this afternoon. Please enjoy something fresh. Soon, the radishes and basket vanished from sight. Xiaohai beamed at Xiao Fan, saying, with the provisions you've sent and my steadily enhancing abilities, I am confident that I shall succeed in my future endeavors. Grandfather, a rough man like you might manage to be a general, but reigning as an emperor is a different challenge. Once you attain power, you shall pass the throne to me, Xiao Fan remarked. Your arrival here was unexpected. I suspect it may not be replicable, Xiaohai countered, shaking his head. You will undoubtedly be able to come over in the future, he added. Huh? A look of confusion crossed Xiao Fan's face. Xiaohai continued. Transmitting items and transferring power have become significantly easier. Even without accounting for the increase in my abilities, it is simpler for your items to cross over now. The two realms are drawing closer together. Xiao Fan remained perplexed. Xiao Hai elucidated. Imagine two basketballs on a lake. As they draw nearer, my crossing over may have created a spatial wormhole. If the two realms continue to converge and my power increases, your passage here is entirely plausible. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Grandfather, does that mean you might also return? Xiao Hai shook his head. It is likely very difficult for me to return. My current cultivation is high, and I harbor vast energy within. Traversing back seems improbable. Moreover, should I manage to return, it would not bode well for Earth. In this realm, there are formidable beings and demonic beasts. Could they not also traverse through? Xiao Fan's expression shifted. Grandfather, if you say that, does it mean that those with lesser strength and the demonic beasts might potentially cross over to Earth in the future? Xiao Hai pondered. There is such a possibility. But without the assistance of top-tier powerhouses, it would be quite challenging. You need not worry about powerful demonic beasts roaming freely. If it truly becomes feasible for individuals to return, your grandfather would also be able to send someone back. At that time, your safety will certainly be assured. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that his grandfather's status provided a certain level of security. My dear grandson, what kind of abilities do you seek? Do you desire offensive or defensive skills, or perhaps special abilities akin to X-ray vision or invisibility? Xiao Hai inquired. Xiao Fan, puzzled, asked, Grandfather, where do these special abilities come from? Xiao Hai chuckled. Of course, I cannot master so many abilities myself. Here, martial artists of a certain level can possess innate abilities. These innate powers can indeed be stripped away. Once processed, they can be transformed into ability orbs that others may absorb. Your grandfather has captured many enemies in battle and has acquired several ability orbs. Given my strength, those orbs hold little value for me. But they can be quite beneficial for you. With that, Xiao Hai retrieved a wooden box from a spatial artifact. Inside were hundreds of ability orbs, varying in size from that of an egg to as small as a soybean. Which aspect do you wish to focus on? I can select a slightly larger one for you, he said cheerfully. Xiao Fan contemplated. Offensive abilities? Not necessary. As long as my mental force is strong, I can enhance my control over objects for attacks. Using coins, small stones, or nails for strikes remains quite discreet. Defensive capabilities might be worth considering. My mental force can be utilized for defense, but if faced with multiple assailants or weapons like sniper rifles, my mental defenses would falter. Do you have any recommendations, Grandfather? Chapter 56. The newly acquired powerful ability. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Hai suggested, what about teleportation? With your current capabilities, you cannot teleport very far. But in the face of grave danger, this ability could be life-saving. When combined with invisibility, the evasion effect is quite impressive. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. Teleportation seemed like an excellent ability. Grandfather, how far do you think I could teleport, and how many times could I use it in a day? Xiao Hai responded. You can teleport as far as your mental force can extend in a straight line. This ability consumes a considerable amount of mental energy. Once I give it to you, you will only be able to use it 3 to 5 times each day. For longer distances, you might manage 3 times, while shorter distances could allow for 5. Xiao Fan felt relieved. That was still acceptable. Currently, his mental force could cover a range of only 4 meters. But if concentrated into a line, it could extend up to 40 meters, providing a viable escape route in critical moments. 3 to 5 uses per day was a manageable quantity. Teleportation serves as a means of escape. Is it conceivable to encounter several life-threatening crises in a single day? Grandfather, I desire this teleportation ability, Xiao Fan declared. Xiao Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed, acquiring this will also enhance your mental prowess. With that, Xiao Hai retrieved a small, pale purple orb from a vast collection of ability orbs, smaller than a marble. Grandfather, is it truly this diminutive? Xiao Fan inquired. What you previously obtained was scarcely the size of a soybean. This is significantly larger. Do not be deceived by its size. The energy it harbors is formidable, and transferring it to you is no trivial task. 2 assistants materialized behind Xiao Hai, providing him with supplemental strength. A surge of immense power coursed through Xiao Hai's being, and with a solemn expression, he set to work. After 5 minutes, a dazzling radiance erupted through the mirror. Xiao Fan let out a muffled grunt. As the light entered his body, he felt no particular sensation, but this time, a noticeable pressure enveloped him. Grandfather, I feel a sense of swelling within my body, he reported. Xiao Hai, looking somewhat fatigued, replied, that is entirely normal. The quality of this teleportation orb is considerably higher than your previous acquisitions. You may require a month to fully assimilate it. During this time, you must refrain from acquiring any new abilities. The soldiers still require padded garments. Please procure more in that regard. Additionally, gather more cement and sand for the construction of robust defensive fortifications. I shall contact you in half a month. With that, Xiao Hai's figure vanished, having expended considerable energy in transferring the orb. His head felt as though it might burst. He hoped for improvement by the following day. Hastily, Xiao Fan retreated to his room to sleep. However, with his head and body feeling swollen, he struggled to drift off until around 4 or 5 in the morning, ultimately sleeping until the following evening. At last, he felt a measure of relief. I must now possess the power of instantaneous movement. He mused as he closed his eyes to delve into the experience. After 5 minutes, his form suddenly vanished from the bed, only to reappear upon the sofa in the living room. Success! Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Acquiring the ability of instantaneous movement felt as innate to him as breathing. Even if he couldn't wield it perfectly, he was certain he could utilize it effectively. 5 meters and 2 centimeters. Xiao Fan attempted to extend his mental energy outward horizontally, discovering that it had increased from 4 meters to 5 meters and 2 centimeters, almost doubling his mental prowess. He manipulated several coins to fly in the surrounding area. Their speed and control markedly improved. Previously, the coins could strike at a velocity of 400 meters per second. Now, they could reach 600 meters per second. Xiao Fan mused to himself. The velocity of a rifle bullet ranges from 7 to 800 meters per second, and his control over the coins was nearly as swift, which was exceedingly alarming. With his current capabilities, should he command 5 or 6 coins to fly within a 5-meter radius, even a multitude of individuals akin to Tyson would face inevitable defeat. With the acquisition of the teleportation ability, his capacity for self-preservation had escalated further. Simultaneously, his attacking prowess had been significantly enhanced, which was commendable. A smile graced Xiao Fan's face. Although he had suffered from a severe headache the previous night, the enhancement made the pain worthwhile. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach growled. Having skipped breakfast and lunch, it was now time for dinner. Xiao Fan hurried to freshen up. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he completed his grooming, a rapid knocking on the door echoed, causing Xiao Fan to furrow his brow. Without employing his mental force, he approached the door and peered through the peephole. Outside stood 2 individuals, Yang Rong and Song Jie. Humph. Xiao Fan's expression turned icy. Song Jie, having grown restless after a brief period, had brazenly brought Yang Rong along. What brings you here, young Master Yang? Xiao Fan opened the door with a cold tone. Yang Rong barked. Xiao Fan, step aside. Su Yue did not attend class today, and her phone is unreachable. We suspect you have done something improper to her. Song Jie, feeling the pressure, had sold Su Yue's whereabouts to Yang Rong for a sum of 10,000 yuan, as she had recently been ignored by Su Yue. Yang Rong, incensed, regarded Su Yue as his cherished possession, and the thought of her cohabitating with Xiao Fan, a lone man and a woman, provoked his imagination. Xiao Fan cast a cold gaze at Song Jie. She defended herself. Xiao Fan, Yue's phone is unreachable. I am merely concerned for her. She never misses class. Who knows what you've done? Yang Rong shouted. Xiao Fan, you'd best step aside, or we will call the police. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. If they truly contacted the authorities, it would present a troublesome situation. Did Song Jie tell you that Su Yue is here? Are you foolish enough to believe her? She probably deceived you for money. Shaking his head, he opened the door wider, allowing Yang Rong and his companion to enter. They searched the room, but naturally found nothing as Su Yue's belongings had already been removed. Slap. Yang Rong's face turned cold as he struck Song Jie hard across the face. You dared to deceive me out of my money. What audacity. Song Jie covered her face and cried. I genuinely saw Yue here a few days ago. I am certain I did not err. Xiao Fan, did you abduct Yue? Young Master Yang, you must believe me. How could I dare to deceive you? Xiao Fan replied coolly. Some individuals will do anything for money. With just a little more, they might even sell themselves. You two need to leave now. Yang Rong retorted angrily. Xiao Fan, who do you think you are to speak to me this way? Slap. Xiao Fan raised his hand and delivered another resounding slap. Yang Rong staggered back, his head buzzing and his face stinging with pain. You dare strike me. Yang Rong bellowed in fury. Slap. Xiao Fan struck again, this time on the other side of his face. Who do you think you are? Xiao Fan spoke with an air of indifference. It had been several years since his parents passed away, and he felt a strong aversion to Yang Rong referring to him in such a disrespectful manner. Xiao Fan, just wait, Yang Rong bellowed, striking Song Jie hard across the face. Had it not been for her, he would not have come here to be humiliated. Get out. Xiao Fan retorted, raising his hand. Yang Rong hastily fled through the door. You caused me to be beaten. This matter is far from over, Song Jie spat venomously. You, a destitute wretch, dreaming of soaring high like a frog aspiring to eat swan meat, should wake up to reality. Xiao Fan pointed toward the doorway with a cold voice. Leave within 3 seconds, or I shall make you regret it. Song Jie's expression shifted, and she quickly exited the room. Is You's phone unreachable? Xiao Fan dialed Su You's number, only to find it turned off. Chapter 57, Xiao Fan. You were suspected of kidnapping. Xiao Fan swiftly arrived at Su You's residence and rang the doorbell. Inside, Su Yue was furiously typing away at her keyboard. Intelligence indicated that the cyber attack occurred at night, catching many hackers in Huagua off guard the following morning. Su Yue had been engaged in an intense battle all day long, and now it was finally nearing its conclusion. Is the senior here? Su Yue heard the doorbell and felt a flicker of panic. She did not want Xiao Fan to discover her true identity as a hacker, for the term held negative connotations for the average person. Senior, please wait a moment. I am in the bathroom, she called out. Outside, Xiao Fan heard her voice and felt a sense of relief. Phoenix, it's almost over. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will withdraw. You can handle the cleanup, Su Yue messaged Phoenix. She then swiftly erased her traces and exited the battlefield. Rest assured, we'll take care of the rest, Phoenix replied. The most challenging part had already passed, and the situation in the cyber war was indeed nearing its conclusion, allowing Su Yue to withdraw without issue. Queen, thank you, Phoenix added, acknowledging Su You's contribution to the day's battle. Many hackers in Huagua had been resting during the day, anticipating a night of intense activity, and were caught off guard by the daytime attack, resulting in numerous individuals missing their chance to log on. Had it not been for Su You's exceptional skills, single-handedly holding off several adversaries and exposing 2 of them, the cybersecurity landscape in Huagua would have faced severe turmoil. The Queen has withdrawn from battle. Charge forth, everyone. With the Queen's departure, the others surged ahead. The enemy quickly recognized Su You's withdrawal and attempted a minor counteroffensive, but Huagua was well prepared and offered them no opportunity. With a click, Su Yue opened the door. The battle had commenced shortly after she had risen that morning, leaving her hair disheveled. Yue, your phone is off. Are you all right? Xiao Fan entered the room. Su Yue remarked, I have been feeling unwell and slept the entire day. My phone ran out of battery last night and is shut down. A rumble echoed from her stomach. Neither she nor Xiao Fan had eaten breakfast or lunch today. While engrossed in the online battle, she hadn't noticed her hunger. But now it struck her fiercely. Are you feeling any better? Xiao Fan inquired urgently. Su Yue nodded. After sleeping all day, I feel fine now. Senior, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll prepare a meal. Xiao Fan quickly interjected. You're unwell? Why would you cook? If you're feeling all right, let's go out to eat. Otherwise, I can make some noodles. Su Yue hesitated. Senior, I want to eat your noodles, but I also wish to dine out with you. If you're well enough to go out, let us do that. My noodles can't compare to yours, and you've been hungry all day. Let us enjoy something nice, Xiao Fan suggested. Then please wait a moment, Su Yue replied. She hurried to the master bedroom to organize her laptop, feeling relieved that Xiao Fan had come at a less critical time. Let us go, senior, she said after quickly freshening up. She tied her hair into a simple ponytail, radiating a pure and charming aura. Ding ding. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a nearby restaurant. Just as they placed their orders, an unfamiliar number called, which Xiao Fan promptly rejected. Lately, he had been inundated with loan solicitation calls, and given that his bank account exceeded 2 small goals, it was baffling that they still targeted him. Ding ding. The phone rang again. Hello? Xiao Fan answered. On the other end, a voice said, Xiao Fan, right? I'm an officer from the Qingwang Road Police Station. Where are you right now? Xiao Fan provided his address. Stay where you are. We need your cooperation in a matter, the officer instructed. As they waited, their food arrived. 2 police officers entered the private room. Are you Xiao Fan? We received a report that you are suspected of kidnapping Su Yue. Please accompany us for an investigation, one officer stated firmly. Both Xiao Fan and Su Yue exchanged bewildered glances. Su Yue quickly spoke up. Officer, I am Su Yue. I'm just having dinner with my senior. How could he be suspected of kidnapping me? The officers were taken aback. You are Su Yue? The older officer asked. Su Yue nodded. Yes, that's me. There must be some misunderstanding. I was merely ill and slept all day. It seems we have made a mistake. Our apologies, the elder officer responded, somewhat awkwardly. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "You are simply doing your duty. There is no need to apologize." The two officers soon departed. Su Wei pondered, "Senior, who made the report?" "It must have been Song Jie," he replied. Xiao Fan recounted the incident involving Song Jie and Yang Rong in their former residence. Su Wei, visibly agitated, remarked, "Song Jie has always been extravagant. She must have squandered her money and concocted this scheme to obtain some funds. By the way, Senior, having struck Yang Rong, he is unlikely to let this matter rest easily." Su Wei expressed her concern. Knock, knock. Within 5 minutes, there was a knock at the door of the private room. Xiao Fan rose to open it, only to find the same two police officers from earlier standing outside. "Xiao Fan, you must accompany us," the older officer stated gravely. "Someone reported that you assaulted another person, and that individual has since gone to the hospital for an injury examination." Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Realizing that Song Jie must have called the police, as the allegations of kidnapping were baseless, it was Yang Rong who had reported that he had been struck. "Is it Yang Rong who filed the report?" Xiao Fan inquired. "He attacked a classmate of Yue in my home, and in a moment of rage, I retaliated with 2 slaps. If you wish to know whether he has assaulted anyone, you may inquire with Yue's classmate, Song Jie." With that, Xiao Fan retrieved his phone and dialed Liang Wu. "Captain Liang, someone slapped Yue's classmate. I returned the favor with 2 slaps. Does this constitute assault or an act of heroism?" he asked, putting the call on speaker. Liang Wu's voice came through. "Preventing unlawful harm is indeed considered an act of heroism. Has the other party reported this? Are the officers with you now?" "Yes," Xiao Fan replied. Liang Wu instructed. "Please put me on speaker." "Certainly, Captain Liang." Liang Wu cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. "This is Officer Liang Wu from the Criminal Investigation Division. Xiao Fan has previously apprehended a wanted criminal, and he also assisted in the recent bank robbery case. I urge you to investigate further into this matter." The older officer quickly responded, "Captain, I am Huang Len. Given the circumstances, it is clear that Xiao Fan is not at fault." Liang Wu affirmed. "As long as you conduct a thorough investigation, everything should be resolved." Xiao Fan, your apprehension of the serial killer and resolution of the bank robbery has earned you a reward of 500,000. It should arrive shortly." Xiao Fan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Captain. Once the reward arrives, I shall treat you to a drink." Chapter 58. The school's intent to expel Xiao Fan. The 2 police officers departed swiftly. And Su Wei, concerned, said, "Senior, Yang Rong's family is quite affluent. He is likely to continue causing trouble." Xiao Fan reassured her, "Do not worry. In a society governed by law, he cannot cause too much upheaval." In the hospital, Yang Rong soon received word of the situation. The authorities deemed Xiao Fan's actions as a heroic measure and chose not to file charges. Bastard, bastard. Yang Rong seethed in fury. After being struck by Xiao Fan, he felt utterly humiliated. "Young Master Yang, I have an idea," one of Yang Rong's underlings at his bedside suggested. "Speak quickly." Yang Rong snapped. The underling quickly added, "Isn't Xiao Fan often absent from class? We could exploit this angle to have the school expel him. Then, young master, you could devise a plan to ensure that Xiao Fan finds it impossible to secure employment in the city, forcing him to leave in disgrace, thereby cutting off his connection with Su Wei." Yang Rong hesitated slightly. This matter is beyond his capacity. He lacks the influence required to expel Xiao Fan. If he wishes to proceed with such actions, he must enlist the support of his parents. "You all may leave," Yang Rong spoke in a low voice. His subordinates swiftly exited the hospital room. Yang Rong then placed a call to his mother, who arrived at the hospital within an hour. Upon seeing her son's swollen face, Zhang Hongying was instantly filled with fury. "Mom, someone at school assaulted me. I fear returning to school. Could you possibly intervene to have him expelled?" "He is merely a destitute student," Yang Rong pleaded, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Zhang Hongying scrutinized her son. Unconvinced that he would shy away from school, she was quite familiar with his character. "Expel him?" she inquired, frowning. Yang Rong nodded earnestly. "Mom, if he is not expelled, I shall never return to school. Xiao Fan frequently skips classes, providing ample grounds for expulsion. Look at what he has done to me. My head is still buzzing. Another blow could render me a fool." A look of concern flashed in Zhang Hongying's eyes as she nodded. "Very well. I have connections with a vice principal and will ensure he is expelled. What is this Xiao Fan's grade in class?" Yang Rong quickly provided the details. As he was well versed in Xiao Fan's information, Zhang Hongying asked, "Are you certain he is merely a poor student?" Yang Rong affirmed vigorously, I am well aware of his situation. His parents died in a car accident years ago, leaving him with nothing but a dilapidated house of mere dozens of square meters. Zhang Hongying nodded, considering that given her status and influence, orchestrating Xiaofan's expulsion would be entirely feasible. She dialed Principal Shue's number in Yang Rong's presence. After 2 minutes, she turned to Yang Rong and nodded. Principal Shui has agreed. The expulsion notice should be forthcoming. Thank you, Mom. Yang Rong felt a surge of satisfaction. Old phone. What is the matter? Just after dropping Su Yue off, the call from Counselor Feng Haichuan came through. Feng Haichuan was only slightly older than them, and their exchanges were typically casual. On the other end of the line, Feng Haichuan spoke gravely. Xiaofan, you are in serious trouble. Vice Principal Shui is aware of your excessive absences and is quite upset. The school is planning for your expulsion. I am doing my utmost to delay the notice. It has not been issued today, but it is likely to come tomorrow, so you must think of a solution quickly. Xiaofan was taken aback. An expulsion? This must be Yang Rong's doing. Yet, it seemed Yang Rong alone lacked the clout to instigate such a measure. It was likely he had consulted with his family, who possessed considerable resources. Old Feng, thank you. I will devise a plan. Xiaofan replied before ending the call, his expression turning cold. Yang Rong had come to his home to cause trouble and had the audacity to contact his family to ruin his future. Though he would not need to rely on a diploma to make a living in the future, it would still be unseemly to leave university without graduating after so many years of study. Senior, what is the matter? Su Yue inquired. Xiaofan shook his head. It is nothing. I can handle it. Su Yue gazed at him insistently. Since you claim there is nothing, what harm would it do to share it with me? Xiaofan frowned. The counselor called to inform me that the school has decided to expel me, and the notice of expulsion will likely be posted tomorrow. Su Yue's expression shifted dramatically. For a student, expulsion is an immense punishment. Do not worry, I will manage it, Xiaofan reassured with a smile. He planned to speak directly with Yang Rong's parents to discuss the matter. Senior, do not overly fret. I will also think of ways to assist you. By the way, could we possibly seek help from Kong Su? Su Yue recalled Xiaofan mentioning that Kong Su's family held a position of authority. If I cannot resolve this on my own, I will consider reaching out to him for assistance. I must take my leave now. Xiaofan departed swiftly. Su Yue furrowed her brow slightly. Upon entering her room, she opened her computer. The expulsion of her senior was likely influenced by the Yang family. They probably contacted the principal or one of the vice principals. Soon, Su Yue hacked into Yang Rong's phone, and through the call records, she quickly identified Yang Rong's mother. In less than 2 minutes, she confirmed the target by infiltrating Yang Rong's mother's phone. It turned out to be Vice Principal Shui. A cold glint flashed in Su Yue's eyes. She had long heard unfavorable rumors about Vice Principal Shui and had suspected him from the outset. If Vice Principal Shui were to fall, the expulsion of her senior would likely be averted. Su Yue continued her investigation. Before long, she uncovered substantial evidence of Vice Principal Shui accepting bribes, including records of bribery involving the Yang family. The money had been transferred to a bank account belonging to one of Vice Principal Shui's mistresses. Disgusting. Su Yue soon discovered that Vice Principal Shui had not just one mistress, but had engaged with 7 or 8 in total, capturing numerous videos as mementos. The videos were deeply concealed on his home computer, but for a hacker of Su Yue's caliber, they could be retrieved in an instant. If you wish to expel my senior, do not blame me for being ungracious, Su Yue scoffed. She intended to send the pertinent evidence directly to the principal and relevant authorities. However, just as she was about to transmit the information, she hesitated. Too hasty. She had spent little time on this, and if a determined investigator looked into it, her identity as a hacker might be revealed. Xueyan, what are you doing? Su Yue initiated a video call with her close friend, Lu Xueyan, while setting the evidence to automatically transmit after half an hour. This way, even if someone were to investigate her later, she would have evidence to prove that she was not involved in the matter. Yue, where are you? El Xueyan expressed her bewilderment. The room occupied by Su Yue appeared to be lavishly decorated, a stark contrast to the previous one. This belongs to a senior of mine. I rent here, Su Yue replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. El Xueyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yue, this is quite a development, given your nature. I never imagined you would rent from a senior. Show me your computer, she insisted. What are you talking about? I live here alone, Su Yue retorted. Turning her computer around, El Xueyan exclaimed, you must be in the master bedroom. The level of decor is quite impressive. How do you explain this, Su Yue? A place like this must cost at least 20,000 a month. Can you truly afford it? Is it really that expensive? Siyue pondered, momentarily taken aback. Expensive? How large is your apartment? And in which community? El Shuayan pressed. After Siyue provided the details, El Shuayan quickly researched, exclaiming, an unfinished property here would cost around 7 to 8 million, and the renovations would certainly exceed 100,000. Renting it out for 20,000 a month would take 50 years to break even. Siyue, have you found yourself a wealthy boyfriend? Siyue shook her head emphatically. I am not in a relationship with my senior. He is just an ordinary person. El Shuayan was taken aback. This is quite intriguing. I must come back this weekend to oversee things for you. What is your prospective boyfriend's name? Flushing, Siyue replied, prospective boyfriend? We are not even close to that. El Shuayan smirked, with your looks, as long as he is male, how could he possibly escape your grasp? As their conversation continued, half an hour had passed. At that moment, Vice Principal Shui was away on a business trip at a mistress's residence. Principal Chen Qingyun was preparing for sleep. He opened his computer to check his personal email, a habit cultivated over the years to handle matters promptly. Chen Qingyun's gaze sharpened. There was a new email in his inbox, titled Evidence of Vice Principal Shui's Crimes. A prank, perhaps? Chen Qingyun mused. Although rumors had circulated about Vice Principal Shui, none had been substantiated. He quickly opened the email. Bang! Moments later, he slapped his hand heavily on the desk. The contents of the email seemed alarmingly credible. If what the email stated was true, Vice Principal Shui had embezzled at least 30 million. Disgusting, utterly repulsive. The email contained attachments, which Chen Qingyun promptly downloaded. His anger mounting. The attachments were videos, personally recorded by Vice Principal Shui. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyun grabbed his phone and attempted to call Vice Principal Shui, only to find the line switched off. Vice Principal Shui is currently in a precarious situation. Having turned off his phone to avoid being caught by his wife through a video call while he is with his mistress. Xiao Lu, assist me in investigating a few matters, he instructed. After a brief contemplation, Chen Qingyun dialed another number. Minutes later, a call came through. Principal Chen. Vice Principal Shui indeed has issues. I have verified the matters you asked about, and there is substantial evidence of his embezzlement. Chen Qingyun hung up, his expression darkening. Comrades, I wish to report a matter. Swiftly, he decided to alert the authorities. With embezzlement in the millions, what if Vice Principal Shui learned of this and fled? Darling, I have arrived. Vice Principal Shui, freshly bathed, stepped out of the bathroom in a state of undress. To his astonishment, he found numerous individuals in his home, several police officers, Chen Qingyun, and his wife. You shameless old man, I will have it out with you. His wife lunged at him in a fury. Vice Principal Shui's face paled, and he hastily retreated to the bathroom. Principal Lin, what is the meaning of this? Even if I have a mistress, is it necessary to create such a stir? He shouted angrily from within. Chen Qingyun replied gravely, you have more than just that issue. You have embezzled millions. You cannot escape this. Hurry and dress. Vice Principal Shui's countenance shifted dramatically. While the affair might only warrant dismissal for misconduct, the evidence of his embezzlement could lead him to a lifetime behind bars. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan had arrived near the Yang family's villa area. With the ability to become invisible and teleport, he could effortlessly enter the villa. If they are going to expel me, then I shall not be bound by the rules. He thought, his eyes glinting coldly. At that moment, Suyue's call came through, and he quickly answered. Senior, where are you? The school has issued a notice that Vice Principal Shui has been placed under investigation for embezzlement. You should not be expelled, she said. Xiao Fan was taken aback. At this juncture, he is under investigation for embezzlement? Siyue replied joyfully, it seems Yang Rong's mother transferred him money again. And the school has obtained concrete evidence against him. After hanging up, Xiao Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Was it merely coincidence? Had Siyue sought help? Acquiring evidence of Vice Principal Shui's corruption would not be an easy task, and such matters are not easily facilitated by others. Had Yang Rong's mother's bribery become the final straw? Xiao Fan pondered as he turned to leave. Though the situation stemmed from Yang Rong's parents, with the expulsion matter resolved, he saw no need for violent retribution at this time. The next day arrived swiftly, and with Vice Principal Shui's arrest, the prospect of expelling Xiao Fan became mere idle talk. How could this happen? Zhang Hongying, the mother of Yang Rong, turned pale upon receiving the news of Vice Principal Shui's arrest, and she was also required to cooperate with the investigation, should the charge of bribery be substantiated. Given the sum she had allegedly bribed, she could face imprisonment for 5 to 10 years. Old Yang, trouble has arisen. Zhang Hongying hurriedly called her husband for assistance. Foolishness. You should have consulted me before getting into such matters, Yang Yong'an replied sternly. Mr. Yang, you are so busy. Do you truly have the time to manage our son? Someone has harmed him, and I stood up for him. What is my wrongdoing? Zhang Hongying retorted angrily. Leave our affairs to us. If they wish to arrest me, so be it. I will confess and start anew. Yang Yonglin's expression darkened. Do not be unreasonable. I will ensure that you cooperate with the investigation. You know what to say and what not to say. By the way, considering the timing of Vice Principal Shue's predicament, could it possibly be the doing of Xiao Fan? Zhang Hongying scoffed. How could a mere impoverished student possess such influence? If he were capable of uncovering evidence against Vice Principal Shui so easily, the latter would have been incarcerated long ago. It is merely my misfortune to be caught in this situation. After hanging up, Yang Yongin felt an overwhelming urge to discipline Yang Rong. 50 million for raw, and you squandered it all. Now you return to create more trouble. Coach, let us get started. Xiao Fan arrived at the driving school to practice. He was eager to obtain his driver's license, as it would greatly facilitate his mobility. Despite being a wealthy individual with two modest goals in mind, he found himself waiting in line for a taxi upon returning from the airport, a scenario few would believe. Old Yang, will you avenge your son, or not? After 3 days of cooperating with the investigation, Zhang Hongying finally returned home, thanks to Yang Yong'in's arrangements. She faced no significant issues and emerged unscathed. As for Vice Principal Shui, he would undoubtedly spend the remainder of his life behind bars. His embezzlement of millions was a particularly egregious offense, warranting a potential sentence of life imprisonment or even death, with a high likelihood of the former. Chapter 60. Is this the ordinary person you speak of? Yang Yong'in furrowed his brow. What he initially considered a trivial matter now felt weighty. To clear Zhang Hongying's name, he had expended considerable resources and connections, and the thought of letting Xiao Fan go unpunished did not sit well with him. You need not concern yourself. I will handle it, Yang Yong'in said coldly. Zhang Hongying nodded. With her husband's assurance, she believed that Xiao Fan would not enjoy a peaceful existence. An untimely demise was even a possibility. The Yang family's rise to its current stature was largely due to Yang Yong'in's efforts. After the examinations concluded, Xiao Fan passed with flying colors. Having successfully completed the driving test, he merely needed to take the final examination at the driving school to obtain his brand new license. Ding! Xiao Fan's phone buzzed with a call from Su Yue. Senior, my best friend has arrived. Would you like to join us for dinner tonight? I'd like to introduce you to her, Su Yue said shyly. Xiao Fan promptly smiled and said, Of course, there is no problem. I Haven Tea savored your cooking for several days. I will definitely arrive on time this evening. Upon returning to the driving school, Xiao Fan quickly participated in the 4th examination. It wasn't long before he obtained a brand new driver's license. You, Wei, what about your prospective boyfriend? Do introduce him to me. I am quite curious about the kind of person who has captured your heart so completely. El Shuiyan arrived at Su Yue's place first. Ever since she became aware of Xiao Fan's existence, she frequently discussed him with Su Yue, and through their conversations, she realized that Su Yue was deeply infatuated. The senior has not yet arrived. Shuyan, when you meet the senior later, please refrain from being overly exuberant and speaking recklessly, Su Yue cautioned El Shuyan earnestly. El Shuyan readily assured, no problem, I shall remain discreet. Su Yue glared at El Shuyan, recalling how she had just mentioned her prospective boyfriend. All right. I will certainly be careful. This house is quite spacious. You previously mentioned that your landlord is just an ordinary student, which seems rather exaggerated. El Shuyan remarked as she explored the surroundings. Su Yue responded, the senior is indeed just an ordinary student. This apartment was a gift from his classmate's father in gratitude for saving him. A gift of such a property? How come I don't have any wealthy classmates like that? El Shuyan exclaimed in surprise. Su Yue chuckled, do you still need wealthy classmates? Aren't you already living like one? Your family resides in a villa. El Shuyan shook her head. The villa in our county is far less valuable than this apartment. Su Yue added, if you wish to meet the senior's affluent classmate, I can introduce you. He is currently single. No, I'm perfectly fine on my own. Moreover, I reside in the capital, which is quite far from here. I cannot endure a long-distance relationship. El Shuyan repeatedly declined. Su Yue suggested, you can watch television while I prepare 3 more dishes. I'll help you. The 2 women entered the kitchen. Xiao Fan arrived at the Zijin community, first making his way to the underground parking lot. There, he was met with the sight of 2 supercars occupying adjacent parking spaces, a Lamborghini Aventador and a Porsche 918. Just yesterday, Tang Zitian had called to inform him that the cars had been delivered. The ownership transfer was already completed. Xiaofan opened the door of the Aventador. Stepping inside, where he found the vehicle's registration documents, both cars were now under his name. The license plates had also been changed to those of the local area. With Tang's ITNS influence, accomplishing these tasks was hardly a challenge. Not bad, not bad. I can take you away for a drive when I have some time. A smile spread across Xiaofan's face. He had no intention of feigning poverty or concealing the truth from Su Yue. Now that the cars had arrived, he would surely inform her. Ding dong. Having not taken the car out for a spin, Xiaofan quickly ascended the stairs. The meals were nearly ready. Driving around was not as important as returning for dinner. I'll go answer the door. Upon hearing the doorbell, Lu Shuiyin volunteered to answer. When the door swung open, Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. The person at the threshold was not Su Yue, but rather another stunning beauty, whose attractiveness, in Xiaofan's eyes, could easily score a 9 out of 10. Of course, this was still a considerable distance from Su Yue, whose beauty, to Xiaofan, approached perfection. Hello. You must be Yue's close friend. My name is Xiaofan, he said, quickly regaining his composure. Lu Shuiyin appraised Xiaofan from head to toe, finding his looks and demeanor quite appealing, deeming him a suitable match for Su Yue. Hello, I am Lu Shuiyin, she replied with a smile. From the kitchen. Su Yue's voice chimed in. Senior, please come in. The dishes will be ready shortly. You can wash your hands and we can eat. All right. Xiaofan responded as he retrieved his slippers from the shoe cabinet. Soon, the table was laden with food, and they all took their seats, although Lu Shuiyin had returned. The spread today was not as abundant as before. Su Yue grinned. Senior, since you and Shuiyin have already introduced yourselves, I won't bother with further introductions. Let us raise a glass together. The three of them toasted with cups of coconut juice. Shuiyin, welcome to the house. Yue lives here alone. So feel free to stay as long as you like, Xiaofan said with a warm smile. Lu Shuiyin nodded. I can stay here. But don't think that means I'm easily swayed. I will keep a close watch over Yue. Su Yue quickly interjected. Shuiyin, what are you saying? There is no need for any watchfulness. Senior, don't mind her. She often acts a bit crazy. Xiaofan chuckled. It's perfectly fine. I appreciate that you care for her, Shuiyin. Is there anything you wish to know? Lu Shuiyin blinked and asked, Xiaofan, have you ever been in a relationship? Xiaofan shook his head. Su Yue's eyes lit up. This was something she was quite curious about, as she was unaware of his high school experiences. Lu Shuiyin continued. Yue mentioned your family background is average. You must know that many pursue her. Do you believe you can provide her with a happy life? Why do you ask such questions, Shuiyin? I earn a good income each month, so I don't need anyone to support me, Su Yue quickly retorted. Lu Shuiyin turned her gaze to Xiaofan, who smiled and replied, as long as Yue decides to be with me, I believe I can provide for her without any issues. Su Yue playfully admonished, Shuiyin, stop asking. Senior and I aren't even together yet. You might scare him away. Let us eat, she urged. After finishing their meal, Lu Shuiyin refrained from further inquiries. Suddenly, Su Yue's phone buzzed. Upon answering, her expression shifted to one of pallor. Yue. What happened? Lu Shuiyin asked as Su Yue hung up. With trembling voice, Su Yue replied, the dean's grandmother was hit by a car. Senior. Would you accompany me to take a taxi to see her? Xiaofan furrowed his brow, contemplating Feng Ping. Could it be that Feng Ping harbored resentment from previous events, deliberately orchestrating a traffic mishap? He nodded in agreement. Lu Shuiyin quickly interjected. I'll join you. It's been ages since I last saw the dean. Soon. They found themselves in the elevator, where Xiaofan pressed the button for the basement level. Su Yue gazed at him quizzically. Senior, are we exiting through the garage? We drove here. Before long, they arrived at the parking lot. The two parking spaces arranged by Shinchen were not far from the elevator. Beep. Xiaofan retrieved the key to his Lamborghini Gallardo and pressed it. Instantly, both Su Yue and Lu Shuiyin were taken aback. This car only accommodates two. Will you squeeze in? He asked. Lu Shuiyin, if you possess a driver's license, you can take this Porsche 918. As he spoke, he produced the key to the nearby Porsche 918 from his pocket. Lu Shuiyin turned to Su Yue. Is this the ordinary person you mentioned? Su Yue looked at Xiaofan in disbelief. Senior, is this car rented? Xiaofan chuckled. It's not rented. A partner gifted it to me. I intend to drive the Gallardo myself, while the 918 is a gift for the chubby one. The car just arrived yesterday. Can you drive? Lu Shuiyin asked. She quickly shook her head. Although I have a license, I can't handle such a supercar. If I scratch it, I can't afford the repairs. I'll squeeze in with Yue. Before long, the two girls settled into the car. Both were slender, so they managed to fit, albeit snugly. Virum. The car roared to life, and for a while, Su Yue remained in a daze, astonished that Xiao Fan possessed such a supercar, especially one given as a gift. The distinction between purchasing one and receiving one from someone else was profound. Senior, how could anyone gift you such a car? Su Yue asked incredulously. The combined value of the two cars likely exceeded 20 million. Who could afford such extravagance? Xiao Fan smiled. I have a decent skill in gambling on stones. I earned over 100 million for my partner, so naturally he is generous. Lu Shiwei furrowed her brow. Senior, I know about stone gambling. Fortunes can be made or lost in an instant. My father lost hundreds of thousands in it years ago. Xiao Fan nodded. The risks in stone gambling are considerable, requiring substantial expertise. It's generally inadvisable for the average person. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan with concern. He reassured her with a light smile. I am quite capable in this field. Besides, I was once destitute. Now I at least have a house and a car. Lu Shiwei exclaimed. Xiao Fan. This is beyond merely having a house and a car. Such supercars are unattainable for the average person in a lifetime. It seems I need not worry about Yue Wei's material needs. It is said that when a man becomes wealthy, he may change for the worse. You must not let down Yue Wei. She is naively saving money to gift you a car. Su Yue hurriedly interjected. Shiwei, what nonsense are you talking about? Senior. That is not the case at all. The thought that Xiao Fan had acquired such a luxurious sports car left Su Yue feeling that even if she were to gift him a vehicle worth 300,000 or 400,000, it would pale in comparison. Yue, are you really planning to gift me a car? Xiao Fan asked with a warm smile. Su Yue was truly unlike the typical girl. Most girls only think about what their boyfriends can give them, endlessly seeking to receive. He had yet to buy her any clothes. And now she was considering saving money to buy him a car. That is not true at all, Su Yue quickly replied. Lu Shiwei chuckled. Xiao Fan. Let me tell you, Yue said that once you two are together, she intends to buy you a car as a gift. It seems that one be necessary now. Su Yue's expression darkened slightly. Xiao Fan laughed and said, Who said it one be necessary, Shuyan? This sports car is fine for a leisurely drive, but it would be quite a challenge for long distances. Yue, I am truly looking forward to your gift. Su Yue's face brightened with a smile. Senior. Are you serious? Xiao Fan nodded. Of course I am. This car requires careful navigation over speed bumps, and with only 2 seats, it's rather impractical. I only have a modest amount in my account, which I need to reserve for business. If you were to gift me a car, I would certainly be driving the one you gave me most of the time. He felt it necessary to keep his 2 small ambitions to himself for now, lest Su Yue feel unaccomplished in her gift. Then I should work harder to earn money. You handle the front lines, making big bucks, while I will take care of the rear guard, Su Yue said with a sweet smile. Lu Shiwei turned her head towards the window. Do you two have to flaunt your affection so openly? If you keep this up, just drop me off. I'll take a taxi. Su Yue huffed playfully. You were the one who mentioned I wanted to buy a car. You brought this upon yourself. Lu Shiwei rolled her eyes. Xiao Fan chuckled. Shiwei. You might want to consider my 3 roommates. If you join them, you won't have to endure our public display of affection. No thanks. I enjoy my independence. Lu Shiwei shook her head. Beep beep. On the way, Su Yue received a call from an aunt at the orphanage. Aunt Huang, how's the director doing? Su Yue asked anxiously. Aunt Huang replied, Yue, you haven't boarded the long-distance bus yet, have you? The director was taken to the hospital for examination, thankfully. There are no serious injuries, just some bruising on her leg and a few abrasions. The other party claimed the director was deliberately trying to extort money. But the director doesn't want to dwell on it too much. Su Yue exclaimed in anger. How could the director possibly be trying to extort money? Aunt Huang sighed. The other party is wealthy and drives a luxury car. The director believes it's better to avoid complications. She advised you not to come. Aunt Huang. Where are you now? We are already on the highway. Aunt Huang said, we are still at the county central hospital. Preliminary examinations show no issues. But the doctor suggests a 1 or 2 day hospital observation. Aunt Huang, we will arrive in half an hour. Su Yue angrily hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and his companions arrived at the hospital entrance, where Aunt Huang was supporting the elderly director, Shinanmei, as they emerged from within. You are quite discerning. Intentionally causing an accident and hoping to remain here for treatment. It is fortunate I am not asking for compensation for the repairs. That was a newly purchased luxury vehicle of mine. A middle-aged man beside Shinanmei grumbled. Director, Su Yue quickly approached. Upon seeing the large bruise on Shinanmei's leg, her heart ached, and tears threatened to spill. Director Xiao Fan and El Shuiyan hurried over as well. Ah, The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Beauties like El Shuayin were rare in the county, and Su Yue was even more stunning than the stars on television. I've changed my mind. My new luxury vehicle has depreciated significantly due to the damage. You owe me 50,000 yuan. His eyes gleamed with opportunism. Xiao Fan and his companions appeared to be students. The middle-aged man assumed that with Shun Anmei injured, they would want to minimize hospital expenses. And he surmised they were likely without funds. Perhaps he could take advantage of Su Yue and her friends. Slap. Xiao Fan raised his hand and struck the middle-aged man directly across the face. From his lecherous gaze, Xiao Fan discerned his intentions immediately. He had complete faith in Shin Anmei's character. She would not resort to deceit for money, even if he offered to donate 1 million. You little brat. How dare you hit me? The man shouted furiously. Slap. Xiao Fan raised his hand once more and delivered another fierce blow, coldly stating, now that we are here, this matter will not end just like that. Director, what truly happened? Shin Anmei sighed with a wry smile. He turned quickly and collided with me, insisting I was attempting to extort money. There are no surveillance cameras in that area, and the traffic police cannot do much. Thankfully, it is not a serious injury. I can manage. Xiao Fan used his mental energy to examine Shin Anmei, confirming that her bones were unharmed, yet the bruise was substantial and painful. Chapter 62. The ambition to build influence. Xiao Fan remarked, Director, this injury looks serious. Resting in the hospital for a couple of days would be wise. Yue. Please assist Director Shin inside. Su Yue nodded. Seeing Shin Anmei in such a condition, she felt a deep pang of sorrow, her eyes reddening as tears brimmed. Do not leave. The middle-aged man growled, You little brat dared to strike me. I will make you pay dearly. He pulled out his phone to call for assistance. Shin Anmei interjected, Xiao Fan, I can endure a few days. There is no need for hospitalization. The children in the hospital need me. Xiao Fan remarked, Director. If you diligently change your dressings at the hospital, your recovery will be expedited. Returning home might exacerbate your condition. Let us proceed inside, he added. As Su Yue and Aunt Huang assisted Shin Anmei into the hospital, Lu Shuiyin chose not to follow them in. If she did, Xiao Fan would be left alone outside. And it was better to have some company. You'll soon learn your place, little brat, sneered the middle-aged man. Xiao Fan retorted coldly, I hear you drive a Mercedes. Where is your vehicle? The man replied sharply, What? Are you afraid now? Let the 2 young ladies accompanying you spend a couple of days with me, and I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. Xiao Fan raised his hand, prepared to teach the man another lesson. The middle-aged man's expression shifted as he quickly retreated and dashed towards a black Mercedes parked several dozen meters away. Xiao Fan approached, with Lu Shuiyin gritting her teeth and following closely behind. The man ducked into the car. This Mercedes? Xiao Fan scoffed, a second-hand water-damaged vehicle. You probably bought it for less than 300,000. His mental probing revealed the truth, causing the man's complexion to change. Indeed, it was a water-damaged car, not second-hand, but third-hand, having changed owners twice before. You're talking nonsense, you little brat. Soon enough, you'll know my strength. The man shouted angrily. He started the car, the atmosphere inside becoming stifling. Xiao Fan produced the car keys and said, Lu Shuiyin, drive my car over and block him. He won't leave until we resolve this. Lu Shuiyin nodded. Having had her driver's license for 2 years and having seen Xiao Fan drive, maneuvering the car a short distance posed no challenge. What a worthless car. How dare you block me? The middle-aged man cursed. Lu Shuiyin quickly drove over and positioned herself in front of the man's Mercedes. Upon seeing Lu Shuiyin emerge from a Lamborghini, the man was stunned. Someone who could drive such a vehicle was not someone he could afford to offend. Xiao Fan tapped on the car window. Hey there, today's incident is my fault. I was careless. Here is 10,000 yuan, freshly withdrawn from the bank, to cover Director Shin's medical expenses. The middle-aged man lowered the window, putting on a false smile. Xiao Fan replied calmly. You should keep the money for your own medical needs. This water-damaged car does not suit your status as a businessman. I suggest you destroy it. Such a vehicle will bring you numerous troubles in both business and life, potentially jeopardizing all your ventures. The man's face paled. He had purchased the car to enhance his image, believing it would facilitate his business dealings. Xiao Fan's words were a clear threat, and he understood their implications. What do you intend to do? The middle-aged man asked, his expression darkening. Xiao Fan's possession of such a vehicle suggests that his family's influence is formidable beyond measure. His modest ventures undoubtedly pale in comparison. I merely offer a kind-hearted warning. My skills in divination are quite profound. This vehicle will not bring prosperity, but rather lead to financial ruin. If you continue for another month, I fear all your businesses may collapse. Xiao Fan smiled serenely. The middle-aged man, stout and gritting his teeth, had recently acquired the car and found it unbearable to destroy it himself. Yet he was apprehensive about the potential consequences of not doing so. "I will smash it," he declared, grateful for the warning. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he retrieved a hefty wrench from the trunk. With a resounding thud, he struck the car repeatedly, each blow causing his heart to bleed. "Do not focus on one spot. You must attend to the rest as well," Xiao Fan kindly advised. With a grim expression, the middle-aged man circled the vehicle, shattering every window and leaving numerous dents on the freshly painted body. "Is this sufficient?" he lamented, his face twisted in discomfort. Xiao Fan frowned and replied, "It is your car. How you choose to destroy it is your own affair. Your words imply that I am coercing you. You did not coerce me. This was my own decision," the middle-aged man hastily retorted. Xiao Fan coldly instructed, "Leave at once. Your presence is unwelcome." As Lu Haiyan moved the car aside, the middle-aged man hurriedly started his vehicle and departed. "Xiao Fan, your maneuver was impressive. If you had damaged his car, he could have reported you. But since he did it himself, there are no repercussions," Lu Haiyan remarked as she parked and handed the keys to Xiao Fan. "He has abused his wealth to bully others. I wanted him to experience a taste of his own medicine." "Let us proceed," Xiao Fan replied with a faint smile. For him, managing someone like the middle-aged man was effortless. "Indeed," Lu Shuiyan nodded. As they walked, Xiao Fan contemplated the necessity of establishing a foothold in this area. With Feng Ping causing disturbances and now this incident, it was evident that developing influence had its advantages. Firstly, he could construct a large warehouse here, facilitating the transfer of goods to Shanghai. Rented warehouses could never compare to those built from the ground up. Secondly, strengthening the local influence could also benefit the villagers. The city serves as the provincial capital, where many conveniences are lacking and land prices are exorbitant. Building a large warehouse would require substantial investment. The county mayor may change like flowing water, but the Zhao family remains steadfast, Xiao Fan mused, considering a visit to the Zhao family. He recalled a high school classmate, Zhao Yukai, who was notorious for his poor academic performance and frequent mischief, yet often received praise from teachers. The reason was simple. He hailed from the Zhao family, which wielded significant power in Leishan County, with substantial assets in various local industries, undoubtedly amounting to billions. In various rankings of the wealthy, the Zhao family is conspicuously absent. However, in Leishan County, many locals are well aware of their immense fortune. If the Zhao family were to comply with requests, their operations in this region would be significantly more convenient. "What do you want?" "My boyfriend will be here shortly," Su Youwei's voice, tinged with a hint of anxiety, reached Xiao Fan's ears. "Your boyfriend? From now on, I shall be your boyfriend," a brazen voice interjected. It was Zhao Yukai. Rushing over, Xiao Fan spotted Su Youwei alongside a familiar face. Zhao Youtsai's gaze fell upon Xiao Fan, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this our esteemed academic? Is this your girlfriend? I suggest you break up. Such a beautiful girl is wasted on you." Chapter 63. Meeting Zhao Youtsai's father, Xiao Fan glanced at Zhao Yukai and remarked, "Zhao Yukai, you finally made it to the hospital. I told you, impotence and premature ejaculation require early treatment. Arriving now may be too late. You should keep your distance from him." "Yue, this guy has health issues, and I'm concerned he might lash out at society," Xiao Fan said, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Youwei. Zhao Yukai, astonished, looked at Xiao Fan, wondering when he had gained such audacity. Being a member of the Zhao family was no secret. "Is this truly your girlfriend, esteemed scholar? With your family's financial situation, you can't afford someone like her." "I'm just looking out for you," Zhao Yukai chuckled. Frequenting bars and nightclubs, he had encountered many beautiful women, but none as stunning as Su Youwei. "Let's step outside. Yue, let's catch up as old classmates. Stay inside with LV Shuiyan. I'll come back for you both shortly," Xiao Fan said, draping an arm over Zhao Youtsai's shoulder. "Who wants to leave with you?" "Esteemed scholar, I will continue to share life experiences with them," Zhao Yukai retorted, shaking off Xiao Fan's grip. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he felt Xiao Fan's arm tighten like a vice. He attempted to shake free, but his shoulder remained immovable. "Esteemed scholar, let go of me, damn it." Zhao Yukai cursed as Xiao Fan pressed forward. All the while Zhao Yukai grumbled. Su Youwei let out a sigh of relief. LV Shuiyan remarked, "Youwei, that chubby guy just smashed his own car. It will cost him at least 100,000 to repair it. Just replacing the 2 front headlights and 2 rear taillights will be quite expensive." He brought it upon himself, Su Youwei scoffed. "In today's society, many engage in deceitful practices to extort money. But Su Yue was well aware of the character of the hospital director's grandmother. She would never stoop to such dishonesty. The guy from earlier is Xiao Fan's high school classmate, and given his academic prowess, did he attend the same school as us? LV Shuiyan inquired. Su Yue shook her head. He attended the first high school. I went to the private school in which your family has shares. How could we possibly have been at the same institution? With Su Yue's remarkable academic achievements, her admission to the elite high school was undoubtedly assured. Furthermore, attending a private institution would grant her a tuition waiver, conveniently located near the orphanage. Let go of me. My shoulders are about to shatter, Zhao Yukai exclaimed. His frustration palpable. After 2 or 3 years apart, you've become quite bold. Haven to you? Dare to treat me this way? If you can leave Leishan County on your own 2 feet, consider me defeated. Zhao Yukai spoke through gritted teeth. Xiao Fan accompanied him to the hospital's exterior. I've heard that your Zhao family wields considerable influence both in the underworld and legitimate circles here. Are you the local emperor? Just know it. Zhao Yukai replied with pride. Our family's power in Leishan County exceeds your imagination. He grimaced in pain, rubbing his shoulder. Is your family now under your father's or your grandfather's authority? Xiao Fan inquired. Zhao Yukai narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that, scholar brother? Though our family is well connected, we engage in legitimate business. Who currently holds power is irrelevant. Take me to see whoever you wish. Xiao Fan spoke coolly. Zhao Youcai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was a stark contrast to his previous impression of Xiao Fan, who had been a reclusive bookworm in high school, timid and reserved. Are you certain? Currently, my father is in charge, and his temper isn't the best, Zhao Yukai replied, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Xiao Fan frowned. If I ask you to take me, then do so swiftly. Your excessive chatter may provoke my ire. Huh, you've got some guts. I hope you don't cry later. Zhao Yukai sneered, pulling out his car key and activating the lights of a nearby Lamborghini Huracan. Scholar brother. Do you see this? This car is worth 3 to 4 million. You'll probably never earn that much in your lifetime. In this day and age, wealth speaks volumes. Your strength means nothing. Zhao Yukai scoffed, aware that Xiao Fan's parents had perished in a tragic accident and that his family was of modest means. A fact he had known since high school. Lead the way, Xiao Fan declared, producing his own car key. A short distance away, his Lamborghini Aventador illuminated in response, leaving Zhao Yukai wide-eyed in astonishment. Goodness, Zhao Yukai felt as though he had swallowed a dead fly, discomfort washing over him. Suddenly, his newly acquired Lamborghini felt far less impressive. He had pestered his father for days to secure this car, which was already a status symbol in their county. No wonder he could attract such a beautiful girlfriend. It appears he has struck it rich. But a small fortune pales in comparison to our Zhao family standing. The thought brought him some comfort. With a roar, both sports cars sped away from the hospital. The residence of the Zhao family is not far away. Situated in a relatively prosperous area of the county, they occupy a substantial piece of land, having constructed an opulent villa. Even within the county, such a villa commands a significant price. The security measures are quite impressive, thought Xiao Fan to himself, as he noticed approximately 10 security personnel in plain sight, with several more hidden away, the cost of their upkeep being considerable each year. Where is my father? Xiao Fan inquired as he followed Zhao Yukai into the villa. Zhao Yukai turned to a woman, saying, Your father is in the study. This is. The woman's gaze shifted to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan offered a polite smile and replied, Annie, I am a classmate of Zhao Yukai, here to discuss a matter with his father. The woman nodded, dismissing him, likely suspecting that Xiao Fan sought to associate himself with the Zhao family through Zhao Yukai, a scenario she had encountered numerous times before. Follow me, Zhao Yukai said, casting a glance at Xiao Fan. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd floor of the villa. Zhao Yukai knocked on the door of his father's study, holding a deep respect for him. Come in, a voice called from within. Zhao Yukai pushed the door open to reveal a spacious study, approximately 70 to 80 square meters, where only his father, Zhao Zongxiang, sat. His piercing gaze swept over them. Father, this fellow is my classmate. He insisted that I bring him to meet you. So please do not feel obliged to be courteous, Zhao Yukai hurriedly explained. Xiao Fan glanced at Zhao Yukai, saying, You may leave now. I wish to speak with your father privately. Please do not linger here. Zhao Zongxiang's eyes revealed a peculiar expression. He had never encountered such audacity in a young man before. You can step outside, Yukai. Your classmate is rather intriguing. Zhao Zongxiang remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Zhao Youcai's eyes brightened. He recognized that smile, which typically signified that someone was about to face misfortune. Then I will take my leave, he said, promptly closing the door behind him, leaving only Xiao Fan and Zhao Zongxiang in the study. Chapter 64. Requirements for building a warehouse. You possess a great deal of arrogance, young man, yet Leishan County cannot accommodate such brazen youthfulness, Zhao Zongxiang said coolly. Xiao Fan settled onto a nearby sofa, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he remarked, I have heard you are the local sovereign of Leishan County. Zhao Zongxiang's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. That is merely what others say. I, Zhao Zongxiang, am a legitimate businessman. What brings you to me? Xiao Fan replied with a grin. If you are the local sovereign, would you be amenable to my becoming the supreme ruler? You are exceedingly presumptuous, Zhao Zongxiang exclaimed, slamming his palm against the table in front of him, his anger palpable. The notion of Xiao Fan assuming the role of supreme ruler over him was an affront. Xiao Fan remained unfazed, saying calmly, Are you not going to retrieve the pistol from your drawer? Zhao Zongxiang's expression shifted. He knew there was indeed a handgun concealed within his desk's secret compartment. How could Xiao Fan possibly know this without approaching the drawer? What do you mean by that? Young man, how could I, Zhao Zongxiang, possibly hoard firearms? Zhao Zongxiang spoke coldly, suspecting that Xiao Fan might have been sent by a rival to undermine him. Perhaps equipped with a miniature camera. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. In the drawer to your right, the concealed compartment contains a silencer, caliber 9mm, with 8 rounds within. Zhao Zongxiang's expression darkened. The precision of Xiao Fan's words left no room for doubt. It was not mere conjecture. His immediate instinct was that there might be a traitor within the villa. Do you have a heart condition, Mr. Zhao? I believe you might be suffering from a serious ailment, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. His mental energy infiltrated Zhao Zongxiang's body, transforming into an invisible hand that grasped the latter's heart. You. Zhao Zongxiang's face changed dramatically as he felt an intense pain. The grip of Xiao Fan's mental force on his heart disrupted its rhythm, leading to a deficiency in blood supply throughout his body. See, I was right. There is indeed a problem with your heart, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Zhao Zongxiang immediately opened the drawer and pressed a hidden button, causing a phone concealed in the compartment to fall into his hand. What are you playing at? Stop this immediately. Zhao Zongxiang's face flushed with anger. Xiao Fan sat calmly, observing Zhao Zongxiang with a smile, showing no signs of fear. Stop at once, or I will end you, Zhao Zongxiang commanded harshly. Yet, Xiao Fan remained unfazed, his expression unchanging as Zhao Zongxiang's face turned red with rage. You are courting death, Zhao Zongxiang shouted, pulling the trigger. The bullet, propelled through the silencer, flew towards Xiao Fan's head with deadly precision. However, to Zhao Zongxiang's horror, the bullet began to slow, coming to a complete halt just a foot away from Xiao Fan. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Zhao Zongxiang fired 3 more shots in rapid succession. These bullets, too, were intercepted by Xiao Fan's mental force. Having acquired the ability to teleport, Xiao Fan's mental prowess had significantly increased, allowing him to easily intercept 3 or 4 bullets simultaneously. Moreover, the silencer reduced the sound of the gunfire considerably, but it also diminished the bullet's power. Go on, Xiao Fan said calmly as the 4 bullets clattered to the hardwood floor. Zhao Zongxiang's eyes were filled with astonishment. His hands trembled, and he dared not fire again. The 4 bullets had failed to harm Xiao Fan in the slightest, and he knew that another attempt would be futile. I concede, Zhao Zongxiang uttered in fear, never having imagined that someone like Xiao Fan could exist, rendering bullets utterly ineffective against him. Mr. Zhao, you have a heart condition. It would be wise to visit a hospital for a checkup, lest you meet an untimely and mysterious demise, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. Zhao Zongxiang put away the handgun, taking a deep breath as he said, with such capabilities, I, Zhao Zongxiang, yield. What is it that you desire? Though I dare not say too much, I can still muster 200 to 300 million in cash. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Zhao, there is no need to be so anxious. I am quite amenable and would never engage in the wanton slaughter of innocents. Of course, you are not entirely blameless either. Zhao Zongxiang's lips twitched. The Zhao family had achieved their current standing not merely through reasoned discourse in a county seat like this. Zhao, such items should not be carelessly discarded. It would be unfortunate if they were discovered, Xiao Fan remarked, gesturing toward the bullets on the ground. To Zhao Zongxiang's astonishment, for bullets levitated into the air. They whirred around him with lightning speed, and he feared that a collision would surely leave him with a new hole in his body. Stop. I completely submit. I can liquidate some assets and raise 500 million within a few days without issue. Anything beyond that would present complications requiring more time. Zhao Zongxiang stammered. Given Xiao Fan's demonstrated prowess, he surmised that even hundreds or thousands of people would not stand a chance against him. Xiao Fan replied calmly, "Do you believe I lack funds? The future world may not be so stable, and I require you to construct a large warehouse. I need to stockpile some supplies." Zhao Zongxiang paused, taken aback. "Is that it? The warehouse should be constructed without delay. A remote location is acceptable, but it must be easily accessible. It needs to cover approximately 20 acres. The foundation and walls must be reinforced concrete, 1 meter thick, employing high-strength concrete and ample rebar." Zhao Zongxiang inhaled deeply. "Goodness. A 1 meter thick wall of high-strength concrete. Are we building a warehouse or a fortress? The entire structure should be divided into 10 smaller warehouses, with a central road capable of accommodating heavy trucks, flanked by 5 independent warehouses on each side. The walls of these independent warehouses must also be half a meter thick. The warehouse should comprise 2 stories, each with a height of 10 meters, with half of the second floor designated for additional storage and the other half for living quarters. All doors within the warehouse must be high-strength alloy doors, impervious to collision even from fully loaded trucks. Additionally, 5 freight elevators and 2 passenger elevators are required, with the freight elevators needing a capacity exceeding 10 tons. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's specifications, Zhao Zongxiang felt utterly bewildered. "You are not merely constructing a warehouse. You are envisioning a formidable survival base," he remarked. Xiao Fan frowned. "Zhao, simply adhere to my requirements. Should a calamity truly occur, your family can take refuge within it. You will initially cover the cost of construction, and I will reimburse you once the warehouse is completed. How does that sound?" Zhao Zongxiang took a deep breath. "Since it would provide shelter for our Zhao family, how could I possibly accept your money for this construction? The cost of such a warehouse would not be trivial." Yet Zhao Zongxiang dared not request funds from Xiao Fan. "How long do you estimate it will take?" Xiao Fan inquired. Zhao Zongxiang pondered for a moment and remarked, "If the ground has only 2 layers with a meter-thick concrete layer, we can forego the pile foundation, thus saving a considerable amount of time. If we can engage a few more construction teams, I estimate we could complete it in 3 months." Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. "Does it really require such a lengthy duration?" Zhao Zongxiang quickly responded, "If we work tirelessly day and night, it should be achievable within 2 months." Xiao Fan nodded slightly. 2 months was acceptable to him. "I will grant you 2 months, and at that time, provide me with a cost estimate," he stated as he rose to his feet. "Mr. Zhao, today's discussions are confidential between us. I do not wish for a third party to be aware. Otherwise, the forces behind me may silence you." Zhao Zongxiang felt a chill run down his spine and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 65, Zhao Yukai was bewildered. "Xiao, please leave a contact number. I will keep you updated on the project as progress. Additionally, should you need anything else, you may reach out to me," Zhao Zongxiang said, a mix of anxiety and excitement in his voice. As a successful businessman, he understood that Xiao Fan's approach might not be entirely unfavorable. The Zhao family held considerable influence in Leishan County, yet their reach was limited to this small territory. Zhao Zongxiang harbored greater ambitions, but any expansion by the Zhao family could encroach upon the interests of other powers. Furthermore, having brought the Zhao family to its current stature, he sensed an underlying risk. If a formidable entity sought to engulf the Zhao family, they might not withstand the assault. "Very well," Xiao Fan replied calmly, leaving his phone number and WeChat contact with Zhao Zongxiang. "Expedite the warehouse's construction while ensuring quality is not compromised." Zhao Zongxiang nodded fervently, "Rest assured. Even if it means halting other projects, I will prioritize the timely completion of the warehouse you require, Xiao." "Indeed," Xiao Fan acknowledged. Shortly thereafter, he departed, while Zhao Yukai remained, retreating to the study. "Dad, Xiao Fan is rather arrogant. Leishan County is our Zhao family's territory. What if I were to teach him a lesson?" Zhao Yukai quickly suggested, envisioning Su Yue's image in his mind. If he could handle Xiao Fan, he was confident he could win Su Yue's favor. Slap. Zhao Zongxiang raised his hand and struck Zhao Yukai's face sharply. "Show some respect for your classmate. If I discover any disrespect towards him, I will break your legs." Zhao Zongxiang admonished sternly. Zhao Yukai clutched his face in disbelief. Was Xiao Fan truly the favored son, while he was merely an adopted child? "Dad, why?" he protested. "He is an orphan, having lost both parents. Must I treat him with utmost reverence?" Zhao Yukai retorted indignantly. Zhao Zongxiang recalled the earlier scene where Xiao Fan effortlessly deflected several bullets. A prodigy who could evade bullets was not someone the Zhao family could afford to offend. As Xiao Fan stood still, an intense pain surged through his heart. He possessed the means to silently eliminate his adversary, leaving no trace of the cause of death. With a sharp clap, Zhao Zongxiang raised his hand once more. Even I must address him as young Master Xiao, if he were truly as simple as you suggest. Do you think I have lost my sanity? Zhao Zongxiang declared ominously. Zhao Yukai shuddered. He recognized that his father was genuinely furious. Father, does he have significant connections? Zhao Yukai asked incredulously. Zhao Zongxiang furrowed his brow and replied, if he wishes to annihilate the Zhao family, we would not survive 3 days. He is your high school classmate? Indeed, Zhao Yukai nodded. Zhao Zongxiang spoke solemnly, then you should leverage this relationship to curry favor with him. If he has any demands, do your utmost to fulfill them. I will fully support you. Zhao Youcai's heart trembled. Who exactly was Xiao Fan? Father, I just encountered his girlfriend. She is quite beautiful. I may have said something inappropriate. What should I do now? Zhao Zongxiang's eyes widened in shock. And you are still here? Go and apologize at once. Is this something that needs to be taught? If you cannot earn his forgiveness, do not return. I will go immediately. Zhao Yukai hastily departed. Zhao Zongxiang gazed out the window, lost in thought. At his level, he was vaguely aware of the existence of martial arts families and sects. Yet he had not anticipated that such a figure could be so formidable. A young person capable of reaching such heights must be an extraordinary martial arts genius, likely holding a significant position within a martial sect. Zhao Zongxiang pondered to himself. Xiao Fan arrived at the hospital first, where Shen Anmei had returned to her bed, the nurse having applied the necessary medication. Is everything all right, senior? Siyue sighed in relief upon seeing Xiao Fan return unscathed. Xiao Fan smiled lightly. What could possibly happen to me? Shen Anmei reassured him. Xiao Fan, I have only a minor issue. I will recover in a couple of days. It's getting late. You should take Yue and the others home. Su Yue suggested, tomorrow is the weekend. Let us find a hotel to stay overnight and visit Yaya and the others. Yes. We've already discussed it. Lu Shuiyan chimed in cheerfully. At that moment, Zhao Yukai rushed in anxiously. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, he suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, Brother Xiao? I was in the wrong earlier. You can hit or scold me as you wish. Su Yue and the others stared at Zhao Yukai in astonishment. Why had he, who was once so arrogant, become so submissive? Did your father strike you? Xiao Fan inquired, noticing the imprint of a hand on Zhao Youcai's face. Zhao Yukai nodded. Looking towards Su Yue. Sister-in-law, it was my mistake to tease you earlier. You may hit me to vent your frustrations. Su Yue's face flushed. Who is your sister-in-law? Do not speak carelessly. Zhao Yukai looked surprised. Sister-in-law? You were the one who claimed to have a boyfriend. Wasn't he at Brother Xiao? You and Xiao Gu are truly well matched. I believe you two together is a splendid notion. At once, Su Yue's complexion deepened with a blush. I only said that to dissuade you from lingering too long. Zhao Yukai nodded in understanding. So that is the case. It is not incorrect for me to address you as sister-in-law, for it seems inevitable that you and Xiao Gu will be together in due time. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you should take your leave promptly. The matron requires peace to recuperate. Zhao Yukai exhaled in relief, hastily rising to his feet. Xiao Gu, do you have any further instructions? Should you have any requests, I, Zhao Yukai, shall be your loyal subordinate, ready to comply with your every command. Zhao Yukai spoke with a hint of bashfulness. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. The orphanage is short-staffed. Arrange for 2 individuals to join, preferably with relevant experience. But do not coerce anyone. Moreover, given the substantial wealth of the Zhao family, how can you bear to see the dilapidated state of the orphanage right beneath your noses? I hope to see some positive changes upon your next visit. Zhao Yukai nodded vigorously. Xiao Gu, I assure you I will make the arrangements meticulously. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Fan dismissed him, and Zhao Yukai hurriedly departed. Shen Anmei, somewhat astonished, remarked, Xiao Fan, are you referring to the Zhao family in question? Su Yue and El Haiyan were unaware of the Zhao family, but Shen Anmei, having lived in Leishan County her entire life, could not possibly be oblivious to the local gentry, the Zhao clan. Indeed, Xiao Fan affirmed with a nod. Shen Anmei gazed at Xiao Fan in disbelief. That he could command the Zhao family to bow was astonishing, regardless of the means he employed. She remained unaware that Zhao Yukai was the son of Zhao Zongxiang, or else her astonishment would have intensified. Thank you, Xiao Fan, Shen Anmei expressed. The orphanage currently has only 3 adults overseeing dozens of children, managing both the interior and exterior, often feeling overwhelmed. Since the Zhao family has consented to send 2 individuals, there should be no issues. Matron, you may rest assured to focus on your recovery, Xiao Fan smiled. Chapter 66, Meeting General Jean Ding Ding. Xiao Fan's phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Tang Zitian. Exiting the hospital room, Xiao Fan answered the call. Xiao, there is a situation in Myanmar. It seems that Sang Wei's men have returned to the warehouse for inspection. They found nothing inside and discovered no records of any vehicles or ships transporting the contents away. Tang Zitian's voice relayed. Xiao Fan squinted. He had sabotaged the surveillance at the warehouse entrance upon his departure, and even if Sang Wei's men uncovered this, they would have no tangible evidence. Is there a problem, Boss Tang? Xiao Fan inquired with a light chuckle. Xiao, without any records of transport by vehicles or vessels. Yet a substantial amount of goods has vanished. They suspect the items were secretly removed. Tang Zitian elaborated. Some individuals have reported to the authorities, and the police in Myanmar suspect that there may be contraband involved. An investigation is currently underway, and there is a possibility that they may collaborate with our police in China. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The absence of shipping records strongly suggests that these items may have been smuggled away. Given the reports, it is understandable for the Myanmar police to harbor such suspicions. This, of course, is not favorable news for him. Xiao, if you plan to visit Myanmar again, it is highly likely that the local police will wish to question you. And our police may also seek your input. You need to be cautious, Tang Zitian advised. The items had been prepared at Tang Zitian's behest in Myanmar. 1,000 Tang knives are not considered contraband. Yet, being approached by the police presents its own set of complications. Xiao Fan pondered and then inquired, Tang boss, could you possibly arrange for General Jean to intervene? Tang Xiao, that might not be very convenient. The officer in charge does not have a good rapport with General Jean. They belong to two distinct systems, and General Jean may not be inclined to get involved in this mess, Tang Zitian replied apologetically. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Fan suggested, Tang boss, could you invite General Jean to visit Rueli? If you could make a trip there and speak with him face to face, it might yield better results. He was keen to resolve this matter discreetly before it escalated further. Tang Zitian expressed surprise. You wish to meet General Jean? It might be more effective if I speak directly with General Jean, Xiao Fan clarified. Tang Zitian considered for a moment and said, given my relationship with General Jean, arranging a secret meeting in Rueli should not pose a significant issue. When would you like to come? He asked. Xiao Fan responded, General Jean will need time to arrive. So I will take the earliest flight tomorrow morning. Very well, Xiao. I will send Yang Jun to pick you up, Tang Zitian confirmed. After hanging up, Xiao Fan checked the flight schedule. The earliest flight departed at 6:30 in the morning. He realized he would not make it to the airport in time. Yue, I must take a trip. The earliest flight leaves tomorrow morning, so I need to head back to the city. Xiao Fan informed Su Yue as he entered the hospital room. Su Yue nodded, Senior, it's quite late now. Please drive carefully on your way back. Shannon Mei added. Xiao Fan, why don't you first take Yue and the others to their hotel? I'm a bit concerned about two young ladies finding a hotel at this hour. All right, take care of your recovery. Dean, Xiao Fan smiled as he reassured her. Before long, he had escorted Su Yue and her companions to a nearby 4-star hotel. Yue, I will send you Zhao Yotsai's phone number. If you encounter any trouble in Leishan County, you can reach out to him. He will surely assist you. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Although Zhao Yukai might not possess significant power himself, he is backed by Zhao Zongxiang, the head of the Zhao family, who holds considerable influence in the region. Senior, please be cautious while you are away, Su Yue advised. Rest assured, Xiao Fan replied before departing. El Shuiyin waved her hand in front of Su Yue's eyes. Yue, snap out of it. Your senior has already departed. Now it is just your sister here. Su Yue shot El Shuiyin a glance and urged, hurry and wash up. You should rest. Tomorrow, accompanying Yaya and the others will not be an easy task. As night passed, the following morning, Xiao Fan drove to the airport. Having his own vehicle was indeed quite convenient. Young Master Xiao at Mang City Airport. Yang Jun arrived to pick up Xiao Fan, driving Tang Zitian's Rolls-Royce. Brother Yang, when will General Jean arrive? Xiao Fan inquired once he was in the car. Yang Jun respectfully replied, Young Master Xiao, General Jean should arrive around the same time as you. All right, I'll catch a bit of sleep, Xiao Fan yawned. I went to bed late last night and had to wake up before dawn to catch the flight. If he had not engaged in mental training the previous night. Under his current condition, Xiao Fan could easily go days without sleep. However, he would not neglect his daily mental training. Time passed slowly. General Jean arrived in Rueli ahead of schedule and met with Tang Zitian, who was accompanied by several formidable bodyguards. Boss Tang, it's been quite a while, General Jean said as he embraced Tang Zitian. His imposing stature made Tang Ziqian appear comparatively slender. General Jin, it has indeed been some time since we last gathered. This is a perfect opportunity for us to reconnect, Tang Ziqian replied with a smile. General Jin revealed a few gold teeth as he spoke. Boss Tang. Our friendship runs deep, but I must respectfully disagree with your assertion that Xiao Fan possesses formidable martial arts skills. I have encountered many martial artists from your country. Their flashy techniques may dazzle on stage, but in actual combat, they are hardly noteworthy. Tang Ziqian frowned slightly at General Jin's words. Despite their close friendship, he found it difficult to concur with such a statement. General Jin, you are mistaken. Young Master Xiao possesses genuine skill. This I assure you is no deceit, Tang Ziqian asserted. General Jin shook his head and pointed to a bodyguard who had accompanied him, stating, This is Taida, a 3-time Southeast Asian Muay Thai champion. It is individuals like him who are true experts. Boss Tang, as my friend, I implore you not to be misled, he warned. Tang Ziqian chuckled. General Jin. You will understand once you meet young Master Xiao. At that moment, the sound of a car horn echoed. Yang Jun returned in the Rolls-Royce, prompting Tang Ziqian to rise and greet him. Young Master Xiao, General Jin has just arrived. He expresses skepticism regarding your prowess, believing that our country's martial arts are mere flashy displays. Tang Ziqian lowered his voice. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Though he possessed extraordinary abilities, he recognized that they did not necessarily represent the entirety of Chinese martial arts, which undoubtedly held genuine merit that should not be belittled by outsiders. General Jin, allow me to introduce you. This is young Master Xiao, Tang Ziqian said. Young Master Xiao, General Jin is a general from Myanmar, commanding an army of 20,000. General Jin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Fan smiled as he extended his hand. However, General Jin showed no inclination to reciprocate, instead directing his gaze towards a companion beside him. Let us shake hands, the individual beside General Jin said, reaching out towards Xiao Fan. A flicker of cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes, while Tang Ziqian also expressed mild displeasure, considering he had facilitated the introduction. Very well, let us shake hands. Xiao Fan replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Their hands clasped together, revealing that Xiao Fan's hand was noticeably smaller. The opponent immediately exerted force, aiming to put Xiao Fan at a disadvantage. Hee. A look of disdain appeared on Xiao Fan's face. His physique had been enhanced, rendering his muscles and bones significantly stronger than those of an ordinary human. With the aid of mental energy, he could even crush a block of iron. Chapter 67. Shall we continue our sparring? Iron Hand. Take it easy. We wouldn't want to injure our esteemed martial artist, General Jin remarked. He held immense confidence in the strength of his subordinate. The grip strength of an average adult male hovers around 40 to 50 kilograms, while this particular subordinate's strength was a staggering 150 kilograms, surpassing that of an average person by threefold. Rest assured, boss, Iron Hand grinned, little brat. It would be wiser for you to focus on your studies. Observing Xiao Fan's delicate hands, devoid of calluses, Iron Hand dismissed any notion of Xiao Fan's superiority. However, Iron Hand's expression soon changed. He had already increased his strength to 60 or 70%, achieving a grip exceeding 100 kilograms, yet Xiao Fan remained unfazed, exuding an air of ease while an overwhelming force emanated from his hand. You have provoked me, little brat, Iron Hand barked, swiftly ramping up his grip strength to 90%, enough to crush the hand of an average person. Yet, the power transmitted from Xiao Fan's hand was even greater, compelling him to unleash his full strength. Is that all you've got? Xiao Fan remarked with a faint smile, intensifying the force in his grip. His physique had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, with a single-handed grip strength nearing 300 kilograms. Iron Hand attempted to endure, believing that even if Xiao Fan was stronger, he could withstand it. However, when the force from Xiao Fan's hand exceeded 200 kilograms, he could no longer bear it. His face flushed crimson. I concede. Iron Hand exclaimed in a panic, knowing that if this continued, his hand would be rendered useless. Is that it? You surrender at the very beginning? How lackluster. Xiao Fan shook his head, applying a bit more pressure. Iron Hand's eyes squinted in agony, the excruciating pain nearly bringing him to tears. How can someone of such stature possess such meager strength? Xiao Fan mused, maintaining his composure as he released his grip. Iron Hand withdrew his hand, concealing it behind his back, trembling uncontrollably. Boss, allow me to challenge him, a champion of free fighting beside General Jin offered, eager to restore his superior's honor. Even though Xiao Fan possesses immense strength, it does not necessarily imply proficiency in combat. Xiao Fan shook his head, declaring, There is no need for such complications. You brought a dagger, did you not? If you manage to draw a single drop of my blood, I concede defeat. The free-fighting champion, Tai Ta, narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Are you serious? Xiao Fan turned to Yang Jun. Brother Yang, it's your turn. Yang Jun nodded affirmatively, drawing a dagger from his waist and swiftly lunged towards Xiao Fan with fierce intent, aware that Xiao Fan could withstand bullets. Yang Jun realized that wounding him with a dagger was an impossibility. The expressions of General Jin and the others shifted to concern. Were they truly engaging in such perilous play? As Yang Jun's dagger approached within 10 centimeters of Xiao Fan, he felt as though he were penetrating solid rubber. Advancing even a single centimeter proved exceedingly arduous. Young Master Xiao, your protective energy is formidable. I cannot proceed, Yang Jun admitted, shaking his head. General Jin and the others exchanged doubtful glances. Yang Jun did not appear to be acting, yet could there truly be such a formidable martial artist among the Huagua people? Tai Ta, your turn, General Jin commanded solemnly. Yes, General. Tai Ta unsheathed his dagger, took a step back, and then surged forward with all his might, thrusting the blade towards Xiao Fan's shoulder. Xiao Fan's mental energy manifested as countless threads wrapping around the dagger. When the blade was merely 10 centimeters away, he exerted his mental force outward, and Tai Ta experienced the same resistance as Yang Jun. Advancing the dagger even a centimeter was a monumental challenge. Tai Ta withdrew the dagger and aimed a vicious thrust at Xiao Fan's chest, yet the result remained unchanged. If you had a silenced pistol, why not try that instead? Xiao Fan suggested casually. A glimmer of determination sparked in General Jin's eyes. He possessed a pistol equipped with a silencer. Without hesitation, he drew it and aimed 2 shots at Xiao Fan's thighs. Given the proximity, General Jin had complete confidence in his marksmanship. Xiao Fan stood still, unflinching. As the bullets approached his legs, clang, clang, the 2 bullets fell to the ground, leaving General Jin and the others in a state of shock. Even Tang Zitian was taken aback. He had heard Yang Jun mention that Xiao Fan could catch bullets with his bare hands, but witnessing it firsthand was an overwhelming experience. Shall we continue our sparring? Xiao Fan inquired gently, glancing at Tai Ta. Tai Ta shook his head repeatedly, realizing that even bullets could not harm this monster. Approaching him would be akin to delivering oneself to slaughter. A single move from Xiao Fan could very well leave him bedridden for months. You are impressive, I concede. Iron Hand admitted, a hint of respect in his voice. Having just been defeated, he initially felt a twinge of defiance. But witnessing Xiao Fan withstand bullets made him recognize the futility of his own abilities in comparison. My apologies for my ignorance, young Master Xiao. Huagua is indeed a civilization with a legacy spanning thousands of years. Such martial prowess is nothing short of miraculous, General Jin remarked, bowing his head in respect. Even with an army of 20,000 at his command, General Jin found himself utterly humbled in the presence of a figure like Xiao Fan. If Xiao Fan were to decide to take his life, General Jin doubted he would survive. Furthermore, it seemed implausible that Xiao Fan possessed such formidable prowess without the backing of a truly terrifying force. The mere thought sent shivers down General Jin's spine. General Jin, shall we sit down for a conversation? Xiao Fan inquired, his tone calm. By the way, I wish for the recent events to remain confidential. Should any word escape, it could lead to dire consequences. General Jin nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Xiao. He then addressed his subordinates. Tata, it is imperative that this information does not leave this room. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to resort to ruthless measures. Tata and his companions quickly nodded in compliance. With a wave of his hand, General Jin signaled for Tata and the others to exit. Tang Zitian also instructed Yang Jun to leave, leaving only Xiao Fan and his 2 companions in the room. Tang Zitian chuckled lightly. General Jin, we have been friends for decades. Would I deceive you? Now you truly comprehend the extent of Xiao's capabilities, do you not? Indeed, General Jin replied, nodding. This visit has been enlightening and worthwhile. Tang Zitian poured a cup of tea for Xiao Fan, who took a sip. I killed Sang Wei, Xiao Fan stated. General Jin's expression shifted. Sang Wei was a notorious drug lord, and those who sought his demise were certainly outnumbered by those who wished to protect him. The fact that Sang Wei had perished at Xiao Fan's hands indicated that if Xiao Fan desired General Jin's death, even in his own stronghold, he would be doomed. Tang Zitian continued, General Jin, Sang Wei attempted to eliminate Xiao twice. The first time, Xiao granted him a chance, but the second time, he remained obstinately unrepentant. Indeed. Well done, General Jin affirmed with a nod. The death of such a drug lord was undoubtedly a boon for the citizens of all nations. Tang Zitian added. Xiao Xiao has asked me to invite you for a matter requiring your assistance. Recently, he commissioned me to procure a substantial quantity of supplies. But the sect behind Xiao Xiao wishes to remain undisclosed, so I hope this will not attract any inquiries. General Jean was taken aback. 10,000 tons of grain. Just how powerful is the sect behind Xiao Fan? General Jean, can you assist? Xiao Fan inquired softly. If you cannot, I would appreciate an introduction to the officer in charge of this matter in Myanmar, as I would prefer to speak with him directly. Absolutely, I can. General Jean replied hastily. He was not on good terms with the officer responsible and wished to prevent any contact between him and Xiao Fan. Chapter 68. Achieving 3 minor objectives. Xiao Fan asked, General Jean, are you certain? Please do not overexert yourself. General Jean nodded. Of course, I am certain. The officer in charge is difficult to deal with, and I typically avoid engaging with him, but since this pertains to Xiao Xiao, I will make every effort to assist. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Then I will rely on you for this matter. It is crucial that no complications arise, otherwise, I may find myself in trouble. And you could very well face difficulties as well. Rest assured, young Master Xiao, there will be no issues, General Jean promptly assured. Xiao Fan smiled and replied. Then I shall entrust this matter to you, General Jean. Your decades-long friendship with Boss Tang is truly enviable. I hope we can also establish a lasting camaraderie. Tang Zitian felt a surge of joy in his heart. With Xiao Fan's words, his previous efforts towards Xiao Fan now seemed entirely worthwhile. General Jean chuckled, Young Master Xiao. We shall be friends from now on. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I still hold some influence in Myanmar. Very well. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. General Jean then stood, saying, Young Master Xiao, this matter cannot be delayed. I shall make a call back home and personally ensure it is handled properly. When you arrive in Myanmar, we shall gather again. I will treat you to a few drinks. Xiao Fan also rose. General Jean, I truly appreciate your efforts on this matter. A small matter, he replied. Boss Tang, I take my leave. General Jean quickly departed, as he needed to manage this issue effectively. Young Master Xiao, I feel somewhat inadequate for having troubled you with this, Tang Zitian expressed apologetically. Xiao Fan shook his head. No, I should be the one thanking you. Knowing someone like General Jean is indeed beneficial for me. It will facilitate my actions over there. Tang Zitian smiled. I must also thank you, young Master Xiao. Your display of formidable strength has significantly stabilized my relationship with General Jean. Favors may wane over time, and interests can be overshadowed by greater ones. Only strength remains eternal. As his wealth grew, Tang Zitian had sensed the looming crisis. General Jean had gradually become more avaricious in his dealings with him. However, with Xiao Fan's recent emergence and their favorable rapport, Tang Zitian knew that General Jean would likely temper his greed, which would be greatly advantageous for him. Boss Tang, have you recently acquired any fine raw stones? Since I am here, I would like to take a look if you have, Xiao Fan said with a light smile. Tang Zitian's eyes brightened. Young Master Xiao, I've recently procured about a dozen fine raw stones. Knowing Xiao Fan's capabilities, Tang Zitian had certainly made the acquisitions. The top-tier raw stones carry high prices and significant risks, yet with Xiao Fan, there was no risk at all. Let us go take a look. Xiao Fan responded with a smile. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Tang Zitian's raw stone warehouse, which housed a total of 12 stones. Slightly smaller on average than the previous 11. With his enhanced mental acuity, Xiao Fan could now utilize his ability to see through the stones 3 to 4 times in a short span. He swiftly assessed all 12 stones in one go. One stone exhibited a meteoric rise, 2 others plummeted, while the rest experienced minor fluctuations. After a few minutes, Xiao Fan had thoroughly examined them and spoke. Tang Zitian's eyes sparkled with surprise. Xiao Fan had used the term meteoric rise. Clearly, without a tenfold increase, Xiao Fan would not have employed such an expression. The price of raw jade here starts at a staggering 30 to 40 million, and if it appreciates tenfold, the jade extracted could be worth at least 3 to 4 billion, revealing astonishing profits. Which pieces surged in value, young Master Xiao? Tang Zitian inquired eagerly. Xiao Fan pointed to a larger specimen, stating, This one, its jade content is exceedingly valuable. I estimate it to be worth around 5 to 6 billion. Tang Zitian inhaled sharply. The jade within this single piece alone could cover the cost of purchasing all these raw stones. The remaining pieces could be sold later. The estimated profit stands at 5 billion. Should he pay Xiao Fan a consultancy fee of 10 million per raw stone, he would earn 380 million, over 3 times Xiao Fan's share. Tang Zietian felt he was profiting immensely. Young Master Xiao, I shall offer you 200 million as a consultancy fee, Tang Zietian declared. As long as Xiao Fan was willing to accept, he would gladly pay even 300 million. Xiao Fan shook his head. We agreed on the terms, 10 million per stone. Just give me 120 million. Will you continue to have such good fortune in the future? If there are no stones that appreciate significantly, you may incur losses. Despite Tang Zietian's attempts to persuade him further, Xiao Fan remained steadfast. Very well, I shall abide by your decision, Tang Zietian conceded. Shortly thereafter, Tang Zietian arranged for 120 million to be transferred to Xiao Fan's account. The bank president, upon receiving news of such a substantial transfer, rushed to the bank at the fastest speed possible. Look, the previous balance in Mr. Xiao's account was 220 million. And with the new transfer of 120 million, the total now stands at 340 million, the bank manager reported, astonished. As a bank manager, she had witnessed numerous large transactions, yet seeing over 300 million in a checking account was unprecedented. Depositing such a sum in a fixed account could yield over 10 million in a year. Is there any issue with the source of funds? No. The funds originate from the Tang Group, the president affirmed with a nod. He pondered whether he should personally meet Xiao Fan. Losing a client of such caliber would be a significant loss for the bank. In just 2 months, over 300 million earned. What an impressive feat. The president marveled internally. Although he earned a substantial salary as a bank president, it paled in comparison to the earnings Xiao Fan achieved in a month. General Jin and his companions drove swiftly back into the borders of Myanmar. Tai Shou, Tai Ta, what are your thoughts on young Master Xiao? General Jin asked. In the vehicle, only Tai Shou and Tai Ta accompanied him. Tai Ta replied solemnly, General, we must never offend young Master Xiao. A person like him could eliminate us as easily as one would a chicken, and he undoubtedly has formidable forces backing him. Iron Hand remarked, young Master Xiao is merely in his 20s. I have studied the ancient martial arts of Huagua, and those who have mastered their internal skills may live to the age of 150. Who knows the prowess of his mentors within the sect? General Jin wore a subtle smile. Our acquaintance with young Master Xiao presents a rare opportunity. You must exercise discretion. Understood, both Iron Hand and Tato replied in unison. They hoped to glean some knowledge from Xiao Fan. The fact that Xiao Fan could withstand bullets was immensely tantalizing if they could achieve such feats. Their lives would undoubtedly improve significantly. Chapter 69, a financial aid for the impoverished. Having entrusted the matter to General Jin, Xiao Fan returned to the city with a sense of assurance. Given General Jin's influence in Myanmar, it was inconceivable that he would falter in such a trivial matter. With Sang Wei deceased, who would dare to offend General Jin? Even a police officer who might have had issues with him would not disregard the general's authority, as provoking him would yield no benefits. Ding ding. Just as Xiao Fan disembarked from the plane, his phone rang. It was his advisor, Feng Haichuan. Old phone. You aren't planning to expel me again, are you? Xiao Fan inquired. Feng Haichuan quickly reassured him, of course not. The school has allocated spots for impoverished students, and I have secured 2 for our class, one of which is for you. Excuse me? Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. A spot for impoverished students? Feng Haichuan explained. Xiao Fan, although you own a house in the city, your parents have passed away, so there's no issue with granting you this spot. Some classmates in worse circumstances than yours have received it in the past 2 years. I consulted them, and they unanimously agreed to your receiving it. Xiao Fan pondered. He currently had several small financial goals, so receiving financial aid for impoverished students seemed quite absurd. Cough. Old Feng, please don't allocate that aid to me. I don't meet the criteria. Feng Haichuan encouraged him. Xiao Fan, the financial aid is worth 3,000 yuan. Don't feel embarrassed. Our ability to secure 2 spots is partly due to you. Vice Principal Xue intended to expel you, and this allocation can be seen as a form of compensation. After much deliberation, I believe it's best for you to receive one of the spots. Xiao Fan cleared his throat and said, Old Feng, I must be candid. I am, in fact, a billionaire. Please, do not grant me this aid. I absolutely refuse it. Feng Haichuan retorted, if you are truly a billionaire, then I must be on the Forbes list. If you persist, I will indeed give the spot to someone else. Please, give it to someone else. I insist. Xiao Fan quickly replied. After hanging up, a warm current flowed through Xiao Fan's heart. Although Feng Haichuan was not much older than him and was still pursuing his graduate studies, he was indeed a commendable advisor. Old Feng, you must strive harder. Your name has yet to appear on the Forbes list. Xiao Fan pondered to himself. Third brother, in an hour, you should visit the new house. He sent a message to Shinshin. Alone? Shinshin quickly replied. Xiao Fan reflected for a moment and said, if the eldest brother and second brother are available, invite them along. Shortly thereafter, Shinshin summoned Kong Su and Yi Fei. They assumed it was an invitation for a meal, and their enthusiasm was palpable. After all, Su Yue's culinary skills were exceptional. What is going on? Shinshin inquired as they arrived at the door, ringing the bell with no response. Su Yue and El Shuiyan had yet to return. What is the matter, third brother? We're at the door, but there's no reaction when we ring the bell. Shinshin called Xiao Fan. At that moment, Xiao Fan was in the underground parking lot. Take the elevator to the first basement level. Soon, Shinshin and the others arrived and saw Xiao Fan, who stood beside two supercars. Fatty, someone gifted me 2 cars. This Porsche 918 is for you. Don't refuse it. Your father gave me a house, and I certainly didn't refuse that. Xiao Fan tossed the key of the 918 to Shinshin. Shinshin caught it, staring blankly at Xiao Fan, while Kong Su and Yi Fei were equally astonished. What is going on? Third brother, what does this mean? Shinshin asked incredulously. He had a passion for cars, especially supercars, and could tell that both vehicles were high-end models. The Porsche 918 alone was worth over 15 million. Xiao Fan chuckled. Didn't I mention it? A business partner gifted me these cars. You can take this 918. Later, Yue will give me another one. And I want to have space to park it. Shinshin gulped. Third brother, do you realize how expensive this car is? About 15 million, right? Shinshin rolled his eyes. You actually know it's worth that much? Your house is only half that price. Besides, that was a gift from my father for saving his life. I can enjoy it, but I can't accept it as a gift. If I did, my father would break my legs. Xiao Fan turned to Kong Su and the others. Eldest brother, second brother, please help me persuade fourth brother. Kong Su shook his head. Fatty's family is wealthy. I want to advise him to accept this car. If you want to convert it into cash, it would be better to ask Fatty to buy it. Shinshin's eyes lit up. If I buy it from you, my father might actually agree. But he wouldn't allow me to buy it from someone else. I'll call my father right away. Xiao Fan quickly interjected, Fatty, do you think I would be in need of money if someone gifted me such cars? The bank heist reward was 500,000. Shinshin replied, third brother, I absolutely want to accept this car. How about you give it to Su Shuemei later? Beautiful cars and beautiful women, huh? Xiao Fan shook his head. She hasn't even taken her driving test yet. Even with a driver's license in hand, how could she, as a novice driver, manage such a supercar? Yi Fei inquired. Third brother, what business are you involved in? How could someone gift you such a luxurious vehicle? Gemstone betting, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. I possess considerable expertise in this field and have helped a client earn a substantial profit. Kong Su, with a serious expression, cautioned. Many have suffered devastating losses in gemstone betting. Are you certain there are no issues? I no longer gamble myself. I merely charge a consulting fee. I assess the value of raw stones, and if the client profits handsomely, there might be a bonus involved, Xiao Fan explained. Shinshin grinned. It's remarkable that excelling in studies brings such benefits. Third brother, I never realized you were studying this. Now you're even a gemstone consultant. Impressive. How much do you estimate for a raw stone? Xiao Fan raised a finger. 10,000. If you go and check out 10 or 8 stones, you could earn quite a bit, Shinshin exclaimed. Let us go. I'm hungry, and we need to find somewhere to eat. Tonight, it's your treat, third brother. We must indulge ourselves. Xiao Fan nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. The consulting fee for assessing a raw stone was not merely 10,000, but rather 10 million. Boom, boom. The 4 of them split into 2 luxury cars, which swiftly exited the garage. Before long, they arrived at an upscale restaurant. This was a place they had frequented before, where Shinshin had hosted guests. The 4 of them spent over 10,000 on their meal. However, they had not returned since, as the prices were indeed exorbitant. Given the financial backgrounds of Kong Su and Yi Fei, they could occasionally afford such indulgences. But as students relying on their family's finances, it seemed unnecessary. Third brother, let us indulge ourselves today. You need to splurge a little. Let us not discuss the car anymore. That's absolutely off the table, Shinshin remarked while browsing the menu. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. All right, feel free to order. Once you're done, I'll share some news about Yue's friend. She has returned to the capital and is currently in Leishan County with Yue. Xiao Fan thought highly of El Shuiyan's looks and character, hoping one of Shinshin's group could win her affection. Your sister-in-law's friend? Come on, you order. Big brother. Third brother, shall we have a private chat over there? Shinshin eagerly tossed the menu to Kong Su. They all recognized Su Yui's beauty and character, believing her friend would be equally commendable. Chapter 70. Liang Wu became a vegetative state enough. We can negotiate on other matters, but not this, Yifei stated, clenching his fist. Shinshin chuckled awkwardly, second brother, as a practitioner. How can you also be swayed by earthly desires? Pursuing romance isn't beneficial for your martial arts. You need to think carefully. Xiao Fan laughed. Fatty. Stop rambling and order already. You've dined here many times. Pick some exquisite dishes. Spending 10,000 per person is no problem. Then I want to hold back. Shinshin swiftly selected the dishes, and the total cost was roughly equivalent to their previous dining experience, over 10,000. Even though he was aware that Xiao Fan was now quite capable of earning money, Shinshin would never foolishly exploit him. Third brother. I believe you ought to video call your sister-in-law, Shinshin stated with a piercing gaze. Indeed, Kong Su and Yifei nodded in agreement. Given their family backgrounds, it would be easy for them to find a suitable girlfriend, yet their families did not permit such endeavors. And who could ascertain the intentions of those attracted by wealth? Very well, Xiao Fan said as he initiated a video call to Su Yue. Su Yue and Lu Shuiyin had now arrived at the hotel. While Shen Anmei had yet to be discharged from the hospital, they planned to bring her home the following day. Senior, Su Yue quickly answered the video call. Xiao Fan smiled and inquired, Yue, is everything going well today? Senior, quite well, Su Yue replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. It was indeed the first time Xiao Fan had video called her. Greetings, sister-in-law. Hello, Su Jr., Shinshin and Kong Su chimed in, waving as they appeared on the screen. On Su Yue's end, Lu Shuiyin and she huddled together, eager to greet Xiao Fan. Lu Shuiyin had just finished her shower, her hair still damp. The moment Shinshin and the others laid eyes on her, their expressions brightened. She was undeniably a beauty. Rated at least a 9 out of 10, even without makeup. Although there was a noticeable difference when compared to Su Yue, they found her exceptionally appealing. Su Senior. I will take good care of Yue. You need not worry, Lu Shuiyin teased. Are these your roommates? Hello, I am Lu Shuiyin. Shinshin and the others quickly introduced themselves. Once the introductions were complete, Xiao Fan and Su Yue exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Eldest brother. Second brother, how about showcasing a bit of your charm? Shinshin suggested, glancing at Kong Su and Yifei. Kong Su shook his head. Other matters are negotiable. But this cannot be forced. Yifei added, Lu Shuiyin is also my type. Let's compete fairly. Xiao Fan observed the lively exchange. He felt that any pairing among Lu Shuiyin and the three of them would be acceptable. If fate did not favor them, there was little that could be done. Third brother, say a word. Shinshin placed his hopes upon Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly, do your best. If you manage to win her over, it will be convenient for Yue as she would have her closest friend. If all three of you make an effort and fail, I shall certainly look down upon you. Shinshin patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, third brother, I will definitely win her over. Uffed. Kong Su and Yifei expressed their disdain. After finishing their meal, Xiao Fan effortlessly settled the bill, which amounted to nearly 15,000, a considerable sum for the average person, but merely a drop in the ocean for him. Shinshin chuckled. Third brother, I will accompany you to Leishan County tomorrow. I will go pick up sister-in-law and bring back junior sister Lu Shuiyin. Xiao Fan shook his head. They can take a taxi back on their own. Shinshin's eyes widened. Third brother, what if something happens to them on the way? Xiao Fan, somewhat irritated, replied. You barely know Lu Shuiyin. You are rushing to play the sycophant, and I highly doubt it will end well. A sycophant meets a grim fate. Kong Su and Yifei secretly sighed in relief, as they could not allow Shinshin to seize this opportunity. Before long, the next day arrived. As noon approached, Siyue and the others finally returned, and Xiao Fan arranged a meal for everyone. Lu Shuiyin had grown more familiar with Kong Su and the others. However, to gauge who among them she favored was still premature. If Lu Shuiyin were so easily swayed in choosing a boyfriend, she would have already had one back in the capital. Ding ding. After the meal, a call came in from Leah. Sisterly, you've never called me before. What is the matter? Xiao Fan inquired with a smile. On the other end, Leah's eyes were red. Her voice choked as she said, Xiao Fan. Captain Liang has had an accident. He was attacked last night after work and suffered a severe blow to the head. He was resuscitated through the night and his life was saved, but he remains in a coma. The doctors say he may not wake up and is likely to become a vegetable. As she spoke, Leah broke into tears, her sobs pouring forth. Xiao Fan's expression changed drastically. Liang Wu had been investigating his parents' case with a team. The attack on Liang Wu was likely connected to the case he was handling. Of course, given Liang Wu's 2 decades of experience in criminal investigation, it was also possible that someone was seeking revenge. Sisterly, where are you now? Xiao Fan asked urgently. At the People's Hospital, Leah replied. Xiao Fan quickly got into his car and, in less than half an hour, arrived at the Provincial People's Hospital. Sisterly, is there any news? Why was Captain Liang attacked? Is it related to his current investigation into my parents' case? Xiao Fan pressed anxiously. Leah felt a pang of bitterness. Although she had not been with the team for long, she held a great respect for Captain Liang. The exact reasons for the attack were still unclear. She shook her head. I don't know why Captain Liang was attacked. Xiao Fan's parents' case held hidden truths that Li Yu was aware of, but out of discipline, she could not share this information with Xiao Fan at present. In Leah's view, knowing could potentially endanger Xiao Fan. Where is Captain Liang now? Xiao Fan asked solemnly. Leah replied. Captain Liang is currently in the intensive care unit, and his family is there. It might be best if you don't go over. I worry they may be quite agitated. Take me to see him, Xiao Fan insisted. During the investigation of Liang Wu's parents' car accident, emotions ran high within his family, which was entirely understandable. However, evading the situation was not something Xiao Fan would resort to. Furthermore, possessing mental telepathy and the ability to see through obstacles, he might discern the reasons behind Liang Wu's unconsciousness. Please exercise caution, Leah advised after a moment's contemplation. A few minutes later, Xiao Fan and his companions arrived outside the intensive care unit where Liang Wu was located. His parents, wife, and several other relatives were present, though his young children were notably absent, likely unaware of the situation. Liang Wu's parents and spouse had eyes swollen from tears. Uncle, Captain Liang is currently investigating my parents' accident. His own misfortune may be linked to their case, something I never anticipated. I apologize, Xiao Fan said, bowing slightly in respect. At that moment, Liang Wu's mother was about to unleash a torrent of anger, but his father quickly intervened. Mother, Liang Wu has handled numerous cases. Xiao Fan's parents' accident is merely one incident, with little chance of being connected to our circumstances. Besides, Xiao Fan saved Liang Wu's life a few days ago. Had he not pushed Liang Wu aside, he would have perished, his wife interjected. Liang Wu's mother wept openly. Xiao Fan, my son's livelihood depends on this line of work. His misfortune is unrelated to your actions. There is no need for your apology. My spouse's emotions are somewhat overwhelming. I hope you can understand, Liang Wu's father said, wiping away his tears. Xiao Fan nodded and approached the door, channeling his mental energy into the intensive care unit. The distance from Liang Wu's room to the entrance was merely 7 or 8 meters, well within the reach of Xiao Fan's mental telepathy. Captain Liang's brain had suffered trauma. His condition as a vegetable was undoubtedly due to a cerebral issue. Xiao Fan pondered as he sent his mental energy into Liang Wu's mind. However, the intricate structure of the brain, coupled with the recent surgery, rendered him unable to ascertain the cause of Liang Wu's coma. Captain Liang, awaken, awaken. Xiao Fan called out directly into Liang Wu's consciousness through his mental telepathy. Suddenly, beeping sounds emerged from the monitoring equipment beside Liang Wu. The previously steady lines on the brainwave monitor began to exhibit significant fluctuations. Before long, a nurse entered the room and hurried to summon a doctor. 5 minutes later, the doctor emerged from the ward and addressed Liang Wu's father. The monitoring equipment has just detected strong brainwave activity from the patient. Although he remains in a coma, the likelihood of him awakening has notably increased. Ultimately, it depends on the patient's willpower. Liang Wu's father nodded in joy. This was indeed promising news for them. Doctor, I would like to request your assistance with something, Xiao Fan said. What is it? The doctor inquired, turning his attention to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan remarked, Team leader Liang's incident occurred while investigating my parents' case. I understand that he should be eligible for work-related injury compensation, but there may be limitations regarding medication and treatment. I wish for the hospital to procure the finest medication and invite the most esteemed specialists for an expert consultation. I shall personally cover the associated costs without resorting to work injury reimbursement. The surrounding crowd gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. Are you certain? To summon the best specialists for treatment will undoubtedly incur significant expenses, the doctor expressed, somewhat taken aback. Xiao Fan nodded affirmatively. I am certain. I will initially deposit 1 million for medical expenses, and should the costs exceed this amount, I shall make up the difference. Please ensure that team leader Liang is saved. Liang Wu's parents and wife looked at Xiao Fan with expressions of surprise and gratitude. The prospect of having the finest medication and experts greatly increased Liang Wu's chances of recovery. If you are certain, and the patient's family has no objections. Our hospital will of course agree, the doctor stated. We consent. We are willing, Liang Wu's wife quickly replied, with his parents nodding in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Fan deposited 1 million into Liang Wu's medical account. Xiao Fan, thank you. I am truly grateful, Liang Wu's father expressed. I was a bit impulsive earlier. Please do not take it to heart, Liang Wu's mother added, aware that Liang Wu's predicament may not be directly linked to Xiao Fan's parents' case. After all, Liang Wu was a police officer, fully aware of the risks that came with his profession. There is no need for gratitude, Liang family. Please ensure the hospital brings in the best experts. Finances are not a concern. Team leader Liang is destined for recovery. I believe in that, Xiao Fan said earnestly. He shared his contact information with Liang's elders before temporarily leaving the hospital, as Liang Wu had just undergone surgery and was not in a state suitable for visitors. Xiao Fan planned to return in a few days, hoping to utilize his unique abilities for a closer inspection then. Sisterly, I am leaving now. If there are any new developments regarding team leader Liang, please send me a message. Once seated in his vehicle, Xiao Fan texted Leah. No problem, she replied. Her heart filled with emotions. She had just learned of Xiao Fan's generous deposit into Liang Wu's medical account. Noting that Xiao Fan had received only 1 million in bonuses himself, the case surrounding Xiao Fan's parents was undoubtedly complex. The attack on team leader Liang might very well be orchestrated by the same unseen hand. Leah pondered this, momentarily lost in thought. Recalling the recent bank robbery where the ringleader, Sun Haokuan, had shot at Liang Wu, was there a deeper story behind that? Given that Sun Haokuan's wrist was shot through, his actions seemed questionable. The force with which he collided with the pillar suggested a potential suicide attempt. With urgency, Leah hurried to another hospital where Sun Haokuan was receiving treatment. She had heard that he had regained consciousness after being in a coma following the incident and would soon be interrogated under normal circumstances. However, at this moment, an unexpected incident befell Liang Wu. Leah grew increasingly suspicious that Sun Haokuan might very well be connected to Liang Wu's case. Officer Lee. The guard stationed outside Sun Haokuan's hospital room greeted her warmly upon her arrival. You must be tired. How's Sun Haokuan doing? I wish to speak with him. Leah stated. His condition is stable. He has returned from the brink of death but remains silent, one of the guards replied. Officer Lee, you may enter. But do not expect much. The case is under the jurisdiction of the Criminal Investigation Team, and Leah had every right to question Sun Haokuan. Does he know about Team Leader Liang? No. I see. Leah soon entered the hospital room. Sun Haokuan, with his head bandaged and still not fully recovered, showed no change in his demeanor upon her arrival. Leah took a seat beside him and remarked, Today, someone attempted to assassinate Team Leader Liang. He has been apprehended just like you. Let us see who confesses first. Sun Haokuan's pupils constricted sharply. Armed robbery of a bank. Attempted murder of Team Leader Liang. If you remain silent, the death penalty is inevitable. Yet, if you say something, you might just receive a life sentence instead. If you endure. Do you think those behind this will spare your family? Only when the mastermind is captured will your loved ones truly be safe. In a hoarse voice, Sun Haokuan asked, Why are you here instead of Liang Wu? Leah's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How did Sun Haokuan know Liang Wu? He had been knocked unconscious in the bank. And upon awakening in the hospital, no one would have spoken to him about it. Team leader Liang is interrogating another individual. My colleagues and I have come to take your statement. Soon, you shall be able to converse with him, Leah replied with a seemingly indifferent demeanor. If there is anything you wish to disclose, I could potentially earn some credit. Should you choose silence, others may speak, and the opportunity for leniency will belong to them. Sun Haokuan's expression was conflicted. He understood the consequences of speaking. Yet, having faced death once, he no longer wished for it. Death would bring nothing. With a life sentence, he could still strive for a reduced sentence, holding on to the possibility of one day reuniting with his family. I will speak. But you must ensure this counts as a merit. Sun Haokuan finally relented after considerable hesitation. Leah nodded, activating her phone's camera. Taking a deep breath, Sun Haokuan confessed. I indeed intended to kill Liang Wu. The person who urged me to commit murder was Yushorin, the chairman of the Chongkong Group. He promised me 5 million if I succeeded, and even if I failed, my family would receive the money. Leah, aware of the Chongkong Group, responded. The group's assets amount to merely several billion. Do you truly fear the chairman? You cannot casually accuse others, Sun Haokuan retorted with a scoff. You know far too little. Yushorin is far more formidable than you realize, and he possesses even more terrifying backing. Chapter 72, The Complexity of Your Parents' Case, Leah inquired. What more terrifying forces lie behind you, Shorin? Sun Haokuin shook his head. My understanding is insufficient. How could I possibly know such matters? Leah frowned. Then how do you know that there are even more formidable powers behind you, Shorin? As the chairman of the Changkong Group, his standing is already quite elevated. Sun Haokuin remained silent for a moment before responding. I once witnessed him being beaten to a pulp at a nightclub, yet he dared not utter a single complaint. Leah's expression grew serious. Even someone with assets worth billions could not instill such fear in you, Shorin. The power behind him is far more formidable than we previously estimated. You should inform Liang Wu to refrain from further investigation. It would be wise for you to keep this information confidential and discreetly lessen my sentence. Shorin said in a deep voice. Leah retorted coldly. We do not require your guidance on how to proceed. Do you have anything further to add, Shorin? The more you say, the better it will be for you. Shorin closed his eyes and fell silent. After waiting for half a minute and seeing no sign of him speaking, Leah exited the hospital room. Officer Lee, are you out so soon? Did you come back empty-handed again? One of the police officers inquired. They could not hear the conversation within the room. A bit of information. But I must return now, Leah replied. She hurried back to the precinct and saved the recorded video onto her computer. For safety reasons. She also made a backup on a USB drive, which she concealed. Should anything happen to her, at least this information would remain secure. The Changkong Group is immensely powerful, and Shorin is no ordinary individual. It would be futile to summon him based solely on Sun Haokuin's information, Leah mused. With Liang Wu's predicament, their team was now leaderless. Leah decided to keep this information confidential for the time being, if Liang Wu remained unconscious for several more days. A new head of the special case team would undoubtedly be appointed. 3 days swiftly passed, and Xiao Fan attended his classes as usual. Lu Shuiyin had long returned to the capital, and Shen Qin and his 2 restless companions had calmed down considerably. Xiao Fan. There has been some improvement in team leader Liang's condition. Although he has not yet regained consciousness, various indicators have shown improvement. The consulting experts have reported a significant reduction in the likelihood of him remaining in a vegetative state. Liang Wu has just been transferred from the intensive care unit to a special care ward, Leah informed Xiao Fan over the phone. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened, and he rushed to the hospital where Liang Wu was being treated. Thank you, Xiao Fan. I truly appreciate your help. Liang Wu's wife expressed her gratitude upon seeing him. 3 leading experts had arrived from different locations 2 days prior, and after their consultation, they proposed a treatment plan that appeared quite promising based on the results. Sister-in-law, there's no need for such formality. Team leader Liang has dedicated considerable time to my parents' case. I feel quite remorseful seeing him in this condition. I wish to enter and see team leader Liang, but I am uncertain if that is permissible, Xiao Fan remarked. Liang Wu's wife nodded vigorously, of course. But you must first speak with the doctor. Additionally, visiting hours are limited, so one cannot stay for too long. Soon, Xiao Fan obtained the doctor's permission to enter the ward. Liang Wu lay quietly within, his head completely shaven. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan employed his ability to see through, revealing the state of Liang Wu's brain. The condition had improved significantly since 3 days prior. During this time, Xiao Fan had diligently acquired knowledge regarding cerebral matters, enabling him to discern Liang Wu's situation with greater clarity. There appears to be a slight accumulation of blood. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. The presence of blood within the brain could very well be the reason for Liang Wu's continued unconsciousness. Clear it away. Recognizing the issue, Xiao Fan quickly utilized his mental power to disperse the clotted blood, which soon exited Liang Wu's brain under his control. With the removal of this obstruction, Liang Wu's mind became considerably clearer. Team leader Liang, awaken. Xiao Fan called out. This is Xiao Fan. I still require your assistance with my parents' case. Simultaneously, he projected his mental voice deep into Liang Wu's consciousness. Beep, beep, beep. The nearby instruments began to sound an alarm, prompting the nurse in the intensive care unit to rush over. Liang Wu's brainwaves began to strengthen. Xiao Fan, ever observant, noticed a slight movement in Liang Wu's fingers. Nurse. Team leader Liang's fingers just moved. Xiao Fan exclaimed. The nurse immediately turned her attention to Liang Wu's hand, which moved again. Team leader Liang, it's me, Xiao Fan. Please awaken quickly. There are many matters awaiting your attention in the team, and Leah and the others are eagerly anticipating your return. Seconds passed, and Liang Wu's eyes slowly opened, revealing a look of pain on his face. It had only been a few days since his surgery, and discomfort was to be expected. Team leader Liang, do not move. You have undergone surgery due to an attack, Xiao Fan cautioned. The nurse promptly called for the doctor to conduct an examination, while Xiao Fan stepped out of the ward. Sister-in-law, team leader Liang has awakened, he announced. The doctor will arrive shortly for an examination, and soon you can go in. Xiao Fan smiled warmly. Liang Wu's awakening lifted the heavy burden from his heart. Really? Liang Wu's wife responded with excitement. Xiao Fan nodded. Indeed. Team leader Liang has just opened his eyes, and his gaze seems alert. He should be fine. Immediately, Liang Wu's wife called to share this good news with her family. Half an hour later, Liang Wu's family arrived, accompanied by Leah and others. Upon learning from the nurse that Xiao Fan was responsible for Liang Wu's awakening, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Fan, my son wishes to see you. Liang Wu's father emerged from the ward, conveying the message. Xiao Fan nodded and entered the hospital room, causing the nurses to temporarily withdraw. Within the confines of the room, only Xiao Fan and Liang Wu remained. Xiao Fan, I had committed to investigating your parents' case for 2 months, but it now seems rather challenging to fulfill that promise. You must exercise caution. Your parents' case is rather intricate. Liang Wu spoke with some effort. Originally, he had not planned to disclose this information, but given his near-death experience, the unseen adversary could also be targeting Xiao Fan. He felt compelled to warn him. My parents' case is intricate? Xiao Fan was taken aback. The incident involving his parents was a car accident from 5 years ago. It was understandable that the investigation would be difficult. However, why did Liang Wu describe it as complex? Are you suggesting that my parents' case is not merely a simple car accident? Liang Wu fell silent for a moment before responding. Your parents' case is a homicide. Although the motive for their murder remains unknown, it is certain that they fell victim to foul play. There was a witness named Wang Xiong, who had once been a cellmate of Lu Kuan. Wang Xiong died in prison, and we obtained our leads from Lu Kuan. After conveying this information, Liang Wu's complexion noticeably paled. Team leader, please, do not say any more. Focus on your recovery. I understand your warning, and I will be more vigilant, Xiao Fan urged. Speak with Leah. She is aware, Liang Wu replied with some reluctance. Upon exiting the hospital, Xiao Fan arranged to dine with Leah, who readily accepted. Is this your friend's car? It would be best not to borrow it. Any scratches or dents would be quite troublesome, Leah remarked as she entered Xiao Fan's vehicle. She had gleaned information from Liang Wu and the others. Xiao Fan was an orphan, living under modest circumstances, and had recently come into a windfall of 1 million yuan. However, Xiao Fan had deposited that sum into Liang Wu's medical account. Leah, are you looking down on me? Can't this be my own car? Xiao Fan retorted. Pouting slightly, Leah rolled her eyes. Quick ways to earn money are all outlined in the criminal code. I have no idea about your financial background, but I do know about your roommate, Shin. They investigated the hostages during the recent bank robbery case. Sometimes, the masterminds hide among the hostages. When they discovered Shin, they were astounded to find such a wealthy second-generation heir among the captives. If the robbers had kidnapped Shin, the ransom could have far exceeded the amount taken from that bank. In this day and age, no one believes the truth, Xiao Fan sighed, shaking his head. Hurry up and drive. I haven't eaten well since the incident with the captain. Now that he is finally awakened, let's treat ourselves to a nice meal. Don't hold back on the expenses, Leah urged. Before long, Xiao Fan parked the car outside a reasonably good restaurant, where the average spending was not excessively high. Given the circumstances, Leah would likely not enter a more upscale establishment. Sister Leah, team leader Liang asked me to find you. He mentioned that my parents' case is rather complex. After a moment, Xiao Fan suggested ordering some dishes. Leah's expression turned serious as she glanced around. Their table was tucked away in a corner, isolated from others, allowing for discreet conversation. Did team leader Liang summon you to discuss this? She inquired. Yes, Xiao Fan replied. After some contemplation, Leah continued. Team leader Liang likely senses a threat and wishes to alert you. The mastermind behind this has audacity, daring even to target team leader Liang. We are now 100% certain that your parents' case involves murder. Xiao Fan poured Leah a glass of water. She took a small sip and added. There are issues with the recent bank robbery case. The leader was looking for an opportunity to eliminate team leader Liang. The bank heist was secondary. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The robbery concealed such dark motives? Leah explained, 3 days ago, I spoke with Sun Haokuan, who has recently regained consciousness. He confessed that someone had urged him to kill team leader Liang, but he cannot disclose the identity at this moment. I have not reported this yet, as we lack evidence to implicate anyone. Sun Haokuan's testimony alone is insufficient. Xiao Fan's expression darkened. He could come to terms with the accident that claimed his parents' lives, but they had been murdered. My parents were merely honest farmers. toiling to provide me with an education and a home in the city. Why would anyone go to such lengths to kill them? He murmured. Leah shook her head. We do not know the answer yet. According to Sun Haokuen, while the individual he knows holds a significant position, they are merely a pawn in a larger game. There are deeper forces at play. Xiaofan, just remain vigilant and refrain from investigating this matter privately. Doing so could endanger you or those around you, she cautioned. Xiaofan nodded slightly, reflecting on why his ordinary family might attract such formidable adversaries. Those who could intimidate even Sun Haokuen must hold substantial power, yet they are merely pawns. What greater force lies behind? Perhaps he could inquire with his grandfather later. He thought to himself, if there were any peculiarities about their family, Grandfather Xiao Hai would surely know. Sister Leah, is it impossible for you to tell me who Sun Haokuen referred to? Xiaofan asked. Leah shook her head. I'm afraid that is not permissible. We cannot yet substantiate any wrongdoing on their part, and revealing their identity would constitute a serious breach of protocol. What if you were to confront them and something went awry? All right then, I shall refrain from asking further, he conceded. As they finished their meal, Xiaofan felt as though he was chewing on wax. The realization that his parents were victims of murder weighed heavily on his heart. Xiaofan, Team Leader Liang has promised to identify the perpetrator within 2 months, but given the recent attack on him and the increasing complexity of the case, it may require additional time, Leah remarked as Xiaofan drove her home. As they arrived, she added, Thank you for the ride. Understood. Xiaofan replied with a slight nod. Goodbye. Leah alighted from the vehicle, and Xiaofan swiftly departed, his heart racing with anticipation to see his grandfather. However, the appointed hour had not yet arrived, and the reunion remained elusive. Father, mother, I shall undoubtedly find the perpetrator and avenge you, he murmured to himself as he returned home, clutching his parents' photo album. Within the confines of his abode, his restless spirit gradually found solace. After all, he was no longer an ordinary individual. Even if he lacked the means at present, he was confident that in the future, the advantages gained from Xiao Hai would empower him to exact retribution for his parents. A notification rang from his phone, an unexpected call from Yi Fei. Surprised, Xiaofan mused that while Yi Fei was skilled, he was also somewhat taciturn. Typically, it was Shinchen or Sun Su who contacted him for matters of significance. What's the matter, second brother? Xiaofan answered the call. With a light cough, Yi Fei replied, Third brother, come to the dormitory and help me highlight some key points for study. I cannot afford to fail this semester, or I'll be too embarrassed to face Lu Shuyan. Amused, Xiaofan thought to himself that love could indeed be a powerful motivator. All right, I shall head over now. However, let us indulge in a few rounds of games before we study. Not long after, Xiaofan arrived at the dormitory, and they engaged in a few exhilarating matches. Third brother, what is up with you today? You seem a bit off. Did you have a quarrel with Su? Kong Su inquired. Xiaofan was on a killing spree in the game, securing most of the kills, which was unusual. Letting out a long sigh, Xiaofan responded. It has nothing to do with Yu Wei. Something else has transpired, but it's not convenient to discuss. He was aware that Kong Su and the others hailed from respectable backgrounds, yet he wished to keep them uninvolved in his own affairs, believing he would eventually possess the means to resolve them independently. Second brother, bring your books. I'll highlight the key points for you. Feel free to ask if there is anything you don't understand. After assisting Yi Fei with his studies, Xiaofan took his leave. Given his current living arrangements, it was inconvenient for him to stay in the dormitory as he needed to cultivate his mental prowess every night. Third brother must be facing significant challenges, Kong Su remarked solemnly. Shinchen nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, with third brother's newfound wealth, money can resolve the majority of issues. If one possesses enough, it can address nearly all problems. What remains unresolved is no trivial matter. Yi Fei, deep in thought, added, I sense a murderous intent from third brother. Shinchen scoffed. Second brother, do you truly see yourself as a martial arts master, sensing such intentions? Yi Fei retorted, didn't third brother just go on a rampage in the game? I genuinely felt that murderous aura. However, this was not something he could clarify with Shinchen and the others. Kong Su suggested, should we investigate this? Perhaps we could be of assistance. Yi Fei nodded in affirmation, I concur. Agreed, Shinchen quickly responded. Chapter 74. The background of Kong Su and Yi Fei soon. Kong Su and Yi Fei uncovered information regarding the hospital and learned about Liang Wu's attack. Team leader Liang has awakened and met with third brother. Subsequently, third brother invited Liu out, with Su, the younger sister, being exceptionally beautiful and Leah already having a boyfriend. It is improbable that third brother would develop romantic feelings elsewhere, Shinshin remarked. Kong Su rolled his eyes and said, Isn't that obvious? Third brother's meeting with Li Ya is undoubtedly related to the case. There are likely two matters they could be discussing. One concerns the incident where team leader Liang was attacked. The assailant may be affiliated with the bank robbers. And it is possible that team leader Liang informed third brother to exercise caution. The other possibility pertains to third brother's parents' case, which may be quite extraordinary. Yifei nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Kong Su's analysis. Boss, do you have any connections within the public security system around here? Yifei inquired. Kong Su shook his head. No, but I have an elder whose position here is quite significant. If I ask him to inquire, I should be able to gather some information. Then you should hurry, Shinshin urged. Kong Su retorted, Can this be rushed? Asking an elder to inquire means I can't simply call them up and give orders. I must at least bring something when I visit. It's quite late today. Let us leave it for tomorrow. The next morning, Kong Su arrived at the elder's residence before they had left for work. Xiao Su, you're here so early. It seems you have something on your mind. You could have just called your Uncle Li directly, the elder said with a smile. Though he held a significant position, Kong Su's family members were of higher rank, and even this elder treated Kong Su's father and uncle with utmost respect. Uncle Li, I genuinely need your assistance. The situation is as follows. Kong Su explained the circumstances. I'll give you a call to follow up. Shortly thereafter, the call was placed. Qing Lin. I have something I need to inquire about. You should be aware of Liang Wu from the criminal investigation team. He is one of your most capable subordinates. On the other end, Qing Lin was taken aback that someone was inquiring about Liang Wu. Of course I know. He was recently attacked. What instructions do you have? Secretary Li? The secretary, although not the highest authority in the province, was a significant figure in the city. Qing Lin, despite his high standing, still held a lower rank. What is the situation with his attack? And are there any issues with the case he is currently investigating? Secretary Li inquired. Qing Lin thought to himself, could it be that Old Wei had made contact with Secretary Li Wansong? Given Old Wei's influence, it would not be surprising if Secretary Li had been approached. Secretary Li, it has now been confirmed that the case involving Xiao Fan's parents is indeed a murder. The perpetrator is quite formidable, and there is a substantial possibility that Liang Wu was assaulted by someone dispatched by the assailant, Qing Lin replied solemnly. Li Wansong's expression shifted as he responded gravely. If the assailants dare to attack police officers, we must conduct a thorough investigation and ensure strict accountability. If there are any developments in this case, keep me informed at all times. I will provide my full support. On the other end of the line, Qing Lin stood at attention, saying, Yes, thank you for your support, Secretary Li. With Li Wansong's statement, Qing Lin felt considerably reassured. If the case involved formidable forces, his abilities might not suffice to overturn the opposition. The call ended. Li Wansong hung up the phone. Xiao Su, your classmates' parents were not victims of an accident. They were murdered. This case is intricate and may require a considerable amount of time to resolve, Li Wansong reflected. Kong Su interjected, Uncle Li, I kindly ask for your assistance in this matter. My classmate and I share a profound bond, akin to that of brothers. No problem, Li Wansong replied. As you just heard, I've already made my inquiries. However, do not conduct your own investigation. The unseen puppeteers are exceedingly ruthless, and you may find yourself in peril. Kong Su nodded. As long as I understand the situation, we can offer more comfort to Xiao Fan. Uncle Li, I shall take my leave now so as not to disrupt your work. Li Wansong chuckled. A slight delay is of no concern. No one keeps track of my tardiness. Haha. Do visit me more often for a drink. Certainly, Uncle Li, Kong Su responded before departing. An hour later, he returned to the dormitory. What is going on? Boss, Shinshin inquired eagerly. Kong Su relayed the information he had gathered, prompting Yi Fei to frown. No wonder the third one seems off. He must have discovered that his parents were murdered. Shinshin suggested, should we enlist our families to assist in the investigation? Kong Su quickly cautioned, absolutely not. If the mastermind dares to attack even team leader Liang, involving our families could put them in danger. The police will undoubtedly pursue this case vigorously. We should refrain from complicating matters. Let us simply support the third one. Yu Fei and Shinshin nodded in agreement. Shinshin proposed, let us invite the third one out for barbecue tonight. We can enjoy some drinks together. That sounds good, Kong Su replied. Yi Fei gathered a few books. I'm heading to the library to study. Remember to call me in the evening. After leaving the dormitory, Yi Fei found a secluded spot and dialed a number. Grandfather, he said respectfully. On the other end was an elderly gentleman dressed in a tang suit, appearing to be in his 80s. Yet with a rosy complexion and no gray hair, looking barely over 60. Xiao Fei, since you started school, it's as if you've flown away like a bird. You still remember to call back? The elder chided. Yi Fei sheepishly replied, Grandfather, I've been quite busy with my studies. Nonsense. You know your own grades, don't you? Your talent in martial arts is commendable, but academically, you're just as lackluster as your father. Yi Fei rolled his eyes. After all, he had legitimately gained admission to a prestigious institution, albeit without ample time for study. Is your father providing you with insufficient living expenses? I'll transfer you several thousand. Don't squander it. If your focus wanes, your martial arts may suffer, the elder admonished solemnly. Yi Fei chuckled and said, Grandfather, I have recently advanced to the dark strength level. Rest assured, I will not neglect my training. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire felt a surge of joy. At merely 21 years of age, Yi Fei's achievement was commendable. His father had also displayed considerable talent. Yet he only reached the dark strength level at the age of 23. Grandfather, I would like you to transfer 100,000, Yi Fei continued. Let us not discuss finances for now. Could you possibly send a skilled family expert over? A brother of mine in the dormitory has encountered some trouble and may be in danger. The old man responded. Are you suggesting that the family send an expert to protect Xiao Fan? Grandfather, do you know of the third brother? Yi Fei inquired in surprise. The elder replied somewhat curtly, You are studying there. How could I not inquire about the individuals in your dormitory? An expert group has already been established. It seems there are complications concerning his parents' case. It is acceptable for the family to send someone for protection, but they must not interfere in the investigation, he clarified. Yi Fei pressed, Grandfather, is there truly no way for the family expert to assist in the investigation? The elder's tone turned serious. Unless it pertains to our Tang family's affairs, we cannot intervene. That is the rule. Without rules, chaos would surely ensue. With a sigh, Yi Fei conceded, Very well. Please send someone formidable. I have a good relationship with the third brother. Chapter 75. A sparring session with Yi Fei as Kong Su and his companions were conducting their investigations. Xiao Fan arrived in Leishan County. Young Master Xiao, the site has been leveled and construction will commence shortly, Zhao Youcai's father, Zhao Zongxiang, informed him. According to your specifications, the entire area spans 20 acres, with the foundation utilizing grade 80 concrete, while the remaining sections employ grade 60. The specifications for the rebar are also meticulously adhered to, Xiao Fan replied. Why is the concrete grade for the upper sections lower? Xiao Fan inquired. Zhao Zongxiang explained, Young Master, grade 80 concrete possesses exceptional compressive strength, but poor ductility, making it unsuitable for other areas. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. You are the expert in this domain. Once the project is completed, your rewards will be assured. By the way, prepare a sizable warehouse for 3,000 tons of cement, 3,000 tons of river sand, and 3,000 tons of rebar, along with an ample supply of various types of construction templates. Zhao Zongxiang felt puzzled, wondering about the purpose of this request, but he refrained from voicing his questions. Understood. Young Master, he replied, nodding. Xiao Fan continued in a calm voice. Please expedite the process. The warehouse needs to be sealed off, and once the materials are stored, ensure they are guarded, with surveillance installed to prevent any unauthorized access. Furthermore, a shipment of clothing will arrive in a few days. Have someone receive and store it. During his last departure, Xiao Hai mentioned the need for cement and sand for the defensive works in the otherworld, which lacked adequate fortification. The cement, sand, and rebar would be essential for key areas such as the city gates. Any enemy attempting to breach the defenses would surely question their sanity. Understood, young master. Zhao Zongxiang affirmed with a nod. Xiao Fan remarked, Please estimate the cost of these items. Zhao Zongxiang promptly replied, Xiao, there is no need for you to pay. I will prepare everything directly. Just calculate the total. Xiao Fan frowned and insisted, just do the calculation. After pondering, Zhao Zongxiang stated, if you desire high-quality materials, the total would be approximately 20 million. However, with lesser quality, it could be arranged for around 13 to 14 million. Xiao Fan swiftly transferred 21 million to Zhao Zongxiang, instructing, complete the task within 5 days. I will come to inspect, and the additional million covers labor and storage costs. With that, he departed. Zhao Zongxiang promptly set the arrangements in motion. As the local potentate of Leishan County, he oversaw real estate enterprises, making this preparation a trivial matter that would not attract any undue attention. Upon returning to the city, Xiao Fan was soon summoned by Kong Su and the others to a barbecue restaurant. Are you all trying to drink yourselves to oblivion today? Xiao Fan quipped. Noticing the four of them had ordered 4 crates of beer, each with a crate beside them, creating an intimidating sight. Sit down, third brother. Today, our mission is to ensure you enjoy yourself. Kong Su beckoned Xiao Fan to take a seat. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan asked, have you learned the true circumstances of my parents' case? Kong Su chuckled awkwardly. Third brother, we did not intend to reopen old wounds. We merely wish to understand the troubles you face and see if we can assist. I am aware, Xiao Fan nodded. Yi Fei added, the boss has used his connections to ensure a thorough investigation of your parents' case. Additionally, I need to inform you of something ahead of time. What is it? Xiao Fan opened a beer and clinked it with Yi Fei and the others. Yi Fei continued, my family owns a bodyguard company, and I have arranged for a skilled operative to come and ensure your safety. She is a female bodyguard, and should you wish to pursue anything with Su Shuemei, she will not intrude. Xiao Fan regarded Yi Fei with skepticism, suspecting that his claim about the bodyguard company might be exaggerated. He presumed that Yi Fei's family belonged to a martial arts lineage and had dispatched a family expert. Brother, is this appropriate? Yi Fei chuckled. What is inappropriate about it? Our family is in this line of business. As brothers, we cannot stand idly by while you face danger. You are an excellent marksman, but lacking a firearm, and sometimes even a gun may not suffice. Xiao Fan pondered, thank you, brother. However, I believe I can manage on my own. If the bodyguard arrives, could you have her discreetly protect Yue instead? Yi Fei frowned. Third brother, while your relationship with Su Shuemei is good, the mastermind behind your parents' murder likely has no intention of targeting her. Even if she were harmed, what purpose would that serve? You are the one who needs protection the most. Xiao Fan smiled at Yi Fei. Brother, I believe you would find it difficult to best me now. Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. Recently, he had achieved the level of dark strength. How could he possibly be unable to defeat Xiao Fan? In the past, he had easily taken on a dozen opponents single-handedly. Now, he could effortlessly face dozens. Shin Chun cleared his throat and remarked, third brother, while you may undoubtedly surpass second brother in intellect, when it comes to combat, I doubt you could match third brother even with a firearm, which you do not possess. Kong Su nodded in agreement. They had witnessed Yi Fei in battle. Despite his unassuming physique, he fought fiercely, capable of bringing down a 200-pound man with a single punch. Second brother, let us shake hands, Xiao Fan said with a smile, extending his hand. Yi Fei clasped it firmly. The two quickly increased their grip. Yi Fei was taken aback, feeling Xiao Fan's grip exceed 100 kilograms, and it was still strengthening. The average adult male grip is merely around 50 kilograms. 120, 130, 140. Though they appeared calm, both of their grips steadily intensified. Yi Fei soon drew upon his internal energy. For sheer physical strength, he could not match Xiao Fan. Before long, their grip reached 200 kilograms, breaking the world record. However, this record pertained to ordinary individuals. If martial artists were to participate in such contests, they would be met with ridicule from their peers. Third brother, if it becomes too much, just say so. Yi Fei cautioned, concerned about injuring Xiao Fan's hand. You too? Xiao Fan replied with a chuckle, appearing quite at ease. Shinshin rolled his eyes and said, can you two hurry it up? You don't even look flushed. Anyone unaware of the situation might think you're engaged in something else. Xiao Fan and Yi Fei ignored Shinshin. Although they maintained a facade of calm, their grip had surged to 240 to 50 kilograms. Good heavens! Yi Fei was astonished. Soon their grip reached 300 kilograms. He had utilized 80% of his internal energy, yet Xiao Fan appeared to withstand it well. When did Xiao Fan become so formidable? Second brother, shall we stop here? Xiao Fan inquired with a smile. In terms of pure strength, his one-handed grip was now 300 kilograms. To increase further, he would need to employ mental energy. And it seemed unnecessary to do so in a comparison with Yi Fei. All right, Yi Fei nodded. He sensed that he had not fully gauged Xiao Fan's capabilities. In terms of raw grip strength, Xiao Fan was likely his equal. Second brother, just trust me. Have that bodyguard come and secretly protect Yue. Xiao Fan suggested with a smile. Yi Fei gazed deeply at Xiao Fan and replied, fine, I will heed your advice, third brother. Kong Su and Shinshin exchanged bewildered glances at Xiao Fan and Yi Fei. Second brother, did third brother win? Shinshin asked, incredulous. Xiao Fan responded, we have not declared a winner. Second brother simply knows I possess the ability to protect myself. Yi Fei pondered for a moment, then said, third brother. No wonder you were confident about dealing with the bandits. Xiao Fan chuckled, I am not foolish. Moreover, if I act recklessly without assurance, what would happen to those hostages? The fat man is among them. Kong Su raised a bottle of wine and said, since the third brother possesses the ability to protect himself, we can rest easy. Come, let us not dwell on such matters any longer and enjoy ourselves. Unbeknownst to them, an entire case of wine was consumed by Xiao Fan and his companions. Xiao Fan, Kong Su, and Yi Fei were unscathed, while Xin Chun had already succumbed to inebriation. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform us. We are brothers. We shall take the fat man back, and you should return and rest well without overthinking, Kong Su advised. Yi Fei patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder, saying little more. Do not worry, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. The realization that his parents had been murdered weighed heavily on his heart. However, sharing a drink with Kong Su and the others had alleviated his discomfort significantly. Though his parents were gone, he was fortunate to have 3 good brothers like Kong Su. And his grandfather was still alive. He had also grown considerably stronger. It would be an exaggeration to label him as pitiable. Many in the world were far worse off than he. Days slipped by, and Liang Wu's injuries had improved significantly. Xiao Fan once again arrived in Leishan County, marking the day he had arranged to meet Xiao Hai. Xiao, look, the ground has been prepared, Zhao Zongxiang reported. As you instructed. We have laid a meter-thick layer of high-standard concrete. Even attempting to blast through it would not be an easy task. Zhao Zongxiang guided Xiao Fan to inspect the construction site for the warehouse. Numerous workers toiled day and night, and there were no residential buildings nearby to disturb. The progress is commendable. Let us continue to expedite the work. Take me to the cargo warehouse, Xiao Fan said calmly. Zhao Zongxiang personally drove Xiao Fan to another location, where the warehouse was surrounded by concrete walls, and a dozen security guards were stationed at the entrance. Boss, the guards saluted upon seeing Zhao Zongxiang and his group. In this small territory of Leishan County, they understood that Zhao Zongxiang had the power to ruin their lives. Zhao Zongxiang ignored them and opened the car door for Xiao Fan. This is Xiao. You will heed his commands from now on, he instructed in a serious tone. The guards were astonished. They knew the stature of Zhao Zongxiang, and that he personally opened the door for Xiao Fan, addressing him as Xiao. What sort of individual must Xiao Fan be? Hello, Xiao. The guards responded in unison, their voices even louder than before. Very well, Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Open the warehouse. Zhao Zongxiang stepped forward to scan his iris, and the heavy doors of the warehouse slowly creaked open. This iris lock is newly installed at my request. Soon, it will be modified to recognize only your iris, Xiao. Henceforth, only you will be able to unlock this warehouse, Zhao Zongxiang explained. Xiao Fan regarded Zhao Zongxiang with newfound appreciation. No wonder he could elevate the Zhao family to such heights. Zhao Zongxiang possesses considerable acumen and insight. Let's proceed with the changes, Xiao Fan said softly. Zhao Zongxiang nodded in agreement. Soon, the iris scan was replaced with Xiao Fan's, and he also configured a new password. The warehouse door would only unlock if both the iris scan and password were correct within a minute. Young Master Xiao, as you instructed, we have ample supplies of cement, sand, and steel, and the clothing has also arrived, Zhao Zongxiang remarked, leading Xiao Fan on a tour of the warehouse. Excellent. Mr. Zhao, you are quite the busy individual. Please attend to your other matters. If anything arises, I shall speak with them, Xiao Fan replied with satisfaction, nodding. Understood, young Master Xiao. Zhao Zongxiang departed. And Xiao Fan instructed one of the security guards to procure several large mirrors and a bed, as this warehouse would likely see further use in the future. Tanfei, Mr. Zhao must have summoned all of you. You will alternate between day and night shifts, with 4 individuals assigned to guard each shift, leaving 2 slots for rotation. Your salaries will be increased by an additional 3,000 each month, and if your performance is satisfactory, an increase of 5,000 will be granted by next year. Xiao Fan declared. The eyes of the 10 security guards sparkled with excitement. In Leishan County, where they resided, their monthly wages barely exceeded 3,000. An additional 3,000 would place their earnings well above average. Young Master Xiao, we will certainly give it our all, the lead guard asserted. With the others nodding in agreement, Xiao Fan cautioned, let me make this clear. If any one of you fails to meet expectations, the entire team will be replaced. I hope you will monitor each other closely. Yes, young master, the 10 replied solemnly. Even with a salary of merely 3,000. They dared not slack off under Zhao Zongxiang's command, let alone the prospect of a significant raise for commendable performance. You may leave now. I shall stay here tonight. Xiao Fan gestured for them to exit. The 10 guards filed out, deliberating briefly before 6 of them departed. for individuals were sufficient to guard the warehouse. As the clock edged toward midnight, Xiao Hai's visage suddenly appeared in the mirror. "My dear grandson, I have recently conquered another substantial territory, ha ha ha." Xiao Hai exclaimed with exuberance. The conquest of a significant territory implied an expansive domain and enhanced survival capabilities. "Grandfather, my parents did not merely perish in an accident. They were murdered. Team leader Liang, who was responsible for the investigation, nearly lost his life, and a witness died in prison years ago," Xiao Fan disclosed. The smile on Xiao Hai's face instantly froze. The revelation that his son and daughter-in-law had been murdered ignited an inferno of wrath within him. "Have the perpetrators not yet been identified?" Xiao Hai inquired darkly. Xiao Fan shook his head. "Not yet. Grandfather, our family is quite ordinary. My parents were just common people. What motive could anyone have to go to such lengths to murder them?" Xiao Hai remained silent for a considerable time before speaking. "Our family once belonged to a martial arts lineage, with several ancestors who reached the innate level of mastery, possibly due to our family's martial techniques. Your father lacked the aptitude for cultivation, and I had intended to pass it on to you when you grew older." Xiao Fan stared blankly at Xiao Hai, astonished to learn that their family had once been a renowned martial arts clan. Xiao Hai continued, "Your grandfather achieved the transformation level in his prime, and the efficacy of our martial arts greatly increased here. Otherwise, why do you think he was able to rise so swiftly?" Xiao Fan regained his senses and solemnly remarked, "So, it is highly likely that those who killed my parents were members of a martial arts family. They must have succeeded in their endeavor. If they had not, capturing them alive would have been preferable." Xiao Hai nodded in agreement. "It seems that way. My dear grandson, do not dwell on revenge for now. Your current strength against a formidable martial arts family would likely lead to dire consequences." Xiao Fan inquired, "Grandfather, how is the martial arts realm classified?" Xiao Hai explained, "From low to high, the levels are Mingjin, Onjin, Huajin, Postnatal, Innate, Master, and Grandmaster. A millennium ago, spiritual energy was abundant, and there were individuals above the innate level, including masters and grandmasters. 3 centuries ago, there were also some innate level experts. Nowadays, in the entirety of Huagua, the number of innate level masters can be counted on one hand." Xiao Fan remained silent, processing the information he had received. Their family, the Xiao clan, was once formidable, but the effectiveness of their martial techniques depended on the availability of spiritual energy. Over time, the Xiao family had gradually declined and withdrawn from the martial arts sphere. With the two worlds nearing collision, certain areas might experience an increase in spiritual energy, prompting martial arts families to seek our family's techniques. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, finding Xiao Hai's analysis quite reasonable. "Dear grandson, do not be afraid, just focus on protecting yourself. Although martial arts families possess great strength, as long as your grandfather can bring powerful allies from here, they will be insignificant," Xiao Hai declared with authority. Chapter 77. Cultivating the Family's Secret Techniques. Xiao Fan nodded. "Grandfather, rest assured, I will take care of myself. By the way, how did you manage to seize such a large city so quickly this time? You never mentioned it before." Xiao Hai grinned. "The drones you sent earlier came in handy. Along with our current stock of bows and arrows, we ambushed a group of enemies leaving the city, which left their defensive forces undermanned. Additionally, using drones allowed us to identify their weaknesses and strike them unexpectedly." Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. "Drones can be utilized? If so, we should prepare more for you, grandfather. Moreover, we can also arrange for some teleportation devices. Those things are fast, and if we attach poisoned arrows, they could accurately eliminate key enemy targets. Last time, you mentioned needing cement and sand. I have prepared quite a bit for you to collect." Xiao Fan stood up to leave. Xiao Hai's voice turned serious. "Wait. Our family's secret technique is the 9 transformations of the true dragon. After years of cultivation, I believe it may very well be a method for transcending to immortality. The spiritual energy is low, resulting in diminished effectiveness. However, here the spiritual energy is abundant, allowing for swift cultivation. I shall first transmit the techniques of the initial 3 levels to you. Mastery of these 3 levels can elevate one to the Grandmaster realm." Xiao Fan hastily replied, "Grandfather, please send me the techniques. Do you still have the strength to receive things? If the techniques have been left behind, I shall search for them later." Xiao Hai solemnly responded, "Your parents have encountered misfortune. The techniques are certainly no longer available. They are concealed within the ancestral tablets in the ancestral home. You can check with your mental energy, but do not touch them with your hands, as it will leave traces. Transmitting the techniques to you will be quite taxing. But I am not in a hurry. You can send me the cement and sand on your next visit." As the only descendant of the Xiao family, Xiao Fan must not come to harm. Xiao Fan remarked, even if I begin cultivating, it is unlikely I will make significant progress in a short time. That would be akin to using my weaknesses against the strengths of my enemies. Grandfather, you should focus on receiving things. Later, grant me the abilities. Xiao Hai replied. The abilities possess their strengths but also their drawbacks. In close quarters, can your reaction speed rival that of a formidable warrior? Before you can unleash your mental energy, your adversary may have already taken your life. After contemplating, Xiao Fan said, Grandfather, just provide me with the first level of techniques for now. Even if you were to grant me all 3 levels, I could not advance all at once. Very well, Xiao Hai considered. The first level consists of considerably fewer contents, so transmitting it will be relatively effortless. Soon after, Xiao Hai condensed the first level S content into a luminous sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, which swiftly traversed the mirror and entered Xiao Fan's body. A plethora of information surged into Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Hai grinned and said, Dear grandson, our family's techniques are intricate and challenging, making it difficult for enemies to cultivate them. What I have given you includes many insights and a modicum of power. There are 9 levels in total. I am currently at the 7th level. You may rest assured regarding the insights for your cultivation. Xiao Fan inquired, Grandfather, how far are you from being the world's greatest? Xiao Hai replied, Not long ago, I had only reached the pinnacle of the 6th level, placing my strength within the top 10 nationally. Now, I am among the top 3 in the nation and likely within the top 15 globally. In due time, I shall certainly secure a position within the top 10 worldwide. Should I reach the 8th level, I could very well become the world's greatest. At this point, a formidable aura emanated from Xiao Hai. Being among the top 15 globally signifies an incredibly formidable strength. Grandfather, if you find yourself unable to win, do not force the confrontation. Retreat if necessary, Xiao Fan cautioned. Xiao Hai chuckled. Dear grandson, fear not. Our family S9 Transformation's True Dragon technique boasts 2 significant advantages. First, it cultivates a robust physique. Second, it enhances speed. It is said that upon reaching the 9th level, one can transform into a true dragon, invincible across the realm. Xiao Fan queried, Grandfather, will a physically formidable cultivator still be suppressed near the city? Indeed, Xiao Hai nodded. Whether it be the physical body or the cultivated magical power, they are essentially forms of energy. Should the physical body remain unrestrained, my grandfather could single-handedly storm the city. Grandfather, you are prepared to receive the items. Xiao Fan lifted the mirror, first transmitting the clothing that had been sent. This batch consisted of a total of 60,000 sets. Having captured 2 cities, Xiao Hai and his companions could procure some cotton clothing. However, those garments were bulky, and the soldiers would exhibit greater combat prowess in the special operations training gear transmitted by Xiao Fan. Grandfather, I have prepared 3,000 tons of cement, sand, and steel bars here. I will send you a portion of each. Very well. After an hour's effort, Xiao Fan transmitted half of the cement, sand, and steel bars. Various templates were also sent along. With these templates, it would be much more convenient for Xiao Hai to construct whatever he desired. My dear grandson, your parents have been gone for 5 years. You have grieved as you should. No matter what you undertake, ensure your own safety, understand? I will seek you in 3 days. Xiao Hai declared. 3 days would suffice for him to recover. Xiao Fan still had many items yet to transmit, and in another 3 days, he could impart additional strength to Xiao Fan. Xiao Hai had already reached the 7th layer of the 9 Transformations True Dragon technique, and the dragon energy he cultivated within was formidable. Thus, granting Xiao Fan a small portion would not significantly impact him. However, for Xiao Fan, who was just beginning, even a small amount of power was substantial. I never anticipated that our Xiao family was once a martial arts lineage, Xiao Fan murmured. Father, mother, I shall surely avenge you. Even against a formidable martial arts family, I will ensure they pay in blood for their transgressions. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes as he sat cross-legged and began to practice the 9 Transformations True Dragon technique. The original method of the first layer comprised merely over 900 characters, with no punctuation throughout. Had Xiao Fan received this alone, even as a top scholar, he would have found it daunting. Mastering such a technique would indeed be exceedingly challenging. A single misstep could lead to disastrous results. Presently, he harbored no such concerns. The information provided by Xiao Hai included various insights and reflections, totaling over 100,000 characters. With such extensive explanations, if he still failed to comprehend, he would truly be unworthy of the title of scholar. Let us begin. After spending 2 hours meticulously studying, Xiao Fan formally commenced his cultivation. According to the technique, the first step required internal perception. While internal perception is not as powerful as internal vision, it still necessitates a clear understanding of the locations of the meridians. This single step has thwarted countless individuals. The second step involves the perception of qi. Through cultivation, one must generate internal energy within the dantian while simultaneously sensing its presence. The third step is to draw the qi into the body, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to form the first trace of dragon energy. Upon reaching this stage, one could be considered to have entered the realm of the 9 transformations true dragon technique. Xiaohai began his cultivation at the age of 12 and, after 18 years of effort, barely managed to enter the threshold by the age of 30. In an era lacking spiritual energy, practicing this technique was exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the 9 turns true dragon technique, once mastered, is tantamount to reaching the realm of hidden strength. Is this the essence of dragon qi? As the technique circulated through his body, Xiao Fan murmured to himself. Within his dantian, the first wisp of dragon qi had already manifested. The 3 formidable obstacles in mastering the 9 turns true dragon technique posed little challenge for him. As for internal perception, it was effortless. He could directly peer within using his mental force. The sensation of qi was likewise straightforward, as Xiaohai had transmitted a surge of dragon qi into him, which he could easily sense. The only slightly troublesome aspect was drawing the qi into his body. But with his commendable physique and the existing presence of dragon qi within, coupled with his thorough understanding of the technique, he overcame this hurdle with ease. Once more, Xiao Fan resumed his practice, as he had yet to fully refine the dragon qi bestowed by Xiaohai. Chapter 78. Xiao Fan discovers the suspect early the next morning. Xiao Fan opened his eyes. He had begun his cultivation at 2:30 in the morning, and after half an hour of circulating the 9 turns true dragon technique, it was now around 7 o'clock, having completed 9 full circuits, resulting in 9 wisps of dragon qi within his dantian. These manifestations of dragon qi were naturally derived from the refinement of the dragon qi Xiaohai had imparted. Every beginning is challenging. Xiaohai had directly transmitted the dragon strength to him, and combined with the insights into the technique, not to mention 20 years. It had certainly saved Xiao Fan a decade of arduous training. Although his original physique was commendable, it was merely brute strength. Now, having cultivated the 9 turns true dragon technique, his understanding of power had deepened significantly. Xiao Fan mused. He rose to his feet, his figure shifting continuously within the warehouse. The 9 turns true dragon technique encompassed not only the cultivation of power but also agility. However, within the first tier of the technique, he did not uncover any methods of attack, likely because the ancestors who devised the technique believed that individuals of such a low level should focus on self-preservation. Learning offensive techniques might lead to their swift demise. With a deep exhale, Xiao Fan released a breath of stagnant air, a smile gracing his face. The fusion of supernatural abilities and martial arts had significantly bolstered his strength. Creak. As he opened the warehouse door, he stepped outside, where 4 security guards promptly saluted. No one was permitted to enter the warehouse, not even General Zhao Zongxiang. Xiao Fan declared in a grave tone. Yes, young Master Xiao. The 4 security guards responded in unison. Xiao Fan swiftly departed. Although Xiaohai would next reach out in 3 days, the duration was brief, and he could not linger for that long, especially with the impending arrival of the city. In another realm, at Qinghua City, the vicinity near the East City Gate had suffered extensive devastation, with the Lord's Manor almost entirely destroyed. Restoring the East Gate through conventional methods would not be an easy feat, and even once repaired, its defensive capabilities would fall short of their former glory. While constructing a standard Lord's Manor during wartime was not overly challenging, establishing one capable of serving as a commanding fortress was fraught with difficulty, as inadequate defenses could lead to surprise assaults by enemies. Should a general fall asleep and be decapitated, the losses would be catastrophic. Emerging in the vicinity of the East City, Xiaohai had arranged for a substantial quantity of cement, sand, and steel reinforcements to be delivered. Commander, have you acquired some excellent materials again? Beside Xiaohai, a general expressed his astonishment. Xiaohai pointed to the stacks of cement and remarked, "Those are bags of cement. The mixture consists of 1 part water, 2 parts cement, 3 parts sand, and 6 parts gravel. We must blend them in this proportion. The concrete produced will be reinforced with steel bars. We must prioritize the repair of the Eastern Gate, as it was damaged during the siege. Time is of the essence, for if the enemy mounts a counterattack, they may well breach the city through that gate." "Understood, Commander," the general replied. There are plenty of pebbles available here. And under your guidance, the concrete was swiftly prepared. The molds were set, and the steel bars were positioned, allowing the concrete to be poured in with great efficiency. Commander, is this truly feasible? Questioned those around him, as they perceived the concrete to be little superior to mere mud. Xiao Hai glared and asserted, "Do you think I would deceive you? You will see tomorrow. Now, let us focus on assembling the Lord's residence. It need not be aesthetically pleasing, but its defensive capabilities must be robust. The other 3 gate openings must also be reinforced, as the defenses of Qinghua City are inferior to those of Silvermoon City." One of Xiao Hai's subordinates rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Commander, may I ask if you have acquired any uniforms this time? The ones you procured previously were far superior. If you have more, please consider providing our Xuanwu Legion with some." The other generals chimed in eagerly, "Yes, Commander." Xiao Hai's forces had now grown to a formidable 180,000 soldiers, divided into the 4 symbols, Qinglong, Baihu, Shikai, and Xuanwu. He personally commanded the Qinglong Legion, which comprised 60,000 troops, while the other legions each had 40,000. The soldiers of the Qinglong Legion were the first to follow Xiao Hai and boasted the greatest combat prowess. "Look at your lack of ambition," Xiao Hai remarked, as he produced a substantial number of special operations training uniforms. "There are a total of 60,000 sets. You 3 legions will receive 40,000, while the remaining 20,000 will belong to the Qinglong Legion. Ensure you are well-fed and warmly clothed, and do not falter in battle." Xiao Hai jested as he issued his orders. "Do not worry, Commander." The leaders of the other 3 legions were filled with excitement. Although winter had not yet reached its peak, the chill was already palpable, and those special operations uniforms were indeed valuable. "Now, be gone." Xiao Hai waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan arrived at the hospital. "He's been discharged?" Xiao Fan queried. Puzzled, "Did team leader Liang not undergo a craniotomy? How's he out so soon?" The doctor explained, "The minimum recovery time for a craniotomy is 7 days. Given team leader Liang's condition, we recommended a 2-week stay, and today marks only the 9th day. He insisted on being discharged." Furrowing his brow, Xiao Fan asked, "You allowed him to leave just because he insisted?" The doctor wore a resigned expression. "Team leader Liang is quite stubborn, and we had no choice. We assigned a nurse to accompany him, and we will address any issues that arise promptly." Relieved, Xiao Fan felt somewhat reassured. "Has he returned to work?" "Yes," the doctor confirmed. Xiao Fan departed the hospital and arrived at the Criminal Investigation Unit, where he encountered Liang Wu, whose head was still bandaged. "Xiao Fan, are you foolish? You just received $1 million in prize money, and you deposited it all into my medical account. My work-related injury can be reimbursed," Liang Wu remarked upon seeing Xiao Fan. He only realized this after being discharged from the hospital. Xiao Fan, using his mental prowess, examined Liang Wu's mind and retorted, "Captain Liang, you are the one who is foolish. Are you uncomfortable lying in the hospital? What would you do if you ended up in a vegetative state? Given my current situation, sitting in the office is manageable." Liang Wu waved his hand dismissively. "You have spent around 400,000 to 500,000 on me. My salary cannot repay you. I will risk my life to uncover the truth about your parents' case," Xiao Fan declared. "Captain Liang, I wish to speak with you privately." Liang Wu frowned. "Are you seeking more details about the case? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information, knowing it may not be safe for you. If I share the case details, I would face repercussions as well." Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. "Captain Liang, I believe I can protect myself. I have already apprehended several criminals." Liang Wu shook his head. "That makes it even more imperative that I do not share anything with you. Currently, we have 1 suspect, but they are merely a suspect and not confirmed. What if you go and injure them? Although you have covered my medical expenses, I cannot show favoritism in this matter." Xiao Fan had initially intended to discuss things privately with Liang Wu to demonstrate his capabilities. However, it seemed that revealing his strengths would only ensure Liang Wu would be even less inclined to divulge the suspect's identity. It appeared that he would have to discreetly ascertain who the suspect was. Xiao Fan thought to himself. He projected his mental energy into the interrogation room, where a presence would likely indicate a suspect. There was no one. Xiao Fan's mental energy scanned some documents on Liang Wu's desk. Longkong Group's Mayor Dong, Yushoran? There was a considerable amount of information about Yushoran in the documents on Liang Wu's desk. Chapter 79. The technique has truly been stolen after leaving the Criminal Investigation Unit. Xiao Fan did not rush to Longkong Group. If Yushoran was indeed the murderer, there was no need for haste. The monk may run, but the temple remains. Ding ding. Xiao Fan's phone rang, and it was surprisingly a call from Cheng Xinghua. Uncle Cheng, it's rare for you to call me. Are you finally considering a daughter for yourself? Xiao Fan joked cheerfully. Cheng Xinghua retorted, that was years ago. I couldn't care less about a daughter now. I'm calling to inform you that the college entrance examination is in 2 days. Yang Chun is taking the exam this year. And you are the first university student to emerge from our village. You should give him a call to encourage him. Xiao Fan was taken aback. The college entrance examination was already upon them. Yang Chen was the grandson of Elder Yang in their village. Both of his parents had passed away when he was young, and Elder Yang had raised him with great effort. Uncle Cheng, I will return for a visit. I'll come over for dinner tonight, so please prepare a little extra food. Xiao Fan smiled as he expressed his desire to return home to check if there were any martial arts techniques among his ancestors' tablets. You need to make a special trip back? Fanzi, Cheng Xinghua quickly interjected. Uncle Cheng, it has been some time since my last visit. I thought it would be nice to see you all. Given the impracticality of driving to the countryside, Xiao Fan opted for a taxi to the town. Fanzi, over here. As Xiao Fan prepared to hail a motorcycle taxi to the village, he heard Cheng Xinghua's voice. He hurried over, asking, Uncle Cheng, did you come specifically to pick me up? You arrived so early. If I had taken longer, you would have had to wait quite a while. I just came to buy a few things, Cheng Xinghua replied with a light cough. Xiao Fan refrained from mentioning his taxi ride, knowing that Cheng Xinghua and his wife would surely scold him for wasting money. Quick, get in the car. We killed a chicken on the way here. Yang Chun and the others will be dining at our home tonight. Cheng Xinghua beckoned. Xiao Fan hopped onto the motorcycle, and before long, they arrived in the village. Fangu, Fanzi. The villagers greeted Xiao Fan warmly. He returned their greetings, and Cheng Xinghua drove him directly home, well aware that Xiao Fan would want to check on his family. Upon entering, Xiao Fan found the house impeccably clean. Cheng Hu's mother held a key to his home and would periodically clean and air it out. Otherwise, the place would have succumbed to mold and decay. The ancestral tablets were indeed present. Their family had never been wealthy enough to have a dedicated ancestral hall. To his dismay, Xiao Fan's mental probing revealed the ancestral tablets were alarmingly empty. Notably, he noticed subtle signs that the hidden compartment had been tampered with. Cheng Hu's mother would never have ventured near the ancestral tablets, let alone pry them open. It was undoubtedly related to the family martial art. The 9 transformations of the true dragon. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. Father, mother, I will avenge you, he vowed. However, the adversary is a martial arts family, and their strength may be formidable. I kindly ask for a little more time. After burning some Jaws paper, he respectfully bowed 3 times. Fangu, he murmured, sharing a few words with his parents before heading to Cheng Hu's home. Both Cheng Hu and Yang Chun were present and called out to him upon seeing him. Yang Chun, how is your confidence in getting into university? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Yang Chun awkwardly replied, Fangu, I am not like you. You know my grades are barely satisfactory. A 3rd-tier university seems possible, but a 2nd-tier one would require sheer luck. Fangu, I wish to discuss something with you. If I do not get accepted, I do not wish to attend a 3rd-tier university. I want to work instead. My grandfather is getting older, and I want to earn some money so he can enjoy his remaining years. Xiao Fan gazed thoughtfully at Yang Chen. Yang Chen is not particularly gifted in his studies. In the past, he had tutored Yang Chen, who understands the struggles of his grandfather and works diligently, yet his academic performance remains mediocre. As peers, I shall refrain from imparting grand philosophies. If you succeed in your exams, it is imperative that you pursue your studies, for your grandfather's efforts are not easily come by. Should you fail, I can assist you in securing a job in the county. Xiao Fan patted Yang Chen's shoulder with a smile. Despite his academic shortcomings, Yang Chen possesses commendable qualities. He is robust, resilient, and dutifully respectful towards his grandfather. Zhao Zongxiang's current warehouse project is intended for long-term operation, and it would be unwise to leave it under the watch of Zhao Zongxiang's people, even if he is not prone to betrayal. He feels reassured by the familiarity of certain villagers. Brother Fan, is that true? Yang Chen's eyes lit up. A job in the county would greatly benefit him, allowing him to visit his aging grandfather whenever possible. Of course it is. Do I have any reason to deceive you? Focus on your exams and perform to the best of your abilities. You must not sabotage your own efforts. If you do not succeed, just multiply your score by 10 to determine your salary, Xiao Fan replied with a grin. Yang Chen, astonished, exclaimed, Brother Fan, is that really the case? If I score in the 400s, doesn't that mean my salary could exceed 4,000? Xiao Fan responded, if you gain admission to university, I assure you that your salary upon graduation will exceed 20 times your exam score. Think carefully about this. Yangshan took a deep breath. Achieving a score of over 500 for a second-tier university would result in a monthly salary surpassing 10,000. Brother Fan, I will surely strive for success, he said earnestly. His mental burden lightened considerably, as Xiao Fan had laid out a clear path for him. Before long, the meal was served, and Qing Xinghua invited Xiao Fan and the others to dine. After a couple of cups of rice wine, Xiao Fan inquired, Uncle Qing, have you ever considered working in the county? I have some enterprises there that require assistance, and if you're willing, the monthly salary is 8,000. Qing Xinghua shook his head repeatedly, saying, if you need help, I can assist, but look at me, what about my physique warrants a salary of 8,000 a month? Indeed. Old Cheng is correct. Farming yields just about 10,000 a year, while working in the county brings in around 20,000. Your offer of 8,000 a month, over 100,000 a year, is quite generous, Cheng Hu's mother interjected. Xiao Fan chuckled, Auntie, I need someone trustworthy. Uncle Cheng, I am not jesting. Later, you can find 10 or 8 capable people in the village who are diligent and can keep a secret. Those who drink excessively or gossip will not do. Each of them will earn 6,000 a month. Cheng Xinghua, now serious, asked, are you truly serious, Fan? Absolutely. Xiao Fan affirmed with a nod. I need this many individuals initially, and potentially more as time goes on. The warehouse is still under construction, but it's prudent to recruit early. Cheng Xinghua and his companions require thorough training. Warehouse management is indeed an art. Chapter 80. Yu Shoren's covert investigation in the office of the Longkong Group's president. A message arrived from the shadow of the boss. Xiao Fan had visited the criminal investigation team before returning to his village. A woman reported to Yu Shoren. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Yu Shoren spoke in a calm voice. Have the shadow visit Xiao Fan's home and discreetly ascertain whether he is aware of the martial arts. Understood. Boss. The woman nodded and turned to leave. Wait, Yu Shoren interjected. Have you uncovered anything regarding Xiao Fan's bank account? The woman frowned and replied, Boss. The situation is somewhat peculiar. My contacts lack the necessary authority to retrieve that information, and I am considering alternative methods. Yu Shoren stated solemnly. Xiao Fan has already learned that his parents were murdered. We must gather comprehensive information about him. She remarked, Boss, Xiao Fan is merely an ordinary student. Are we perhaps overestimating him? Yu Shoren replied coldly. We must never underestimate any adversary. If the shadow discovers that Xiao Fan knows about the martial arts, it could lead to an unforeseen incident. Yes, boss, the woman replied as she exited. Yu Shoren pondered deeply. He found Xiao Fan increasingly enigmatic. Despite being an ordinary student, he had managed to single-handedly neutralize 3 robbers. The source of his sports car remained a mystery. Yet, these were minor concerns. As long as Xiao Fan remained oblivious to the family's martial arts, there was no immediate need to address him. After all, the more killings committed, the greater the risks of leaving traces behind. Xiao Fan spent a night in the village. The following morning, Cheng Xinghua and 9 others arrived at his location. Xiao Fan, Xinghua said you would find us a job with a salary of 6,000 a month? One of them exclaimed, visibly excited. Lacking higher education, they considered a monthly income of 2,000 in the county a fortunate find. 6,000 would be an exceptional salary. Uncle Xia, it is indeed true. Xiao Fan replied with a smile. 6,000 a month. There are no social benefits, but if you perform well, there will be a year-end bonus of 1 to 2 months' salary. Upon hearing this, their excitement grew even more. They cared little for the benefits. A tangible bonus would be far more appealing. Xiao Fan, do you think they are suitable? Cheng Xinghua stated. I've made my position clear to them. If you find them unsuitable, we can replace them. Xiao Fan glanced over and smiled. Uncle Qing, do I not trust you? Besides, they are all uncles who have watched me grow up. I trust them completely. If there are no further matters, dear uncles, please gather your belongings, and we shall set off. By the way, you will have 2 days off each week. The group departed with immense joy. A salary of 6,000 a month. End-of-year bonuses, 2 days off weekly, and proximity to home. Such an opportunity was truly rare to find. 2 hours later, they arrived at the county seat of Leishan. Xiaozong. They addressed him. At the station, a subordinate of Zhao Zongxiang welcomed Xiao Fan with utmost respect. Zhao Zongxiang had instructed him that if he failed to satisfy Xiao Fan, he would have to pack his belongings and return home. Manager Guo, is it? Greetings, Xiao Fan said, shaking hands with the startled Guo Wendong. Yes, Xiaozong, Guo replied. Xiao Fan nodded. Xiaozong should have briefed you. Let us proceed. Certainly, Xiao Zong, Guo Wendong replied, signaling for 3 Mercedes vehicles to be brought forth. Cheng Xinghua and the others entered the cars with a sense of trepidation. Within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at a warehouse district. Uncle Cheng, your task is as follows. You must familiarize yourselves with every aspect of warehouse management, as you will be interning here, Xiao Fan stated solemnly. Although you were brought here by me, you must not relax your standards in your work. You only have 1 month. Cheng Xinghua furrowed his brow and responded, Xiao Zong. Is it really appropriate for us to receive such a high salary just for managing a warehouse? The others nodded in agreement. While they were pleased with the generous compensation, they felt uneasy if the work did not merit such pay. Xiao Fan chuckled, Uncle Cheng, you will understand in due course. I would never dispense money out of mere sympathy. You must learn diligently. Modern warehouse management is far more complex than merely overseeing the entrance. I entrust them to you. Manager Gua, if you perform well, I will speak highly of you to Xiao Zong. If not, I will also voice my concerns. Guo Wendong promptly assured, rest assured. Xiao Zong, I will ensure the best individuals are assigned to guide them. With a nod, Xiao Fan departed. Meanwhile, a shadow cautiously infiltrated Xiao Fan's home in the village. He meticulously examined the ancestral tablets, noting that they were free of dust and had not been disturbed. It seemed that Xiao Fan was entirely unaware of the situation. The shadow mused, before stealthily retreating. Within 5 minutes, Yushoran received the news, letting out a sigh of relief. The Xiao family had withdrawn from the martial arts circle for quite some time. If Xiao Fan remained oblivious, there would be no uproar. Nor would it awaken memories among others. It was detrimental for those aware of the forces that had killed Xiao Fan's parents and seized their martial arts techniques. Yushoran was well aware of the formidable martial arts family backing him, yet he knew that such powerful families were not singular in their dominance. And there was also the state to consider. The state maintained regulations concerning the management of martial arts families. Killing and seizing techniques was a grave taboo. Beep, beep. Yushoran dialed a number, rising to his feet with a respectful demeanor. After several rings, the call was answered. What is it? Came a languid voice from the other end. Sixth Master, Xiao Fan returned to the village. He has not disturbed the ancestral tablets, indicating he is certainly unaware of the Xiao family's martial arts techniques. Yushoran replied respectfully. The voice from the other end spoke softly. If he were aware of the family's martial arts secrets, he should have known long ago. Why would he make this call at such a time? Yushoran quickly responded, Sixth Master, it is like this. Recently, Xiao Fan has been acting strangely. A few days ago, during the bank robbery, he displayed exceptional marksmanship. He also drove an extravagant sports car. I had someone investigate his bank account, yet nothing could be uncovered. The Sixth Master on the other end expressed some surprise. He is just a mere layman. Could he possibly be turning his fortunes around? How did he acquire his wealth? Yes, Sixth Master. After hanging up, the Sixth Master arrived at an old residence, where he received news from his father through Yushoran. The Sixth Master reported the situation. What is your assessment? Spoke an elderly man in gray, his eyes remaining closed as he spoke. The Sixth Master replied, Father, I was pondering whether other martial families might have come into contact with him. Is it possible that his money came from another family? The gray-clad elder replied indifferently. He is unaware of the family's martial arts, which should not have any repercussions. Instruct Yushoran's people to keep their distance. We must be cautious of other forces discovering him. The Sixth Master nodded silently and retreated. Chapter 81. Interrogating Yushoran at the Criminal Investigation Unit. Zhang Shi's phone rang. Hello? Zhang Shi quickly answered. Brother Zhang, it's bad news. Sun Haokuan is dead. Zhang Shi's expression changed. Sun Haokuan was the gang leader, and Liang Wu was preparing to interrogate him. What was the cause of death? Zhang Shi asked hastily. The cause of death has yet to be determined, but preliminary assessments suggest poisoning. After hanging up, Zhang Shi furrowed his brow. Sun Haokuan could have died at no other time. His death at this moment certainly indicated foul play. How could they proceed with the interrogation now? Zhang Shi glanced towards Liang Wu's office, uncertain how this news would affect him. However, as the team leader, he had to inform Liang Wu regardless. Captain Liang, I have some news to share. You must remain calm, otherwise you might find yourself back on the hospital bed. Zhang Shi sat down in front of Liang Wu. What is it? Liang Wu spoke in a low voice, sensing that Zhang Shi's words were likely not of good tidings. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shi said, I just received a call. Sun Haokuan is dead. It appears to be from poisoning. What? Liang Wu's expression changed dramatically. His face flushed slightly. There had been police guarding outside Sun Haokuan's hospital room 24 hours a day, Under such circumstances, he was murdered. This indicated a powerful and audacious mastermind at work. Captain Liang, please don't get agitated. You must keep your composure, Zhang Shi urged quickly. Liang Wu clenched his fists. How could he not be agitated? Leah had informed him that Yushoren might be involved, and fearing to alert the enemy, he had refrained from interrogating Sun Haokuan immediately. Now, he had not anticipated that Sun Haokuan would die at this juncture. Have the body transported here? Inform Leah to conduct an autopsy. You personally take a few men to Chong Kong Group and request Yushoren to assist with the investigation. Liang Wu's expression was grim. Yushoren is the president of Chong Kong Group, but that was merely Sun Haokuan's assertion, and he is deceased. Is it appropriate for us to summon him for assistance in the investigation? Zhang Shi reminded him. After all, Chong Kong Group possesses assets exceeding 1 billion. And Yushoren's influence is not to be underestimated. Liang Wu replied coldly. As a citizen, he has the obligation to assist in the investigation. Make arrangements immediately. Zhang Shi nodded and hurriedly departed. Liang Wu held his head, while the nurse beside him promptly conducted a series of examinations. I am fine, do not worry. He said after a brief pause. Captain Liang, you must maintain a calm demeanor. Any outburst could adversely affect your injury, the nurse advised after confirming there were no issues. Understood, Liang Wu replied quickly. He had no desire to spend more time in the hospital. Sun Haokuan is dead? Liu was taken aback upon receiving the news. Sun Haokuan had undoubtedly been silenced. Indeed, Zhang Shi responded. Liu, your leave is cancelled. Captain Liang has requested you to return to prepare for the autopsy. With that, he hung up the phone. You three, change into plain clothes and accompany me. Zhang Shi soon called upon 3 others. They dressed accordingly and made their way to Chong Kong Group. President, several police officers are here to see you, reported Yushoren's secretary. Police are looking for me? Yushoren's pupils constricted. How could the police seek him? He believed Liang Wu and his team had not yet traced the case of Xiao Fan's parents back to him. Nor could they likely connect him to Sun Haokuan's death. Please let them in, he said after a moment's contemplation. Avoidance was not an option. Before long, Zhang Shi and his team entered Yushoren's office. President Yu, your office is quite luxurious, Zhang Shi remarked, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one else was hidden within. Yushoren adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. What are your names, officers? Is there someone from Chong Kong Group involved in a case? I am Zhang Shi. Here's my identification. Zhang Shi presented his credentials for Yushoren's inspection. President Yu, you seem rather unoccupied today. We would like to request your assistance with a case at our precinct. Yushoren's heart sank. They had indeed come for him. What had gone awry? Today is indeed a relatively free day. Assisting you officers in your investigations is our civic duty. I shall accompany you, he replied with a smile. However, please keep it discreet. We are a publicly listed company, and we must not jeopardize shareholder interests over a trivial matter. Not a problem, Zhang Shi affirmed. Soon, Yushoren followed Zhang Shi and his team to the Criminal Investigation Division. After you, President Yu, Zhang Shi said with a smile as he led Yushoren to the interrogation room. Yushoren spoke in a low voice. Officer Zhang, I am the president of Chong Kong Group. I have no issue cooperating with your investigation, but what is the reason for directly entering the interrogation room? Zhang Shi tapped the table. Yushoren, you must comply with the investigation. As he spoke, he pushed his phone toward Yushoren. Take a look at this video. Yushoren quickly finished watching the video. That scoundrel, he silently cursed, astonished that Sun Haokuan had already accused him before being interrogated. Who is Officer Zhang? Is it enough for just anyone to record a video to tarnish my reputation? I am Yushoren, the president of Chong Kong Group, with assets exceeding 1 billion. I personally hold 60% of the company's shares. Is it not peculiar that a wealthy individual like me would instruct someone to commit murder? Yushoren frowned. Zhang Shi replied, his name is Sun Haokuan. Now, Yushoren, please tell me if you know Sun Haokuan. I do not know him. Did you instruct him to commit murder? Preposterous. Of course not. Yushoren shook his head. Zhang Shi continued to question. Are you aware of the car accident involving the Xiao couple 5 years ago? Is their death related to you? Did you orchestrate the murder? Yushoren, visibly exasperated, responded, Officer Zhang, your inquiries are becoming increasingly absurd. I know nothing of this, and it is entirely unrelated to me. You must be employing a lie detector now, right? The lie detector will certainly confirm that I am not lying. Zhang Shi remarked, the lie detector is merely an auxiliary tool and cannot serve as evidence. If you possess any proof that I instructed someone to commit murder, present it for my review. The voice of Liang Wu echoed in Zhang Shi's ear. The lie detector indicates that he is not lying. Conclude the interrogation. Mr. Yu. You may leave. We only uncovered this one lead and we're conducting a routine inquiry. Zhang Shi addressed Yushoren. Yushoren secretly sighed in relief, as it seemed Zhang Shi and his team lacked further evidence. In the future, unless there is conclusive evidence, I would appreciate not being disturbed. I am, after all, the president of a publicly listed corporation, and even a minor disturbance could result in significant losses for shareholders, Yushoren stated solemnly before departing. Zhang Shi approached Liang Wu. Liang Wu frowned. Both lie detectors indicate that Yushoren is not lying. Is it possible that Sun Haokuan is the one deceiving us? Zhang Shi inquired. Liang Wu shook his head. I doubt it. My intuition tells me that there is something amiss with Yushoren. Lie detectors are not always reliable. Intensify the investigation against him discreetly. Also, look into some of the people around him and assign 2 individuals to monitor him around the clock. Chapter 82. The Master of Deception. Zhang Shi hesitated. Team Leader Liang, we employed the lie detector because we suspected that Sun Haokuan's words could be unreliable. To avoid misdirection and wasting time. Now that the lie detector shows no issues with Yushoren, should we still keep an eye on him? Liang Wu's eyes sparkled with insight. Do you not find Yushoren's calm demeanor rather unsettling? Zhang Shidao remarked. Captain Liang is indeed a man of wealth. Money emboldens the timid, so his audacity seems rather typical. The sensation is distinctly different. Liang Wu shook his head. You have had little experience dealing with affluent criminals. My insights in this regard surpass yours. Let us conduct an investigation as I suggest. By the way, retrieve his call records. Zhang Shidao responded, with his considerable wealth. Acquiring a spare phone would be effortless for him. Even if we obtain his call records, I feel we may not achieve any significant breakthroughs. Let us investigate first. At present, we cannot overlook any clues, Liang Wu stated solemnly. Understood, Captain Liang. I will arrange it immediately, Zhang Shidao nodded. Sixth Master, the police just summoned me. Sun Haokuan mentioned me before his demise, yet they possess no evidence, and they certainly won't trace it back to me. Yushoren reported the situation over a phone call. This mobile number is indeed not registered under his name. On the other end of the line, Sixth Master coldly remarked, Did you not assert that Sun Haokuan was trustworthy? It appeared that Sixth Master had previously attempted to end his own life. Perhaps he had failed at time, leading to a shift in his mindset. Rest assured, Sixth Master. I will manage it properly, Yushoren hurriedly assured, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a prolonged silence, Sixth Master finally spoke. Arrange for an accident to send Xiao Fan on his way. As long as he lives, Liang Wu and his team will not cease their investigation. Should they ultimately trace it back to you with concrete evidence, you know what must be done. Yushoren quickly vowed, Do not worry, Sixth Master. If it truly comes to that, I will bear the burden alone, ensuring you remain unscathed. Execute it flawlessly. Once this matter has passed, I can provide you with techniques at the transformation level. With that, Sixth Master terminated the call. Excitement flickered in Yushoren's eyes. He had reached the dark strength level several years prior, and if he were to acquire techniques at the transformation level, he was confident in his ascent. Although money is indeed a valuable asset, Yushoren deemed his own strength to be of utmost importance. Just like this time, had he not possessed dark strength, he would never have easily passed the polygraph test. Jiangwen, come here. Yushoren dialed another number. Shortly thereafter, Jiangwen entered his office. Boss, what is it? Withdraw the shadow. Find a skilled assassin on the dark web, one who specializes in orchestrating accidents, to send Xiao Fan to meet his parents. Yushoren instructed in a low tone. The dark web hosts all manner of individuals. Those adept at creating accidents refer to themselves as accident architects, and they charge a premium for their lethal services. Boss, can we not employ our own people? This sort of task could easily be handled by the shadow, Jiangwen questioned with curiosity. Xiao Fan is merely an ordinary person, in my opinion. There are countless ways to eliminate him, she added. Yushoren shook his head, stating, The police may be monitoring me now. Let our people remain inactive. You must exercise caution when dealing with individuals from the dark web to avoid exposure. I understand, Jiangwen replied, nodding as she turned and departed. Yushoren cast a final glance at her, recalling that Jiangwen was indeed quite beautiful. Yet, he refrained from pursuing her. He believed in separating work from personal affairs. Zhao, I require several items. Please arrange for someone to procure them, he instructed. Xiao Fan dialed Zhao Zongxiang. Young Master Xiao, what do you need? Just say the word. Zhao Zongxiang responded promptly on the other end of the line. Xiao Fan replied, I need a total of 10,000 drones of various models, including small drones, large agricultural drones, and racing drones. Ensure their quality is reliable. Additionally, I require 100 generators, and please prepare extra electrical wires and power strips. I also need 100 tons of gasoline, properly contained in barrels. Zhao Zongxiang felt puzzled. Why did Xiao Fan need such an extensive number of drones? Young Master Xiao, are you preparing for an apocalypse? This seems rather excessive, he remarked. Do not inquire further, Xiao Fan insisted. The drones should ideally have visual capabilities. Please assist with the procurement and have everything delivered to the warehouse by tomorrow evening. Can you manage that? After a moment of consideration, Zhao Zongxiang concluded that while obtaining a single model of drone might pose a challenge, Xiao Fan had not specified any particular model, thus it should not be an issue. Aside from the drones, acquiring the generators and gasoline was not difficult for him. 100 tons of gasoline would be a daunting task for an ordinary person. But for Zhao Zongxiang, it was straightforward. He owned several gas stations, and it would merely require a few additional deliveries. 1,000 large searchlights, with a range exceeding 1,000 meters. Please also procure 10,000 various light bulbs and sockets, as well as 100,000 lighters and 100,000 rolls of gauze. That should suffice for now. We can arrange for more later, he added. Zhao Zongxiang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Xiao Fan was undoubtedly a survivalist of the highest order. Young master, I will ensure to stockpile more survival supplies for you in the future, correct? He commented. Xiao Fan smiled. Indeed, prepare various survival supplies in abundance. Do not hesitate to spend money. I will transfer the expenses to you by tomorrow. Time swiftly passed to the following day. In the evening, Xiao Fan arrived in Leishan County, where a substantial amount of supplies had already been transported. The goods were delivered to a warehouse adjacent to the original one. Young master, everything you requested is here, Zhao Zongxiang announced. The items occupied only a modest amount of space. Although the quantities were large, their sizes were relatively small. What was the total cost? Xiao Fan inquired. Zhao Zongxiang replied. The average price for the various drones was 2,500 each, totaling 25 million. The remaining miscellaneous items amounted to about 2 to 3 million. Xiao Fan transferred 28 million to Zhao Zongxiang. Zhao, you continue with your affairs. I will handle things here, Xiao Fan remarked, waving his hand. Zhao Zongxiang replied. Xiao, considering the late hour, why not share a meal together? You and Yukai are classmates. I'll invite him along so he can learn from you. He has been rather unproductive lately. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. All right, let us dine together. His idleness is indeed supported by a fortunate background. Your family's wealth could sustain him for 10 lifetimes. Zhao Zongxiang chuckled. We do have some wealth, but one's own capabilities are far more crucial. Xiao, our Zhao family owns a hotel. How about we dine there? Xiao Fan responded. As you wish. This is your territory. You may arrange it as you see fit. Soon, they arrived at the Zhao family's hotel, where Zhao Yukai was already there to greet them. Yukai, have you just returned from Africa? Xiao Fan inquired, surprised to see that Zhao Yukai had become noticeably darker in complexion. Zhao Yukai chuckled awkwardly. Xiao, I've been busy with the orphanage. The sun has been harsher lately, but progress there is quite good. Xiao Fan turned to Zhao Zongxiang. I believe Yukai's engagement in such matters is commendable. You mentioned he has been unproductive. That is not entirely fair. Yes, you are right, Xiao. Zhao Zongxiang quickly responded. Zhao Yukai was taken aback, wondering why his father seemed to have transformed so drastically. He was aware of Xiao Fan's significant standing. But was it truly to this extent? Let us head inside, Xiao Fan smiled. They soon entered the hotel and took the private elevator to the top floor. Zhao, what is this? Xiao Fan frowned slightly, noticing several young, beautiful women in the room, each embodying various alluring archetypes. Zhao Zongxiang explained. I thought it a bit wasteful for just the three of us to occupy such a large table, so I invited them to accompany us and to serve you. Xiao Fan shook his head. Zhao, please ask them to leave. Zhao Yukai quickly interjected. Dad, really? Xiao's girlfriend is like a celestial being. Why would he be interested in someone of their caliber? Zhao Zongxiang waved his hand dismissively, and the young women reluctantly departed. Aware of Zhao Zongxiang's status and the significance of addressing Xiao Fan as Xiao, Xiao Fan, with his commendable appearance, could elevate anyone he deemed worthy. Zhao, I prefer to avoid such superficialities. I trust you to manage the matters I've assigned to you. Should your family face significant adversity in the future, I will extend my assistance, Xiao Fan stated solemnly. Zhao Zongxiang promptly replied, I understand, Xiao. Please, have a seat. I will instruct them to serve the dishes immediately. A myriad of delectable dishes was presented, and Xiao Fan was thoroughly astonished. Although his card was currently laden with considerable funds, his standard of consumption had not risen accordingly. The banquet meticulously prepared by Zhao Zongxiang was estimated to cost no less than 100,000, excluding the expensive wines, which Xiao Fan could not identify, but would undoubtedly exceed 100,000 per bottle. Zhao, you have gone to great lengths, he remarked. As long as you are satisfied. Zhao replied, as they began to indulge in their feast. After half an hour had elapsed, Zhao Zongxiang's expression altered slightly as he received a call. Upon hanging up, he expressed his apologies. Xiao, please allow Yu Kai to keep you company. I must attend to a pressing matter at home. Very well. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Zongxiang departed in haste, and Xiao Fan turned to Zhao Yu Kai, inquiring, what ailment afflicts your grandfather? Zhao Yu Kai, taken aback, replied, Brother Xiao, you are aware that my grandfather is ill. Indeed, Xiao Fan confirmed, having just overheard on the phone that Zhao Youcai's grandfather's condition had deteriorated. With a somber demeanor, Zhao Yu Kai recounted, my grandfather was in good health until 2 years ago when he inexplicably developed a mental illness, sometimes wreaking havoc at home. In the past 6 months, his condition has worsened. At times, he resembles a wild beast. My father has consulted numerous doctors, yet none have been able to help. Let us eat quickly. I wish to visit him, Xiao Fan urged. Brother Xiao, perhaps it is best not to, Zhao Yu Kai cautioned, his expression betraying a hint of fear. Hurry, Xiao Fan insisted. After spending the first half hour primarily drinking, he hastily consumed a few bites of food. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a villa on the outskirts in a Bentley. Dad, it's me, Zongxiang. Please, regain your composure, Zhao Zongxiang called as they entered the villa. Xiao Fan heard his urgent voice and observed 4 of Zhao's subordinates struggling to restrain an elderly man. Despite being in his 70s, the old man exhibited remarkable strength, nearly overpowering the 4 adult men. His mouth emitted guttural roars, and his gaze was fierce. This place is brimming with spiritual energy, Xiao Fan mused internally. Having cultivated the 9 transformation true dragon technique, he was sensitive to spiritual energy, while typical locations might register as a 1. He felt the energy surrounding this villa was at least a 4 or 5. Please excuse the display, Xiao. My father is frightening during his episodes, but he is manageable otherwise, Zhao Zongxiang explained, casting a reproachful glance at Zhao Yu Kai. Xiao Fan's mental energy penetrated Zhao Zongxiang's father's being. He sensed another force of mental energy influencing Zhao Zongxiang's father, an energy that felt both sinister and volatile. Could it be that this villa is a temporal nexus? Xiao Fan pondered, recalling what Xiao Hai had told him, that 2 worlds were converging, and at such a proximity, the spiritual energy could intensify, potentially allowing creatures from another realm to traverse over. In this current time frame, creatures from other realms should not be able to cross over. However, near the temporal nodes, the spiritual energy of these beings might still manifest. Father, please remain calm. Father, Zhao Zongxiang anxiously continued to call out, but his father's condition showed no signs of improvement. Mr. Zhao, allow me to assist, said Xiao Fan. Zhao Zongxiang looked at Xiao Fan with surprise. Can you handle my father's condition, Xiao? Your father has been influenced by a sinister force. He is not suffering from a mental illness, Xiao Fan explained as he stepped forward. He extended his right hand to grasp Zhao Zongxiang's father's head, who struggled fiercely, yet Xiao Fan's grip remained unyielding. His spiritual energy transformed into a vast net, enveloping the malevolent force affecting Zhao Zongxiang's father. This force was stronger than that of an ordinary person, but compared to Xiao Fan, it was significantly weaker. With a decisive motion, Xiao Fan's spiritual energy morphed into a great blade that sliced through the net. This method of purging the foreign spiritual energy was rudimentary, yet effective. Under Xiao Fan's assault, the foreign energy gradually dissipated. 5 minutes passed, and despite the considerable expenditure of his own spiritual power, the foreign influence in Zhao Zongxiang's father's mind was eradicated completely. Xiao is my father. Zhao Zongxiang's father had fallen into a faint. After a careful examination, Xiao Fan concluded that there was no serious issue. He had merely been overwhelmed by the foreign energy, leading to significant fatigue. Your father is simply asleep. His problem has been resolved. He just needs a good rest. However, it would be best for him to sleep elsewhere, Xiao Fan suggested. Zhao Zongxiang and the others felt a shiver run down their spines as nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Brother Xiao, is my grandfather truly all right? Zhao Yukai inquired with delight. His grandfather had always treated him well. Xiao Fan nodded. A good sleep should suffice. Mr. Zhao, you ought to sell me this villa. It may pose issues for others. The spiritual energy here is 4 to 5 times that of ordinary places, allowing one training in the 9 transformations of the true dragon art to achieve a similarly accelerated pace. Moreover, since this location is a temporal node, the spiritual energy may strengthen further in the future. Zhao Zongxiang quickly replied, Xiao Xiao, your words are too generous. You have helped my father recover. If there are still issues with this villa, consider it a gift. However, since this villa belongs to my father, I must discuss it with him upon his awakening. Chapter 84. The Utility of the Spotlight. Xiao Fan nodded. No problem, Mr. Zhao. Please have someone escort me to the warehouse. Very well, Xiao Xiao. After Xiao Fan departed, Zhao Zongxiang hurriedly arranged for his father to be taken away, and the doctors in the villa followed suit. 3 hours later, Zhao Zongxiang and Zhao Guangyao awoke. Father, how do you feel? Zhao Zongxiang, a dutiful son, stood vigilantly by his side, eager to know. Zhao Guangyao propped himself up, glancing around as he inquired. Where's that young man? I recall a young man who held my head and saved me. Father, Xiao Xiao is not here. It's already past 10 at night. How are you feeling? Perhaps the doctor should conduct a thorough examination, Zhao Zongxiang suggested urgently. Zhao Guangyao waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. I feel as though I have already recovered. Zhao Zongxiang replied, Father, Xiao Xiao mentioned that you have been influenced by malevolent forces over the past 2 years. A look of fear flickered in Zhao Guangyao's eyes. Indeed, it feels as though I have transformed into a monster, unlike anything depicted in reality or film. Yet that monster felt all too real. What kind of person is Xiao Xiao? Zhao Guangyao asked, perplexed. It was unusual for Zhao Zongxiang, the head of the Zhao family with assets worth billions, to refer to someone as Xiao Xiao. Zhao Zongxiang approached the door, where 2 guards stood watch. You too. Step back a little, he commanded. Understood. The guards promptly moved away, and Zhao Zongxiang closed the door, returning to his father's side. He lowered his voice, saying, Father, Xiao Xiao is indeed an extraordinary individual. I fired a few shots at him, yet he deflected the bullets effortlessly. They did not miss. They simply halted mysteriously before him. Zhao Guangyao narrowed his eyes. In our homeland, there exist martial arts families. Xiao Xiao likely hails from such a lineage or a martial sect. It is uncommon for someone so young to withstand bullets. He must be a core member. Have you managed to turn him from foe to ally? Zhao Guangyao inquired. Zhao Zongxiang nodded. Xiao Xiao has no intention of seizing our Zhao family's assets. He is a survivalist, merely asking me to assist in constructing a warehouse and procuring some items. He elaborated on matters concerning Xiao Fan. You have made a wise move. We cannot afford to oppose someone of his caliber. Martial families may not always be wealthy, but they are not to be trifled with, Zhao Guangyao stated solemnly. Zhao Zongxiang added, Fortunately, I have made his acquaintance. Otherwise, I truly would not have known how to assist you, father. Various tests indicate that your health is fine. Zhao Guangyao gestured towards his head. I believe the issue lies within my mind. Those instruments can only detect the erratic brainwaves during my episodes. Zongxiang, that villa should be gifted to Xiao Xiao, and the items within should be replaced anew for him. Also, please inquire if I might invite him to dinner tomorrow. Depending on his convenience. Zhao Zongxiang responded, Perhaps we should wait a few days. I just treated Xiao Xiao to a meal today. Let us see if your condition recurs in a few days. After considering for a moment, Zhao Guangyao nodded. Very well. Now, you should rest as well. I will continue to sleep. He waved his hand dismissively. Knock, knock. At midnight, Xiao Fan was awakened by a knocking sound, and he saw Xiao Hai's reflection in the mirror. Dear grandson, why do you appear so weary? Xiao Hai inquired. Xiao Fan yawned and remarked, There is an individual who possesses an alien mental force within their mind, which I assisted in purging. Afterward, I further refined my mental abilities in the warehouse. The alien mental force from grandfather must originate from your realm. Xiao Hai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If my dear grandson has encountered such a phenomenon, the abundance of spiritual energy in that location must be considerable. Should you cultivate there, your progress could accelerate significantly. Xiao Fan responded, Indeed. The spiritual energy is approximately 4 to 5 times greater. I have proposed purchasing a villa there, which should pose no significant issues. Xiao Hai nodded in agreement. Allow me to impart a simple spirit gathering formation to you. You need not remain in the villa continuously, as the formation can concentrate the spiritual energy. As he spoke, Xiao Hai raised his hand, and a brilliant light instantaneously penetrated the mirror, entering Xiao Fan's being. By tomorrow morning, you will assimilate the gifts I have bestowed upon you. He said with a cheerful smile. I am passing on knowledge to you, dear grandson. Xiao Fan spent considerable time relocating the cement and sand from the original warehouse before he teleported to the adjacent storage space. With his current strength, he could teleport up to 50 meters. Though the two warehouses were not directly adjacent, they were only 10 meters apart. Additionally, I have prepared an array of valuable supplies for you. 10,000 drones, generators, gasoline, high-powered searchlights, lighters, and gauze, Xiao Fan announced with a grin, continuously transferring the items. Xiao Hai, taken aback, queried, "My dear grandson, what do you intend to do with so many drones?" Although he had already experienced the benefits of drones for reconnaissance, the necessity of 10,000 seemed excessive. Xiao Fan explained, "Grandfather, some of these drones have substantial payload capacities, allowing them to transport gasoline into the city and disperse it over enemy encampments effectively. Others are exceptionally fast and could be equipped with poison darts. As for the searchlights, they will prove invaluable during siege operations. Their illumination range can extend to 1 or 2,000 meters, enabling you to see clearly atop the city walls at night, while the enemy remains shrouded in darkness. These searchlights are significantly more powerful than car headlights. Even the latter can dazzle, let alone the high-powered searchlights. In such circumstances, aiming with arrows would be futile. When our ladders are raised, the enemy will be oblivious to our positioning." Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Fan with a mix of curiosity and admiration. "How is it that you possess such inventive ideas?" Coughing lightly, Xiao Fan replied, "Well, grandfather, I can search online. The creativity of netizens knows no bounds." Xiao Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Although unconventional, this idea is indeed quite brilliant. It will undoubtedly save many lives during future sieges. By the way, is the cultivation method within the ancestral tablet still intact?" Xiao Fan shook his head. "I have utilized my mental prowess to inspect it. The cultivation method is no longer present, and there are signs that the ancestral tablet has been tampered with." Xiao Hai spoke in a deep voice, "My dear grandson, you must exercise caution. Should the police continue their investigation and draw closer to the mastermind behind this, the likelihood of that individual resorting to lethal measures against you will increase. If you were to perish, there would be no victim left to pursue justice. The other party could then manipulate the situation, making it easier for the police to cease their inquiries." Xiao Fan nodded, acknowledging the validity of Xiao Hai's concerns. "Originally, I intended to transmit some dragon energy to you. However, you have already conveyed a significant amount of information, including insights into formations. For the time being, I cannot provide you with dragon energy. I will contact you again in 5 days." With that, Xiao Hai's figure vanished in an instant, his complexion visibly pale. Chapter 85. Discovery of a follower. Upon teleporting back to the first warehouse, Xiao Fan swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. It was only at 9 o'clock the following morning that he awoke, his mental faculties fully restored. "Is this a simple formation?" Xiao Fan pondered. The information regarding formations that Xiao Hai had transmitted to him the previous night had seamlessly integrated into his memory. A compendium that would require at least 1,000 pages if transcribed in writing. Closing his eyes, Xiao Fan mentally reviewed all the information he had assimilated the night before. Recalling even the punctuation with clarity, what he lacked was merely practical experience. "Good morning, young Master Xiao." Upon stepping outside the warehouse, the security personnel promptly saluted. "Good morning." Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "You must ensure that the other warehouse is secured and that no one is allowed to enter." "Yes, young Master Xiao." After departing, Xiao Fan sought out a breakfast establishment. He then called Zhao Zongxiang. "Mr. Zhao, your father should have awakened by now, correct? If there are any issues, I can come over again." Zhao Zongxiang replied hastily, "Young Master Xiao, my father awakened once last night but refrained from mentioning it to avoid disturbing your rest. He has been up early today. My father expressed a desire to host a banquet in your honor. What do you think?" Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. "There is no need for a banquet of thanks. Does your father still wish to occupy that villa?" An elderly voice came through the phone. "Young Master Xiao, this is Zhao Guangyao. I wish to live a few more years. Given the issues with that villa, it would be impossible for me to reside there. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance. That villa is a gift to you, as a person of my humble standing should not dwell in such a place. It is certainly suited for someone of your caliber." Zhao Zongxiang added, "Young Master Xiao, we will arrange for the property rights of the villa to be transferred directly to you. If it is convenient, please provide your identification information." Given Zhao Zongxiang's influence, he could easily obtain the information, but that would seem rather impolite. "Very well, I shall not be modest," Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Zhao Guangyao laughed heartily. "The villa in the county is of little value. I am pleased that you find it appealing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Fan ended the call. He did not head to the villa immediately. Having resided there for quite some time, Zhao Guangyao undoubtedly had numerous possessions to relocate, making haste inappropriate. Ding. The sound of a message notification chimed. Xiao Fan retrieved his phone to find a message from Su Yue. Today is Saturday. And do you have time to join me for lunch? If so, I will go out to buy groceries. Su Yue felt a tinge of sadness, as she had not seen Xiao Fan for the past few days. Of course, I will definitely arrive by noon, Xiao Fan promptly replied. I can easily make it back in time. Great. I will head out to buy the groceries now. I recently learned a few new recipes that I wish to prepare for you, Su Yue said cheerfully before quickly leaving her home. Fox. Su Yue has left and is preparing to take action. Be careful not to leave any traces, a voice echoed through her building. Shortly thereafter, a woman wearing a mask and a baseball cap arrived at Su Yue's door, effortlessly unlocking it and entering the premises. Upon entering, her sharp gaze swept through the room. Finding nothing amiss, she quickly proceeded to the master bedroom where Su Yue resided. Wolf, there are no computer-related books in Su Yue's bedroom, nor any text on hacking. Is there an error in the intelligence? The woman communicated through her earpiece. Do not doubt the organization's intelligence capabilities. The data indicates that Su Yue generates income through computer technology and has had a strong interest in it since childhood. The absence of any computer literature in her room further suggests something is amiss, Wolf replied solemnly. The woman asked, But Wolf, she is so young. Is it truly possible for her to be the queen? Wolf responded, The intelligence indicates that the probability of her being the queen is 1.63. Considering the lack of computer books in her room, the likelihood of her being the queen is even higher. Should I check her computer? If she is the queen, she might notice if I access it, the woman pondered. Wolf remained silent for a moment before instructing, install hidden cameras and listening devices, then leave. Do not disturb anything in the room, avoid arousing suspicion. Understood. The fox swiftly set up the camera and listening device, positioning the camera towards the desk to capture any activity on the computer. All set. Retreat, and ensure no traces are left behind. The fox quickly exited the room. Am I being followed? Xiao Fan mused, frowning. He had taken a taxi from Leishan County back to the city. Initially, he had not noticed, but a car had been trailing him at a consistent distance. Driver, I am feeling dizzy. Could you please slow down? Xiao Fan requested. Of course. The taxi driver reduced the speed from 100 km/h to 80 km/h, and the following car matched the slower pace. Xiao Fan observed closely, noting that the other vehicle had opportunities to overtake but chose not to. Indeed, someone is following me. Could it be the Zhao family? He thought, frowning deeper. If Zhao Zongxiang and his associates were indeed tailing him, it would spell trouble for their friendship. Driver, could you please slow down even further? Xiao Fan asked. Slow down again? All right, the taxi driver complied, decreasing the speed once more. The car following closely behind did not decelerate. Instead, it swiftly changed to the overtaking lane. The foreigner, as the vehicle passed, was observed by Xiao Fan through his mental perception. Although the individual bore no visible weaponry, there was an undeniable air of suspicion surrounding him. A photograph of Xiao Fan was apparent on the individual, alongside binoculars and listening devices within the vehicle. If the state were to investigate him, it is improbable that a foreigner would be permitted to do so. It is also unlikely that this individual was associated with General Jin. Perhaps he was connected to Sang Kuin's subordinates? Xiao Fan contemplated, considering another possibility, that the person was either Yushorin or an additional unseen force sent to investigate or eliminate him. Capturing this individual alive could yield valuable information. A glimmer of determination shone in Xiao Fan's eyes. Since the adversary had revealed themselves, they were bound to reappear. Relinquishing the pursuit seemed unlikely. Having already discerned the individual's appearance, he was confident he would recognize them upon their next encounter. An hour later, the taxi arrived at the Zijin community. Upon entering the room, a rich fragrance enveloped Xiao Fan. What is you cooking, Yue? It smells delightful, he remarked. You will find out shortly, senior. Please wash your hands and enjoy some television in the meantime, came Su Yue's melodious voice from the kitchen. All right, Xiao Fan replied, releasing his mental perception once more. With someone tailing him, it was plausible that there were issues concerning Su Yue as well. He needed to conduct a thorough examination. In the kitchen, living room, and dining area, Xiao Fan's mental perception swiftly confirmed everything was in order. The bathroom and guest room also posed no concerns. After a moment's hesitation, he directed his mental focus towards Su Yue's master bedroom. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He had initially presumed there would be no discoveries. Yet his mental perception quickly identified a pinhole camera and concealed listening devices within the master bedroom. Chapter 86. Uncovering the hidden surveillance. Xiao Fan's countenance darkened. If the enemy sought to target him, they should approach him directly. It was utterly contemptible to install pinhole cameras and listening devices in Su Yue's room. Bastards. He cursed inwardly, uncertain of what had been captured. In films, the range of wireless listening devices is typically limited, implying that the adversary was likely within this very building. Xiao Fan refrained from immediately destroying the camera and listening devices, as such an action would alert the foe. Yue, I need to step out to the car for a moment. I will return shortly, he announced as he re-entered the living room. Addressing the busy Su Yue in the kitchen. Hurry up, senior. Dinner will be ready in about 10 minutes, she replied. Upon reaching the property management office, the staff greeted him with courtesy. With 2 supercars exceeding 20 million in total value, it was rare for anyone at the property management not to recognize him. Manager Chow has something to discuss with you. Xiao Fan and the property manager entered the office, his expression grave as he spoke. Manager Chow. This community was developed by a friend of mine. Could you assist me with a small favor? The property manager, Chow Bin, promptly replied, Mr. Xiao. Please feel free to voice any concerns. We will certainly assist you. Xiao Fan continued. I discovered a listening device in my girlfriend's room. Its transmission range is limited. Have any strangers recently moved into our building? Furthermore, has anyone visited our floor? Xiao Bin responded, Mr. Xiao, I will need to consult with the building steward. Xiao Fan nodded. Please keep this discreet. We must avoid alarming anyone. Understood, Xiao Bin replied, quickly summoning Li Yu, the steward of their building. Knowing she would be aware of any new tenants. Li Yu, has anyone moved into Building 8 recently? Xiao Bin inquired, particularly about the floors near Mr. Zhao's 20th floor. Li Yu, appearing astute and competent in her 30s, contemplated before answering. Indeed, there is one tenant, a young woman residing in room 2301. Please accompany us to the monitoring room, Xiao Bin instructed. Of course, manager, she agreed. Soon, Xiao Bin led Xiao Fan and the others to the monitoring room, instructing the security guard to exit as he accessed the surveillance footage for their building. That's her. Li Yu identified the tenant in a segment of the video. Li Yu, are you certain there are no other tenants on the nearby floors? Absolutely, she affirmed, nodding confidently. Building 8 consists primarily of large units, and there are very few tenants in total. Thank you, Manager Chow and Steward Li, Xiao Fan expressed. For now, please refrain from taking any action. He did not wish to continue watching the surveillance footage, as identifying the individual was sufficient. There was no need for her to take the elevator to their floor, as the stairs would suffice. Understood, Mr. Xiao. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. We are here to serve you wholeheartedly. Xiao Bin replied with great courtesy. The Zijing community is a property managed by the developer, and Shin Chen's father is the boss of Xiao Bin's superior. Xiao Fan knew that speaking ill of him could jeopardize Xiao Bin's position as property manager. Xiao Fan promptly returned to the 20th floor and then proceeded to the 23rd floor via the staircase. Utilizing his perceptive ability, he focused his left eye, rendering the door of room 2301 transparent in his view, along with the walls of the room. Within seconds, he spotted his target. The woman identified by Li Yu was in the master bedroom, wearing monitoring headphones, with a laptop displaying the surveillance footage from Su Yue's room before her. However, this footage did not capture any view of the bed. It was merely focused on the desk. Xiao Fan felt perplexed. Initially, he suspected she might be attempting to secretly record compromising videos of him and Su Yue, but it now appeared that was not the case. Xiao Fan silently retreated, estimating that the woman must have accomplices. Senior, I was just about to call you, Su Yue said sweetly as Xiao Fan entered the room. The dishes are already on the table. Such a lavish spread, Xiao Fan exclaimed, surprised by the 6 dishes Su Yue had prepared. Senior, haven't you been away for several days? I made a little extra, she replied. If we can't finish, I'll take the leftovers. I certainly won't let anything go to waste. There was a hint of mild grievance in her tone. Xiao Fan chuckled. If we don't finish, I'll pack some to take with me. It'll save me from ordering takeout twice. Senior, you must try this. These 3 dishes are new recipes I learned. Su Yue said, pointing to the exquisite plates. All right, let us play some music to set the mood, Xiao Fan said cheerfully, pulling out his phone to play a piano piece. Su Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Meanwhile, the woman monitoring room 2301 frowned. Her equipment had initially allowed her to hear the subtle sounds of Xiao Fan and Su Yue, but now all she could discern was the piano music. Yu Wei. I heard from the property staff that someone has been lurking around our door. They might have sneaked into the room, Xiao Fan inquired in a hushed tone. Have you lost anything? Su Yue immediately became vigilant. It wasn't the loss of belongings that concerned her, but the fear of her identity being exposed. If her hacker identity were discovered, it could lead to serious trouble. Senior, I haven't lost anything, she replied softly. Xiao Fan frowned, if that's the case. We need to be cautious about someone entering and possibly installing hidden cameras. You should be careful even in the master bedroom. I've always been quite cautious. Su Yue said, her face turning red. She would never run around without proper attire. Should we call the police? Xiao Fan responded, I inquired with the property management. And it seems there may be issues with the tenant in 2301. She might have accomplices. I've asked the staff to investigate discreetly for now. Let us hold off on reporting to the police. It would be quite awkward if it's just a misunderstanding. Su Yue nodded. After finishing lunch and washing the dishes, Xiao Fan departed, leaving Su Yue to return to her room. She first checked the master bathroom meticulously but found nothing. If someone intended to install surveillance equipment, a pinhole camera would be best placed in the bathroom. Since there was nothing there, it was likely hidden in the master bedroom. Su Yue thought to herself. After a good meal, it's time to get to work. I must earn enough money to buy Senior a car soon. Hiki. She settled at her computer desk and powered on her device. Here we go. The woman monitoring room 2301's eyes brightened. Su Yue began her work, demonstrating impressive computer skills. Though she occasionally feigned errors, revealing a proficiency akin to that of a senior programmer. Is this the queen? In room 2301, the woman known as Fox shook her head. Her proficiency in computer skills was commendable, surpassing the level currently displayed by Su Yue. However, her abilities were but a flickering firefly compared to the brilliance of the moon that was the queen. Greedy Wolf sensed that Su Yue was not the queen. Her skill level was merely that of an ordinary advanced programmer, a stark contrast to the queen's extraordinary prowess. Fox communicated through her earpiece. Greedy Wolf replied gravely, Fox, do not be hasty in your conclusions. She may be deliberately concealing her true capabilities. According to the organization's mandate, if there is more than a 1% likelihood, surveillance must extend for no less than 3 days. Chapter 87. One must be ruthless to stand firm after departing from Su Yue. Xiao Fan headed straight home with the packaged meal in hand. The journey back would take merely 10 minutes, while driving and searching for parking could consume far longer. It was likely just a coincidence. Inside a black car parked at the roadside, a foreign man mused to himself. He was the same individual who had been trailing Xiao Fan on the highway, an unexpected assassin sourced from the dark web by Yushuran's subordinates, commanding a fee of $500,000. To him, such an exorbitant sum for eliminating an ordinary student seemed like easy money. Yet, taking a life was an art, necessitating a flawless plan beforehand. Collecting various data on Xiao Fan was the first step. Damn it, Xiao Fan thought, his eyes gleaming as he scanned the parked vehicles with his mental prowess, effortlessly identifying the foreigner tracking him. To him, this man was likely an accomplice of the woman from room 2301. While he wasn't particularly enraged at the prospect of confronting him directly, the involvement of Su Yue stirred a deeper concern within him. A growl emanated from the man's stomach within the car. Despite having a full meal, Mr. Harris still felt hunger gnawing at him. In 3 days, or perhaps 2, your life will meet a perfect end. $500,000 will afford me ample leisure. He muttered. Under normal circumstances, his voice would not have reached the outside world, but Xiao Fan's mental focus was attuned to the surroundings, capable of sensing and gathering sounds. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Fan, an academic high achiever with a strong command of English, understood the man's words. This guy intends to kill me. Monitoring Yue from there. Did he plan to implicate her in my demise? A cold light flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, prepared to alert the authorities. However, the man had yet to take action. Even if the police apprehended him, what could be done? Once released, he would likely resume his pursuits. If the target were solely him, Xiao Fan had confidence in his ability to handle the situation. But if Su Yue were to be targeted, being an ordinary girl, she might inadvertently face peril due to his involvement. You wish to deliver me a perfect accident. I shall instead send you on your way. Xiao Fan resolved with determination. One must possess a certain ruthlessness to maintain stability. The unseen puppeteer operates with merciless intent. Should he exhibit any sentimentality, it could very well result in harm to both himself and others. Although he has not taken a life domestically, he has done so across the border in Myanmar. In an instant, Xiao Fan's mental prowess violently ruptured a blood vessel within the brain of the man inside the vehicle. This vessel was situated quite deeply, and even with immediate surgical intervention, the prognosis for such profound intracranial hemorrhaging would be grim. The man emitted a muffled groan, acutely aware of the stabbing pain within his head. Xiao Fan's mental acuity registered the crimson blood seeping slowly from the torn vessel, threatening to elevate intracranial pressure to perilous levels. What is happening? The man felt an intense throbbing in his skull and hastily started the car, racing towards the nearest hospital. As a skilled architect of misfortune, he certainly possessed knowledge of the nearest medical facility. If the hospital were nearby, there was a chance the target could be swiftly rescued. Do not blame me for my coldness. You sought to take my life for the allure of $500,000, Xiao Fan mused. That foreigner was likely a hired assassin, and it was improbable that the assassin knew the identity of his employer. Capturing him alive would serve little purpose. In under 10 minutes, the assassin managed to drive the vehicle to the hospital, where he staggered out and rushed toward the emergency room. Before he could enter, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Quickly, we need to save him. The hospital staff reacted swiftly, but with the assassin suffering from significant intracranial bleeding. He had already lost vital signs before the surgery even commenced. There were no external injuries. The cause of death was determined to be a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. The hospital promptly reported the death, followed by contacting authorities and attempting to reach family members. Without any means of identification, the body would remain in the morgue. Notably, Harris possessed no mobile phone, and his documents were counterfeit. He had initially carried a photograph of Xiao Fan, which he discarded after exiting the highway. Unbeknownst to her, the afternoon slipped away. Su Yue concluded her work and saved her documents. Xue Yin, do you still have contact with Sun Tzu and the others? If you fancy any of them, let me know, and I shall play matchmaker for you. Su Yue initiated a video call with Lu Yin. Lu Yin rolled her eyes. Yue, if I had any interest in one of them, would I require your assistance? I, Lu Yin, could easily secure them myself. Look at you. Have you ever been in a relationship since childhood? Su Yue, with her laptop in hand, stepped out of the bedroom. She heated some leftover food, chatting with Lu Yin as she ate. The fox, monitoring them discreetly, initially perked up her ears to listen but eventually gave up, as their conversation revolved around trivial girl talk. After finishing her meal, Su Yue turned on the television. She settled onto the sofa, clutching her laptop, eager to uncover who was secretly observing her. Su Yue swiftly tapped on the keyboard, and before long, she had infiltrated the camera within the room, quickly tracing her way to the whereabouts of the fox. The fox was quite adept with computers, yet Su Yue surpassed her greatly in skill. In no time, she silently activated the fox's computer camera and beheld the figure of the fox seated before her screen. The fox, a member of the Poker Alliance, was accompanied by another known as the Greedy Wolf. A frown creased Su Yue's brow as she recognized the Poker Alliance, a formidable hacking organization. Within its ranks resided two world-class super hackers, Spade and Hart, both of whom were ranked among the top 10 hackers globally. Those who held positions within the Poker Alliance were all elite hackers, and the organization wielded astonishing power. Previously, the Poker Alliance had extended 2 invitations to Su Yue. The first had come last year, offering her the codename clubs. Recently, a second invitation was issued, promising her the same codename. Should she choose to join, she would rank just below Spade and Hart, potentially becoming the third most powerful figure in the alliance, with an annual salary of a staggering 100 million US dollars. Undoubtedly, Su Yue had turned down these offers. The Poker Alliance employed various means to recruit top hackers, with their earnings rooted in illicit activities, a source of income that made her uneasy. The Alliance had calculated her chances of becoming a queen at an astonishing 1.63. It seemed that her recent surge in taking on tasks and her swift completions had drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. Su Yue frowned again, realizing that despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, she had still been discovered. Fortunately, a senior had noticed the anomaly. Otherwise, she would have certainly been exposed. A sense of dread washed over her. To her knowledge, the Poker Alliance employed ruthless tactics against those who rejected their overtures. For those with questionable backgrounds, the Alliance would directly expose their identity. For the innocent, they resorted to framing them or even resorted to murder.